This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Rebirth. See Rebirth again. In 2026, an unidentified flying object broke into the core area of the solar system. In 2027, the flying object flew over the blue planet and stayed in orbit around the Earth. 10 days later, the flying object left the Earth and flew into the universe perpendicular to the solar ecliptic plane. Humanity began to prepare for war. In 2030, humans observed a huge alien space fleet entering the solar system. Humanity's war preparedness was upgraded, and the world entered a state of emergency. In 2031, the space fleet arrived above the blue planet. The human defense war began. 1 billion human alliance forces formed a steel defense line, prepared to resist the enemy. The aliens dropped a biological bomb, planting the seeds of terrifying creatures in the ocean. In 2032, the terrifying creatures that grew from the ocean began to land. 1 billion soldiers, 10 billion humans were all wiped out by the terrifying creatures. The alien fleet landed on the ground without a single drop of blood. Blue Planet officially changed hands. In the bunker 10,000 meters underground, Yi Linsheng held his girlfriend's hand. It seems that we are going to die too. The girlfriend was trembling all over and kept crying. Ever since the UFO arrived in the orbit of Blue Planet, Yi Linsheng used all his savings to build this underground bunker. Unfortunately, even so, it was not possible to escape. The aliens have discovered this underground bunker, and are breaking through the protective doors one by one. Yi Linsheng and his girlfriend are doomed. Don't cry. Say something at the last moment. Yi Linsheng doesn't want to die crying. As the last human being, he must die bravely. He can't let the aliens laugh at him. His girlfriend panicked even more. She couldn't even stand up. She kept squatting on the ground and finally collapsed into a puddle of mud. Obviously, human dignity and face are meaningless to her. Bang! The last door was broken open. A group of strange-looking aliens came in, excitedly surrounded them, and said something. It was as if humans had discovered rare animals. Yi Linsheng and his girlfriend were taken to the ground. This was the first time Yi Linsheng had seen the situation on the ground in more than a year. The sky was still blue, and the white clouds were still floating. But it had nothing to do with humans. The city was completely abandoned. There were abandoned tanks and armored vehicles everywhere. There were also crashed plane wreckage in the distance. Many buildings were burning, emitting thick smoke. All this told people that a fierce battle had broken out here. However, the most numerous thing on the ground was not these things, but the corpses of terrifying creatures. The terrifying creatures that wiped out the entire human race were vulnerable to aliens. They were easily exterminated. The aliens took out a filming device and filmed Yi Linsheng and his girlfriend. Then they put them in a cage and transported them into the spaceship. Yi Linsheng then discovered that there were 5 or 6 other equally panicked humans in the spaceship. Yi Linsheng made eye contact with them. These people's eyes were the same as his girlfriend's. They had completely lost their spirit, only despair and fear. Only a middle-aged man wearing glasses had a calm look. It seems that we will be used as living specimens. The man gave Yi Linsheng a hard smile. Perhaps we are the last remaining human beings. Yi Linsheng also understood his situation. Human civilization will perish in our hands. No, it has already perished. A few of us cannot support the entire civilization. The man's tone was bleak. Yi Linsheng was silent. The man was right. Civilization cannot be supported by a few people. They can only be regarded as biological samples of humans. Human civilization has perished. The spaceship began to shake, which was a sign of takeoff. Swish! An object slid in front of Yi Linsheng. It's taken off, and we can also set off. Set off? Do you want to stay and become the laughing stock of other civilizations in the universe? The man held a white pill in his hand, and his tone was solemn. Yi Linsheng then realized that the others also held a white pill in their hands. He opened a box of cooling oil that slid in front of him. Inside were 2 white pills of the same shape and color. This is cyanide. I prepared it for myself a year ago. The man closed his eyes, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Humanity has been defeated by its wrong perception of itself and its ignorance of other civilizations. After saying that, he swallowed the pill. Yi Linsheng looked at the others and found that they had also eaten. Even his girlfriend swallowed cyanide. When humans have no hope, living is even more cruel. Death is the only way to be relieved. The fear of the unknown makes them forget their fear of death. As if they noticed the movement here, an alien unbuckled his seat belt, rushed over from the driver's seat, and was about to take the pill from Yi Linsheng's hand. Yi Linsheng no longer hesitated and swallowed it in one gulp. Goodbye. Goodbye. The remaining humans shouted loudly to each other. Yi Linsheng watched the others fall one by one. His consciousness began to blur. He, the last human, died. Human civilization, completely died. Even if aliens have the technology to copy DNA, the copied humans are just a species, no longer a civilization with thousands of years of inheritance. A species without a spiritual core, even if it has human DNA, is no longer related to humans. Humans are truly extinct. Yi Linsheng, get up. What day is today? Have you forgotten? A familiar voice came. Yi Linsheng was startled and sat up immediately. Reborn? I was dead. But how come I am alive now? Moreover, my girlfriend is much younger. What year is it now? Yi Linsheng asked excitedly. You are crazy. Of course it is 2025. The girlfriend chattered. Stop making excuses. Today is the 100th day of our acquaintance. You must buy me that bag. 7 years. I was reborn 7 years ago. Yi Linsheng was excited, however, he became depressed again immediately. Because, given the gap between human beings and alien civilizations, even if I were reborn, I couldn't change the final result. In another year, the aliens' exploration satellite will arrive in the solar system. In the second year, the exploration satellite will enter the orbit of the blue planet, and human beings will be completely exposed to the aliens. 3 years later, the alien space fleet will enter the solar system. Another year later, the aliens will drop the seeds of terrifying creatures on the blue planet. Another year later, human beings will perish. Faced with a huge technological gap, human beings have no power to resist in such a short time. Humanity is doomed to fail. Even if I were to be reborn, it would not be possible to change this outcome. One person cannot support the progress of a civilization. One person cannot make a breakthrough in civilization. Yi Linsheng is very clear about this. Chapter 2. Where is the hope of mankind? Get up, why are you still lying there? I'm telling you, you must buy me a bag today, otherwise, we'll break up. The girlfriend jumped and cursed. As long as she threatened to break up, Yi Linsheng would coax her. The bag would be in her hands. This was the girlfriend's experience. But today is different. Okay. What did you say? The girlfriend looked at Yi Linsheng in surprise, as if she didn't know him. Yi Linsheng got up. He was not a man who gave up easily. Since he was reborn, there must be a reason for his rebirth. Human civilization should continue. His rebirth is definitely not without reason. He shoulders a heavy responsibility. Moreover, looking at his girlfriend's appearance, she is not a reborn person. The end of the world is coming, and women can only be a burden to me. What else do I need her for? Besides, I have been trapped in the underground bunker alone with my girlfriend for more than a year, and I am really fed up. Humph, women will only slow down my sword-drawing speed. Watching his girlfriend leave, no, ex-girlfriend leave, Yi Linsheng fell into deep thought. Although it was meaningful to infer that he was reborn, but where should he start? This made Yi Linsheng very entangled. He did not bring any new technology, and even his understanding of aliens was very superficial. He had only seen a few aliens. He did not even know the technological level of aliens. The time left for himself was pitifully small. 1 year later, the aliens' exploration satellite will enter the solar system. 5 years later, the alien space fleet will appear in the solar system. Time is too short. What can I do? He began to recall what he had seen in science fiction novels, and then listed 3 ideas. The first one, which is also the most common routine in those science fiction novels, leading all mankind to prepare for war, and resisting the invasion of aliens. However, he quickly gave up this idea. I don't have a system, and I don't have a golden finger. The only useful thing is, it seems to be his own rebirth, and knowing something in advance. But what he knows is useless for improving human technology. Because he doesn't know any high technology. The most impossible thing is to establish communication with the top leaders of the country. He can't contact those powerful people, nor can he contact those old people. Even if he learns from some online articles, submitting articles to the Academy of Sciences, predicting major events that will happen in the future, it won't work. Because he couldn't remember any major events that would attract the attention of the experts of the Academy of Sciences. There was no major epidemic this year, nor a comet hitting the blue planet, nor any impressive earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, etc. There were no major emergencies such as plane crashes and ships sinking in the sea. There was no major war. The only impressive event seemed to be the flooding of tropical rainforests, and the heavy losses suffered by tropical island countries in storms. This kind of thing happens almost every year. And it is not rare or iconic at all. It is impossible to convince scientists. And I can't remember the specific time. After all, at that time, I was having a hot relationship with my ex-girlfriend. And we were shamelessly together all day long. I didn't have time to watch the news or pay attention to current events. Even if I announced to the world that aliens would enter the solar system in a year, I would only be regarded as a madman. Even if my prediction was confirmed a year later, it would be too late. A whole year of precious time was wasted. Moreover, even if the country's top leaders were informed, it would not help. The technological gap between aliens and humans is almost a dimensionality reduction attack. The aliens did not fight blood, just dropped a biological bomb, cultivated a group of terrifying creatures, and dealt with humans. In this short year, no, even if we count until the alien invasion, a total of 6 years, human technology cannot achieve a breakthrough by leaps and bounds, let alone stop the alien attack. Besides, aliens may have more advanced weapons. This path, which is most likely to be written into novels by authors who fail to write online novels, will not work. The second idea is to take advantage of rebirth, make a lot of money, build a spaceship, and escape with the whole family. It seems that it will not work either. 1 year is too short. Even if you are a stock god, you can't make so much money. Even if you make enough money, you can't build a spaceship for interstellar colonization in 1 year. The new world's richest man proposed a plan to migrate to Mars a long time ago. But it is still in the preparation stage. It is impossible to migrate to other galaxies in 1 year. Moreover, the alien spacecraft is extremely fast. It only took 1 year to cross the entire solar system. And the fastest human aircraft, if it wants to fly out of the solar system, will take at least several decades. It will only take a few minutes for them to catch up with their spacecraft. If they want to escape, there is little hope. This road is also not feasible. The third one is to continue what I did in my previous life, dig deep holes and store food. Dig the hole deeper and seal it more tightly. But this also doesn't work. The aliens can find me 10,000 meters below. Obviously they have special means of detection. And even if they can't find me, they will settle down on Blue Star. Because their purpose is obviously to colonize Blue Star. Do I have to spend my whole life underground? This is too uncomfortable. Even if he was not caught by the aliens, he would be suffocated to death. All 3 ideas seem to be dead ends. Yi Linsheng was really worried. Yi Linsheng, who had always been confident and arrogant, and who had always thought that no difficulty could stop him, actually began to worry. After locking himself in the room for 3 days and 3 nights, and conducting countless brainstorming and deductions, Yi Linsheng finally gave up. Obviously, he could not escape this disaster by himself. He must find a companion. He may not be the only one who has been reborn. He remembered that there were several people on the spaceship. Especially the middle-aged man with glasses, he may also be a reborn. 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. The collision of different ideas may produce sparks and new life. Finding a companion is the most important thing for him to do now. After cleaning himself up, Yi Linsheng set off. He did not set off blindly. But after some reasoning, the underground bunker he dug was in the suburbs of this city. When he was captured, the spacecraft was parked near the suburbs of the city. So, the middle-aged man with glasses should also live in this city. Judging from the middle-aged man's conversation and behavior, he should be a very learned person. But, he is definitely not a teacher. Chapter 3 Humanity, No Hope. Teachers who have taught for many years have a kind of condescending air. No matter how humble a teacher is, there is also such a temperament. But that man is not like that. This man can also make cyanide by himself. This poison is something that will not appear except in laboratories and very few chemical plants. As far as Yi Linsheng knows, there is no such chemical plant nearby. So, this man, most likely is engaged in scientific research. That's why they can make their own cyanide. In the whole city, the most likely place to do this is the Jianghai Institute of Science and Technology. Perhaps, that man is a technical staff member of this institute. He does what he says. Yi Linsheng has never been a fussy person. Although he is not a researcher, Yi Linsheng has a certain understanding of researchers. This kind of people, their lives are very simple. They basically go from one place to another. Home and the canteen of the unit. It goes on and on, there is no end. The best and most concentrated place to look for this man is the cafeteria. After sneaking into the cafeteria and getting a box of food, Yi Linsheng ate while waiting. Hard work pays off. And Yi Linsheng soon found his target. A man in his early 30s walked in with a lunch box. He was dressed in a way that people who do scientific research do, unkempt. His hair grew like a hedgehog. Stubbornly. His clothes were wrinkled. And he wore the kind of black frame glasses that Yi Linsheng had seen before. He was holding a book in his hand. And he glanced at her while walking. Hello. Yi Linsheng walked over. Well, is there something? The man put down the book in his hand. Yes, and it's very important. Can you wait until I finish my meal? Yes. Can we talk while eating? Yes. The two sat down. And the man asked without hesitation while eating, You can talk now. I am also a reborn person, Yi Linsheng said. But he was disappointed to find that the other party was not. After he heard it, he had no expression, but said casually, I suggest you go to the psychiatric department. Yi Linsheng frowned and said, I am really a reborn person. From 7 years later. The man paused for a moment with the rice spoon in his hand. You can try to say something specific to convince me. Yi Linsheng was very curious. People who do scientific research are different. If the old me met someone who claimed to be a reborn person, I would probably drive him away and laugh at him all day. But this guy was actually interested in research. Yi Linsheng did not hide it, and told all his memories. Unconsciously, the man stopped the rice spoon in his hand, and stared at Yi Linsheng, obviously listening very carefully. You mean, you and I are the last batch of humans? Yes. We both died after eating the cyanide you made. Yi Linsheng felt that what he said was ridiculous. No normal person would think that what he said was true. However, scientists are obviously not normal people. Especially the guy opposite. The other party turned his head and looked around, picked up the lunch box in his hand and said, It's not convenient here. Let's go to the office and talk slowly. Do you believe what I said? Yi Linsheng became more curious. Everything he just said, to anyone, would be ridiculous. Even Yi Linsheng himself would not believe it. Believe it. The man's answer surprised Yi Linsheng. Why? Because your story can stand up to scientific verification. The man walked hurriedly, and Yi Linsheng trotted after him, entering a messy office. The man picked out a seat from a pile of documents and said, Sit down. I still don't understand. If others hear me talk like this, they will definitely think I'm crazy, Yi Linsheng said. The man smiled and said, That's because others don't understand. Your story has a strong logical relevance. The doomsday scenario you described is more than 90% consistent with the data model I once established. The reactions and response measures of various countries are exactly the same. Even, you have described some of the places I missed. Only a person who has experienced it firsthand can tell this. And you are just an ordinary person, not a researcher. The man ate the food in the lunch box in a few bites. Muttered. So, I can be sure that you are an eyewitness. Yi Linsheng was shocked. The brain circuits of scientists are indeed different from those of ordinary people. Have you been building a data model for the coming of the end of the world? Yes. The man wiped his mouth, and wiped his greasy hands on his sleeves. One more thing. You said I survived to the end. This is also in line with my personality. If aliens come, in such a short time, I will be like you, desperately digging holes down and hiding. According to the information you provided, humans are no match for aliens. Hiding, there is still a little hope, the man said. Oh, by the way, my name is Luo Ji. Yes, it is the same pronunciation as the man in the three-body problem, but with different characters, because I am a pragmatist. I will only do things that are sure, and will not persist in fighting for an ideal that cannot be realized. Aliens are coming. What should we do? Yi Linsheng said all three ideas he had overturned. Roger pondered for a moment and said, Your inference is correct. All three ideas are unreliable. You can't establish connections with the top. You can't influence the top scientific community. Building a spacecraft to escape, it's even more impossible. Elon can have a plan to migrate to Mars, because he has the support of their National Space Agency. Excuse me, you can't get the support of the country. Moreover, Elon only dares to have a plan to migrate to Mars. If your spacecraft can only escape to Mars, then you might as well stay on the blue planet. There is no way to escape the aliens' pursuit. The last one, no matter how deep you dig, you will leave clues. It's enough for the aliens to find you. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, the survival of a few people is meaningless to humans. At most, they will become animals kept by aliens for people to visit. Just like monkeys in the zoo. Yi Linsheng was a little disappointed. Is it possible that Humanity has no hope? Luo Ji sighed. I used my data model, according to the conditions similar to what you just described. I deduced countless times, and the result is, no hope. The two fell into silence. Yi Linsheng felt a little uncomfortable. If there is no hope for rebirth, what is the meaning of his own rebirth? He glanced at Luo Ji, and hope ignited in his heart again. Professor Luo Ji, since you can believe me, can other scientists believe what I say? Chapter 4. Change Blue Star into an uninhabitable planet. Roji grinned. Impossible. I am a madman in the eyes of others. What a madman believes, others will not believe. Moreover, I am the only one who has used my data model, and I am the only one who believes in the simulation results. Others will not agree. Yi Linsheng stood up. God wants me to be reborn. There must be a reason. It is impossible for me to be reborn like this. We must have a chance. Roji sneered. Ideals and beliefs cannot save mankind, cannot save Blue Star. Yi Linsheng felt a little uncomfortable. He was a little disgusted with Roji's excessive calmness. Are we going to be completely extinct like dinosaurs? There must be a way. Roji was stunned for a moment. He suddenly stood up and held Yi Linsheng's arm. What did you say just now? I said, we can't be extinct like dinosaurs. We have to find a way to save ourselves. Yi Linsheng said. Luo Ji hugged Yi Linsheng tightly and said with his hands dancing, ha ha ha. There is a way. There is a way. You are really a genius. Yi Linsheng was puzzled. After waiting for Luo Ji to calm down, Yi Linsheng asked, what is the way? Luo Ji did not answer, but asked directly, why do aliens want to invade the blue planet? Of course they want to colonize the blue planet. Why don't they colonize Mars? Or Mercury? Or Titan? Why do they want to colonize our blue planet? Luo Ji's eyes lit up, and he was obviously extremely excited. But Yi Linsheng didn't understand what he meant at all. Because our blue star is a habitable planet. Even elementary school students understand this principle. Yes, that's right. Because our blue star is a habitable planet, that's why they invaded Blue Star. Luo Ji's tone was excited, as if he had discovered a major scientific theory. So, as long as we turn Blue Star into an uninhabitable planet, we can avoid this disaster of destruction. Luo Ji said. Yi Linsheng was even more confused. Can habitable planets be changed? Of course we can. Volcanic eruptions, or asteroid impacts, can turn blue planet into an icy planet, pollute the air, and cause extinction of life. That's how dinosaurs became extinct. In this way, they won't be interested in blue planet, and they won't invade blue planet. Rogi was still very excited. Yi Linsheng was shocked, but, if that's the case, what should we humans do? It's simple. We build underground cities, and live underground for 10 or even dozens of years. When the blue planet becomes habitable again, we will rise to the surface. Yi Linsheng still hesitated. This will put humans in danger. Luo Ji's eyes were still crazy. Have you heard of Noah's Ark? Yi Linsheng nodded. Although it is a religious story, it is very meaningful. Noah told the world that the flood was coming, but no one believed him. This is very similar to our current situation. Aliens are coming, but no one will believe us. Luo Ji's tone was calm, but his eyes were crazy. It is really strange that two completely opposite emotions appear in one person at the same time. We are doing the same thing. We stick to our beliefs, and build an underground Noah's Ark to save everyone we can. This is our mission, and the meaning of your rebirth. Luo Ji stared at Yi Linsheng with his eyes. Yi Linsheng understood it all at once. Sure enough, his rebirth is meaningful. Just like Noah's Ark, it keeps a hope of survival for mankind, for nature, for all creatures in the world. And I am the Noah who shoulders the heavy responsibility, shouldering the hope of saving all mankind. I understand. Our goal is to build an underground Noah's Ark to preserve the fire of human civilization, Yi Linsheng said. Luo Ji then softened a little. When God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, and his muscles and bones work hard. You and I shoulder the heavy responsibility. But, won't the aliens wait until the blue planet becomes a habitable planet before invading again? Yi Linsheng still had a lot of questions. No, Rogi said affirmatively. You just described a lot of details. First, the alien probe spacecraft suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the solar system, and then used high-speed propulsion to enter the solar system. This shows that the aliens have mastered similar technologies, such as light-speed flight or curvature flight, or simply have space-folding technology. So they will appear in areas with fewer stars, to avoid the risk of collision. This shows that Their base camp is far away from our solar system. After the probe spacecraft entered the solar system, it did not come directly to the blue planet, but explored from the outside to the inside. They made a brief stop over every planet with an atmosphere. That's what you said, right? Yi Linsheng was a little confused, and just nodded. So, I can infer that the aliens don't know that there is civilization on the blue planet. They are simply exploring. Just like the Great Voyages, it is a completely aimless exploration. The universe is so big, they are just looking for a needle in a haystack. As long as we turn the blue planet into an uninhabitable planet before the alien exploration spacecraft arrives, the aliens will lose interest, and will fly past the blue planet and continue to explore the depths of the universe. And the next time they come to explore the blue planet, it is estimated to be at least 100 years, or even 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years later. We humans will have enough breathing space. Luo Ji slammed the table fiercely. Destroying the blue planet is our only chance. Yi Linsheng was a little confused. How to destroy it? Luo Ji's eyes behind the glasses began to become calm and crazy. Create a doomsday. Erase all traces of human civilization. Yi Linsheng touched his nose. Just the two of us can create the end of the world? What do you do? Businessman. Doing some small business. Yi Linsheng said a little embarrassedly. You can dig a bunker 10,000 meters deep. You must have a lot of money. Right? Luo Ji asked. Yi Linsheng said awkwardly, I do some small business. I am not very rich. Impossible. The reason why I can build an underground bunker to hide is that I may deliberately fabricate the project and apply for a large amount of research funds from the country. You are young. You must have a good business sense. So you have enough money to dig an underground bunker. Luo Ji stared at Yi Linsheng with his eyes. Yi Linsheng found that he was almost exposed in front of Luo Ji. Well, I have some personal views on finance. So I can make some money. But that was all earned in the last few years by taking advantage of people's panic. Now I don't really have much money. Chapter 5 Is the information gap useless? Luo Ji slapped Yi Linsheng's shoulder hard. To destroy Blue Star, we will divide the work between us. You are responsible for making money. I am responsible for technology. Aren't you a reborn? You can use the information gap of rebirth to make a lot of money. Of course, you don't need too much, just enough for us to create a doomsday disaster. How much is not too much? Yi Linsheng had a bad feeling. 1 trillion. Yi Linsheng almost fainted. This is not too much. 1 trillion is not too much. Then how much is too much? It seems that even the richest people in China do not have so much money. Even for international tycoons, the top 3 do not seem to be enough. Moreover, Luo Ji wants cash, not the value of stocks. Even if he is the richest man in the world, it is estimated that he cannot take out 1 trillion in cash to build an underground city and create a disaster. This is too much of a compliment to Yi Linsheng. How about we seek help from the country? For the country, 1 trillion is not a big number. Don't do that. Our plan must be kept absolutely secret. Why? Which country's leader do you think would allow you to destroy Blue Star? Luo Ji said with contempt. Yi Linsheng finally understood. This method is too crazy. Once known to others, he will definitely be arrested. However, this is also the last hope of mankind. Okay, let's do it. Yi Linsheng is a man who dares to think and act. And he is also a man who never gives up. Since my rebirth is meaningful, then I must do something meaningful. I must save mankind and continue the fire of human civilization. Isn't it just destroying the blue planet? Isn't it just making money? Just do it. Excuse me. How to do it specifically? Yi Linsheng was a little curious. How to create a doomsday. Behind the black-framed glasses of Luo Ji, a pair of eyes sparkled, 2 ways. The first one is to find an asteroid in space that can cause great disasters to the blue planet. Install thrusters, and let it fall to the blue planet. After the planet falls to the blue star, dust will cover the sky, block the sun's rays, and bring the ground into an ice age. The second way is to detonate volcanoes, especially detonating super-large volcanoes, such as Yellowstone volcano, will push a large amount of harmful gases and volcanic ash into the sky, turning the ground into a hell on earth. Yi Linsheng trembled all over after hearing this. What should we humans do? Luo Ji said calmly, didn't you say that in a year, we will be able to observe alien exploration spacecraft? At that time, we will announce our plan, mobilize the world to start building underground cities, and let humans move to the underground cities. However, that time will be a test of the national strength of each country. Yi Linqing took a deep breath. This pressure is a bit great. Moreover, I can also foresee that once it is announced, each country will rush to buy supplies and build underground cities. Luo Ji was still calm, but his eyes behind the glasses were full of madness. So, in order to preserve our civilization, your task is very difficult. You have to raise enough supplies. Yi Linqing thought for a while. What if some countries oppose our plan and try to stop it? Luo Ji smiled slightly, and the madness in his eyes did not change at all. So, we can't let anyone know our plan now. By the time we announce it, everything will be irreversible. The only thing humans can do is to speed up the construction of the underground city. This is the only way to save humanity. He also truly understood why this plan cannot be announced. Once announced, it will definitely be regarded as an evil plan. However, this is precisely the only correct way. Yi Linqing. In fact, we can save more people. The key lies in how much money you can make, how much supplies you can get, and how many underground cities you can build. Luo Ji also felt that what he said was too cruel, and his tone softened a little. This made Yi Linqing feel a huge pressure on his shoulders. The more he earns, the more human beings will survive. In order to save more people, he must work hard to make money. Yi Linqing doesn't have much money. It's just that he has a keen sense of smell. In his previous life, when the alien detection satellite appeared in the solar system, he began to short global assets with international capital and made a lot of money. Then he went long and bought a large amount of materials, including food, energy, and medicine. When the international materials skyrocketed, he used these stockpiled materials to hire someone to dig an underground bunker. Then when the alien fleet arrived at the Blue Star, he went underground and cut off the access to the outside world. He only relied on the underground pipelines to receive information from the ground. Now that I think about it, it should be the pipelines he buried that exposed his position. However, Luo Ji was right. He could make money by relying on the information gap of rebirth. A year is indeed very short, but it is not completely impossible. There was a burst of firecrackers in front of him. Looking up, it was the lottery shop celebrating. Yi Linqing remembered that in his previous life, someone won the second prize in this lottery shop, which was tens of thousands of dollars. In order to create momentum, the shop owner set off firecrackers to celebrate. Now it seems that the situation in the previous life is basically the same as this life. Yi Linqing immediately became interested. He clearly remembered the winning number that was about to be drawn, because he remembered it clearly. At that time, the store owner was fined for setting off firecrackers, but he did not regret it at all. This incident spread in several nearby blocks, and many people came to buy lottery tickets. The advertising effect was very good. Yi Linqing, who rarely bought lottery tickets, also bought one. When the lottery was drawn in the evening, he stared at the TV to watch the results. As a result, each of the lottery numbers drawn was one number larger than the number he bought, which made Yi Linqing regret for several years. He wrote down the winning number. He walked into the lottery shop and looked at the prize pool, which was a little over 200 million. His confidence increased greatly. As long as he spent 100 yuan and bought 50 bets, he could earn 200 million directly. With 200 million as capital, he could make more money smoothly. He did it right away. Yi Linqing took out the money and bought 50 bets according to the numbers in his memory. After tonight, Yi Linqing will earn his first prize, a full 200 million yuan in prize money. Even if the 20% tax is deducted, it will be as much as 160 million. With this money, Yi Linqing is confident that he can continue to make a fortune by taking advantage of the information gap. However, when the prize was drawn in the evening, Yi Linqing was dumbfounded. None of the numbers he bought matched. He felt bad and called Luo Ji immediately. Chapter 6 Lottery is Statistics, not Probability. Professor Luo, something is wrong. I bought 50 lottery tickets according to the numbers in my memory. If I win, I can earn 200 million. However, the winning numbers came out just now, and none of them matched. Will this world start to deviate because of my rebirth? Yi Linqing asked. Just like the butterfly effect. Will my information gap be useless? If this is the case, Yi Linqing will feel that the possibility of success is too small. Without information gap, how can you make money? Luo Ji's voice was very calm. Don't count on the lottery. Our lottery first collects data, and then draws the prize more than an hour later. Don't worry. You will never win the jackpot. Don't waste your energy on the lottery. Think about how to make money with your information gap. After listening to Luo Ji's words, Yi Linsheng suddenly realized. Our lottery is not probability, but statistics. Ordinary people will never win the jackpot. By the way, can't you apply for a research grant? I have a plan to make money now, which requires capital. In just 1 month, I can make twice as much money immediately. Yi Linsheng asked. It takes time to apply for research grants, at least 3 months. The maximum amount is 10 million, which I don't think will be of much help to you. Luo Ji said. Yi Linsheng shook his head slightly. 3 months, it's a bit late. It seems that I can only rely on myself. For Yi Linsheng, making small money is not difficult. However, making a lot of money is not that easy. Especially making 1 trillion in a year is simply a fantasy. However, Yi Linsheng is not a timid person. As long as he has a goal, he will try it. Yi Linsheng is a free trader who trades and buys and sells. Wherever there is a business opportunity, he will do it and run away after making money. Then wait for the next business opportunity to appear. He has traded digital currency, traded houses with 0 down payment, opened an online store, worked as a micro-businessman, and even live-streamed goods. He has one characteristic in doing these businesses: if he finds something wrong, he will run away immediately. His keen sense of smell always allows him to successfully escape the top. However, although he can make money, he can also spend money. Every day he spends money like water. The more he earns, the more he spends. So far, he only has a capital of 100,000 yuan. However, Yi Linsheng does not plan to use this capital to do business. If he can make 1 million yuan by doing business with this money, it would be good. If you want to make a lot of money, you must have capital. The more capital you have, the more you can earn. Why are the poor getting poorer and the rich getting richer in today's society? It's not because the rich are smarter or more powerful. It's because the rich have the capital to try and make mistakes. In business, the probability of success is absolutely low, no matter who you are. Generally speaking, the probability of success in opening a store is no more than 1 in 10. 9 stores lose money, and 1 store makes a huge profit. This is common sense. Behind the success of Hangzhou Ma is the bankruptcy of countless peers. The capital of the poor is usually only enough to open 1 store, or at most 2 stores. The probability of success is only 1 in 10, or at most 1 in 5. But the rich are different. They can open 10 stores, even if 9 of them lose money. As long as 1 of them makes money, they can not only recover all the costs, but also make a lot of money. With a successful store, they can continue to open branches, or develop diversified operations to expand profits. In this way, they will make more and more money. The poor do not have the capital to try and make mistakes. If they fail an investment once or twice, they will never be able to make it again. I can only go to work obediently. But the rich can try and make mistakes repeatedly, until they find the best way to make money. This is the basic logic that the rich are getting richer, while the poor are getting poorer. Therefore, Yi Linsheng needs to raise enough capital, so that he can make a lot of money. There is an opportunity in front of him, to make money by taking advantage of the information gap. But it requires enough capital. Money is the prerequisite for starting to implement the plan to save human civilization. Yes, Yi Linsheng has a plan to save human civilization. This is a plan he made after communicating with Roger. A plan to create the end of the world. This plan includes the need to buy a shield machine as soon as possible, find and buy or rent a suitable construction site, own a medium-sized or larger construction company, more than 10,000 tons of steel, cement, and heavy machinery and equipment required in the early stage, 8 to 10 nuclear warheads and corresponding air-to-ground penetrating missiles, at least 1 fighter, a deep-sea submarine and an offshore drilling platform, a large carrier rocket, and more than 10 large space thrusters, a listed company that can be controlled, etc. Shield machines and large construction equipment, construction companies, etc. are prepared for digging underground cities. Fighter jets, missiles and nuclear bombs, submarines and drilling platforms are prepared for detonating volcanoes. Large launch vehicles and thrusters, these are prepared for pushing large celestial bodies. But this plan, no matter how you look at it, doesn't look like something an ordinary person can do. A tunnel boring machine, the price is more than 100 million. There are also large launch vehicles, offshore drilling platforms, which are not cheaper than tunnel boring machines at all. All of these require money, a lot of money. Fortunately, Yi Linsheng never considered himself an ordinary person. If Luo Ji is a madman, then Yi Linsheng thinks he is a madman. There is also a madman abroad. That is Elon Musk. This guy clamored to send people to Mars more than 10 years ago, and everyone regarded him as a madman at that time. But this guy is moving towards this plan step by step, and realizing it step by step. If he is given another 10 years, this guy may succeed. With his efforts, the title of madman gradually turned into Superman. Yi Linxing is also a madman. He has to try his best to accomplish something that seems impossible to succeed. If he doesn't try, how can he know whether it will succeed or not? However, his most urgent task is not to complete these tasks, but to form a team. The power of one person is limited, but the power of a team is unlimited. Yi Linxing must have a core team. Luo Ji is already a member of this team, and now, he needs to find more members. More members with various talents. Ding dong. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After a lot of random pressing, and waiting for a long time, the door finally opened. A man with messy hair opened the door, and stared at Yi Linxing with a pair of bloodshot eyes and dark bags under his eyes. You knocked on the wrong door. Bang. The door closed again. Yi Linxing smiled. The mysterious and powerful hackers in the online world are just like this in reality. As for those mysterious and eloquent hackers on TV, in a sense, they are not hackers, they are businessmen. A real hacker is someone who stays in the house and enjoys attacking everywhere on the internet. Chapter 7: A profiteer who is devout to Buddha. Such a person cannot be seen in public. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Linxing knocked on the door again. I told you, you knocked on the wrong door. The man stuck his head out again. Just when he was about to close the door, Yi Linxing's foot squeezed in. This was the first assistant Yi Linxing was looking for. Are you attacking the power company because you think their meter is inaccurate, making you pay more for electricity? Yi Linxing's words made the man nervous. Who are you? The man asked nervously. I'm here to save you. Yi Linxing walked in and looked around the room. It was a mess. Clothes and shoes were scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of a single man. I don't need anyone to save me. The man stared at Yi Linxing warily. If I don't save you, you will be arrested by the police in a month. This was not something Yi Linxing said, but something that really happened. The scene of the arrest was also uploaded to a certain audio platform by a busybody. Yi Linxing saw the video on a certain audio platform, and then he found out that there was actually a little hacker living near where he lived. Impossible. How could those programmers from the university in the power system find my address? The man blurted out. Yi Linxing smiled and said, if I tell you that the power system has just hired a big hacker in the hacker world, Jianka, to join the company, and he just wants to sacrifice you. Are you still so confident? The man was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Impossible. How could Jianka betray us? The world of hackers is just like the world of martial arts. The loyalty of the Jianghu is the first priority. If someone is recruited by a big company, it is like being summoned by the imperial court. The swordsman is like a hero in the hacker world. Being recruited by a big company is just as heartbreaking as being recruited by a hero of the Green Forest. Therefore, men are so irritable. Yi Linxing did not say much nonsense. He took out his mobile phone, turned out a piece of tofu news, and handed it to the man. This is an inconspicuous piece of news, which has hardly been widely publicized. It was only later that it was dug out. The man took a look, and was completely discouraged. It took him a long time to come to his senses. What are you doing here? I have a plan, and I want you to join, Yi Linxing said. No. What is a hacker? It is a person who freely surfs the internet. If he is employed by others, it is tantamount to being recruited by the court. What kind of hacker is that? This man obviously has this kind of sentiment similar to that of a knight. Yi Linxing was not in a hurry, although he did not know much about hackers. His greatest characteristic was that he was good at dealing with people and knew people's preferences. First, you are not under anyone's jurisdiction, and you can do whatever you want. Secondly, you will have a set of the most advanced personal computers. And finally, you will have the opportunity to enter the supercomputer test program. In a sense, a master hacker is a programmer. Yi Linxing knew that this guy had written a super hacker software, but because the data calculation was too huge, it could not be tested at all. Entering the supercomputer test program is his biggest dream. Sure enough, the man's eyes lit up. Are you serious? A man's promise, of course I take it seriously. Can I do whatever I want? Once you know my plan, you will have no interest in your own things. What is your plan? Destroy the world's network. Okay, I'll do it. This kind of thing, for hackers, is the biggest temptation. Welcome to join us, Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao is the hacker's code name. The real name is not important, the code name can represent him. It's very simple to deal with this kind of hacker, just grasp his needs, and deal with him directly. Yi Linsheng hopes that the next member can also be so smooth. Headquarters of St. Leah Group. A man put his hands together, looking very pious, and bowed to the shrine. Yi Linsheng sneered in his heart. This world is very strange, the richer the people are, the more they believe in Buddhism. It seems that after believing in Buddhism, they can wash away the money they earn through various despicable means. The man is the chairman and president of the Shenglia Group. The Shenglia Group is a company that makes money by making money from women. Under the guise of high-tech health care, they charge high fees, and then give customers saline solution, which is their best trick. Yi Linsheng has done live broadcasts, helped their company to attract customers, and knows a little about the inside story. What impressed him most was that once, when this man was chatting, he said that a female customer in her 50s, who wanted to keep her youthful appearance, spent 499,900 yuan in their company to inject 2 bottles of saline solution. Not only was he not ashamed, but he said smugly, "Old Yi, how much money can you make by live streaming and attracting customers? With your eloquence, you might as well come to our company. With your looks, you will definitely be able to charm those old ladies. And then promote saline solution as a beauty elixir. And you can make hundreds of thousands of yuan for one order." But Yi Linsheng just smiled and said, "I don't have the ability to make this kind of money. It's not that Yi Linsheng is so noble, but some money cannot be made. Otherwise, you will have a son without a buttocks." Now, Yi Linsheng has set his sights on this company. He has no psychological burden at all to get these ill-gotten gains. "Old Yi, you are not going to be a live streamer to sell goods, are you?" Yang Dongchen crossed his legs, and his face, which was somewhat androgynous after plastic surgery, was full of smiles. This is the vein of the beauty industry. Some handsome men make themselves extremely exquisite, and then act as lecturers or experts, selling beauty projects to female customers everywhere. This is the beauty trap. It just happens that older and wealthy women fall for it. So, Yang Dongchen has always valued Yi Linsheng, because Yi Linsheng is handsome enough. If he gets his eyebrows tattooed, plumped his nose, painted his lips, painted his eyeshadow, and trimmed his jawline, he will be a young man who is indistinguishable from a man or a woman. For those old ladies, he will be very attractive and lethal. Yi Linsheng smiled. "I heard that your revenue last year was 1.5 billion, you made a lot of money." Yang Dongchen shook his head. "Business is not good, those old ladies are getting more and more cunning." Yi Linsheng also knew that. He was telling the truth. Even if the old ladies are easy to cheat, but if you keep taking advantage of them, there will be a day when you will run out of money. The performance of St. Leah Company is now going downhill. This is also a normal result. A company that makes money by illegal means will definitely not go far. Moreover, Yi Linsheng knew that in just 1 month, this company would go bankrupt. A customer had a failed plastic surgery and reported it to the higher-ups. The higher-ups sent people to investigate and found a lot of problems. Yang Dongchen hurriedly ran away, and in the panic, he got into a car accident and died. No matter how pious he was to the Buddha, it couldn't save his life. Chapter 8 Ill-gotten gains, just used to rob the rich and help the poor. And his billions of assets were also confiscated. Yi Linsheng was attracted by this money. This kind of money, it is best to use it to save humanity. I won't waste my words, we are all acquaintances, I will just get straight to the point. I have a project to invest in, I need to borrow some money, for 45 days, and the interest rate is 2 points. Yi Linsheng said. 2 points is 20%, which is common in short-term lending between businessmen. Yang Dongchen didn't take it too seriously, and asked casually, "How much do you want?" 100,000, 200,000 can be borrowed, more than that is out of the question. Yang Dongchen knew Yi Linsheng well, knowing that he was wild, and had a sharp eye. 100,000 or 200,000 should be no problem. And it was a short-term loan, and the interest rate was high. It was obvious that Yi Linsheng had found a good way to make money, so he was willing to borrow some money at a high interest rate. Haha, for this amount of money, I might as well go to online loans. With my credit, I can borrow 1 or 800,000 without any problem, and the interest rate is low. Yi Linsheng said calmly. Yang Dongchen looked at Yi Linsheng suspiciously. How much do you want? I will lend you as much as you have. Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. And I will absolutely guarantee my credibility. Yang Dongchen became interested. Do you have a way? Yi Linsheng smiled mysteriously, but did not say it clearly. If you don't explain clearly, how can I lend you money? Yang Dongchen asked. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Yi Linsheng was not in a hurry. This kind of thing, don't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the more likely it is to go wrong. On the contrary, it is most effective to whet the other party's appetite. Nothing, I just found a way to invest. Yi Linsheng deliberately said lightly. Virtual currency? Is it a pig-killing scheme or a new pyramid scheme? Yang Dongchen shook his head. You can't get involved in these things. It's okay to enter in the early stage, but in the later stage, you will only be a buyer. You will only lose money. The so-called virtual currency is a Ponzi scheme that was popular 6 or 7 years ago. Build an app, then give it a cool digital currency name, and then start recruiting people to speculate in virtual currency. It is basically a disguised pyramid scheme. Those who enter in the early stage can make money. Those who enter in the later stage are all suckers, all leaks. For such virtual currency, some people can open 3 or 5 tradings a year and cut leaks several times. If it collapses, or there is a thunder, they just run away, change the place, change the name, and start again. The pig-killing trading is pure fraud. This was very popular in the past. Anyway, there are many leaks with a lot of money and stupidity. But in recent years, the crackdown has been severe, and people have become more vigilant, and it has basically disappeared. Yi Linsheng laughed. You don't know me yet? I got out of virtual currency 5 years ago. I never touch any plate. How about this? You lend me 50 million. Yang Dongchen took a breath of cold air, as if he had a toothache. Don't be sad. I know you have it. Besides, this is a bargain for you. The interest alone will be 10 million. And there are only 45 days left. I really don't have it. You also know that this is a joint stock company, and the money is in the company account. If you want to take it out, it must be approved by the board of directors. Yang Dongchen is also an old fox. How could he dare to borrow money so easily? But he really wants to know what Yi Linsheng is doing. After all, this guy has some tricks. How about this? You explain the project clearly. If it is really feasible, I will apply to the board of directors. Yi Linsheng sneered in his heart. What a bullshit board of directors. He holds 30% of the shares. His wife holds 30%. His 3-year-old son holds 30%. And the remaining 10% is held by several of his core partners. He has the final say in everything. However, Yi Linsheng was not in the mood to expose his lies. He just stood up and said with a smile, Forget it, I'm not interested in borrowing if it's less than 10 million. Seeing Yi Linsheng was about to leave, Yang Dongchen stopped him. Is it so mysterious? Yi Linsheng pretended to hesitate and said, This is a business secret. As for me, I can only tell you one thing, I got a top secret message. I can make a lot of money in the stock market. I need a month to build a position, and then half a month to make a profit. The profit is at least double. A little more, maybe 10 times. Yang Dongchen put his hand down. Stock market, can you see the current market situation? And, is the so-called news accurate? Yi Linsheng shrugged. I can only reveal so much. Goodbye. Yi Linsheng did not lie. He planned to make his first pot of gold from the stock market. A month later, a medical stock with excellent performance will suddenly explode, and the stock price will shrink by 70%. This is a great opportunity to make money. Yi Linsheng wanted to take the opportunity to short the stock market and make a fortune. By the way, if you have any money that cannot be put on the table, you can lend it to me. I will not only pay interest, but also turn it into reasonable and legal money. Yi Linsheng left quickly after leaving this bait. He was sure that this guy was tempted. Yi Linsheng knew that a lot of money in the Shanglia group was not issued with formal receipts. If this money could not be laundered, it would be found out, and a large amount of taxes would be paid. This sentence is definitely attractive to Yang Dongchen. Sure enough, before he even got home, he received a phone call. You left too hastily today, and I didn't treat you to a meal. So, I'll treat you tonight. There's a new private restaurant in the city, and we have fresh Wagyu beef. Okay. Yi Linsheng smiled coldly. And the fish was hooked. In the past few years, the Shanglia group has made a lot of money. Almost all the rich women in Jianhai City are their customers. Every month, they give them a lot of money. Tattooing a feng shui eyebrow, $199, $999, without bargaining. Selling a small ornament for the house, the starting price is several thousand yuan. Yang Dongchen said, the cost of these things is only a few dozen or 80 yuan. Absolutely huge profits. Selling these things, All depends on deception. Not to mention using saline instead of high-tech stem cells or active cell factors to cheat money. And Yang Dongshin's subordinates trained a large group of sissy-type handsome guys who can coax and cheat these middle-aged women. How can they resist this offensive? And they pay money obediently almost every month. This is more profitable than those midnight gigolos. The first time Yi Linsheng cooperated with them, he was completely impressed by their methods. It is said that women's money is the easiest to make, but Yi Linsheng didn't think so before. Only after seeing Yang Dongshin and his methods did he deeply understand this truth. He tidied his appearance and then walked out. He felt like a chivalrous man, and what he did was the great cause of robbing the rich and helping the poor. He felt very comfortable using these ill-gotten gains to save humanity. Chapter 9. Buy a coal mine and dig an underground city. The phone rang. Yi Linsheng, I found a good place to build an underground city. You raise money quickly. How much money? Yi Linsheng was happy and worried. The happy thing was that Luo Ji found a suitable place to build an underground city so quickly. The worried thing was that money is not so easy to make. Luo Ji, 100 million. Yi Linsheng, hurry up, at most 1 or 2 months, there may be changes. Luo Ji's tone was hurried, but although he didn't have much contact with him, Yi Linsheng also understood his character. A typical scientist, straightforward, no detours. Where? Western Mining has a coal mine for sale. If we can buy this place, then we can hide everything from the world. Yi Linsheng understood, and he got excited. This is indeed a good idea. After all, it is difficult to dig out a huge underground city without anyone knowing. But if we use the coal mine as a cover, everything will be easy. We can dig down freely and legitimately. Okay. I got it. I'll do it as soon as possible. Yi Linsheng put down the phone. He had to take down Yang Dongshin today. He had to make at least 100 million yuan in 1.5 months. A small goal. He couldn't even think about it before. But now, Yi Linsheng has great confidence. Royal Private Chef. Can you tell me more about it? Yang Dongshin asked seriously. There is a company that is about to go bankrupt. The market value of this company is tens of billions. After the bankrupt, the assets may drop by more than 60% or 70%. Or even more. I want to short this company, and the profit will be double or even several times. Yi Linsheng said. Yang Dongshin pondered and said, which company? You will definitely not reveal it. Right? This business secret is worth at least tens of millions. Of course I won't tell you. Yi Linsheng said calmly. Yang Dongshin frowned slightly. I can get some money to invest. But, you know, in this world, people still have to be cautious with each other. If I don't know the news for sure, how can I dare to invest? Yi Linsheng nodded. You are right. If I were a liar and absconded with the money, I would be finished. Yang Dongshin raised his glass. Old Yi, you are really clear-headed. Yi Linsheng also touched his glass. But, even though I said that, I still can't tell you this news, except for the short-selling company that did the research. I am the only one who knows it. Don't worry. I won't leak it. Yang Dongshin said. Yi Linsheng still shook his head. I'm sorry, Chairman Yang. It's not that I don't trust you, but I'm worried that you might accidentally reveal it. For example, in your sleep, or when you're drunk. This is not controlled by the mind. Once someone knows it, the information is worthless. Yang Dongshin was puzzled. I see. Aren't there all kinds of insider information on the market? Haha. Those insider information in the stock market are deliberately released by institutions to cooperate with cutting leaks. Who would tell others the real insider information? Let's not talk about others. Just take Lao Hong from our city's securities company. It wasn't until he was arrested that everyone knew that he made millions by using insider information. He didn't tell his wife about this news. Yang Dongshin sighed. Then, there is no way. I have to explain the situation to the board of directors before I can take out the money. If there is no sufficient reason, I can't take it out. Yi Linsheng showed a trace of anxiety. Is that so? Then I will think about it carefully. He drank a cup in silence, and suddenly clapped his hands. I got it. Yi Linsheng said excitedly. I have a good idea. You can ensure the safety of funds, and I can also ensure the safety of my information. How is it? You said. Yang Dongshin was completely hooked. It was time to close the line. You go to a securities company and open a trading account that can be used for margin trading. I will set the password, and you can receive fund information every day, but you cannot view specific transaction details. In this way, your fund security is guaranteed, and I can also make a lot of money with your capital. Yang Dongshin's eyes lit up. According to this approach, Yang Dongshin's money is still in his own account, and he can check fund information every day. Yi Linsheng can only trade, but cannot withdraw cash, nor can he cash out. Moreover, if he finds that there is a problem with the funds, if there is a clear loss, he can stop the loss in time and recover the account. In this way, even if he is cheated, he can only be cheated of a small amount at most. On the contrary, it is extremely difficult for Yi Linsheng to cash out, and he has to take great risks. Okay, I'll do it right away. How much money do you think is appropriate? Yang Dongshin completely let down his guard. The more the better. The market value of this company's circulating shares has reached more than 20 billion. If we borrow stocks, according to the fivefold leverage, we can borrow up to 1 billion stocks. In a maximum of 45 days, we can earn at least 500 million. Moreover, the more securities we borrow, the more funds we have, the deeper the decline may be. The domestic stock market is a one-sided market. You can only buy stocks at low prices and sell them at high prices to make money. But as long as you have strong funds, you can make money by borrowing stocks through securities companies. The so-called short selling by securities lending is actually to borrow stocks from securities companies and sell them first, and then buy them back to the securities companies when the prices fall. In this way, the spread in the middle is earned. Yi Linsheng will use the method of securities lending to borrow stocks in large amounts and sell them, and then buy them back when the stock prices fall, and earn the difference. As for the fivefold leverage, it means using 100 million yuan of funds to sell stocks worth 500 million yuan. In this way, you can use less money to make more money. However, the risk is high, and the return is also high. So, I want to raise 200 million yuan. Within this range, you can invest as much as you want. Yi Linsheng threw out his bait again. Haha. I'll invest 10 million. Yang Dongshin was still a little worried. Okay. When you have completed the formalities and opened an account, tell me the password. However, I have made it clear that if you check the transaction content privately, I will kick you out immediately. This news must not be leaked. Yi Linsheng said seriously. We also need to sign a confidentiality agreement. As long as you check the account transaction information privately, even if you break the agreement, you must compensate me according to the estimated profit of 200 million. Your only power can only check the account balance. Yi Linsheng said. Yi Linsheng had planned all this long ago. The more demanding the conditions are, the easier it is for the other party to believe. Sure enough, Yang Dongshin laughed. No problem. Anyway, I don't understand finance. This kind of business will be left to you. However, how do we divide it? Chapter 10 Feasibility Study on Detonating Yellowstone Volcano. Didn't I tell you that you get 2% interest? Yi Linsheng said. That's too stingy. I'm the investor. Yang Dongshin said. But you don't have to take the risk. Profits and losses are mine. Even if I lose, I will pay the interest. Yi Linsheng said. At this point, Yang Dongshin was completely convinced. In this way, I also take the risk, and we share the risk, so it's 50-50. Yi Linsheng laughed inwardly. This guy finally took the bait. Let's do this. We take 10 million as the base. For every additional 10 million in capital, you will get 1 more point. If you take all the 200 million in capital, you can share 40% of the profit. This is not reasonable. For every additional 10 million, I will get 2 more points. Yang Dongshin said. Yi Linsheng sneered in his heart, but his face remained calm. Greed is everyone's nature, and everyone's weakness. Okay, but the maximum limit is 50%. Otherwise, I can't earn less than you. Yi Linsheng said. According to this standard, Yang Dongshin can get 50% by taking out 150 million. Yi Linsheng estimated that 150 million was the limit for Yang Dongshin. This basically emptied his pockets. Deal. Deal. Xiao Yi. Come to me. I'll introduce someone to you. Luo Ji was very efficient, and he got into work quickly. He seemed to be more anxious than Yi Linsheng. Walking into Luo Ji's simple and messy room, Yi Linsheng saw an old man with gray hair. The old man had a pair of glasses thicker than the bottom of a wine bottle on his nose. Let me introduce you to a madman, who is as crazy as me, geologist Hu Bian. Luo Ji briefly introduced him, and then got to the point. Old Hu, this is Xiao Yi I told you about. Hu Bian raised his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at him for a long time. Do you want to detonate the Yellowstone volcano? Yi Linsheng was shocked. This was a secret between him and Luo Ji. How could he just say it out? But Luo Ji acted as if nothing had happened. Yi Linsheng had no choice but to say, I just want to discuss it. To see if it is possible. Then what are you going to do? Hu Baiyan was obviously very nearsighted. Even with glasses, he couldn't see people clearly, so his focus was always on Yi Linsheng's nose. I want to use a fighter to dive down, and then throw a ground-penetrating missile, as deep as possible into the Yellowstone crater, and then detonate a nuclear explosion. Yi Linsheng was shocked and discussed this issue with Luo Ji. Of course, it will definitely not work once. We will dive bomb repeatedly, until we open a gap. Hu Baiyan shook his head contemptuously. I am a madman. You are not. You are a fool. You don't know anything. The crust of the Yellowstone volcano is 7 or 8,000 meters thick. What power can a ground-penetrating missile have? Even if 100 or 80 missiles are used, they can't even penetrate 1,000 meters. Yi Lin became interested, and he found that Hu Baiyan didn't ask him why he wanted to detonate the Yellowstone volcano, but only asked him how to detonate the Yellowstone volcano. Obviously, in his eyes, the reason is not important. How to detonate is important. I am very knowledgeable about detonating volcanoes. You asked the right person. Hu Baiyan has a common problem among scientists, that is, he is very frugal with words. But once it comes to his own specialty, he will talk endlessly, and he doesn't care whether others can understand him or not. The thickness of the Earth's crust is 7 or 8 kilometers. If you want to detonate the Yellowstone volcano, you must drill a hole first. Our country's drilling rig can drill to a depth of 12 kilometers, which is enough. Then fill 4 nuclear bombs in the borehole and detonate them together. It sounds simple, but it is difficult to do in practice. Especially the location of these 4 boreholes is very important. They must be accurately built in the most vulnerable part of the Earth's crust. After doing all this, if you want to expand the vent, you need to use fighter jets to dive bomb. Widen the cave entrance, Hu Baiyan said. Yi Linsheng asked suspiciously, Mr. Hu, you don't say this casually, but rather as if you have thought it through. Hu Baiyan laughed. 30 years ago, I started studying how to detonate volcanoes. Why? Of course, it's because of global warming. If the Yellowstone volcano is detonated, the volcanic ash it emits can block 80% of the sunlight, and last for 5 to 30 days, which will directly reduce the temperature of the Earth by more than 10 degrees. Hu Baiyan shrugged. It's just that my research paper was rejected. They all said I was crazy, and was dancing on the edge of a knife. They said that if the volcano is not well controlled, a new ice age will form. The life on Earth will be reduced by more than half, and at least 70% to 80% of humans will die. Haha. I said they are too timid. Seeing Hu Baiyan's eyes shining, Yi Linsheng knew why Luo Ji called him here. This old man is obviously a treasure. Can you tell me in detail about your detonation plan? Yi Linsheng asked. There are many volcanoes on the blue planet, but there are 2 largest ones. One is the Yellowstone volcano, with a crust thickness of 7 or 8,000 meters. If you want to detonate it, it is not difficult. There is also a volcano in the Southern Sea area, more than 2,000 meters deep, which is larger than the Yellowstone volcano. However, if you want to detonate a volcano, it is better to detonate the Yellowstone volcano directly. The Yellowstone volcano is on land, and it is easy to construct. The Yellowstone volcano erupts every 700,000 years or so, and it is still about 100,000 years away from the next eruption. According to this time calculation, the current crust thickness should be very thin, and it is easier to detonate. For nuclear explosions, can definitely detonate. As for the one under the sea, because it was discovered late, it has not been studied thoroughly enough. The possibility of success is hard to say. If you really want to detonate a volcano, then it is best to detonate the Yellowstone volcano. Hu Baiyan suddenly shook his head. But it is basically impossible. Their country will not allow us to construct it. I see. I want to ask, if you want to detonate the Yellowstone volcano, how long will it take to drill holes in the ground? Yi Linsheng asked. Generally speaking, it takes 10 years. Hu Baiyan's words made Yi Linsheng feel disappointed. 10 years. The daylily is gone. Is there any way to speed it up? Yes. As long as there is a drilling rig that can withstand ultra-high temperatures. Because the crust of the Yellowstone volcano should be very soft. If it's fast, it will take about 3 to 5 years. 1.5 years at most. Is that okay? Yi Linsheng only has this much time. Hu Baiyan shrugged. This needs to be discussed by experts in drilling. Yi Linsheng took a deep breath. Mr. Hu, I plan to hire you as our technical consultant. Are you really going to detonate the volcano? Hu Baiyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Chapter 11 Three-Dimensional Underground City Design. Okay. Although I'm old, I can still be there whenever I'm called. These scientists are very persistent people. Seeing that their research could be realized, they are more excited than anyone else. By the way, why did you detonate the volcano? Hu Baiyan suddenly asked. It is said that there are a lot of diamonds and gold underneath. Yi Linxing said perfunctorily. Oh, for money. Hu Baiyan suddenly felt a little disappointed. Obviously, money is not very attractive to scientists. Mr. Hu, since you are a geographer, I would like to ask, if I want to build an underground city, is there anything I need to pay attention to? Yi Linxing asked. Although Luo Ji is also a scientist, there are many types of science. Luo Ji is good at basic physics, while Hu Baiyan is good at geography, which can be said to have a very wide range. In terms of building underground cities, Professor Hu Baiyan is obviously better. Underground city? That depends on how you build it. Just dig a basement, it's also an underground city. Find an air raid shelter and renovate it, it's also an underground city. Hu Baiyan said. Oh, at least it has to hide from ground detection, so that people don't know there's such a city underground. For example, digging an underground city 10,000 meters underground. Yi Linxing said. 10,000 meters, that's almost like an oven. If you want people to live comfortably, there must be good ventilation. Otherwise, people won't stay there for long and will be roasted. Hu Baiyan said. Yi Linxing's heart moved, and he suddenly understood why he was discovered by aliens. It turned out that it was not because of the pipeline, but because of his heat dissipation device. If you want to live 10,000 meters underground, you must have a powerful heat dissipation system. This is what Yi Linxing spent a lot of money to buy. Use underground heat energy to provide electricity and energy to the basement. But if you want to use underground heat, you must have a system that can exchange energy with the ground. And this system, Yi Linxing originally built under the lake. But now it seems that it is probably this cooling system that exposed his whereabouts. Or, it is the pipeline and the cooling system that betrayed his whereabouts. It made it easy for aliens to find their underground bunkers. If you really want to build an underground city, there is no need to build it so deep. With human detection technology, 1 or 2 kilometers is enough. Without using special large-scale equipment and conducting long-term research, it is impossible to detect it. Hu Baiyan said. 1 or 2 kilometers is enough. Yi Linxing suddenly felt a lot less pressure. You know, digging 1 meter deeper will cost a lot more money. Yi Linxing is well aware of this. Yes. Can the detection satellites in space detect it? Bullshit. The most advanced remote sensing satellites can only detect a depth of 10 meters underground at most. Let me tell you, humans don't know as much about the underground as they do about the space. It's because humans don't know much about the underground. Hu Baiyan said. This made Yi Linxing feel relieved. In this way, the pressure on his shoulders would be much lighter. In fact, if we build an underground city, we can use underground thermal energy to do many things, and even build a completely closed and independent underground city, using the ground temperature difference, which can provide sufficient energy. If there is a circulating groundwater resource above the underground city, it would be even more amazing. It would be a natural energy exchange device, and it would cost nothing. Hu Baiyan's words gave Yi Linxing and Luo Ji more confidence. The idea of an underground city has begun to emerge. In an underground city thousands of meters deep, there is a circulating underground river above the head. The excess heat brought by geothermal energy is taken away by the underground river, and the energy of the entire underground city is all converted from geothermal energy, isolated from the world. This will be a perfect underground city plan. Now, the biggest problem is still one word: money. Dongfeng Machine Repair Factory. A fat man is holding a wrench and hitting the skeleton of a car that has been disassembled into parts. Be quick, I need to deliver it today. The man is about 50 years old, and his body is covered with various stains, but his face and hands are clean, which is very different from the apprentices next to him. This is the second person Yi Linxing is looking for. The people Yi Linxing is looking for must have one characteristic. They don't need to be from a professional background. It's best if they are from a wild background. What he wants to do is something that only a madman would do. Any reasonable person, if they knew Yi Linxing's true purpose, would report him. Only a madman would go crazy with him. The owner of the repair shop in front of him, Mr. Chang, is such a madman. The state has clearly prohibited private modification of vehicles, But the Dongfeng engine repair chief specializes in this kind of dirty work. Boss Chang is a self-made man. He has never received formal training. He has learned everything by himself and explored everything by himself. He is nicknamed a local expert. His masterpiece is a certain model of car produced by a famous car company, which had a large number of failures after it was launched. These cars were repeatedly repaired in 4S shops, and parts were repeatedly replaced, but none of them were repaired. In the end, the manufacturer had to use other models of cars to replace them to calm down the incident. Later, during the investigation, it was found that more than half of the same model cars in Jiang'ai City had not been sent for repair, and they had been running well. Finally, the investigation revealed that the reason was that the oil circuits of these cars had been modified by Dongfeng Machine Repair Factory. The fault that countless 4S shop masters, including the factory engineers, could not fix was actually fixed by a machine repair shop that came from a wild way. Boss Chang became famous from then on. Boss Chang not only knows how to modify cars, his greatest ability is to know everything. As long as it was mechanical, he could learn it by himself. It was just because he had no diploma that no large company was willing to hire him. He could not stand the restrictions of large companies. He simply opened a machine repair shop and took on any mechanical work, especially car modification. He dared to take it. Xiao Yi, are you going to modify your old car? When he saw Yi Linsheng, Boss Chang dropped his work and walked over. Yi Linsheng smiled harmlessly. Old Chang, I won't modify this old car, but I do have a big project. I wonder if you are interested. Big project? Make a bed that vibrates automatically or a chair that does splits automatically, Boss Chang said jokingly. Yi Linsheng laughed. Old Sipai, although I have many tricks, I still don't need these things. I just want to drill a hole. Chapter 12, Drilling a hole that breaks the world record. Do you need to come to me to drill a hole? Boss Chang waved the wrench in his hand. I'm old, I can't drill anymore. Drilling a hole that breaks the world record. Is there a world record for this? Of course there is. The deepest hole in the world is more than 12,000 meters, and it took almost 20 years. Let's drill a hole of 10,000 meters, and it will be best to finish it in 1 year. Those academics can't do it, but I know that you, a local expert, must have a way, Yi Linsheng said. Oh my god. You really drilled a hole. What else do you think you drilled for? By the way, are you interested in modifying rockets? Yi Linsheng looked down at the text message and his interest increased. Rockets? Boss Chang looked puzzled. The kind that makes rain? No. The kind that takes satellites up to the sky and can be recovered. Okay. As long as you think it through. I have no problem. Boss Chang didn't take it seriously. Rockets are high-tech. And Yi Linsheng is a small businessman. How can he build rockets? But he soon found out that he was wrong. Because Yi Linsheng actually did it for real. Then it's settled. I'm going to acquire Deep Blue Aerospace Technology Company. When the time comes, I'll ask you to be a technical researcher, Yi Linsheng said. Deep Blue, the company that just launched a rocket into the sky and returned it? Boss Chang was a little confused. This is a big joke. Besides, he's not familiar with rockets. Isn't this something that only high-end talents can do? Yes. But Yi Linsheng gave Boss Chang a meaningful look. You can't do it? I'll go. A man should never say no. Although Lianpa is old, he can still do it. Boss Chang's fighting spirit soared. For Boss Chang, as long as it is a power machine, there is nothing he can't do. Although rockets are high-tech, in the final analysis, they need to rely on power machines. Then he can definitely do it. Seeing Yi Linsheng walk out with confidence, Boss Chang slapped himself hard. Damn it, what happened just now? Why was I led by a madman by the nose? This Xiao Yi is really crazy, and still wants to buy Deep Blue Aerospace Technology. Boss Chang, who thinks he is a madman, finds that compared with Yi Linsheng, he is just a normal person. Yi Linsheng is the big madman. The text message just now was sent by Yang Dongchen. The account number and password of Zhongnan Securities are all sent. I entered the system and took a look. The account funds are 50 million. I don't know the account opener. It should be that Yang Dongchen opened the account in the name of a confidant. Yang Dongchen obviously had reservations and only invested 50 million. However, Yi Linsheng was confident that he would continue to pay. The stock that Yi Linsheng was interested in was a pharmaceutical company. The company had made a fortune by taking advantage of the national crisis. But the company was unlucky. 1 month later, When it was about to give employees high bonuses, it suddenly laid off a large number of employees. When it was doing research and development, the company promised to give 10% of its profits as rewards to employees. Now that they have made a lot of money, they have continued to make unscrupulous moves. On the eve of the bonus, they laid off 80% of the scientific researchers. It stands to reason that a growing pharmaceutical company would continue to add R&D funds after making money to become bigger and stronger. However, this company has abandoned the donkey after it has done its job. For a little profit, it has laid off these scientific researchers who have been well trained. It is obvious that they do not intend to become bigger and stronger, but to stop while they are ahead and make money and leave. Who can tolerate such a company? Therefore, as soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a stock price avalanche, directly killing 70% of the market value. This is the famous Raji Pharmaceuticals, a leading pharmaceutical company that is wildly sought after by domestic funds. This news will cause a huge sensation in the future. The continuous decline of more than a dozen limit boards also made investors lose confidence. Yi Linsheng wanted to dig out the first pot of gold with this news. However, Yang Dongchen's 150 million was not enough. With such good news, the more money the better. Yi Linsheng needs to find more investors. The stock market is the best way to make money by taking advantage of information asymmetry. It is also the easiest way. Haicheng Coffee Shop. The charming lady boss is reviewing the market seriously. Did you make money? Yi Linsheng sat opposite with a harmless smile on his face. The lady boss snorted and turned off the computer. Make money? In this market? How can you make money? You can only be a leak. Yi Linsheng took the computer from the lady boss without saying anything, and his strong and savage appearance caused the lady boss to have stars in her eyes. After turning on the computer, a quick glance showed that the boss's wife had bought more than a dozen popular stocks. Now they are falling like crazy. Moreover, in the days ahead, they will continue to fall. However, one of the stocks is resistant to falling, and will soar in the future. Yi Linsheng has been paying attention to the stock market, and remembers these trends very clearly. He said calmly, your stocks are expected to plummet recently, at least 20%. The boss's wife said suspiciously, why didn't I know you were still trading stocks? Yi Linsheng really didn't trade stocks much, but that didn't mean he didn't pay attention to the stock market. Because, the stock market is the best source of information. Many news that have not been announced by the media will be reflected in the stock market in advance. For example, before the sharp drop, Raji Pharmaceuticals had been falling slightly. This is actually because an insider was quietly selling before the news was announced. Yi Linsheng must show his strength to the boss lady, so that he can get her investment. I am doing private equity now. I will tell you a piece of news. All your stocks, except Chang'an Technology, will fall, and have been falling for half a month. Only Chang'an Technology will rise tomorrow, and at least 5 daily limits. Yi Linsheng boasted. Private equity. I don't believe you. The boss lady stood up, glanced at Yi Linsheng coquettishly. Why are you willing to come to see me today? Don't you want to struggle? If so, I will support you. Yi Linsheng didn't say anything, but looked up and down at the boss lady meaningfully. The boss lady puffed out her chest. Why? Do you think I'm too old? Haven't you heard that? 30 is like a wolf. 40 is like a tiger. Yi Linsheng laughed. Forget it. I can't afford it. You should go back and deal with your husband. The boss lady just likes to make some nonsensical jokes with Yi Linsheng. He is just a waste. The boss lady looked resentful. Yi Linsheng saw that the fire was almost ready. Don't eat papaya. It's useless. Don't force your husband to eat wolfberry leeks, cordyceps and so on. It's useless. Chapter 13. Some things must be done now. The boss lady looked helpless. That damn guy is listless all day long. If he doesn't take some tonic medicine, it won't work. Yi Linsheng laughed again. I'll give you a prescription, guaranteed to be useful. Yi Linsheng was ready to kill. Women will only ignore everything when their marriage is in crisis. The boss lady is less than 40 years old this year, and owns more than a dozen stores. The cash in her hands is at least tens of millions. This cafe doesn't make any money at all, she just uses it to make a living. She has a dishonest husband, who goes out to have affairs all day long, and then tries all kinds of ways to get his wife's money. Yi Linsheng just took a fancy to her spare money. If he doesn't give her a little bit of a ruthless reward, she won't be willing to invest all her capital. Although it may break up their marriage, Yi Linsheng has no pressure. The world is about to end. What does he need an unfaithful man for? It is better to use this money to save the whole human race. Can you prescribe medicine? The boss lady looked unconvinced. Yi Linqing said lightly, and the boss lady's face changed. The prescription is very simple. You close the foot massage shop downstairs from your house, and your husband will be fine. Before the boss lady could react, he added, by the way, take good care of his money. I guarantee that he will pester you every day in the future. Just as he walked out of the coffee shop, he heard the boss lady's lion roar behind him. Zhu Xiaotian, you should get out of here right now. Zhu Xiaotian is the boss's name. It is estimated that from today on, Zhu Xiaotian's happy days will come to an end. Yi Linqing smiled proudly. His plan has taken another step forward. As soon as he entered Luo Ji's house, Yi Linqing felt his eyes brightened. The clean room was very different from Luo Ji's doghouse-like office. A girl was busy in and out of the room. My sister? You should have seen her, Luo Ji explained. The girl and Yi Linqing looked at each other. No. Yes. The girl looked at Yi Linqing strangely. We definitely haven't met. I have a good memory, I won't be wrong. Yi Linqing smiled faintly. I saw you in the future. Yes, on the spaceship. Yi Linqing had some impression. When Luo Ji was captured by aliens, he should have brought his sister with him. The girl understood. She stretched out her hand. Luo Qingyu. Yi Linqing. Taking the tea handed over by Luo Qingyu, Luo Ji said, I recommend my sister to be your assistant. Without waiting for Yi Linqing to speak, he added, I asked my sister to resign. Although she thinks we are both crazy, she still listens to me as her brother. I didn't want to do this anyway. That boss is dirty. Luo Qingyu sat down in front of Yi Linqing in a capable manner. Her appearance is not very stunning, but she fits the capable image of a secretary. Brother. Mr. Yi. How is my salary calculated? Luo Qingyu looks like a professional woman, and she speaks very straightforwardly. Yi Linqing smiled. Believe me, in this world, money is the most useless thing. I don't really believe in the end of the world you talk about. Also, you said you were reborn. I don't believe it even more. Luo Qingyu tilted her head and stared at Yi Linqing. Since you are reborn, can you tell me something that is about to happen? For example, what will I say next? Sorry, when I saw you in my last life, you were on a spaceship. We met for only a few minutes. You took cyanide, and everyone died. I know very little about you. Then what am I wearing? I don't know. I didn't pay much attention to you. This sentence is the truth. After all, in that state, Yi Linqing had no intention of looking at beautiful women. When life and death are at stake, beautiful women have no appeal. But Luo Qingyu was obviously very confident in her appearance. Then I don't trust you even more. You have seen me, but you don't know what I am wearing. You don't need to trust him. You just need to be his assistant. Luo Ji shrugged. If you think the income is too low, I will give you all my salary. This topic about salary is finally over. It just so happens that I also need someone I can trust to help me with some things. Qingyu, let's find a quieter place to use as an office tomorrow. We will start working. Yi Linqing rubbed his palms. The money is in place, and a few helpers have been found. Now it's time to start showing off. You, don't call me Qingyu. Luo Qingyu said unhappily. Okay. Qingyu. Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu was very efficient and rented an office very quickly. This is an entrepreneurial park. Because the real economy has been difficult in recent years, many factories in the entrepreneurial park have closed down. The prices here are cheap, and the supporting facilities are complete, which is exactly what Yi Linqing needs. Now there are several major things in front of Yi Linqing. The first thing is to make 1 trillion. The second thing is to buy a coal mine. The third thing is to merge Deep Blue Aerospace Technology Company. Any of these things is something that only a madman can think of. But Yi Linqing treated it as a task that had to be completed within a few months. No need to decorate, just bring the lines in and start working, Yi Linqing said. Without decoration, won't it be shabby? Luo Qingyu asked. We are doing practical things. We don't want any of those who want to fish in troubled waters. Yi Linqing turned on the computer. Can you buy and sell stocks? A little bit. Okay, just stay at the computer and buy and sell according to my requirements. I'm going to the neighboring county now. What are you going to do in the neighboring county? Luo Qingyu obviously still has some doubts about Yi Linqing. A big thief is about to be released from prison. I'm going to welcome him. Yi Linqing said this and left like a gust of wind. Yi Linqing is really anxious now. He is anxious to raise money. The larger the capital, the more money you can make. The fastest place to make money is undoubtedly the stock market. Yi Linsheng is a reborn person who has mastered the information gap. He can make a lot of money by using the information gap. However, the more capital he has, the more money he can earn. So, he must raise money quickly. He must raise money at all costs. He needs the 10 million from the coffee shop owner and the 150 million from Yang Dongchen. He needs any money that can be made immediately. Now, he has set his sights on another 100 million stolen money. However, he cannot make it by himself. So he must find a helper. He goes to the neighboring county to find this helper. If it were a normal era, Yi Linsheng would not have such an idea at all. He would not touch any criminal matter. But what time is it now? It is the eve of the end of the world. Chapter 14, The Great Thief. Humanity is about to perish. In 6 years, aliens will invade the Earth and destroy the entire human race. In order to save more people, Yi Linsheng is willing to do many things that he would never do before. This stolen money of more than 100 million yuan was a news story that Yi Linsheng saw on TV in his previous life. A corrupt official piled up more than 100 million yuan of money of unknown origin in a house in a community in Jianghai City. The truth came out. During the search, this house was found. The bank specially sent a cash transport truck, and it was barely able to hold so much money even after filling it up. This incident was one of the most sensational news of the year. Now, Yi Linsheng had to steal the money before the other party was caught. It was perfect to use the stolen money to save humanity. Qishan County. The door of the first prison slowly opened, and a man who looked honest walked out. He had an uncut crew cut, a canvas coat of unknown color, a pair of old man shoes on his feet, and a pair of wrinkled black face. He looked like an honest farmer who had never traveled far. But Yi Linsheng knew that this was a genuine master thief. However, in this era full of high technology, the life of a master thief was too hard. If he was not careful, he would be caught by the surveillance camera. The man lowered his head, carried a snakeskin bag, bowed to the door that was slowly closing behind him, and looked like a good citizen who had turned over a new leaf. But Yi Linsheng knew that in another 3 months, he would be sent to prison again. There was no way. He only knew the skill of stealing, and his old-fashioned theft methods would always be caught by the high-tech police. Muzzy, this way. Yi Linsheng stuck his head out and called out to the man. The moment he heard the word Muzzy, the man's honest eyes suddenly shone with brilliance, but only for a short moment. He returned to his honest look. Which brother called me? Yi Linsheng waved. Get in the car, I'll welcome you. Muzzy looked at Yi Linsheng, and then looked inside the car vigilantly, confirming that there was no one else. Then asked, do we know each other? No. Muzzy looked doubtful. I admire your ability, Muzzy. So I'm inviting you to dinner. That's all. Yi Linsheng showed a harmless smile again. This is Yi Linsheng's greatest ability. This smile always confuses those who are not familiar with him. It also makes people relax their vigilance. I don't plan to enter the palace again, Muzzy said. Don't think too much. Just have a meal. Yi Linsheng opened the car door. Muzzy is also a well-traveled person, and he knows that Yi Linsheng definitely has no ill intentions. Besides, he was a newcomer, and there was nothing to blackmail. But he certainly had no good intentions. He was not attracted by his wealth, but by his personality. However, the barefoot are not afraid of the shoes. Seeing Muzzy's thin body eating all the dishes on the table, Yi Linsheng looked at him up and down several times in confusion. So many dishes on the table. Were they really put into the stomach of this thin man? You are full. Tell me. I will help you if I can. However, if it involves a crime, then forget it. This time I come out. I want to be a good person. Without outsiders. Muzzy returned to his original nature, and the honest old farmer's face disappeared. Instead, he was replaced by a face full of cunning and slyness. If you say it is a crime, it is a crime. But no one will call the police, and you won't go to jail, Yi Linsheng said. Black eating black? It's not the underworld. I see. A public servant with dirty hands and feet. Muzzy is indeed an old man in the world. And he guessed the reason at once. Almost. How much can I get? Hat stared at Yi Linsheng with a pair of cunning eyes. He obviously couldn't imagine that Yi Linsheng, who looked handsome, was actually a guy who engaged in shady activities. 1%? No. Muzzy rolled his eyes. 1% is more than 10 million. Yi Linsheng was not in a hurry. Muzzy was shocked. He stood up suddenly. Oh my god. Such a big fish? The fish is not big, but fat. Yi Linsheng was telling the truth. The target is not a high-ranking official, but it is definitely a lucrative position. He is very courageous, and he takes everything he should and shouldn't take, so he was caught half a year later. The truly timid ones will be very secretive, and will live a long life. Only this fool will be so bold. What Yi Linsheng has to do is to get all his stolen money before he is arrested. Mousie was obviously very entangled. He fell into deep thought. After a while he said, "Forget it, I promised others that I would be an honest person after I get out. No longer in the underworld." This result made Yi Linsheng very strange. He thought, according to his memory of his previous life, this guy would be arrested for committing a crime again in 3 months. The reason why Yi Linsheng was impressed was that when this guy was arrested, he only had a few dollars on him. The amount of his theft was only a few $100s. It was only because of the bad nature and the habitual offender who refused to change after repeated education that he was sentenced to a heavy sentence. The current Mousie actually rejected his invitation, which made him very curious. "Who did you agree to?" Mousie didn't say anything. "A woman?" Yi Linsheng probably guessed something. Mousie showed a rare awkwardness on his face. Although he still didn't say anything, he agreed. Yi Linsheng didn't say much. He handed Mousie a mobile phone. "This is the phone I prepared for you. It has my number and contact information. You take it first. When you figure it out, send me a message." Weimin Community. This is a community exclusively for public officials. In the entire Jianhai city, Weimin Community is the most tightly guarded community. Without an access card, it is strictly forbidden to enter. However, this kind of thing is not difficult for hacker Xiao Dao. After hearing the task assigned to him by Yi Linsheng, he just glanced at Yi Linsheng with contempt, then picked up his mobile phone and operated it for a while, and copied an access card and handed it to Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng asked him the principal. Xiao Dao said disdainfully, "The information of the access card has long been shared on the big platform. As long as the user information can be cracked, the access card can be easily copied. Next time, don't look for me for such a thing. As a hacker, it is very embarrassing to do such a thing." Okay. Yi Linsheng was a little worried at first, but now he tested it and found that there was no pressure and he could enter the community directly. It was his first time to check the place, and Yi Linsheng was a little nervous. Chapter 15. The boss lady invites me. Although I failed to convince Mousie, I still have to do what I have to do. This more than 100 million yuan must be taken. So, Yi Linsheng took action personally. The target is number 3. Floor 30. Building 25. Yi Linsheng needs to get the basic information of this family. When he walked into the elevator, Yi Linsheng found that he had to swipe his card to reach the corresponding floor. Just like a 5-star hotel, the security measures were quite strict. The card that Xiao Dao copied for him was from another building, and it couldn't be used at all. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the security guard, he had no choice but to withdraw. Yi Linsheng's first scouting of the place came back empty-handed. As a thief, Yi Linsheng was still not qualified. On the outskirts of Jianhai City, a man who looked like an old farmer knocked on the iron gate. "Who is it?" A strong female voice came from the room. The door of the inner room opened, and a peasant woman walked out. The peasant woman came to the iron gate in a hurry, and just as she was about to stretch out her hand to open the iron gate, her hand suddenly stopped. Seeing the man, the woman's face instantly fell. "You came out?" "I came out." Seeing the woman, Muzzy felt guilty. "Go away. You have never been back to this house anyway." But the woman did not open the door. "I really changed this time." Mousie showed a flattering smile. "Who is it?" A man's voice came from the room. Mousie's face changed. "Who is it?" The embarrassment on the woman's face flashed. "My man." Mousie felt suffocated. You shouldn't have come." "But we are not married. And I can't be a widow waiting for you." The trace of guilt on the woman's face completely disappeared. "But you said you would wait for me to come out," the man whispered. "That was a lie. The police officer told me to say that, saying it would make it easier for you to reform." The woman turned her head back and looked at him. "Go away, lest he finds out." Mousie felt sad. Over the years, he had reformed himself seriously, just for the promise of this woman. Now he realized that everything was a joke. "I want to see my daughter." "My daughter doesn't even know you exist. Why do you have to see her?" The woman was a little impatient. "No matter what, she is my flesh and blood. I want to see her." Mousie was a little angry. Get out, get out." The woman opened the door, put her hands on her hips, and approached step by step. You still have the nerve to say that she is your daughter. I haven't seen you since my daughter was born. She has nothing to do with you, get out. Seeing the familiar scene and familiar posture, Mousie finally confirmed that this was the woman he once had. He took a step back. Just let me see you. Just once. Don't be so shameless. You want to see your daughter? How are you going to tell her who you are? You want to tell her that she has a thief father? You want her to be unable to hold her head up for the rest of her life? Get out. If you don't get out, I'll use a dumb fork to fork you out. The woman jumped and cursed, all her fierceness in the past, coming out. Mousie didn't say anything. The woman shouting and cursing made him feel very uncomfortable. He suddenly realized that he was afraid to see his daughter. In the evening, Mousie lay on the wall and watched his daughter squatting on a stool doing homework for more than 10 minutes. When the woman in the room came out, Mousie finally made up his mind. He came down from the wall, took out the phone that Yi Linsheng gave him, and dialed it. The phone rang. Yi Linsheng pressed the answer button. Xiao Yi, are you really doing private equity? A smile appeared on Yi Linsheng's face. The medicine he had given should be effective. Yes, but don't ask me for any inside information. What I can tell you is not inside information. Real inside information cannot be disclosed. Otherwise, I will be involved in a crime. Yi Linsheng said seriously. I know this. Can you come to my house and help me check my stocks? This is not against the rules. Right? The boss's voice was sweet and soft. Just like her. Yi Linsheng sighed in his heart. Some men are just not satisfied. They have such a rich and charming wife. But they don't cherish her. Her man Zhu Xiaotian is obviously this type. Yi Linsheng felt sorry for the boss lady. Okay, I'll be there right away. Yi Linsheng hung up the phone and said to Luo Qingyu, Qingyu, sell 10 million of Raj Pharmaceuticals today. Don't sell too much. Each transaction must be a different amount, so that our purpose will not be easily discovered by others. Don't call me Qingyu, we are not that familiar. Okay, Qingyu. Looking at Yi Linsheng's back as he walked out, Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes. She really couldn't understand this Yi Linsheng. Moreover, she had strong doubts about the ideas of Yi Linsheng and his brother Luo Ji. Especially when Yi Linsheng said that he was a reborn person, Luo Qingyu, who had received more than 10 years of education. Would not believe it. The reason why she was willing to be Yi Linsheng's assistant was that she wanted to see what this guy's purpose was. After 2 days of contact, she found that Yi Linsheng was thinking normally most of the time. Only when talking about the goals for the next 3 months, he would appear extremely crazy and unreasonable. On the blackboard behind her, Yi Linsheng's 3-month goal was written. 1. Make money. 2. Buy a coal mine. 3. Acquire Deep Blue Aerospace Technology Company. With their current strength, they would never come up with such a goal without a 10-year brain thrombosis. But Yi Linsheng was very confident and full of energy. The weirdest thing was that he could actually control 50 million yuan of funds. With a 5-fold leverage, he could leverage 250 million yuan of funds to venture into the stock market. Who is so rich that he would invest money in this madman? Seeing the boss lady wearing pajamas to greet customers, Yi Linsheng understood that the boss lady had kicked her husband Zhu Xiaotian out of the house. Where is the boss? Yi Linsheng asked knowingly. I am the boss. The boss lady was obviously very angry. Oh, where is your man? Yi Linsheng deliberately fanned the flames to divert the boss lady's attention. Otherwise, this pure cabbage of his might be eaten by the boss lady tonight. Don't mention him to me. I've already asked for a divorce from him. The boss's wife was obviously misled. You don't know, he actually hooked up with those sluts in the foot massage parlor. Every month. He can't collect a penny of rent, and he has to pay for it. No wonder I always find that there is less money at home. The boss's wife became more and more angry, with tears in her eyes, and she wanted to bury her head in Yi Linsheng's arms and suffer. Although the boss's wife is very charming, Yi Linsheng also has a bottom line. Your own customers, that can't be touched. Do you really want a divorce? Chapter 16 The Age of Thieves having no way to survive. Definitely leave. This kind of useless man, can't make money, can't be used, what do I need him for? The lady boss returned to normal. Xiao Yi, help me look at the stocks, I invested more than 1 million, and now I'm losing a lot, I've lost all my coffin money. Except for Chang'an Technology, all your stocks are not good, cut your losses early. Yi Linsheng turned his eyes from somewhere to the computer screen with difficulty. Then please recommend me some stocks. The boss lady leaned over opposite Yi Linsheng, and it was unclear whether she was looking at the screen or Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng controlled his mind and sight. Boss lady, you know I am doing private equity now. If I say too much, it may involve leaking secrets. It's okay, I'm the only one here. I won't tell anyone. It's hard to say. If you knew the inside information, would you be able to bear not to tell your relatives and friends? And your little sisters? Yi Linsheng glanced at the boss lady jokingly. The charming lady boss frowned and thought for a while. She found that she really couldn't keep the secret. So she had to give up. Hey, aren't you doing private placement? Can I invest? The lady boss finally fell into Yi Linsheng's trap. I guess your strength is not enough. Our minimum threshold is 10 million. Yi Linsheng used a low-end and tacky method of provoking. However, the more low-end and tacky the trick is, the more useful it is. In order to enhance the effect, Yi Linsheng continued to provoke. Let me pick a stock for you from the stocks we have built up, which is Chang'an Technology. There will be 5 daily limit ups in the future. If you can buy it quickly. At the end of today's trading, it may break the daily limit up slightly. Don't hesitate. Go all in immediately. Only by laying a long line can you catch a big fish. Playing hard to get. This is Yi Linsheng's specialty. Yi Linsheng is determined to take the 10 million spare money of the boss's wife. In addition, there is another 100 million funds, which must also be taken. I just don't know when Mousy will call me. Everything is ready. Except Mousy. The phone rang. Yi Linsheng took a look and smiled. It really is what I wish for. It's the Wayman community again. This time 2 people went in. Mousy and Yi Linsheng. Mousy was wearing a migrant worker's clothes and carrying a toolbox. Yi Linsheng, like an owner, took Mousy into the Wayman community. This time, there was no misunderstanding. Xiao Dao made the access card for the owner of number 4. Building 25. Floor 30. This was enough for them to enter the target floor. The community has tight security, there are no blind spots in the surveillance cameras, and everyone who enters the community will be monitored. Mousy did not seem to turn his head, but everything around him entered his sight. The security guards have mobile posts, and they will actively check suspicious people when they see them. The security guards in this community are even more competent than the security guards in the bank, Mousy said as he walked. Yi Linsheng turned his head and glanced at the patrolling security guards. I wonder, why is the community of public officials so tight? It is because it is a community of public officials that such tight security is needed, Mousy said mysteriously. They are most afraid of being stolen. Yi Linsheng suddenly realized. Nowadays, thieves basically have no way to survive. People don't carry cash with them anymore. And they don't keep cash at home. Mobile phones have anti-theft features. And if you steal a mobile phone, you can only sell it for parts. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. And if you are not careful, you will be caught. There are really not many ways left for thieves. The only way to make a fortune is to steal luxury goods and valuable jewelry in the homes of some rich people. Luxury goods and valuable jewelry need to be sold to cash, which increases the chance of being exposed. And it must be sold at a low price, which greatly reduces the value. Cash is the favorite of thieves. And the only people who keep cash at home are the residents of this community. Because of well-known reasons, these residents have a lot of cash at home. Therefore, if security is not improved, these residents dare not live in peace. After successfully reaching the 25th floor, Mousy walked quickly to the door and took a look. Double insurance with fingerprint lock and key. No, there is also triple insurance with digital password. The door is a high-strength anti-theft door, and violent dismantling is basically impossible. The key is an anti-theft key, but I can handle it. As for the password, it's a little more troublesome, and I can't do anything about the fingerprint. He took out a ball of plasticine-like thing and stuffed it into the keyhole. In less than a minute, he took out the solid material. He sprayed something on the digital buttons of the fingerprint lock, then squatted down and took a closer look. The fingerprint lock is relatively old-fashioned, and the password is still 4 digits, and the numbers 0, 2, 3, 4 are often pressed. As for the specific password, I don't know it yet. I'll study it carefully when I get back. As for fingerprints, I need to find another way. Xiao Dao's voice came from the phone. Fingerprint locks are usually connected to routers, which can provide remote unlocking function. Search for nearby Wi-Fi, I'll crack it, and then try remote unlocking. Yi Linsheng took out his mobile phone, searched for a while. Strange, there is no particularly strong Wi-Fi signal at the door. They can't stay in the corridor for too long, otherwise it will attract the attention of security personnel. Yi Linsheng placed a 5G device outside the window of the corridor. and asked Xiaodao to analyze and crack the nearby Wi-Fi password. He and Maozi turned around and entered the elevator. Just as they were about to leave the community, Xiaodao's message came. I cracked several Wi-Fis with strong signals, but I didn't find the information of this smart door lock. Yi Linsheng was a little depressed. If I can't get the fingerprint, I can't get in. At this time, Maozi said, don't waste time. This family doesn't have Wi-Fi. Why? Maozi pointed to the building above. Look at the 30th floor of the 25th floor. Number 3. The window is not transparent. It must be sealed. This means that this is not a place to live, but a place to store money. A house that only stores money. Of course, will not use Wi-Fi. And it is impossible to open the door remotely. We can only try to open the door with fingerprints, Maozi said as he walked. Yi Linsheng looked up, but he could not see anything. He could only see densely packed windows, and could not tell who was who. I don't know how Maozi could tell them apart. Let's find the owner of the house and copy his fingerprints, Maozi said. How to copy? Find the person first, and then think of a way. The owner is here. It's him, Yi Linsheng suddenly said. A man hurriedly came in from the gate of the community, and casually greeted the security guard, and walked towards building 25. He was carrying a backpack, which looked heavy. Chapter 17. Every profession has its own specialty. Is this the target? Maozi asked. Yes, that's him. Let's go to the underground garage. Maozi immediately grabbed Yi Linsheng, and the two of them turned around and went to the underground garage. After entering the garage, finding a place without surveillance, Maozi took out a bunch of materials from his backpack, and then began to stir them. Soon, a sticky thing was prepared by him. What is it? Silicone mold. Maozi took the thing, measured it on the ground with his footsteps, and then smeared the sticky thing on the ground. He took out a round object like a can. Go upstairs and keep an eye on him. If the target leaves the house, tell me. He just came back. He won't leave so soon. Right? Go ahead. It's almost time. Maozi was confident. Yi Linsheng was full of doubts. But he didn't dare to ask too much. He just took the elevator to the 25th floor and saw the man coming out. Yi Linsheng quickly took out his phone. He's coming downstairs. In the underground garage, Maozi placed the round can between the elevator waiting area and the basement. There was a few centimeters of height difference here. It was hard to see the can when walking out of the elevator waiting area. After Maozi did all this, he hid aside and watched. The man walked out of the elevator, his steps hurried. He walked out of the elevator waiting area, and stepped on the can exactly. He lost his balance, and fell hard, and his hand just happened to press on the pile of sticky things. What the hell? What is that? The man raised his hand, wanting to see what was on his hand. But strangely, his hand was clean. The sticky stuff just now didn't stick to his hand at all. He cursed a few words, and limped into the garage. A few minutes later, the sound of the car starting was heard, and the man left. Maozi sneaked out, shoveled up the sticky stuff on the ground, and put it in his backpack. On the way back, Yi Linsheng couldn't help asking, how do you know he's going to leave soon? Maozi smiled contemptuously. I know this kind of person best. This room is either for living or for hiding money. The windows on all four sides are closed. Even the balcony windows are tightly closed and covered with dust. The windows haven't been open for at least a year. How can people live in such a room? So, I infer that this room is only for money, not for living. He was carrying nothing but money. Put the money in, and he would leave. But, how do you know he would go to the garage instead of going through the gate? Yi Linsheng was still puzzled. After all, the man came in through the gate. Logically, shouldn't he leave through the gate? This is even simpler. He didn't want to give people the impression that he would leave every time he came. He wanted to create the illusion that he would live here for a long time. So, in order to cover up his whereabouts, he would always enter from the main gate, and then drive out from the garage. If he entered from the garage, he would walk out from the community gate. In this way, the security guards would not be able to judge how long he stayed, and would think that he really lived here. Maozi said, this is a typical case of a guilty conscience. Maozi smiled at Yi Linsheng. I am now convinced that there is a lot of money in his house. That's why he is so cautious. Yi Linsheng could only sigh and admire. It's true that everyone has their own specialty. Maozi is indeed a top thief, who has studied the dereliction of duty so thoroughly. He didn't steal money, but the grasp and analysis of human nature. You are also a thief. Would you also feel guilty? Yi Linqing asked curiously. I'm different, I'm a genius. The old farmer look on Mao-Zi's face completely disappeared, revealing a strong confidence. This should be Mao-Zi's true nature. By the way, did you get his fingerprint? Mao-Zi patted his backpack. I have already made a mold of his finger, and I can make a silicone fingerprint when I go back. If we can crack the password, then we can start the work the day after tomorrow at the latest. Everything that happened just now made Yi Linqing admire him. Mao-Zi seemed to be in control of everything. He calculated that the man would enter the underground garage immediately, and also calculated his stride. So he placed the can accurately. He also estimated his height, prepared the silicone mold, and placed it in the most suitable position. The man's hand just happened to press on the place where the mold was, and thus successfully removed his fingerprints. And the whole process was going according to his plan. He is really a genius. However, the password is a bit difficult. There are 24 combinations of 4 digits, but this old-fashioned password lock can only tolerate 4 errors. If it exceeds 4 times, the alarm will sound. Mao-Zi was a little embarrassed. Yi Linqing frowned. Which 4 numbers are they? 0, 2, 3, 4. Mao-Zi said. Yi Linqing thought for a while, and said, I can basically crack it. The password should be one of 0423 or 0324. Why? Mao-Zi was a little unconvinced. Yi Linqing said, most people's passwords are related to birthdays. In order to remember this password, this person will use the most familiar number as the password. After all, if he forgets the password, he dare not ask a locksmith. According to this inference, we can see that the first number should be the beginning of the month. And there are only 2 numbers that can be used as the beginning of the month. One is 0, the other is 1. Because 1 is not in the password range, the first digit is 0. By the same inference, the third digit should be the first digit of the date. Because 0 is excluded, then only 2 and 3 are left. But if it is 3, the last digit will be impossible, because there is no 32, nor 34. So, the third digit can only be 2. The following questions are simple. So, the password can only be 0324 or 0423. Yi Linqing said. Mao-Zi was still a little skeptical. What if the password is not based on birthday? The password is 0423. The voice of Xiao Dao came from the headset. Why? Mao-Zi and Yi Linqing asked at the same time. I just checked this guy's family information. His son's date of birth, the lunar calendar, is April 23rd. Xiao Dao said. Yi Linqing and Mao-Zi breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. All obstacles have been eliminated, and they can start. By the way, how to transport so much money? Mao-Zi asked curiously. Yi Linqing also frowned. I haven't thought about it yet. This money can fill a cash truck. The security is so tight, we can't drive a big truck to load the money. Chapter 18. The boss lady joins the game. How did you find out that he has money? Mao-Zi asked curiously. I told you, I am a reborn person. In another half a year, his affairs will be exposed, and his money will be seized by the state. Yi Linqing never lied to these core members. Unfortunately, except Luo Ji, no one believed what he said. Everyone thought that Yi Linqing deliberately used rebirth as an excuse to fool everyone, in order to hide his true identity. Because of this, everyone actually regarded him as more and more mysterious. Mao-Zi thought Yi Linqing was a spy, Xiao Dao thought he was from a secret agency, and Boss Chang's guess was the most outrageous. He thought Yi Linqing was an alien. Xiaoya, you are really amazing. Chang'an technology really rose several daily limits, and recovered all my previous losses. Can you recommend a few more stocks? The boss's wife called again. I can't say it clearly, but I can tell you that new energy can't be touched, but non-ferrous metals can be bought. But you have to learn to distinguish, otherwise, you will lose a lot of money. Then recommend me some non-ferrous metals. The boss lady's soft voice is very pleasant. No, if you reveal more, it will involve leaking secrets. Yi Linqing refused. He estimated that the boss lady should compromise immediately. How high is the return of your private equity? Sure enough, the boss lady was finally tempted. Our private equity is different from the general situation. There are 2 models. One is to invest in fixed income, and we return the money at a monthly interest rate of 5%. The other is that you invest. We operate, and we share the risk. We take 50% of the profit as operating expenses. The rest is dividends. Yi Linqing said. 5% monthly interest? So high. Are you illegal? The boss lady was very vigilant. Yi Linqing smiled and said, our total investment amount is limited. Fixed income from investment can only be settled monthly. If you have it this month, you may be squeezed out next month. And then you will get your principal back. Do you have relevant procedures and certificates? The boss lady asked. No. Where can Yi Linsheng get these procedures? However, he has a solution. If you are worried about the safety of your funds, you can open an account at a securities company yourself, and then give us your account number and password, and we will manage it uniformly. Then the money will be in your hands. You can keep an eye on your funds at any time, but you cannot view transaction information. In order to avoid leaking our core secrets. I have never heard of this kind of private placement. The boss lady is obviously not an outsider. Yes. So there are no procedures, no documents. In fact, it can't be considered as private placement, but just a group of top financial experts who set up a private scheme. The investors' money is in their hands, and we are the ones who manage the business. This can ensure the safety of funds and avoid many legal risks. It can also prevent others from seeing our true purpose. The boss lady didn't understand what Yi Linsheng said, but she was shocked. I open an account myself. You manage the business. And then I will give you 50% of the profits. Right? The boss lady asked. Yes. Yi Linsheng added. Your own account, without anyone's permission, cannot be withdrawn. Moreover, once you feel that there is a problem with the account, you can immediately change the account and password. The money is back in your hands. But if someone regrets it and changes the account and password, won't they be able to find out what you are doing? The boss lady obviously knows a little about these things. Yi Linsheng laughed. We will conduct a lot of cover-up transactions. Your account will not only have our target stocks. There will be many smoke bombs. Therefore, even if an investor regrets, changes the password and checks the transaction records, it is difficult to find our real target. At the same time, our action time is very short. The early stage is all layout, and the real move is only in the last few days. Unless you are a master, you can't find our movements. The boss lady was tempted. Okay, I will open an account right away. Well, if it is less than 10 million, don't invest. Yi Linsheng used the provocation method again. Sure enough, the boss lady snorted. Xiao Yi, you don't know my strength at all. Yi Linsheng really underestimated the boss lady's strength. 20 million. This is not counting her shops and stores. Sure enough, the rich are hidden among the people. If I had known that the boss lady was so rich, I would have considered not wanting to struggle anymore. It was the first time for Yi Linsheng to be a thief, and he still felt guilty. He always felt that every security guard looked at him with a stern look. Relax, didn't you say? This is a stress-free operation. Mauzi looked at Yi Linsheng with disdain. Although he looked down on him on the surface, he still admired him in his heart. For a novice, seeing the security guard not running away, it should be considered a good performance. Mauzi was still dressed like a migrant worker, still carrying the tattered backpack. It's not fixed yet. The security guard greeted Yi Linsheng. It was obvious that the security guard remembered the two of them. Yi Linsheng forced out a smile with difficulty. And Mauzi showed an old farmer's look again. It's fixed. It's fixed. It's just that the boss has high requirements. The security guard showed an I understand look. Public officials are not easy to serve. I understand. The two of them walked into the community and went upstairs. Is the key okay? Yi Linsheng asked unnecessarily. In return, Mauzi didn't answer with contempt, but took out the key and poked it, and then took out a silicone thing from his backpack and pressed it on the fingerprint lock. Then enter the password 0423. Click. The door opened. Turn on the light and take a look at the living room. Everything seems normal. The sofa, the coffee table, the TV, the balcony are all normal. The only abnormal thing is that there is a thin layer of dust on these things, and it is obvious that they have not been cleaned for a while. Mauzi walked quickly to the door of the room and took a look. There is also a fingerprint lock here. He took out the silicone fingerprint model again, and it showed an error. Oh my god, you are really careful. Yi Linsheng had to admire this guy's caution. After changing several fingerprints, it was finally opened. In the room, the windows were indeed sealed, and no light came in. After turning on the switch, under the dim light in the room, I could clearly see the closets on all four walls of the room. After opening the closets, they were all empty. There was only one closet with a package of things piled up. Yi Linsheng walked over and opened it to take a look. It was indeed money. However, it was not much, only a few million in total. It seems that this is a new room. The money should be in other rooms. Yi Linsheng picked up his pocket and walked out. Chapter 19 got it. When I opened the door next to me, I ran into trouble. None of the 5 fingerprints matched. Mousie was dumbfounded. What should I do? Yi Linsheng sneered. This is inside the room, and the cameras outside can't see it. He took out a crowbar from Mousie's backpack and inserted it directly into the crack of the door. But to his dismay, he gritted his teeth and pried it several times, but it didn't work at all. As a result, Mousie snatched the crowbar with a look of disgust, and inserted the tip of the crowbar into the position next to the keyhole. Without much effort, the door opened. Yi Linsheng looked at Mousie's thin body, and then at his own strong body. For a moment, he had an illusion that Mousie was the strong one, and he was the thin one. It's not brute force that's used to pick a lock. It's ingenuity. Mousie was teaching a primary school student. Forget it. I won't learn this kind of thing. Being a thief once in a lifetime is enough. Yi Linsheng reached out to touch the switch on the wall, turning on the light. It was another room full of closets. Opening the closet, Yi Linsheng and Mousie were dumbfounded. Their hearts were also pounding. In the wall cabinets on all 4 sides, there were bags of money. Each bag contained at least several million in cash. Boss Chong, you can go out now, Yi Linsheng muttered while holding the intercom. A garbage truck drove to the entrance, and the security guard took a look. Change of personnel? Boss Chong poked his head out and threw a cigarette over. Old Lin. Take a rest, I'll take over. It's a bit early today. Finish early and leave early. Boss Chong looked calm. The old ones are the wisest. He was not panicked at all. The security guard did not think much and directly opened the door of the emergency passage to let the garbage truck in. When they arrived at the door of Building 25, there was already a pile of garbage bags. Yi Linsheng and Mousie were still carrying these bags one by one. Although Yi Linsheng was extremely nervous, Boss Chong and Mousie were very calm. Mousie was fine, but Boss Chong looked like nothing happened, which made Yi Linsheng very suspicious of Boss Chang's past. The 3 of them worked for more than an hour before they loaded all the stuff into the car. When the car drove out, Mousie said suspiciously, "You said the money filled the money truck, but I don't think so. Even the garbage truck is full." Yi Linsheng shrugged. He won't be caught until half a year later. Maybe he stuffed a lot of money into it in the past 6 months. Mousie's judgment was correct. He counted the amount, and found it was less than 100 million. There were only 90 million in total. There is still half a year before the truth is revealed. In total, this guy will continue to stuff 60 million into this room in the next 6 months. He is really crazy. I just don't know what he will do when he brings money into the room next time. He certainly doesn't dare to call the police, because the money is not legitimate. Yi Linsheng vaguely remembers that this guy is not a high-ranking official, but an accountant of a medium-sized state-owned enterprise. The management of this company is very chaotic. He took on the work of accounting, cashier and auditing, and then arbitrarily siphoned out so much money. This company is very rich, a monopoly company that is extremely rich. For several years, no problem was found. It was just that this guy was too crazy. His steps were a bit too big, his courage was too big, the amount exceeded the normal range, so it was discovered and reported by a subordinate who had been bullied by him. Now the things have been taken away without anyone noticing, and that guy definitely dare not call the police. The police can't even find them. It's very safe. Seeing so much money piled up in the workshop, Luo Qingyu's eyes turned green. She was starting to get scared now. It seemed that her brother and Yi Linsheng had gone too far. This was not the era of the outlaws, nor was it the era of robbing the rich to help the poor. This was a crime. But Luo Ji and Yi Linsheng didn't take it seriously, and their statements were surprisingly the same. The end of the world is coming, and you don't need to be particular about small details to achieve great things. This money is needed to save all mankind. This made Luo Qingyu begin to doubt whether there was really such a thing as the end of the world. Otherwise, as a scholar, his brother would never support such a criminal act. Although he had a large sum of money, Yi Linsheng was very distressed now, because so much money could not be invested in the stock market. It would be very troublesome to deposit millions of dollars in the bank, not to mention such a huge amount of money. There was another troublesome thing, that is, Mousie wanted to divide the money and leave. With Mousie's character, he had so much money all of a sudden, it would definitely attract the attention of the police. By then, Yi Linsheng's plan would be ruined. Yi Linsheng was not worried about going to jail, but he was worried that his plan to save humanity would fail. Mousie, I will give you the money, but I want to know, what are you going to do with the money? Yi Linsheng could not refuse directly, so he had to slowly ask questions. Build a building, and bring my daughter over to live with us. Mauzi said. Yi Linxing glanced at Mauzi, and it was obvious that this guy was holding back a lot of anger. If you divide the money after 1 year, I can give you double the amount. No. 10 million is enough. Mauzi still looked like an honest old farmer. Only those who are familiar with him know how cunning this guy is. Do you believe that the end of the world is coming? Yes. You and Professor Luo are very capable people. I believe everything you say. Believe? You still plan to build a building? Yi Linxing was speechless. What else? You need a place to live. Obviously. Although Mauzi said he believed, he didn't believe it at all. Luoji called. Western Mining will hold a briefing tomorrow. You should sign up quickly. You currently have 3 competitors. They all seem to be powerful. Yi Linxing hung up the phone. He glanced at Mauzi, who had turned back into an old farmer. If you want to share the money, come with me to Southwest Mining first. We'll share the money after we finish the job. He felt vaguely that this guy might be of some use. Even if he wasn't, he could convince him not to share the money along the way. At least, we have to wait for a year before we can divide the money. Datong Town. A small town that seems to be covered with a layer of coal dust. Don't look at this small town as inconspicuous, but there are rich coal resources underground. Anyone here may be a millionaire or billionaire. Live off the mountain. Live off the water. Live off the coal. The phenomenon of private mining and theft in small coal mines here is also rampant. It is because of the serious theft that a coal mine owned by Western Mining has been losing money for years. In order to get rid of this burden, Western Mining is preparing to sell the coal mine here. Luo Qingyu stopped the car, turned to Yi Linxing in the back seat and said, Boss, we are here. Chapter 20 The Mysterious Young Man. Yi Linxing looked at this place. The road conditions here are very bad. It has been crushed by various overloaded trucks for many years. And the road administration has not invested enough in this area. So the road conditions here are very bad. We have 3 opponents, Lingfeng Coal Industry, Shufeng Mining and Jinlong Industry. As a secretary, Luo Qingyu is a little too competent. She doesn't look like a secretary, but more like an assistant. This makes Yi Linxing secretly feel that he has picked up a treasure. However, maybe it is because he knows that his sister is capable, that he recommended her to him to do great things. This capability is not the same as that capability. Capable means literally. Now Yi Linxing has no idea about the affairs between men and women. The world is about to end. Saving his life is the most important thing. What little things between men and women are not important? What are their backgrounds? Yi Linxing asked. Lingfeng Coal Industry is a second-rate coal mining enterprise in China, and is planning to go public. As for Shufeng Mining, it is a long-established coal mining company. It used to make a lot of money from coal mining. However, the state now has strict supervision over coal mining. They have not made much progress in recent years, and have been living off their past capital. As for the last Jinlong Industrial, it was established not long ago. Just like us. There is no information. Luo Qingyu said. Use Tianyan to check the background of the boss of Jinlong Industrial. Especially look at the affiliated companies, and the shareholders behind them. Yi Linxing knows a lot about business matters. The more inconspicuous the company is, the more it has something fishy. This newly established company now wants to acquire a coal mine, which obviously has a background. Ordinary people can't do it. Mauzi, find a place to live, dress more casually, and find out all the information about this coal mine. Yi Linxing said. No problem. Mauzi is a very trustworthy person, and he works very hard, which makes Yi Linxing feel very comfortable. Find a place to park the car, and let's go rent a car. Yi Linxing got out of the car and walked towards the car rental store in front. Boss, rent a car. The owner of the car rental company trotted over. There are many hidden talents in Datong Town. It is very likely that a man wearing a baggy old man shirt is a billionaire. So, the owner of the car rental company is very enthusiastic towards everyone. Which car is the most luxurious? Here is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The boss's chest straightened. This is a big customer. Is the registered owner of the car a car rental company? Yes. It is definitely a legitimate company, no problem. Yi Linxing shook his head. I want to rent a luxury car that is not registered with your car rental company. Yi Linxing knows a lot about this kind of car rental company in the mining area. There is a trend here. That is to use luxury cars to pay off debts. No matter whether you are a big boss or a small boss, you like to use cars to pay off debts. There are 2 advantages to this. One is to play with a new car. For men, cars are like beauties. You don't need to keep them at home, but at least you have to drive them. After driving them, they can still pay off debts. And the price is not low. When the creditor wants to pay back the money, he only needs to say, I don't have money, but I have a car. I bought it for 800,000 yuan, and I can pay off the debt for 1 million yuan, you can take it or not. The cars used as collateral for debts are hard currency here. They basically do not depreciate, but are circulated everywhere like circulating currency. Many cars will eventually return to their owners after a round of rotation. People here are also keen on buying luxury cars. They can show their status, be used as capital, and gain the trust of others, and can also be used as real estate to pay off high debts. That's why Yi Linsheng asked this question. The car dealer saw that he was an expert and immediately said, I have a Maybach. Are you interested? As long as it is not registered with you. It's fine. Yi Linsheng said. No. But the price is a bit high. I have money. If the car is in good condition, I will buy it directly. Yi Linsheng said. Mr. Yi, didn't you say that you should drive a domestic car? Why did you rent a Maybach? Luo Qingyu drove the car and looked at Yi Linsheng strangely. Of course you should buy a domestic car, which is no worse than foreign cars. And new energy vehicles are better than foreign ones. Yi Linsheng closed his eyes and lay on the uncomfortable seat. But this is a job requirement. This place is different from a normal city. Nouveau riche are rampant here, and people's quality is very poor. It's just a pure show of wealth. In their eyes, those who can't afford a luxury car are inferior. Although we are not here to show off our wealth, we have to adapt to the local customs, otherwise, it will be difficult to negotiate this business. Yi Linsheng said. Luo Qingyu nodded. No wonder, along the way, we saw dozens of Porsches and Ferraris alone, and other luxury cars are countless. How is the position opening? Yi Linsheng asked. Han Siwei's account has a short position of 10 million, and Yang Dongshen's account has a short position of 30 million. Now the stock price has fallen by 5%. The floating profit on the books is more than 1 million. Yi Linsheng nodded. Send the accounts to Yang Dongshen on time every day. He should add the amount soon. Yang Dongshen's 150 million inventory, Yi Linsheng is determined to get it. Otherwise, it will be executed by the execution department. Yang Dongshen's death date is approaching. We must hurry up. I know. But making money with such money, won't your conscience hurt? Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes. Yi Linsheng is really good at making money. But this method is not presentable. Compared with the survival of mankind, a little pang of conscience is nothing. Yi Linsheng opened the car door and got out. The briefing was held in a conference room of a hotel. The hotel was not big, and the parking lot was not big either. But now, the parking lot was full of cars. Here it comes again. The end of the world. The extinction of mankind. Luo Qingyu also got out of the car and followed Yi Linsheng. As he walked, he muttered quietly. The head of Western Mining was welcoming guests at the door, but it was not Yi Linsheng who was welcoming him, but a young man in military green clothes who got off a Hummer. Who is this man? Yi Linsheng asked. I don't know, he is not the head of any buyer. Luo Qingyu quickly flipped through the information. Take a photo, and let Xiao Dao check it. This is why Yi Linsheng first wanted to find Xiao Dao to join. The money he got was immediately given to Xiao Dao, who was asked to buy the latest personal computer equipment and rent the largest cloud server. He was also asking Luo Ji to help him apply for permission to use the supercomputer. With a hacker expert by his side, many things would be much easier. What would it take for you to believe that aliens are really coming? Yi Linsheng asked casually. Chapter 21: A Secret Deal. In fact, he could feel that Luo Qingyu had already believed in what Luo Ji and Yi Linsheng were doing. After all, although Luo Ji was a lunatic, he was not an irrational lunatic. It was just that she didn't admit it. Tell me, who will win in the future? Big Bear or Little Bear? Luo Qingyu glanced at Yi Linsheng. You always say that you don't care about the outside world, but you must have heard about this kind of international event. Right? No one won. Until the alien spacecraft appeared over the blue planet. And Big Bear and Little Bear couldn't continue and it ended. The world is in chaos after the aliens appear. It cannot be measured by normal conditions. It is meaningless to tell you, Yi Linsheng said. Luo Qingyu looked up. By the way, you said Yang Dongshen will die within a month? Is that right? Not a month. It should be soon. When he dies, I may really believe you too. Luo Qingyu quickly followed Yi Linsheng. Hello. I am Yi Linsheng, chairman of Noah Group. Yi Linsheng said to the person in charge. The perfunctory look on the person in charge's face could not be concealed. "Oh, rare guest. Rare guest, please come in." Yi Linxing did not care, and walked in carelessly. The content of the briefing had already been seen in the materials. Yi Linxing was not interested in listening to the person on the stage. His attention was on the young man in military green clothes. This young man obviously had a special feeling for the military camp. This person is not simple. He had a hunch that this person was his competitor. "Mr. Yi, I have checked, and there is indeed a problem." Luo Qingyu handed the report to Yi Linxing. A shareholder of Jinlong Industrial holds shares in a company called Gou Capital. Shufeng Mining and Lingfeng Coal Industry also have a shareholder each, who is also a shareholder of Gou Capital. And the controlling shareholder of Gou Capital is called Jian Yimo. Coincidentally, the young man in military green clothes we met today is called Jian Yimo. Luo Qingyu said with some concern. Yi Linxing frowned secretly. It seems that the situation is much more difficult than he thought. It is obvious that Jinlong Industry, Shufeng Mining and Lingfeng Coal Industry should be in the same boat. Jinlong Industry should be the real owner, while the other two are just agents, and also a cover. The seller also knows this situation. Only his company, Noah, apparently an outsider, did not understand the situation and rashly entered the game. Both the buyer and the seller have a tacit understanding that they should operate in secret to reach this deal. Under such circumstances, it is almost impossible to buy this coal mine. However, Yi Linxing has never been a person who retreats in the face of difficulties. Before his rebirth, he built his underground bunker under difficult conditions. He also stored enough materials to live for several years. If the aliens were not too advanced, he might be able to live underground for several years. Doing the impossible successfully is what he is best at. He must also take the 1 trillion funds to save humanity. What should we do? We have no chance at all. Luo Qingyu is not a cute girl who has just come out to mix in society. She has seen such underground activities a long time ago. Western mining is a semi-official and semi-industrial enterprise. There is a lot of money to be made in selling assets. This is obviously collusion between insiders and outsiders. And they are showing a posture of making a big fortune. If Noah Company had not participated, they could have completed the transaction by just going through the formalities. Now, because of the intervention of Noah Company, they had to pinch their noses and complete the process, and they couldn't make such an ugly appearance. However, Noah Company wants to buy the coal mine, which is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Who is Jian Yimo? Xiao Dao has checked. Jian Yimo's ancestor was a high-ranking official. He has a strong background, and after returning from studying abroad, he founded Jinlong Industry. Yi Linxing touched his chin and thought, this matter is a bit strange. Since he returned from studying abroad, how could he enter the coal industry? Now the coal industry is a sunset industry. The country is vigorously developing new energy, clean energy, and has been suppressing traditional energy industries such as coal and oil. This is just as absurd and unwise as joining a certain army in 1949. How could a young and up-and-coming person with a strong background buy a coal mine? Keep digging into this guy. By the way, do we have any analysis experts who specialize in analyzing domestic and international relations? Yi Linxing asked. Luo Qingyu pondered for a moment and said, there is one. But I don't know how good he is. Anyway, he can analyze domestic and foreign affairs very well. Who is he? An alumnus of my university who studied international relations. Tell him about this matter and see if his analysis is correct. If it makes sense, I will recruit him, Yi Linxing said. Luo Qingyu showed a strange look. Are you sure you want to recruit him? As long as he can really analyze. Of course. Okay. As long as you are not scared. Luo Qingyu smiled. The phone rang. Old Yi. I sent the information to Professor Hubayan. After reading it, Professor Hubayan concluded that there is a dark river in the underground layer. This place is very suitable for us to build an underground city. This coal mine must be taken. After the briefing, Luo Qingyu sent the relevant information to Luo Ji and Hubayan. Unexpectedly, Hubayan came to a conclusion so quickly. Yi Linxing stood up. In this case, we must come up with some tricks to take over this coal mine. How to take it? Luo Qingyu felt that he had no idea where to start. Yi Linxing sneered. Do 2 things right away. First, let Professor Hubayan analyze where the groundwater may be. Second, investigate Jian Yimo's background. The more detailed the better. Yes. In the hotel, Luo Qingyu came over briskly and said with a slightly excited tone, another 50 million has come into Yang Dongchen's account. This excitement also exposed Luo Qingyu's true feelings. Obviously, she was very concerned about whether Yi Linxing's plan would succeed. Yi Linxing looked at her strangely, and her face suddenly turned red. She immediately pretended to be indifferent. How should I operate? Continue to short sell with securities lending? After these few days of trading, she has understood the basic principles of short selling with securities lending. Yi Linxing specifically asked Yang Dongchen and the boss's wife Han Siwei to open accounts in different securities companies, so that they could borrow more stocks for short selling. Logi Pharmaceuticals has a lot of stocks in various securities companies, and the amount of stocks that can be borrowed is also not small. But this also makes Yi Linxing a little depressed. The money obtained from the black money cannot be deposited into the bank at one time. Even if it is deposited in batches, it will not work. It will attract the attention of the regulator. Chapter 22: The Protector's Helplessness. After all, such a large amount of cash, it is very dangerous if you can't tell where it came from. So Yi Linxing had to bear with it, and not use it. Now Yang Dongchen has added another 50 million yuan, which makes Yi Linxing feel much better. 50 million yuan, 5 times leverage, which means Yi Linxing can raise more than 200 million yuan worth of stocks. These are all money. They are all the startup funds for creating the end of the world, and building the underground city. Then speed up the pace, sell 20 million funds every day. Note, don't keep it around 20 million all the time. Sometimes it should be more, such as 30 or 40 million, sometimes it should be less, such as a few million. As long as the average is around 20 million. It's fine. Don't make the numbers the same for each sell order. Ask Xiaodao to make a simple random data software for you, and buy and sell according to the numbers in the random software each time, so you can avoid the sight of those savvy dealers. When speculating in stocks, the most fearful thing is to reveal your whereabouts and purpose. But most people have some fixed trading habits. They habitually enter a fixed amount to buy and sell. When the amount is small, it doesn't matter. But once a large amount of transactions are made, and these fixed amounts are tracked by someone with ulterior motives, they will be exposed. Once exposed, other dealers will rush in, and they will not make much money. Only when the overall situation is determined will some clues be revealed to let other dealers come in. Is it necessary to be so careful? Luo Qingyu asked curiously. Yes. Yi Linxing shook his head. Those fund managers are not fighting alone. They have various trading software, various technical analysts, and traders who are always watching the stocks. Raji Pharmaceuticals is a leading pharmaceutical stock held by many funds for a long time. Once there is any disturbance, they will find it. Therefore, we must be careful when building a position. There is only so much meat. We must give others what we can't eat when we have grabbed enough chips, Yi Linxing said. Luo Qingyu stared at Yi Linxing strangely. Yi Linxing touched his nose suspiciously. Is there something on my face? No. Luo Qingyu gritted his teeth and said, You are a pretty good-looking person. How can you have so many thoughts, such vicious means, and such a dark heart? Yi Linxing smiled. No viciousness. No hero. Besides, if I am not a little dark-hearted, how can I raise so much money to create a doomsday for mankind? Are you really going to create the end of the world? Luo Qingyu was a little touched. It's not the end of the world. It should be called a desperate struggle. Yi Linxing sighed. Humans are vulnerable to aliens. If we don't do this, we will all be dead. Seeing that Luo Qingyu was still hesitant, Yi Linxing said, Have you seen those animal protection organizations on the prairie cutting off the horns of rhinos? Luo Qingyu nodded slightly. On the surface, we cut off the horns of rhinos, which is very cruel to them. It makes them lose a lot of convenience in life and increases the risk of their survival. But in fact, it saved their lives. Luo Qingyu sighed rarely. I understand this. If the rhino horns are not cut off, they may be hunted by poachers. Instead, they will lose their lives. Yi Linxing nodded, but the rhinoceros doesn't know. The protector can't explain to the rhinoceros. They can only let the rhinoceros misunderstand. He stood up, holding the teacup, and walked to the window. Outside the window, the sunset has fallen. The sunset is all over the sky, and the scenery is pleasant. However, such beautiful scenery will soon disappear. Either it will be made to disappear by Yi Linxing and Luo Ji, or the beautiful scenery will remain, but the people will be made to disappear by aliens. We are doing the same thing now. People will hate me and your brother, but we will never look back. Everything we do is to keep them alive. They can't understand, and we can't explain, just like the protector and the rhino. Looking at Yi Linqing's suddenly desolate back, Luo Qingyu's heart was touched. This man is not as relaxed and cynical as he looks. He seems to be shouldering a huge mission for mankind. Doomsday aliens, are they real? At night, Yi Linqing suddenly woke up. Under the dim moonlight, a figure stood in front of his bed. I'll go. Turning on the light, Yi Linqing was startled. You're disappointed to find out it's not Miss Luo, right? Mouzi grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth on his old farmer-like face, but his eyes were full of cunning. Get lost? You're out so late at night. It's scary. Yi Linqing sat up straight. Hee hee, I just want to see if you're alert. Mouzi lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. It seems you're alert. You found me just after I came in. Where did you go during the day? You didn't answer my call. Yi Linqing rubbed his forehead and picked up his phone again. It was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. It was really a good time. I'll leave after I say that. Don't call me. I hid my phone. Mouzi took another greedy sip. I'm working as an illegal miner in a small private mine. Yi Linqing was somewhat touched. In order to investigate the real situation of the coal mine, this guy actually went down to work as a miner. This seemingly unreliable guy turned out to be very responsible. Be careful. There should be an underground river under the coal mine here. If you are not careful, you will encounter a flooding accident, Yi Linqing said. Mouzi chuckled. Not bad, the first thing is to care about my safety. Hee, I was just about to tell you that the coal mines here are not worth buying. Water seepage accidents happen frequently. Even in regular coal mines, people often die. It's not on the report. That's because they are all hired illegal miners, and when something happens, they just pay money to settle the matter. The small illegal coal mines have more deaths. The prices here are clearly marked, 300,000 for 1 death, and 1 million for 1 disability. The illegal miners are all recruited from remote mountainous areas, and there are people who specialize in this. After getting the money, the families of these people will not make trouble. Yi Linqing was shocked. This is simply a black industry chain. However, it seems that this news can be used to scare Jian Yimo away. Since it is dangerous, you should not go, Yi Linqing said. Your life is more valuable than this coal mine. Mouzi shook his head. It's okay. I still have to go. There are some things I haven't figured out yet. However, at most tomorrow daytime, I will basically understand it. Seeing Mouzi preparing to leave, Yi Linqing smiled and said, Don't say it, you are doing this kind of undercover work. It's perfect, no one will suspect you at all. The most ordinary people are the most deadly people. Mouzi left this sentence, opened the door, and prepared to go out. Aren't you going to climb out of the window? I'm stupid. There is a door. Don't go through the window. Mouzi showed great contempt for Yi Linqing. Chapter 23 Coal is used to wash white. Seeing Yi Linqing's eyes were red, and there were some dark circles under his eyes. Luo Qingyu asked curiously, Mr. Yi, do you choose the bed? Yi Linqing said irritably, The cat came last night. Luo Qingyu's expression became strange. So that's how it is. Mr. Yi's taste is really unique. Hack this. Yi Linqing almost swore. But seeing Luo Qingyu trying hard to hold back his laughter, he knew that Luo Qingyu did it on purpose. Let's talk business. What did your classmate who had connections say? He gave me 3 judgments. The first is that Jian Yimo is a fool with a lot of money, and he is just having fun. However, he himself ruled out this possibility, because if he was just having fun, Jian Yimo would not have to come to this broken town in person. The second judgment is whether there are any new documents from the upper level to restart the coal resources, or if there are any large-scale plans here. Yi Linqing shook his head slightly. Impossible. There is no strategic value here. Except for the coal mine. There is almost nothing here. Handing Yi Linqing a bowl of porridge, Luo Qingyu sat down by herself. Then, there is only one possibility left, money laundering. Yi Linqing's eyes lit up. This is a very reasonable explanation. Nowadays, there is a very strange phenomenon in many cities. In prosperous places, there are often small tobacco and alcohol shops. You can't see many people coming in and out in a day, but they have been open all the time, and they have been prosperous for many years. Rumor has it that the purpose of this kind of small shop is not to make money. A typical example of a drunkard who has other intentions than to drink. The purpose of opening a shop is not to sell. I have a solution. Yi Linqing grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering, Wait until Mouzi comes over, I'll let him go and provoke Jian Yimo. The solution came out immediately. This is Yi Linqing's strength. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Reporter Ning. Help me. Looking at the information in his hand, Yi Linsheng looked at Luo Qingyu with appreciation. You are really capable, you really found a treasure. So quickly, the information was sorted out. Luo Qingyu didn't appreciate it. It has nothing to do with me. I just integrated the information provided by Xiao Dao and Maozi. Yi Linsheng still said with appreciation. Do you know what Jobs is most amazing about? Jobs? The founder of Apple mobile phone? Yes. I don't know. Yi Linsheng flipped through the information in his hand, picked up a pen, and made some partial modifications. The system was not written by him, the art was not done by him, the template was not designed by him, the chip was not invented by him, and the software was not programmed by him. But people all remember Jobs, and no one knows the others. Because it was all integrated by him. People who can integrate resources are the real talents. Everyone can do technology, but integration is the most important thing. He handed the information to Luo Qingyu. Add some photos of mining accidents, and it will be perfect. But we only have these photos of mining accidents, and I have added them all. Find other photos, not necessarily photos of mining accidents here. Post some photos of mining accidents in other places. It should be more tragic, more bloody. Anyway, Jian Yimo can't understand it, Yi Linsheng said disapprovingly. Luo Qingyu bit her lower lip and hesitated for a while. This is deception. We have committed crimes. Are we still afraid of deception? Seeing that Luo Qingyu was still struggling, Yi Linsheng added, as long as you have justice in your heart, don't care about the means. I still feel you are wrong. Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes at Yi Linsheng. Fighting violence with violence is never justice. You are right, we are not just, but we have justice in our hearts, and do not so just things. Dong dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. An attendant opened the door. Before the attendant could react, several dirty workers squeezed in, and the leader, Mazi, knelt down in front of Jian Yimo. Big leader, please make the decision for us. Jian Yimo was confused, and it took a long time for Maozi to explain clearly. It turned out that these workers were illegal miners. Some of their relatives died in a flooding incident, but the coal mine managers here did not report the truth, but suppressed the matter at the price of 300,000 yuan per life. They heard that Jian Yimo was a big leader from above, so they came here to complain. After driving away Maozi and others, Jian Yimo picked up the phone and called. What did you do? How did you let the black miners come out to cause trouble? Send someone to get rid of them. Yi Linsheng's analysis was correct. Jian Yimo had only one purpose for acquiring this coal mine, which was to provide cover. He used the coal mine operation method to launder some money of unknown origin. This was his mission. Otherwise, with his personality, why would he come to this hellhole and stay there for several days? Mr. Jian, this is a mistake on our part. Don't worry. We will arrange it right away. A respectful voice came from the phone. This time, the transaction has been arranged from top to bottom. Except for that Noah company. The others are tacitly understood. Western Mining gets rid of the burden, and Jinlong Industrial takes over and carries out its own whitewashing plan. Everyone can get great benefits. Everything was tacitly understood, and everything was tacitly agreed upon. Who would have thought that there would be a case of concealing an accident and not reporting it? You know, a mining accident, especially one that caused death, is definitely a big deal and must be reported immediately. Otherwise, the person responsible will be held accountable, and at the very least, he will lose his job, or even go to jail. No one dared to be careless. After hanging up the phone, Jian Yimo called his assistant. Go and investigate to see if the accident here is serious. If it is too serious, this acquisition will be terminated. He didn't want to bring trouble to himself. The matter was not over yet. On the second day, a reporter came to interview Jian Yimo. Jian Yimo was not in the mood to be interviewed, but what happened last night made him a little uneasy. A capable female reporter came in, and she smiled and handed her business card to him. Hello, Mr. Jian. My name is Ning Saixia. I am a reporter from Western Business Express, and I want to interview Mr. Jian about something. Jian Yimo frowned slightly. Why does Western Business Express want to interview me? Ning Saixia took out a document and handed it to Jian Yimo. Because your Jinlong Industrial is the most likely company to buy the coal mine here. I just want to ask, do you know about this coal mine? Has there ever been a mining accident here? A mining accident? Jian Yimo's hair stood up all of a sudden. What mining accident? Ning Saixia smiled ambiguously. Oh, I just asked casually. How How do you plan to develop this coal mine in the future? Chapter 24. Everyone is happy. Jian Yimo frowned. I'm sorry, we are still in the communication stage, and it's not time for the formal transaction yet. I have nothing to say now. Ning Saixia stood up with a smile. Is that so? Okay, I have a document in my hand, very interesting information. It's some inside information about the coal mine. If you are interested in knowing, you can contact me. Ning Saixia is Yi Lingxing's person. All she has to do is to stop at the right time. Can't say too much. It seems that Ning Saixia said nothing, but Jian Yimo felt a great crisis. Watching Ning Saixia leave, Jian Yimo immediately called the person in charge of the coal mine. What's going on with you? How come even the reporter knows about it? The person on the phone was obviously panicked. Mr. Jian, don't worry. I will go to this reporter to ask about this situation. I think he wants to blackmail me. Don't worry, I will definitely handle it. But Jian Yimo was very worried. Yesterday, a group of illegal miners came. This was easier to deal with, after all. Ordinary miners have no power and influence, and they can be dealt with by paying some money. But today, reporters came. Reporters are not so easy to deal with. Moreover, this coal mine obviously has problems. If he takes it over rashly, he might get into big trouble. He has already begun to think about quitting. However, in order to buy this coal mine, everyone has put in a lot of effort. It is really hard to quit just like that. Datong Town Coal Mine Headquarters. The general manager put down the phone, and was filled with anger. I don't know where these black miners and reporters came from, and they actually ruined a good business. The reason why the coal mine wanted to sell was actually because of the continuous water leakage accidents. Although most of the accidents were caused by the illegal mining of small coal mines in the surrounding area, there must be an underground river here, and this is a foregone conclusion. The higher-ups are very strict with coal mine accidents. As long as a major accident occurs, the entire coal mine will be closed. It will even drag down the entire Western mining industry. Therefore, the company's top management decided to sell the coal mine. After the news spread, many companies were interested. Resource assets are always hard currency. Even though the coal industry is in a downturn, there are still many buyers. However, colleagues are not fools. As long as they conduct a survey here, they will immediately understand the situation here, and the matter will be left unresolved. In order to sell this coal mine, the company has also spent a lot of effort. First, the dangerous mining areas were closed, and production was continued only in safe areas. Then, small private coal mines were cracked down to prevent accidents from happening again and involving coal mines. The most important thing is to contact a powerful person, to matchmake, and to attract 3 interested companies. 2 of them were just a cover. The real owner of the 2 was Jinlong Industrial. The real buyer was Jian Yimo. The 2 sides have already agreed on the details. Selling at a low price, Jian Yimo gives them high kickbacks. It's a win-win situation. Jian Yimo didn't buy the mine for mining. As for the real purpose, he doesn't want to know. Now, a few black miners and a reporter have appeared, and the matter is about to fail. He is so anxious. Make an appointment with this reporter Ning, and see if it can be settled. The general manager is not confused. Usually in this situation, the reporter wants some benefits. Moreover, from the information I got from Jian Yimo, this reporter Ning's words were very purposeful. And it was obvious that he was after money. As long as the reporter was given benefits, everything would be settled. Unfortunately, this reporter had too big an appetite. The price was raised to 1 million. But the reporter still refused to give in. This made the general manager a little angry. Reporter Ning, let's be frank. What do you want? Please tell me clearly. Ning Saixia took out a document and handed it to the general manager. This is the information I have. Please take a good look at it, and then decide. After saying that, Ning Saixia turned around and left. The general manager flipped through it and was shocked, because it seemed that some parts of this data were more detailed than what they had, especially the area, scale, and depth of the underground river, which were more comprehensive and detailed than theirs. At the beginning, the coal mine also invited experts to conduct exploration, and the experts also gave results, but not as detailed as this data. How could he know that this was the judgment of Professor Hubayan, a geographer known as a madman, which was much better than those so-called experts who cheated for food and drink? They are not on the same level. The general manager called Jian Yimo immediately. But Jian Yimo just listened to a few words and said, I have an important call to answer first. I will contact you later. The phone was hung up immediately. The general manager waited from morning to evening, but could not get a call from Mr. Jian. He called again, but could not get through anyway. He called the other two companies, and found that the people from these two companies had withdrawn. The general manager realized that Mr. Jian had given up. After all, they were unwilling to take over a coal mine that might have some shady stuff. This was not in the interests of their group. If the coal mine they bought was exposed to a scandal, it would be a disaster. The general manager sat down disappointed. At this time, the phone rang. General Manager, I am Yi Linxing, Chairman of Noah Group. I have a few questions about coal mines that I would like to consult. The general manager suddenly became excited. He almost forgot that there was another buyer for this coal mine. It was the Noah Group, whose name I had never heard of. After hanging up the phone, the general manager immediately shouted outside, "Come here. Investigate the strength of this Noah Group, including their cars, assets and shareholders." The general manager decided to sell the coal mine to this sucker. Even if the price is a little lower, it doesn't matter. After a series of research and judgment, the general manager confirmed that this new company called Noah Group is the best buyer. This company seems to be very rich, and it is a novice, and basically knows nothing. Whether it is the boss Yi Linxing, or the beautiful female secretary who accompanied him, they know nothing about coal mine management. And from their tone, they really want to buy this coal mine. With a mine in hand, there is no need to panic. This is also the idea of many rich people. If you have money, invest in mining. This is the most reliable investment for the upper-class rich. The most important thing is that the price they offer is not low. Moreover, Yi Linxing's words implied that Jian Yimo would not give less than a cent of the kickback he promised. After reporting to the headquarters made the decision to sell it to Noah Group. Coincidentally, reporter Ning left at this time because of an emergency. It could not affect the transaction at all. Even if reporter Ning came back, the transaction was over. The trouble had been transferred, and the headache was not Western Mining, but Noah Group. Everything was happy. Chapter 25, Developing an Underground Tourism City. In the hotel, with the melodious music, several people drank a little too much. This was the first major thing that Yi Linxing had really accomplished since his rebirth. Although he had only signed a sales agreement, and had not formally completed the transaction, the coal mine had been taken. The deposit had also been paid. It was basically a sure thing. The key point was that this coal mine was too suitable. With an underground river for energy exchange, the geothermal problem could be completely solved, and part of the energy problem could also be solved. As for the funding issue, Yi Linxing was not worried. Everything was going smoothly. In a little over a month, he would have a large sum of money in his hands, enough to pay for the follow-up funds required to buy the coal mine. Old Yi, what do you want this coal mine for? Ning Saixia pushed the wide-rimmed glasses on his nose. Although I don't understand, I also know that this coal mine is indeed very dangerous. If an accident happens, no matter how much money you have, it won't be enough to fill it. Ning Saixia is a reporter that Yi Linxing has known for a long time. However, Ning Saixia's Western Business Express is a local tabloid. What they do most every day is to integrate resources, pull advertisements, pull sponsorship. In several activities, Yi Linxing also sponsored Ning Saixia once. The two of them started to interact. Yi Linxing also spent a lot of money to invite Ning Saixia. However, the money was well spent. Reporter Ning, I said that I don't want a coal mine, I just want to dig an underground city. Do you believe it? Yi Linxing said half-truthfully. Hee. I believe it. Ning Saixia said she believed it. But in her heart she thought it was a joke. Her laughter was very unique. Dig deeper, you can have an adventure to the center of the earth. There are underground rivers, you can have an underground drift, hee. You can't go to the center of the earth, it's all magma, you'll die if you go there. Hee. It's not known whether Ning Saixia laughed because Yi Linxing's words were funny, or because she was in a good mood because she made money. Her laughter was a little exaggerated. I wonder what Mr. Yi plans to use to dig, excavator. Yi Linxing shook his head. I'm contacting a company that makes shield machines, and I'm going to buy one. That'll cost 100 or 200 million. Is Mr. Yi so rich now? Do you want to buy our Western Business Express together? I will be yours from now on. Ning Saixia said jokingly. Luo Qingyi rolled her eyes. She saw that Ning Saixia was trying to please Yi Linxing on purpose. There was no other way. Yi Linxing had just given her a benefit of 100,000 yuan, and was also preparing to give her 1,000,000 yuan in advertising fees. The key point was that the money came from a legitimate source, and was not illegal. It was a legitimate labor fee. It was much safer than the 1 million yuan given by Western Mining. In the journalist industry, the most feared thing was to touch the bottom line. Therefore, she would rather choose 100,000 than the 1 million. Facing a big money sponsor like Yi Linxing, Ning Saixia would certainly flatter him as much as possible. Yi Linxing scratched his head. This problem is a bit tricky. The money is indeed a bit too much, and I have urgent needs for my money. I can't invest all of it in this. The shield machine needs money. The acquisition of Deep Blue aviation technology also needs money. Making money in the stock market also needs capital, and building the underground city, etc. all need money. It's really worrying. Hearing Yi Linxing's words, Ning Saixia began to wonder, if you don't have enough money, you can rent it. You don't have to employ a large group of workers. Yi Linxing clapped his hands vigorously. Yes. Rent it. This sentence woke me up. Ning reporter, please help me find out if the largest shield machine in China can be rented? Ning Saixia's eyes widened behind his glasses. Mr. Yi, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. But what's the point of digging a dungeon? Ning Saixia was confused. Are you really going to travel underground? Yi Linxing's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Develop underground cities, develop underground tourism economy. This way, all your actions can be perfectly covered up. Reporter Ning, you are absolutely right. It is to build an underground paradise. There are underground river adventures, earthcore tourism, exploration of the underground world. You can also visit the distribution of coal seams underground. Maybe you can even find diamond mines. Yi Linxing has derived a lot of tourism content at once. Ning Saixia opened his mouth in surprise. Mr. Yi, your courage is really surprising to me. Maozi and Luo Qingyu, who were sitting at the table, looked at each other. Both felt that Yi Linxing had bad intentions, and was obviously trying to deceive a good girl. That's not right. This Ning Saixia is not some young girl, who has never seen the world. It seems that the two of them are seducing each other. They flatter each other. And they all look like social people. Xiao Yi, I have a few girlfriends who want to vote for you. Do you have any vacancies? The soft and sweet voice of the boss lady came from the phone. Since the divorce, the boss lady can't rest unless she calls Yi Linxing several times a day. And before every call, she must have eaten honey, and her voice is so sweet that it's sickening. The threshold is 10 million. Yi Linxing was overjoyed, but he said he was keeping people away. Yi Linxing suddenly thought of those girls, who talked to their lovers. They wanted to die, but they refused to give up. I am the same now. I want the money, but I pretend to be a chaste woman. The so-called reluctance to accept is this feeling. Of course, my sisters are not short of money. Hee sisters. The boss lady is almost 40 years old. And these young ladies are probably at least 40 years old. However, Yi Linxing doesn't care. As long as there is money, it's fine. Okay. I'll reserve some spots for you. All this is actually within Yi Linxing's expectations. Although the big market has not yet arrived. The well-informed dealers have already started to buy, which has caused the current stock price to fall slowly. Although there are ups and downs, it is also a trap set by the dealers to prevent retail investors from running away. Moreover, in order to make the boss lady more confident, Yi Linxing also used her account to make several transactions, all of which were carried out using his own memory. In total, he made hundreds of thousands of dollars in the past few days. It almost made up for the losses that the boss lady had suffered since she started stock trading. Especially in the case of a bad market, she could still make money, which made the boss lady more convinced. Boss lady, the real estate market is not good now. And it is even harder to do physical business. I suggest you sell the store and the house. I won't say anything else. But I guarantee that you will make 50% in half a year. Yi Linxing gave the boss lady a tough prescription. The boss lady is divorced. And now these shops and houses belong to her personally. Yi Linxing has long been eyeing this money. The bigger the capital, the more money you can earn. Besides, the aliens are coming. And these houses are not as valuable as a piece of bread. This is also for the boss lady's good. Really? The boss lady was a little tempted. Chapter 26 Brainstorming of a Madman. How could I be false? But I tell you, you have to act quickly. We are going to make a move at the end of this month. You'd better have the money in your account before the end of this month. The lady boss hesitated. Doesn't this mean that only people who pay in full can make the deal? It's not easy to find someone who pays in full now. Yi Linxing knew he couldn't be too hasty. Anyway, I'm just making a suggestion. Whether you listen to it or not is up to you. To deal with such a woman, You have to play hard to get. He believed that it would not be long before the boss lady would be moved and take action. Boss Yi, Yang Dongshin invested another 50 million, and the book funds reached 150 million. Luo Qingyu happily put the income and expenditure table on Yi Linxing's desk. Yi Linxing breathed a sigh of relief. This cunning thing finally gave in and took out all the money. These 2 days, Yi Linxing has been using the funds of Yang Dongshin and the boss lady Han Siwei to speculate in stocks. Because it was a long time ago, he did not remember most of the stock market trends very clearly. But for some of the monster stocks, I still remember them clearly. So, Yi Linxing concentrated his funds on these monster stocks. After this wave, Yang Dongshin and Han Siwei's accounts had at least 10% returns. So Yang Dongshin completely lost his vigilance and bet all his capital. Boss, the money is in Yang Dongshin's account, and the money earned is also in his account, so we can't get it. Luo Qingyu asked with some doubts. I have a way to get the money out. Yi Linxing smiled contemptuously. Once Yang Dongshin dies, I will start transferring funds. How to transfer? Luo Qingyu still didn't understand. The means of the financial circle. Isn't it easy to empty the account? Yi Linxing chuckled. But, if that's the case, how could Yang Dongshin still trust us to manage the account? Yi Linxing shrugged. Yang Dongshin is not a fool. If you want to transfer money, it is not that fast. It will take several days. He will receive a financial report every day. Once there is a problem with the account funds, he can change the password immediately and withdraw the account. Moreover, if we use radical means to transfer the money within 1 day, he can choose to call the police. After the police intervene, there is a high probability that the transaction will be frozen or even declared invalid. Our efforts will be wasted. Luo Qingyu suddenly realized, it seems that Yang Dongshin actually understands finance. Yi Linxing nodded. Fortunately, he understands. So we can succeed. If you meet someone who doesn't understand and is very vigilant, you won't get the money. Luo Qingyu looked at the calendar on the wall. There are still 20 days. Yang Dongshin should die. Yi Linxing stood up, showing a meaningful smile. Are you like me? And you have never wanted someone to die so much? Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes. Who is as inhumane as you? Watching Luo Qingyu twisting her body and walking away, Yi Linxing smiled. You say one thing and mean another. Mouzi came over, staring at Luo Qingyu's slow and swaying figure, and whispered, Did she reject your confession? Get lost. Give me 10 million. And I'll leave right away. Mouzi stretched out his hand. Yi Linxing looked at Mouzi speechlessly. This guy just wanted to leave. This time, Mouzi did not change his mind. Well, I'll give you 100,000 yuan first, and you take your daughter over first. If your daughter is willing to go with you, I will personally supervise and help you build a villa. You don't want to pay? Mouzi's face was a little gloomy. I can't bear to part with a good helper like you. Mouzi's face looked better. Okay. It's settled. A discussion meeting was in progress. There were 6 people attending the meeting. Although there were not many people, the content of the discussion was extremely crazy. Because the topic of discussion was how to destroy the Earth and let the Earth avoid alien reconnaissance. A surreal topic. It can't be avoided. After listening to Luo Ji's introduction, an older man with lush hair, who looked a bit like Einstein, said, There are too many traces of civilization on the blue planet, and these can't be avoided. Yi Linxing remembered the name of this scientist, called Wang Durong, a famous astronomer. Today's meeting is an academic discussion meeting. Yi Linxing is the organizer and the only observer. Luo Ji and Yi Linxing did not tell these scientists their real purpose. They just treated this meeting as an academic discussion meeting. Luo Ji's influence in the scientific community is not enough. It is reasonable to invite these scientific giants to participate. However, the scientific community has never lacked crazy people, nor crazy ideas. Therefore, when Luo Ji sent this topic to several scientists who were very fascinated by academic research, almost all of them agreed to participate. That's why this academic seminar was held. There were not many participants, except Luo Ji. There were only 5 people. But the 5 people were the best authorities in various fields in the country. Can you tell me more about it? Yi Linxing asked. Let's not talk about those magnificent buildings. Just talk about the satellites in the sky. There are more than 50,000 satellites flying in space now. Among them, there are more than 40,000 Starlink satellites alone. If there really is an alien exploration satellite approaching the blue planet, as long as one satellite is found, then everything will be exposed. Satellites can be recalled, Luo Ji said. Even if satellites can be recalled, space stations can also be made to fall, but there is still something that cannot be controlled. That's space junk. Wang Durong shook his head. His gray hair looked cute when it swayed. But what he said chilled Yi Linqing's heart. These space junk are the products of civilization. Intelligent creatures can easily distinguish them. You know, space junk is difficult to detect, and even more difficult to control. If any one of them is leaked, all the efforts made by the Blue Star people will be wasted. Wang Durong shook his head. This underground Noah's Ark plan cannot succeed. Yi Linqing and Luo Ji looked at each other, and both saw uneasiness in each other's eyes. This problem is indeed something they did not expect. Moreover, this problem is very difficult to deal with. There is so much space junk, and its whereabouts are erratic. If it is not handled properly, it will be discovered by alien detection satellites, and the secrets of mankind will be exposed. All the work done by Yi Linqing was in vain. Is there any way? Wang Durong shook his head. It's difficult. Even if you use missiles or lasers to hit it, it's not easy. Because it's easy to destroy it and stop it from working. But it's very difficult to completely destroy it and eliminate it. Chapter 27: Evaporating the Sea and Radio Silence. Even lasers cannot destroy the body. And if a circuit board the size of a fingernail is missing, humans cannot hide it. Another scientist also added, those high-rise buildings are also difficult to deal with. Buildings are built with a service life of more than 100 years. Some high-rise buildings were built in the last century and are still in good condition. It is another arduous project to destroy all these buildings. I don't think this is troublesome. Humans can evaporate the seawater and put all the seawater into the sky. After the volcano erupts, it will turn into snowflakes and fall down to cover these buildings. The thin natural scientist Xue Weidong said. Sure enough, another madman actually wanted to evaporate the sea. It is relatively easy to evaporate the seawater. Get a few meteorites and smash them into the sea. If there are more, the seawater can be evaporated. If we artificially create some acid rain, then the corrosion rate can be accelerated. But in this way, the blue planet will be useless. It will probably be ruined. Xue Weidong said. This was a brainstorming session. The participating scientists thought that they were participating in a purely academic discussion, so they spoke freely, and their minds were full of ideas. The ideas they put forward were bolder than the last. If outsiders heard this, they would definitely think that this was a meeting of lunatics. Luo Ji coughed. Survival is the most important thing. The topic we are discussing today is mainly about preserving human civilization. Yi Linqing suddenly said, can we build a big net and directly fish in space, catch all the space junk and satellites, and then throw them into the ground? Wang Defa's eyes lit up. Young man, this is a good idea. Moreover, it is easier to cast a net in space than in the sea, because there are no reefs or whirlpools. If we have a few more nets and fish up and down, it might work. No, it's useless. An old man who had been silent all the time suddenly spoke up. Even if all the space junk is dealt with, it's useless. This old scientist is called Wang Yiheng, a scientist in the field of communications. Why? Old Wang. Wang Durong asked. You only think of what you can see. There are other things that are invisible to the naked eye, but can be detected by equipment. For example, radio waves, sound waves, light waves, etc. Wang Yiheng shook his head gently. Once the aliens' detection satellite enters the solar system, our radio waves will be received by them. Humans will have nowhere to hide. Then is there any way? Yi Linqing was anxious. I didn't expect there would be so many problems. Obviously, Luo Ji and Yi Linqing still thought it was simple. If you want to conceal the truth, there are still many things to pay attention to. The difficulty is very high. What's the solution? That is to start radio silence 1 year before the aliens enter the solar system. The time should even be earlier. After all, the preset conditions do not clearly state where the aliens will enter the solar system from. Wang Yiheng called up a solar system distribution map. If they enter the solar system from Neptune, the radio silence should be maintained more than 4 hours in advance, so that the aliens' detection satellites will not receive information. Yi Linqing said bitterly, this is impossible. Only after the aliens appear. It is possible to keep silent. Because, before the aliens appear, no one will believe that aliens will come. There is no evidence. How can the heads of state of various countries believe in aliens? This destroys the premise. Yi Linqing thought very clearly. If he told the leaders of the world now that aliens are about to land on the blue planet, he would definitely be treated as a lunatic. It is impossible to keep radio silence in advance, seeing that he worked hard. But the final result might be in vain. Yi Linsheng felt really bitter. Is there any way? Luo Ji asked. Several scientists fell into silence. After a long time, Wang Yiheng finally spoke again. I have thought of 2 ways. The first one is that we place several transmitting sources in various places in the solar system, and continuously emit strong irregular interference signals to interfere with their judgment. In this way, they will not easily discover that the blue planet is the mother planet of human civilization. However, this method has a disadvantage, which is that it still tells the aliens that there is civilization in the solar system. They may come back to investigate in a few years. Yi Linsheng frowned. What is the second method? Then we need to predict where the alien spacecraft will appear in advance. And then we can set up a signal filter or jammer in the middle to filter out the human signal or jam it, so that they think it is the noise of nature, Wang Yiheng said. Yi Linsheng wrote down Wang Yiheng's name again. It seems that if we want to save mankind, we must bring in the scientist Wang Yiheng. And before the aliens arrive, enough signal jammers or filters must be deployed in space. Yi Linsheng felt that his burden had increased. Whether it was making a space fishing net or making a jammer, it required huge funds. And all these financial pressures were concentrated on Yi Linsheng, which made him feel overwhelmed. If the country were to do these things, it shouldn't be difficult. However, the country would not just believe Yi Linsheng's words. So far, there is only one person who believes in Yi Linsheng, and that is Luo Ji. Yi Linsheng couldn't think of any way to convince more people. Let's fight. Isn't it just to make money? Yi Linsheng said with gritted teeth. He must be a little crazier and bolder. The construction of the underground city is not that easy. You plan to use a shield machine to dig the underground city, which is a good idea. But have you ever thought that there are only a few thousand shield machines in the world? The shield machine can only dig 8 to 10 meters per hour. It can only dig 300 meters per month. Even if it is running at full speed, it can only dig 500 meters at most in a month. It can only dig 1 kilometer in 2 months. It can only dig 6 kilometers in a year. How can it build a huge underground city? Moreover, how to pile up the excavated soil? Even if all the shield machines in the world work together, they can't build a few underground cities. And the capacity of each underground city is limited. Even if we calculate it based on the maximum capacity, it can only hold 10 million people at most. 99.9% of the people on Blue Star will die. Is this ratio too big? Said Ma Xingkong, an architectural expert. Yi Linsheng couldn't help but sigh. Once the master makes a move, you will know whether it works or not. Chapter 28: A Grand Plan to Make Money. This seminar is very timely and very meaningful. The questions raised by the experts are all urgent. If they cannot be solved, their own Noah's Ark plan will be stillborn. However, Yi Linsheng's character is to be more courageous with more setbacks. There are always more solutions than problems. He firmly believes this. After sending the scientists away, Rogi looked at Yi Linsheng with a strange smile. Are you defeated? Yi Linsheng forced a smile. Do you know what the biggest difference between scientists and me is? What? Although scientists are powerful, they will be frightened by their own analysis. Yi Linsheng said viciously. I won't. No matter if he succeeds or not. I will try it first. His eyes became cold. My rebirth must be meaningful. Otherwise, why let me be reborn? Raised the notebook in his hand. I have written down all their questions. Next, I will solve them one by one. Our ancestor said it well. Mountains and rivers are so dense that you may think there is no way out, but when you are in the dark, you will find another village. There must be a way out when you reach the mountain. So, I will not be scared by difficulties. I will do it first. There is always a way. Looking at Yi Linsheng's renewed fighting spirit, Luo Ji shook his head slightly. I finally understand why it is you who is reborn, and not me. Money, without money, you can't move forward. Everything needs money to support it. Yi Linsheng's plan, everything is related to money. Making money crazily is Yi Linsheng's most urgent goal. Boss Yi, don't think hackers are so magical. I can't hack into the stock trading system. Xiao Dao, with a messy hair, stared at Yi Linsheng and said. Yi Linsheng chuckled. I didn't ask you to hack the trading system, but to develop an automatic trading software. I'm short of manpower now, and I have to run around. So I need to set up an automatic trading software to trade at the rhythm I set. This will also free Luo Qingyu. What do you want to free her for? Don't you dare to have any bad ideas about my sister Luo. Xiao Dao. This kid decided to move to the company after seeing Luo Qingyu. Here, someone will provide food and drinks. When I'm tired of writing code, I can still look at beautiful women. Xiao Dao is already enjoying it. Don't think about it. I'm not interested in your sister Luo, Yi Linxing said. Yi Linxing was telling the truth. He is busy making money now. He is so busy that he is dizzy. How can he have time to deal with girls? Women can only affect the speed of my sword drawing. A scornful and sarcastic voice came from behind. It's as if no one is interested in you. Yi Linxing scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Luo Qingyu is good in every way. Except for one thing. She is born in the year of the cat. And walks without making any sound. Qingyu, let me see the latest report. Yi Linxing quickly changed the subject. Luo Qingyu frowned and quickly handed a document to Yi Linxing. Noah Company has very few employees now. The business it is engaged in is mainly stocks. Yi Linxing also made a plan. In the early stage, the main way to make money is through stocks and futures. After all, this thing makes money quickly. And I have the advantage of rebirth. And I know some advanced information. This is an extremely favorable condition. But after reaching a certain scale, it is obviously not enough to rely on stocks and futures alone. Then I have to rely on other ways. There are several kinds of domestic investment to make money. The first is venture capital. This is actually the most profitable. In the past few years, several unicorn companies have emerged. In particular, Yi Linxing knows the development of various companies in the next few years. But this investment cycle is too long. Yi Linxing obviously doesn't have enough time. If Yi Linxing were given 10 or 8 years, he could invest in the most awesome unicorns at the lowest price, and then make a fortune. Unfortunately, what Yi Linxing lacked was time. The second is to work in a hot industry. If you catch the hot spot, you can make a lot of money. There is another way to make money quickly, which is the Ponzi scheme. But this kind of thing obviously violates the law, of course. You can't get involved. It's easy to die if you get involved. The thunder will also burst quickly. Suddenly, Yi Linxing's eyes lit up. He remembered a project that would make a major breakthrough in the coming year, and might earn enough money. This project came from a domestic research team. As long as you grasp this project, you will grasp the pulse of the world's rich. At that time, how much money you want to make, it's all up to Yi Linxing. This idea gradually matured in his mind. By the end, Yi Linxing was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He jumped up and shouted to everyone, "Snacks at noon. I'll treat you." Mazi, Xiao Dao, Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linxing, as if he was looking at a fool. In the end, Luo Qingyu poured a basin of water on him to wake him up. It's afternoon now. Find some time to eat lunch. Your health is important. Remember to take medicine. Yi Linxing laughed. He didn't care. The huge pressure on him had been resolved by him. Money is no longer a problem. When his plan succeeds, the rich will come to him with money. Yi Linxing is convinced of this. The wind blows through the wheat field, bringing a scent of rice seedlings. Mazi took a deep breath of air. It smells so good. Take a few more breaths, and in another year, you won't be able to smell it anymore. Yi Linxing put his hands in his pockets and looked around. Are there really aliens? Otherwise, I'd put so much effort, just to be like you, and go to jail? Yi Linxing knew very well that if he continued as he was now, in less than 2 years, he would definitely be exposed and go to jail. However, next year, alien spaceships will appear in the solar system. At that time, people will find that all of Yi Linxing's efforts are for all mankind. All for preserving the fire of mankind. What Yi Linxing did is no longer a crime, but a great feat. Before the great man is understood by the world, they are all crazy and foolish. But once they succeed, people will immediately worship them as gods. Yi Linxing does not want to be a great man, nor does he want to be a god. However, his responsibility as a reborn person forced him to take some unusual paths. Mazi timidly walked to the iron gate and knocked on it. This was the first time Yi Linxing saw Mazi being so timid. "Who is it?" A strong female voice came. After a while, a woman came out and saw Mazi. "What are you doing here again?" "You bastard. Don't destroy my family," Mazi said embarrassedly. "I want to see my daughter." Chapter 29. The woman who was being held tightly. "She doesn't want to see you," the woman said impatiently. "I'll give you money, you give me my daughter." "How much money do you have?" "Give me 100,000. I'll let my daughter go with you," the woman said casually. It was obvious that Mazi couldn't come up with the money. Paw! A stack of big bills fell on the woman's hand. The woman's eyes turned green. She greedily flipped through it a few times, confirmed that it was all real bills, then said, "What I said just now doesn't count, I want 1 million. Mousie turned his head, and looked at Yi Linsheng behind him, looking like a pleading. Yi Linsheng shook his head. This woman looked difficult to deal with. She looked like a shrewd farmer. She was taking advantage of Mousie. Yi Linsheng took out a stack of money, and threw it to Mousie. Another 100,000 yuan. No more. The woman glanced at Yi Linsheng, and knew that he was not an ordinary person. She changed her face and said, 200,000 yuan is too little. Boss, at least 500,000 yuan. Yi Linsheng grabbed the money from the woman and said, forget it. Mousie was so anxious that he scratched his hair. This Mousie didn't know what was wrong with him. He lost his cleverness when he saw this woman. It is said that evil people will be punished by their own evil. This woman is now Mousie's evil. Okay. It's 200,000. But I tell you, if you send the child back, I won't return the money to you. The woman snatched the money and hugged it as if she was afraid that it would be snatched away again. No. I will raise her up, Mousie said. The woman glanced at Mousie with contempt, turned around and shouted to the house. Hua, come here. A girl of 7 or 8 years old came over and stared at Mousie and Yi Linsheng timidly. Go with him. Mom, I haven't finished my homework. Go if I ask you to. You won't be gone for a few days anyway. The woman walked quickly and put the money back in the house. Mousie said angrily, what do you mean you won't be gone for a few days? You want to follow me? The woman's voice came from the house. Do you still want to take people away? Mousie realized that the woman was coaxing the child to follow her obediently. Mousie put his arm around the girl's shoulders. Wah, come on. I'll take you to the amusement park. The woman had put the money away and walked back. However, when Yi Linsheng looked at her, she seemed to have a mocking look on her face. This made Yi Linsheng a little suspicious, thinking that this woman was up to something. Sure enough, when the three of them walked a few dozen meters away, the woman yelled from behind, Mousie, I forgot to tell you. This child is not yours. Puff. Yi Linsheng spat out a mouthful of blood. This woman is really a talent. Sure enough, there are masters among the people. Seeing the results of the appraisal, Mousie was completely exhausted. I was really taken advantage of by this woman. This girl is not Mousie. Mousie, what's going on between you and Hua's mother? Yi Linsheng asked in a depressed tone. 200,000 was thrown into the water for nothing. She is my childhood sweetheart. We agreed that, as long as we saved enough money for the betrothal gift, she would marry me. The money was about to be saved, but I failed the last time. And I was locked up. She came to see me in prison, saying that she was pregnant with my child. After I was released, I wanted to see my child. But she said I had to pay her money to see him. So I went back to my old ways. The cameras are so powerful now. And I was arrested again. Because I was a repeat offender, I was sentenced to a heavy sentence. The woman came to see me again, saying that she would wait for me to be a good person after I was released from prison. And then she would marry me. I told her all the places where I hid my money. But, after I was released, she said she was already married. Mousie rubbed his hair in annoyance. Now I know that she has been lying to me. Even the child is not mine. Yi Linsheng calculated. Before you went in for the first time, she should have been with someone else. She just wanted your money. Took a look at the little girl in new clothes. What should we do? Send her back. Send her back. We can't let the child leave his biological parents, Mousie said dejectedly. The car stopped outside the house again. The woman walked out slowly, looking at Mousie with a smirk. I told you, the money will not be returned. Even if you return the child, I won't return it. The little girl got out of the car. Dressed in fancy clothes, Mom. They bought me new clothes. And a lot of school supplies. We also went to the amusement park and had a big meal. Mousie looked depressed and couldn't say a word. Yi Linsheng was speechless too. Fighting with such a shrewd woman is even more difficult than fighting with those old sly guys in the business world. The car started, and the two were about to leave. And the woman spoke again. Mousie, I seem to remember that you really have a child. But I forgot where it is. Mousie was stunned. But Yi Linsheng was angry. He suddenly opened the car door, punched the woman in the face with a fierce punch, grabbed the woman by the collar. Tell me quickly, where is it? The corner of the woman's mouth was bleeding, but she was greedy and cunning like a small farmer and refused to let go. 100,000. 200,000. 500,000. Yi Linsheng clenched his fists even tighter. The woman saw that Yi Linsheng's face became more and more ugly, then said, "Give me the money first." For such a woman, Yi Linsheng was convinced. For money? He is not afraid of death. Okay. I'll give it to you. It's in the next village. How did you hook up with such a woman? Yi Linsheng was really speechless. That woman was simply a piece of shit. For money? He didn't care about anything. I have been bullied by her since I was a child. In front of her. I dare not speak loudly. It seems that you have the so-called Stockholm Syndrome. Yi Linsheng shook his head. There is really a thing that can defeat another. Such a great cat. In front of that bastard woman. It was like a mouse meeting a cat. The cat was very excited now. Drive faster. This child is the whole meaning of my life. A total of 330 million funds. We used a 5-fold leverage, and sold a total of 1.65 billion shares of Logi Pharmaceuticals. Currently floating profit is 150 million. Luo Qingyu handed the report to Yi Linsheng. Now it is fully invested, just waiting for the thunder. Yi Linsheng calculated the time. And there were still a few days before the explosion. According to your calculation, tomorrow is the day Yang Dongchun dies. Luo Qingyu's tone was a little strange. After all, it was indeed a little strange to talk about a person's life and death like this. Yi Linsheng stood up and walked to Xieda's side. Erase all records of Yang Dongchun tomorrow. Mobile phones, computers, and their company records. All erased. He called Mazi again. Once Yang Dongchun dies, his company will definitely be in chaos. You go to his office and destroy all his documents. Don't let anyone find out the whereabouts of the money. Remember? Don't leave any traces. Mazi was a little embarrassed. Boss, I don't want to do it anymore. Chapter 30. Yang Dongchun is dead. Why? Yi Linsheng was puzzled. Mazi looked at the thin little girl behind him. I can't let my child have a thief father. Since finding this little girl, Mazi has been making a fuss about leaving all day long. Yi Linsheng knew that. Mazi must be dealt with. Otherwise, his plan could not be realized. Mazi, do you want your child to be proud of you? Yes. At least, you can't be ashamed of me. Mazi's eyes were firm. Believe me, in a year, your daughter will be proud of you. Because you have saved all mankind, and are a hero of all mankind. Yi Linsheng said. Mazi was silent. Yi Linsheng knew that Mazi was still worried. Mazi, who is your hero? Wu Song. Lu Xishan. Shiqian? Of course. Yi Linsheng nodded. That's right. As long as you have justice in your heart and the world in your heart. No matter what you do, you are a hero. Use your talents for a just cause. No matter what you do, you are a hero. Just like Shiqian. Mazi rolled his eyes. You have justice in your heart? You are not doing it for money? Yi Linsheng felt insulted. If I did it for money, we would have shared the money with you long ago. And then found a place to hide my identity. Live freely. And no one could find me. Why should I work so hard? Mazi raised his head and thought hard. It seems that you are right. Mazi, give me a year. If I can't make you a great hero in your daughter's mind in a year, you can spit in my face directly. And I won't hide. Yi Linsheng was a little excited. Luo Qingyu, Xiao Dao, and Lao Chong all came over. They actually couldn't understand what Yi Linsheng was doing. If this man was really after money, he would have stopped long ago, as he now had more money than he could spend in his lifetime. But now, he was still going out to attack people everywhere, sometimes staying up all night and working all the time. They now believed Yi Linsheng's words a little. Mazi glanced at the little girl again. Okay. Let's do it for a year. If you can't fulfill your promise after 1 year, I will take the money and leave. Yi Linsheng laughed and patted Mazi on the shoulder. That's right. Tomorrow is very important. We must destroy all evidence that may cause trouble. Luo Qingyu suddenly spoke. Mazi, it doesn't take a year. Old Yi said that Yang Dongchun will die tomorrow. If he really dies, it means that he is really a reborn person. We should trust him without reservation. Boss Chong suddenly said quietly, what if he assassinated the person? Several people looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. The look in their eyes when they looked at Yi Linsheng was not right. Yi Linsheng said angrily, damn it, it seems that in your eyes, I am a big bad guy who does all kinds of evil and is bold and reckless. What made Yi Linsheng even angrier was that these people nodded in tacit understanding. Old Yi, there is a problem in my company. I want to withdraw all the funds. You should sell the stocks quickly. Early in the morning, Yang Dongchen's voice came from the phone. Yi Linsheng said calmly, "What happened?" He knew that Yang Dongchen was going to run away. Big deal. The company will definitely not be able to be saved. I am going to run away. I need money urgently. Yang Dongchen said hurriedly. Since that's the case, I suggest you run away first. When you are stable, you can withdraw the money. This way your funds will be safer. Besides, the account is yours, we can't withdraw the money, and you don't have to worry about the funds. You also know that selling stocks takes time. How could Yi Linsheng let him take the money now? Yang Dongchen thought for a while. That's right. Well, wait for my call. I'll contact you as soon as I settle down. No more talking. I'll burn a stick of incense and leave. Yi Linsheng sneered. This kind of profiteer. He was about to run away. But he didn't forget to burn incense to the Buddha. Unfortunately, even the Buddha couldn't save his life. However, Yi Linsheng was a little worried. Would his presence affect Yang Dongchen's death? A police car stopped downstairs of the St. Leah group. Several heroic policemen hurriedly got out of the car and rushed into the hall. Police, put down your things and squat down. Chu Zixing glanced at the entire hall, and his eyes stopped at the girl at the front desk. Where is your chairman Yang Dongchen? The girl was a little panicked. Director Yang just went to the garage with a big suitcase. Chu Zixing hurried into Yang Dongchen's office, which was in a mess. Obviously, Yang Dongchen has already escaped. Looking at the half-burned incense on the shrine, Chu Zixing picked up the intercom. All departments, help to check the suspect who escaped, name Yang Dongchen, license plate number. The accompanying colleagues have already seized the computer host and financial statements, and registered the staff's phone numbers, and also took several executives back to assist in the investigation. The St. Leah group has long had a bad record, but no effective evidence has been found. This time, they were finally caught in the act by a customer. The customer secretly recorded a video, and stole a high-tech anti-aging injection, and handed it over to the Supervision Bureau for inspection. The result was confirmed to be saline. These evidences are enough to wipe out this black-hearted company. Surprisingly, Yang Dongchen actually ran away. There is obviously something fishy here. After working for several hours, the evidence here was collected. When Chu Zixing walked out of the door, he personally sealed the door. When the police left, a thin figure appeared at the door of Shenglia Group. This is Mazi. He nimbly tore open the seal, pried open the door lock, and entered inside. Seeing the mess in the office, Mazi didn't know how to start. Yi Linsheng asked him to destroy all the evidence that might lead to the movement of the funds. But he didn't say what it was. Mazi hesitated for a moment, looked at the messy information in the office, made up his mind, and lit a fire. Captain Chu, there was a car accident on Airport Road. A small car was crashed, and a man in the car died. The license plate number was the car driven by Yang Dongchen, chairman of Shenglia Group. The deceased also had Yang Dongchen's identification documents on his body. The subordinate reported. Chu Zixing shook his head slightly. This kind of thing is not uncommon. When people escape, it is easy to get into a car accident. People with poor psychological quality will be very nervous when they get on the highway. A small mistake may lead to a big accident. Chapter 31. I will do whatever you ask me to do. This Yang Dongchen must have died for this reason. He just felt sorry for Yang Dongchen. If he had cooperated with the investigation honestly, he would have been released after being imprisoned for a few years at most. But he lost his life because of escaping. It was not worth it. Captain Chu, the headquarters of the St. Leah Group caught fire. Someone came in to report. Chu Zixing was shocked. He felt that the fire was a bit strange. Go and have a look. Yang Dongchen had just died, and the headquarters of the St. Leah Group caught fire. This matter revealed a bit of weirdness. In the office, Xiao Dao, Maozi, Boss Chan all stared at Yi Linsheng with a look of seeing a ghost. Just now the news reported that Yang Dongchen, the chairman of Shenglia Group, had a car accident while fleeing for fear of crime, and died on the spot. This is exactly the same as what Yi Linsheng said. However, they still don't think Yi Linsheng is a reborn person. After seeing Yi Linsheng's methods, everyone thinks that this is a carefully planned murder by Yi Linsheng. This also makes Yi Linsheng speechless. Boss Yi, tell me the truth. How did you do it? This is a perfect murder. There is no flaw, Xiao Dao said in admiration. Boss Chan rolled his eyes. What perfect murder? Based on my experience, Xuya must have tampered with the car's brakes. This is not a perfect murder. The police only need to check the brakes of the car, and they may find the problem. Maozi shook his head. No. It's not the brakes. If there is a problem with the brakes, it is impossible that the problem will occur when we are almost at the airport. The car accident should have happened long ago. I think most likely, boss, he drugged Yang Dongchen. Just when they were near the airport, the drug took effect, then they had a car accident. Yi Linsheng rolled his eyes. You have such a brain hole, why don't you write detective novels? Writing novels is a dead end. The three people said in unison. Boss Chan looked at Luo Qingyu strangely. Miss Xiao Luo, what do you think our Xiao Yi used? Luo Qingyu glanced at Yi Linsheng briskly. Don't guess blindly. Yi Linsheng is the reborn. I believe it. After saying that, Luo Qingyu turned around and passed by Yi Linsheng. From now on, I will do whatever you want me to do. Mazi. Xiao Dao and Boss Chang's eyes widened. Especially Xiao Dao, who almost cried. Seeing the strange expressions of the three people, Luo Qingyu seemed to find that there was something wrong with her words. And her face turned red, only for work. Maozi said strangely, don't you suspect that the guy died of murder? Luo Qingyu turned her head and glanced at Yi Linsheng. What he does every day. I know it clearly. He wants to murder someone without telling me. Impossible. Yi Linsheng glanced at Luo Qingyu awkwardly. Qingyu, you also know what I did in the room? I know all the dirty things you did in the room. Luo Qingyu said contemptuously. For some reason, Maozi, Xiao Dao shrank their necks, as if they had done something bad and were caught red-handed. What dirty things did I do? Yi Linsheng felt wronged. Since Luo Qingyu came, no, since he was reborn, Yi Linsheng has no time to think about sex. His whole energy is on studying how to build an underground city. Gnashing teeth, farting, talking in sleep. Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes at him. Which of these things did you miss? Yi Linsheng stopped talking. Handsome men and beautiful women are also human beings. They all have human problems. Headquarters of St. Leah Group. Chu Zixin carefully observed the traces on the ground. It is obvious that someone deliberately set the fire. The marks on the ground are the marks left by the burning of some liquid fuel. This shows that someone is destroying the evidence. However, Yang Dongchen is already dead. Who would do this? Xiao Li. Check Yang Dongchen's accident car to see if there is anything suspicious. In addition, check Yang Dongchen's personal and family accounts to see where the funds of their company have gone. After Chu Zixin explained the matter, he stood up and walked to the door. The seal here has been torn off long ago. This was torn off by the firefighters who were trying to put out the fire. He looked up and found the camera above his head. Checked the surveillance to see who set the fire. Captain, when we put up the seal, we turned off all the power supplies. The power supply of the surveillance was also turned off. Police Officer Xiao Lu said. Chu Zixin walked out of the door and looked up at the opposite side. There was a small supermarket opposite. And he nodded. Go to the supermarket opposite and check if there is surveillance. If there is surveillance, check it out. Xiao Lu ran a few steps and went to the supermarket opposite. After a while, Xiao Lu came back. Captain, the supermarket staff said that a police officer had checked the surveillance from her. Chu Zixin was startled. Asked the brother department if they checked the surveillance. It's definitely not the brother department. I just checked the surveillance and found that all the surveillance data from yesterday to today has been deleted. Xiao Lu said depressedly. Our brother unit would never do such a thing. Someone must have deliberately erased the data. Chu Zixin took a deep breath. You took the hard drive down and took it to the technical department to recover it. It seems that there must be someone behind Yang Dongchen. Only by digging out this person, the case can be considered solved. Yi Linsheng sat in front of the computer and couldn't help but feel a little excited. A total of 1.65 billion yuan was borrowed. This is simply a huge sum of money. The investment was 330 million yuan. Among them, 150 million yuan came from Yang Dongchen's account. 10 million yuan came from Yi Linsheng's own account. All this money was deposited in the bank bit by bit these days. Moreover, it was deposited in several accounts. Yi Linsheng didn't dare to save more money. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. The 50 million belonged to the boss lady Han Siwei. This low-key boss lady simply blinded Yi Linsheng's eyes. He knew that the boss lady was rich, but he didn't know that she was so rich. She actually had 50 million in assets, 20 million of which was cash, and 30 million came from her 3 houses. She also had several shops. In this way, the boss lady had at least 100 million in funds. This made Yi Linsheng regretful. If he had known that the boss lady was so rich, before he was reborn, he should have complied with the boss lady's request, stopped working hard, and just been a little milk dog. He had directly completed a small personal goal. The boss lady still had charm, and there were many people who wanted to be such a little milk dog. As for now, Yi Linsheng was not interested. Now that he was reborn, he had mastered the information gap for a year, and had a higher goal, so there was no need to be a little milk dog. Especially since Yi Linsheng's goal had become 1 trillion. Chapter 32, It is better to go long than short. Except for this money, the rest of the money was provided by the boss's girlfriends. These girlfriends are richer than each other. The least invested one has invested more than 10 million. Sure enough, the rich are hidden among the people. The latest news just now, the negative news about Logi Pharmaceutical has come out, and the stock price will soon collapse. Luo Qingyu sat down next to him, and said in a low voice. By the way, how much can we make? Luo Qingyu asked. About 60% of the margin lending amount, maybe less than 60%. Luo Qingyu frowned. Didn't you say that the stock price would plummet by 70%? We can't close all the stocks at the bottom. In addition, there are various fees to pay, taxes, margin lending fees, transaction fees, etc. Some brokerages will also require internal liquidation. All in all, it's already very good to get 60%. Luo Qingyu nodded again. I understand. Let me calculate, 990 million, almost 1 billion. Mauzi's eyes lit up. Oh my god, earn 1 billion in one go? This is too cool. I can't steal so much money even if I run my legs off and steal for 10 lifetimes. Yi Linsheng sighed. 1 billion, only 1,000th of the goal. Alas, it's too difficult. Yi Linsheng's goal is 1 trillion. This is simply a fantasy. However, rebirth is to challenge this impossibility. Otherwise, what is the meaning of rebirth? In the stock market, you still have to go long. The profit margin of going long is large, and the profit of going short is limited. Yi Linsheng closed his eyes, and recalled carefully, seeing which stock can be long. Why? Luo Qingyu is very interested in the stock market. To go short, we need to borrow stocks from securities companies, that is, borrow stocks from securities companies and sell them first, and wait until the stock price falls, and then we buy them back and return them to the securities companies to make a profit from the difference. Do you understand this point? Yi Linsheng is also a guy who likes to teach others. Especially when the student is a pretty girl like Luo Qingyu. I understand this point. Luo Qingyu has been operating the market for so long. And she also understands this principle. If a stock is now worth 10 yuan, if we short it, even if the stock falls to 0 yuan, we can only make 10 yuan. Is that right? Yes. Mauzi nodded. He didn't understand anything else. But he understood this sentence. But his answer was ignored by Yi Linsheng, who would like to talk about stock market to a farmer with wrinkles on his face. Luo Qingyu also nodded. And Yi Linsheng continued, but our long position is different. For the same stock bought at 10 yuan, we can let it rise to 100 yuan. So we can make 10 times the money. Right? Luo Qingyu suddenly realized. So, there is more room for long positions, which can be multiplied several times or even dozens of times. But for short positions, the space is limited. The price we sell at is our highest profit target. Moreover, it is easy to get the support of stockholders when going long. After all, only those who borrow securities can make money when going short. But when going long, anyone can come in and make a profit. Yi Linsheng stood up. Next, in line with public opinion, we go long. Jianghai City Police Department Economic Investigation Department. Xiaolu handed a case file to Chuzixin. Captain, the accident car has been investigated, and the results given by the Criminal Investigation Department are that there is no doubt, and it is not a man-made accident. I also checked the data from the dashcam. At the time of the accident, he was about to answer the phone. Due to improper operation, he hit the roadside guardrail at high speed, causing the accident. Chuzixin frowned. Check the caller number. I have checked the caller number. It was one of his subordinates who called. This person has also been controlled. He wanted to ask Yang Dongshan for investment and salary, because all the funds in their company account have been transferred away. Xiaolu is also an old employee. He has long understood Chuzixin's habits. He checked all the clues he wanted to trace before reporting. Otherwise, he would definitely be criticized. If it were any other time, Chuzixin would definitely praise him. But now, he was focused on investigating the case. All the funds in the account of Shenglia Group had been transferred away within a month. This made Chuzixin very suspicious. This was too coincidental. Just when their economic investigation department was about to obtain the key evidence to arrest them. Yang Dongshan actually transferred all the money away. The money was transferred to the accounts of a third-party company in the name of investment. If you want to trace the accounts of a third-party company, some complicated procedures are needed to continue the investigation. Most importantly, this company is obviously a shell company. There is no office, no staff. Even the legal person cannot be found. Have you found the legal person of that shell company? Chu Zixing asked. No. According to the identity information search, the legal person of this company is a farmer in a remote mountainous area. If we want to find this legal person, we can only go to the deep mountains and old forests to look for him, Xiao Lu said with a bitter face. Besides, even if we find him, it's useless. This person is obviously a puppet. Yang Dongshan is the boss behind this company. Xiao Lu really doesn't want to go to the mountains to look for such a puppet. Such a puppet probably doesn't know anything. And it will be scared. And something unexpected may happen. It will make things more troublesome. Especially the long journey to the mountainous area, and the road is rugged and dangerous. This is the real hard work. It is tiring and meaningless. Xiao Li sighed and said, Yang Dongshan obviously prepared for it. He transferred the funds in the account to a third-party company in the name of investment, and he will definitely divert the funds through various false accounts. It is difficult for us to find the whereabouts of this money. Chu Zixing snorted. Why don't I know what you are thinking? Are you going to let this 500 million stolen money just disappear like this? Hurry up, pack your luggage immediately, and go to the mountainous area. Find this legal person. At the same time, complete the formalities, and carefully investigate this shell company. I don't believe that such a large sum of money as 50 million yuan can disappear without a trace. Chu Zixing gritted his teeth and said. His square face was full of murderous intent. He hated evil as much as he hated evil. As long as he could catch the criminal, no matter how big the difficulties were, he would not be stumped. Xiao Lu and Xiao Li secretly exchanged helpless glances. Working under Chu Zixing was so frustrating. Weekend. The news about Logi Pharmaceuticals caused a series of chain reactions. When the market opens, the stock price will definitely be locked at the lower limit. This money is secured. Yi Linqing breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most now was the so-called butterfly effect. He was afraid that because of his appearance, because of his operation, the original result would be affected. Chapter 33 The rocket launch mission was considered successful. But at present, everything is fine. Raji Pharmaceuticals did not change its business strategy because of my appearance, and Yang Dongshan did not escape the disaster because of my influence. Everything is moving in the best direction. Boss Yi, I have found out clearly that the guy hid the money in a villa. I asked Xiao Dao to check and found that he ordered 10 large safes. It seems that this guy is going to make a big deal, Mauzi said excitedly. Yi Linqing was startled. Who? Who else could it be? It's the guy we stole from last time. The accountant who made money, Mauzi said. Yi Linqing suddenly realized. This guy is probably the one who was most affected by Yi Linqing's rebirth. I say, should we do another deal? I've been observing this guy recently. He takes money home at an alarming rate. Sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. At least several million, Mauzi said. Since Luo Qingyu decided to trust Yi Linqing unconditionally, Mauzi, Boss Chong and Xiao Dao also chose to trust Yi Linqing completely. This is the power of example. In this way, Yi Linqing can save a lot of effort. At least, he doesn't have to waste his breath to persuade them to do things that seem unreliable. No, Luo Qingyu interrupted Mauzi. Absolutely not. We can't be exposed. At least, before the aliens arrive, we can't be exposed. Now Luo Qingyu has become a staunch supporter of the alien conspiracy theory. Yi Linqing also nodded. We really can't take risks. This guy is crazy now. He is desperately trying to make money. He is obviously preparing to run away. If we provoke him again, he may be completely exposed. Which is not good for us. Luo Qingyu suddenly said, I have an idea. What idea? I'm thinking. If this guy is still so crazy, he will definitely be exposed. We will catch him at that time. We may be implicated. Why not provoke him now? Scare him away. Let him run away. And prevent him from being caught. Then, our money is safe. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linqing and Mauzi with burning eyes. She looked like an honest child who was excited about doing something bad for the first time. The excitement made her pupils dilate. Sure enough, everyone has the urge to commit a crime in their heart. It's just that they have to restrain themselves because of the constraints of morality and law. Once there is a chance, everyone will release the devil in their heart. Luo Qingyu released the little devil in her heart now, so she was so excited. Yi Linsheng coughed. Well, actually, our main goal is to prevent him from going deeper and further down the road of crime. We are trying to stop him from committing more crimes. Well, Maozi, I'll leave this to you. Maozi and Luo Qingyu showed their contempt for Yi Linsheng without any concealment. There is no doubt that Yi Linsheng is a hypocrite who says one thing and means another. Yizhuang. Deep Blue Aerospace Technology Company test site. A rocket is rising slowly. This is the fourth rocket launched by Deep Blue. As a private enterprise, Deep Blue's development can really be said to be difficult. After all, it is too difficult to carve out a niche in the private rocket market. There are already several similar companies abroad. They are all supported by large consortiums. The operators behind the scenes are all top figures on the world's richest list. Their companies have also made great progress, and even started commercial operations. And the leading space exploration company has received many large orders for satellite launches. It has entered the commercialization stage, and its profitability has also been demonstrated. On the other hand, the domestic civilian rocket market is still in the initial research and development stage. It is at a disadvantage in terms of funds, technology, and personnel. Rocket research is an industry that burns money quickly. Burns a lot of money, but has a long payback period. Consortiums are not willing to invest in this industry. It is in this context that Deep Blue Aerospace Technology has been moving forward step by step. Observing from the side were the heads of several other private rocket companies. They learned from each other and competed with each other. There were also some potential investors. Yi Linsheng was among them. He came in as a potential investor. After the rocket was launched to an altitude of 10 kilometers, it began to stop rising and then, driven by power, it began to descend, and finally successfully returned to the launch site. Yi Linsheng frowned. This was somewhat different from what he expected. There was applause from the audience, and people applauded the successful launch of the rocket. The head of Deep Blue Aviation Technology Company began to tell the media about the significance of the successful launch. This launch marks that our private rockets also have the technology to recover rockets, which will greatly save. Yi Linsheng shook his head slightly again. A man wearing deep glasses next to him noticed Yi Linsheng's actions and whispered, "Sir, I have been paying attention to you for a long time, and you don't seem to be satisfied with today's results." Yi Linsheng looked at the man curiously. "Who are you?" "Song Xiangyang, the head of Crossing Star Company." The man stretched out his hand. "Oh, I haven't heard of it." Yi Linsheng told the truth. Song Xiangyang pushed his glasses on his nose. "This is normal. The media generally likes to pay attention to companies like Deep Blue Technology that are popular. Companies like us that are not popular are rarely reported by the media." Yi Linsheng nodded. Indeed, Deep Blue Aerospace focuses on rocket launch and recovery technology. This is benchmarked against the most famous space exploration company abroad, and it is indeed easy to attract attention. Song Xiangyang smiled, "But I see that you don't seem to be interested in this technology." "It's not that I'm not interested, but it's not the direction I need," Yi Linsheng said. Song Xiangyang turned his head and looked around, pointing to the bar next to him. "How about we go over there and talk?" Yi Linsheng did not move. "What direction are you focusing on?" Song Xiangyang saw that Yi Linsheng was indeed interested, and he did not hide it. "We are not pursuing hot spots. We have only one goal: to use the least money and the most effective way to push the rocket into deep space and send the things that the guests want to send into space." "What step have you achieved now?" Yi Linsheng asked. "Just yesterday, we helped a guest send his father's ashes into space." "Successful?" "Well, I guess so." "What do you mean by I guess so?" Yi Linsheng felt that there was something fishy going on. After the rocket entered space, there was an explosion. The special urn was blown to pieces. "We don't know whether the ashes are in space now or have fallen into the atmosphere," Song Xiangyang said somewhat embarrassedly. Chapter 34. The Great Shift of the Universe. He thought this would make Yi Linsheng feel bad, but unexpectedly, Yi Linsheng smiled. "Interesting. Do you need investment?" "Of course." "How much?" "The more the better." Seeing that Yi Linsheng was a little hesitant, he immediately said, "Our technology is already very mature, and now we just lack funds. If there is $1 billion investment, we can safely launch the rocket into space. If there is $1 billion investment, we can accurately launch satellites. If we have 100 billion, we can send things to the moon safely." Yi Linsheng smiled strangely. "If it is less than 1 billion, you can guarantee the launch of the rocket into space. But you cannot guarantee safety. Just like this urn. Right?" Song Xiangyang was not embarrassed at all after being teased, but nodded proudly. Money and technology are linked. I want to launch a fishing net in space. How much investment do you think is appropriate? Yi Linsheng asked. Song Xiangyang didn't think it was funny at all that Yi Linsheng launched a fishing net into space. He counted on his fingers seriously. If the requirements are not high, 1 billion is enough. But I guess you want to control the operation of the fishing net, which involves the technology of precise launch and remote control technology. 10 billion investment is enough. Excuse me, how much does it cost to buy your company? Yi Linsheng asked. Song Xiangyang stretched out a finger. 10 billion? Too much. 100 million? $1. What? Don't doubt it, you heard it right. Our company is already struggling to make ends meet. Employees haven't received their salaries for 3 months. The rocket launched yesterday used up all our funds. But the customer refused to pay the balance. If you want to take over the company, $1 will do. Of course, you have to assume all the company's debts. And you have to pay our salaries. Song Xiangyang's eyes revealed a hint of cunning. How much debt and salary? Not much, probably tens of billions, definitely less than 10 billion. I'll go. Yi Linsheng backed out. Now is the time to use money. He can't afford so much money. In fact, 100 million can also operate. Why? 100 million can pay salaries, and can buy raw materials to start normal operations. After all debts will not be due until next year at the earliest. No need to repay this year. I want it. Sign the agreement now? Sign immediately. Back in Jianhai City, Luo Qingyu excitedly handed the report to Yi Linsheng. Boss Yi, I have cleared all positions at the bottom according to your request, and made a lot of money. How much did you make? Yi Linsheng breathed a sigh of relief. With the first pot of gold, the days ahead will be easier. For money, the most difficult period is the period of primitive capital accumulation. It is the most difficult to make money below 10 million. The lower the difficulty, the harder it is. With a capital of 100,000, it is the most difficult to make 100,000, which is basically hell level. With a capital of 1 million, it is slightly easier to make 1 million, but it is also devil level. However, with a capital of more than 10 million, it becomes easier to make 10 million. When the capital exceeds 100 million, it becomes much easier to make 100 million. The more capital you have, the more ways you can make money. Because the ways to make money become wider. In the track below 1 million, there are too many people. The competition is too fierce. And failure is a high probability event. When it reaches the level of hundreds of millions, there are not many people in the track. And making money is a high probability event. However, when it reaches the level of hundreds of billions, it is difficult to make big money. After all, there are only so many tracks. And the capacity is limited. Now Yi Linsheng is on the best track of billionaires. If you want to make money, it will be much easier than before. TSK. Your guess has come true. The day before yesterday, a securities company notified us that they would force us to close our positions. Our profits have decreased a lot. And now the total profit is 950 million. It's less than 1 billion. Luo Qingyu said with some resentment. Yi Linsheng smiled. It's normal. Securities companies are not fools. They lend us stocks. And now they see that we are making money, and they are losing a lot. Of course they feel unbalanced. Some people are jealous, and want to recover some losses, so it is normal to force internal liquidation. Don't worry about these small amounts of money. Calculate how much money belongs to us. The total funds are 950 million. Excluding the cost of 330 million, the total profit is 600 million. If we split it in half, it's 300 million. We have 750 million in total. This includes Yang Dongchen's capital and profit. Luo Qingyu said. Yi Linsheng nodded. We must clean up our mess as soon as possible. Turn on the computer, and we'll get the money out. How? Luo Qingyu asked nervously. Luo Qingyu had never seen so much money in her life. But now all the money was in Yang Dongchen's account. They could operate this account. But they couldn't take the money out. It's very simple. Let's start with futures. Yi Linsheng found a wheat futures contract that was about to enter the delivery period, and used a hidden account to place a large number of long orders at a low level. That is, buy orders. Because it was a futures contract that was about to enter the delivery period. The wheat futures of this month were already very cold. Speculators were basically out. The remaining ones were sellers and buyers who were ready to make physical delivery. There were only a few transactions a day. Yi Linxing then used Yang Dongchen's account to directly place a large number of low-price short orders and trade. Then, he closed the positions at normal prices. Because the single amount of funds was not large, it did not attract people's attention. After all, in the futures market, such handshaking often occurs. And no one cares too much. Even in the stock market, such a trembling stroke of genius is often seen. The main reason is that the amount is not large. Only a few 100 million or tens of millions of transactions. So the market reaction is calm. Only those who like to do things regard it as a joke and occasionally spread it. Do you understand? Just like what I did just now. On various futures products with flat trading. A transaction is made. And the money is quietly transferred to our account. Yi Linxing said. Wheat, soybeans, rubber, copper, aluminum, soybean meal, corn. As long as it is on the futures market, it is done like this. And the hundreds of millions of funds are all transferred. Luo Qingyu is a smart person. And he immediately understood the trading method. I understand. I will do it right away. After a day, Luo Qingyu was very tired. But the money in Yang Dongchen's account was basically transferred to Yi Linxing's account. Boss Chang, the mission is here. You go to Yizhuang with 100 million yuan of funds, and officially move into the Crossing Star Aerospace Technology Company. Remember, your mission is to launch the rocket to the location we want. Don't worry about the cost, or the technical indicators, just complete the mission. Chapter 35. It's not about money, but about money. Clang. The wrench in Boss Chang's hand fell to the ground. Oh my god. Are you really going to make rockets? What else? Yi Linxing rolled his eyes. You look useless. But the next moment, Boss Chang got excited. Damn it. I didn't expect that I, old Chang, would have this day, and could also study rockets. Xie ya. Don't worry. I won't come back to see you unless I get the rocket into space. Luo Qingyu asked suspiciously. Boss, didn't we acquire that deep blue aerospace technology? How did it become Interstellar Crossing Company? Yeah. Listening to the name of the company, it feels like a copycat. Mousie muttered. What do you know? Yi Linxing rolled his eyes, looking disgusted. Deep Blue is mainly focused on rocket recovery. It has a big gimmick and a long payback period. It is the target of capital. It is not the company we need. It is not worth it. Luo Qingyu understood. It's just that there is not enough money. Yi Linxing felt depressed. It's not a question of whether there is enough money. It's a question of direction. What I need is to send the fishing net into the sky and launch the signal jammer into the sky. There is no need to do any rocket recovery. This is a matter of principle. Mousie and Luo Qingyu looked at each other and nodded solemnly. That's a matter of money. Yi Linxing was powerless to complain. However, what they said was right. Deep Blue technology is too famous. It has successfully carried out rocket launch and recovery experiments, and has made breakthroughs in technology. Such a company is the future domestic space exploration company. It is the object of capital's hot pursuit. If you want to take over Deep Blue technology, you can't get it without tens of billions. Even more. However, Yi Linxing couldn't lose in an argument. Let me tell you, this is a matter of direction, not a matter of money. Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes. Okay, then tell me, how much does it cost to acquire Interstellar? How much does it cost to acquire Deep Blue? Yi Linxing scratched his head. Deep Blue is estimated to cost 5 billion. What about Interstellar? $1. Yi Linxing quickly explained. It's really not a matter of money. I understand. It's a matter of direction. Luo Qingyu and Mousie looked at each other, their tone full of ridicule. A huge problem lies before everyone, that is, there is not enough money. Yi Linxing needs to control at least 500 million yuan of capital for financial operations. Insufficient funds will result in less money. At this time, several of the boss's girlfriends asked for redemption, taking the money and leaving. How can this be possible? Boss, I have already made an appointment with those rich wives tonight, according to your instructions, and booked a KTV room. Luo Qingyu was a little confused. They are all rich women with a net worth of tens of millions. But they didn't even book a good hotel. And booked a KTV. What's the big deal? Have you found the handsome guys to help me? Yi Linxing asked. Yes. Luo Qingyu hesitated. Is this method appropriate? Yi Linxing knew Luo Qingyu's concerns. And he laughed. Women are all impulse consumers. Tonight, I must take down these rich ladies. I can't let them take the money away. 1.5 months have passed. And we are still far from the goal of 1 trillion. Yi Linsheng needs to use all his skills to make so much money. Now Yi Linsheng has cleared his stocks. On the books, everyone has made more than double the profit. Even if it is a share. The boss lady's girlfriends have made at least double the money. Now, several women have proposed to withdraw their capital and only keep the money they earn for Yi Linsheng to manage. This is not what Yi Linsheng thinks. The more capital, the better. Especially Yi Linsheng has already negotiated with a securities company, which can provide 10 times the leverage, allowing him to trade with margin trading. This means that an extra 10 million yuan in funds is equivalent to having 100 million yuan in capital. These wealthy ladies can at least raise 150 million yuan in capital. Adding 10 times leverage, that's 1.5 billion yuan. The money that Yi Linsheng can trade in the stock market and futures market can be as high as 9 billion yuan. 9 billion yuan, plus his own information gap, can do a lot of things. You can also make more money. I think you can do it alone. I've seen the handsome guys in the group, and they're not as handsome as you. Luo Qingyu glanced at Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng shrugged. Don't fall in love with me. We don't have time for love. Luo Qingyu stamped her feet. Narcissist. Seeing Luo Qingyu turn around and leave, he shouted at her back. Prepare more wine to get the mood going. Police station. Economic Investigation Department. Chu Zixin looked at the information in his hand, full of suspicion. The current situation is very clear. Although Yang Dongchen is dead, his money is not dead. His account is still trading. This account is very hidden. It is a fund account opened by Yang Dongchen using other people's identities. More than a month ago, Yang Dongchen gradually transferred 150 million yuan into it. These funds were used to short a pharmaceutical stock through securities lending, with a 5-fold leverage. This made Chu Zixin feel incredible. You know, this is all Yang Dongchen's capital. He actually used 5 times leverage to short a pharmaceutical stock. If he failed, his hard-earned empire would be ruined. What is even more bizarre is that Yang Dongchen died, but this account was still being operated. Just within half a month after Yang Dongchen's death, this account made a huge profit, and the amount earned was twice the principal. What is even more bizarre is that the principal of 150 million yuan in his account, plus the profit of nearly 300 million yuan, suddenly disappeared. Chu Zixin carefully checked the transaction records of this account, and found that all of them were extremely dirty means, buying high and selling low, and all of them were lost. Now, the remaining principal in the account is less than 10,000 yuan. This shows that Yang Dongchen's funds, there is a force behind it secretly operating. Moreover, it seems to involve stock price manipulation. Xiao Li, carefully check these trading accounts and see who they are. Chu Zixin shouted loudly. Xiao Lu and Xiao Li came over reluctantly with bitter faces. Captain, we have preliminarily checked these accounts, involving dozens of accounts of more than 10 securities companies, and we can't finish checking them in 2 or 3 months. Xiao Li added, Captain, the superiors have said that the case of Xinglia Company can be closed. The facts are clear, and the evidence is conclusive. Even if the fund tracing encounters difficulties, the superiors will not say anything, and we don't need to focus on this case. The Economic Investigation Department has a heavy task. Everyone has a lot of cases to investigate. Chapter 36, The Missing Huge Sum of Money. The investigation of the St. Leah Company case has been almost completed. Only the whereabouts of the money remains. This kind of investigation of the whereabouts of money is the most difficult and time-consuming. There is no need to waste time on it. The higher-ups mean the same thing. The director has said that Captain Chu Zixin should put this case aside and focus on other major cases. You mean this money? Just let it go? Chu Zixin looked up at Xiao Li coldly. Xiao Li immediately backed off. No. No. By the way, Captain, the superiors have given us another case, with a huge amount. This case is more urgent. Throwing the pen in his hand on the table, Chu Zixin glanced at Xiao Li with sharp eyes. Large amount? How much? More than Yang Dongchen's? This time Xiao Li didn't back off. He nodded for some reason, almost. While Chu Zixin stood up suddenly. Let's go. Let's go. The guys in the handsome group are very dedicated and hard-working. When the atmosphere became heated, Yi Linsheng threw out his bait and stood up with a microphone. Sisters who ride the wind and waves. Are you happy? Happy. The boss lady shouted particularly loudly. You are so happy today. Who do you want to thank? Yi Linsheng has many ways to deal with these middle-aged women. After all, His job is to make customers happy. Stirring up the atmosphere and mobilizing emotions are Yi Linxing's strengths. Thanks, Shuya, the rich wives said in unison. No, I want to thank you for your foresight. Thank you for believing in me. I am going to lead everyone to do another big deal. Are you willing? Yi Linxing began to throw out the bait. Yes. In this atmosphere, especially with the help of the handsome guys, no matter what, they will be willing. Yi Linxing and Yang Dongchen have worked together several times, and are very familiar with their routines. That is to find a group of handsome models, accompany them to sing, dance and drink, live up the atmosphere, let everyone be happy. And then talk about business, then it will be a sure thing. It's absolutely correct. Yi Linxing learned Yang Dongchen's method to lock in the money of these rich ladies. Okay. Yi Linxing, promise everyone that as long as everyone invests money, by this time next year, you will earn at least twice as much. Yi Linxing said excitedly. If you have 10 million, I will give you 30 million next year. If you have 100 million, I will give you 300 million next year. Do you think it's good? Okay. Alcohol and handsome guys have a huge effect. In addition, Yi Linxing really helped everyone make money. In just 1.5 months, everyone doubled their money. Everyone has great trust in Yi Linxing. Well, let's sign the contract now. I will help you make money together. Yi Linxing shouted loudly into the microphone. This time next year, let's buy a plane together, take the handsome guys, and take a trip around the world, okay? Okay. The rich wives have gone crazy. Once women go crazy, there is nothing for men to do. Luo Qingyu quickly took out the contract and distributed it to the handsome guys. The handsome guys who had received simple training took the contract, found the rich wives, and quickly signed the contract and stamped their fingerprints. This trick was learned from Yang Dongchen. Plastic surgery, the beauty industry is best at using this method to make deals. The transaction rate is extremely high. Yi Linxing borrowed it for a while, and the effect was also very good. The money of the boss lady and her bestie is secured. Next, it's time to do something big. The results of the investigation are shocking. Because of the company's financial loopholes, a small accountant actually embezzled more than 100 million yuan of public funds and absconded with the money. According to flight information, this accountant fled to a southeastern neighboring country before the incident. This makes the problem complicated. However, there is a question that bothers everyone. How did he take away more than 100 million yuan of public funds? The accountant's bank account only had a few million yuan, which has now been frozen. The rest of the money is nowhere to be found. A person can't even abscond with millions of cash, let alone 100 million in cash. Captain, we found a property he bought in the name of his relatives, and found about 20 million in cash from the property. Xiaoli reported. 20 million? Chu Zixin frowned as he held the phone. So little? Only this much. It depends on you, Xiaoli said. Okay. Chu Zixin got out of the car and looked up at the community. Weiman community. A community with strict security measures. It seems that the cash should be hidden here. Chu Zixin hung up the phone and hurriedly walked towards Building 25. There is a house in Building 25 here, which is registered under the name of the accountant. Chu Zixin had a hunch that this would be where the accountant hid the stolen money. Because the security measures here were tight, ordinary thieves could not get in. And the accountant himself did not live here. The house here was not rented out. Hiding money was the only reasonable explanation. After prying open the door, Chu Zixin rushed in first and turned on the lights in the room. Every room here was filled with closets, which were definitely used to hide money. Chu Zixin, excited, opened the closet. The expected shocking scene of the closet filled with banknotes did not appear. The closet was empty, there was nothing. Chu Zixin opened all the closets again, and there was no sign of money. He rushed to the door of the next room, and after breaking it open, he saw the closets on the wall again. But there was no money in the closets either. This disappointed Chu Zixin. He approached the closet and checked it carefully. Finally, he saw a clue. In the cabinet, there is a clear demarcation line of dust. This means that, not long ago, most of the space in the cabinet was filled with items. These items are likely to be large amounts of cash. And the time when these cash were moved away, according to the thickness of the dust accumulation, will not exceed 3 months. Captain, it seems that the money has been moved away. Xiao Lu is not a novice, and he saw the clues at a glance. Chu Zixin kicked hard, and things have not been going well recently. Yang Dongchen's money is unknown, and the money of this little accountant has also been moved. Check the surveillance. 100 million funds, It is impossible to be moved away so easily. There must be clues. Chuzishin said, annoyed. Chapter 37 Strange Economic Situation. Yes. I will immediately carefully screen the surveillance footage of the past 3 months. Xiao Lu said nervously. He saw that Captain Chu was really angry. 2 consecutive major cases, the money was not found. It would be strange if he was not angry. Are there any loopholes in our surveillance footage in the Wayman community? He opened a box of instant noodles, and the familiar cheap aroma filled the room. This is what instant noodles are like. When you don't eat them, you miss the taste. But once I ate it, I felt I had fallen. I regretted it after taking 1 bite. Xiao Dao swallowed hard. Don't worry, boss. I cut a video and replaced your content. Unless they use technical means to check each video one by one, it is impossible to find it. The greatest specialty of hacker Xiao Dao is that he is proficient in everything that requires carefulness. P.S. Video editing, programming, sound processing, etc. are all proficient. Such a guy is born with a good helper. Recently, he is studying fraud, which is said to be influenced by cat and mouse game. This is also a technical means that Yi Linsheng urgently needs. So, he agrees with it wholeheartedly. That's good, the police are not so idle. They can't analyze every surveillance carefully. Yi Linsheng is relieved. He looked at Mao Zi again. How is the little accountant? I asked Xiao Dao to push a series of web pages and advertisements about escaping to Southeast Asia on his mobile phone, and also push several so-called self-driving tour guides to neighboring Southeast Asian countries. He probably took tens of millions of funds to neighboring Southeast Asian countries, at least a year and a half, and the police can't catch him. Mao Zi has no feelings for instant noodles. He is biting hard on a plate of watermelon. His little daughter stretched out her hands and snatched a lot of watermelon pulp from his mouth. This guy has no idea how to take care of a child. Fortunately, Luo Qingyu found a nanny to take care of the child. Boss, if we do this, we will definitely be in trouble. The police are not vegetarians. They will soon track you down through various clues. Mao Zi wiped the watermelon juice from his mouth with his sleeve. Technology is so advanced now. If I steal something casually, within 3 days, the police will definitely find me. I am scared. Yi Linsheng did not speak, but carefully flipped through a document. Boss, we really need to be alert. Let's take the last time as an example. That was because the accountant didn't dare to call the police. Otherwise, the police could have locked onto the 2 of us in a minute. No, 3 of us. The car driven by Mr. Chang would have been locked onto as well. Mao Zi said. Yi Linsheng put down the information in his hand, looked at Mao Zi and said, I know. We will be exposed sooner or later. But I hope that we can be exposed in a year. By then, even if we are exposed, it won't matter. Because the aliens are coming. Xiao Dao and Mao Zi said first. They are still skeptical about Yi Linsheng's story about aliens. That's how things are in the world. It's easy to convince a truly wise person. For example, to convince Luo Ji, you just need to tell him the details, and he can judge whether Yi Linsheng is lying or not. Because, in front of science, those lies are nowhere to hide. But in front of Mao Zi and Xiao Dao, no matter what you say, even if you show hard evidence, they still remain skeptical. Obviously, Yi Linsheng predicted Yang Dongshen's death, and successfully predicted the collapse of Laji Pharmaceuticals. But the 2 of them still used various reasons to explain Yi Linsheng's prediction. Anyway, they just didn't believe that Yi Linsheng was a reborn person. Yi Linsheng was too lazy to explain, and his attention was on the several money-making points he wrote down based on his memories. These money-making points will be the most important opportunity for Yi Linsheng to achieve the 1 trillion goal. The first money-making point is the surge in international commodities. Since 2020, the world has embarked on a completely different development path from the past. Various strange phenomena have occurred frequently. Crude oil futures have become negative for the first time. Selling a barrel of crude oil. Not only can you not get money, but you have to pay a large sum of money before others are willing to buy and close the position. This kind of fantasy happened just like that. What happened next was also outrageous. Developed countries are running towards their own death. First of all, there is a large amount of money. In 1 year, the amount of money released was equal to the total amount of money released in the past few hundred years. It directly pushed inflation to the peak of history. Faced with inflation that exceeded historical records, the leaders of developed countries turned a blind eye, selectively blind, and kept advocating economic stability, and everything was going well. As a result, within half a year, they were slapped in the face. Prices were out of control, and commodities skyrocketed. Oil prices directly hit an all-time high. These countries began to emergency brake again and raised interest rates crazily. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a group of novices are operating. In 2023, the global economy hits the bottom. Commodities begin to plummet. At this time, the managers of these countries once again choose to be blind. They insist that the current economic situation is controllable. It is also correct to raise interest rates. And they emphasize that interest rates will continue to rise in the future. Prices continue to plummet. By 2024, international commodities have fallen sharply. On the one hand, the economy is depressed, and products cannot be sold. On the one hand, the people have no money and cannot afford to buy products. At this time, the managers of those countries seem to wake up suddenly and announced a series of investment stimulus plans. What trillions of dollars will be invested in infrastructure, trillions of dollars will be invested in new industries, and so on. Originally, the economic cycle would run for 20 to 30 years before a cycle. As a result, under these magical operations, the economic cycle came back within 5 years. The world economy was completely destroyed. In 2025, the price of commodities reached the bottom. A large number of products are piled up and cannot be sold. But Yi Linsheng knows that, in just half a year, international commodities will start to soar again. And the rise will be rapid. Now, we are facing this huge opportunity. Grasp the rhythm, invest heavily in commodities, and it will definitely soar. However, this cycle is too slow. It does not conform to Yi Linsheng's idea of making quick money. The second money-making point is a virtual currency thunderstorm that is about to sweep the world. Several popular virtual currencies in the world will be thundered one after another and depreciate significantly. Especially Bitcoin, it was directly defeated. Except for those developed countries in the world, other developing countries and emerging economies have declared Bitcoin as an illegal currency. Bitcoin collapsed directly, dropping from 50,000 to less than 100 yuan. This is also a money-making point. If you short it now, you will definitely make a lot of money. However, the profit from shorting is too limited. Yi Linsheng also said that his future direction will be mainly long. Bitcoin will be shorted occasionally, but not the main force. The most important money-making point is still in China. Yi Linsheng set his sights on 2 companies. The first company is a new energy company, which is in the process of a round of financing. In the next 6 months, this company will hype a very hot concept, high-energy battery project. Chapter 38 2 Seeds Planted for the Future. The other company is not a real company, but a biological research institute. It is affiliated with the Hangzhou Science Research Institute. This company will be the biggest cash cow in Yi Linsheng's plan. The first company will make a lot of quick money for Yi Linsheng. The second company will make Yi Linsheng the target of 1 trillion. This is his grand plan. In this world, there are many things that seem impossible to achieve. For example, building an underground city, 90% of the experts think it is impossible. High temperature, high pressure, difficulty in construction, immature conditions, etc. Another example is building a space fishing net. It is believed that it is impossible to complete it with just a small rocket company. But Yi Linsheng insisted on doing it. If a plan stays on the drawing forever, it is of course impossible to complete it. If you want to complete it, you must first start moving. Once you start moving, you will find that although there are difficulties, there are always ways to overcome them. There are always more solutions than problems. When Elon, the founder of a foreign space exploration company, proposed to build a recyclable rocket and then travel to Mars, he was also ridiculed and doubted by people all over the world, especially the veteran experts in the aerospace field. They sneered. People think that if a private enterprise wants to complete a task that the most developed countries in the world cannot complete, isn't it stupid? But he, an outsider, built a rocket and can also recycle it. Some of the technologies are even better than their country's space ministry. The plan for traveling to Mars is also being advanced step by step. Yi Linsheng is also moving forward with a belief. Since he has been reborn, then, his rebirth must be meaningful. The volcano needs to be detonated, the space fishing net needs to be launched, and the underground city needs to be built. The headquarters of the largest shield machine manufacturing group in China. A high-level meeting is in progress. The number of recent orders is growing steadily. Thanks to the low price and reliable quality of domestic shield machines, the market share of domestic shield machines is gradually increasing. The entire group plans to start expanding the production line. However, There are differences in the scale of expansion. One idea is that the current international economic situation is not good. Although the domestic economic situation is still hot, foreign demand is sluggish. Therefore, the production line for expansion does not need to be too large. And it is enough to expand the production capacity by 50%. But another opinion disagrees. Although the international situation is not good now, foreign developed countries have already started a new round of economic stimulus plans. Therefore, the production capacity should be expanded by 100%, and a completely identical production line should be built. After all, recruitment, training, supporting equipment, and factory buildings, etc. all need to be expanded. All at once, so as to avoid the need for another expansion in the future. The opinions of both sides are arguing endlessly. Neither side can convince the other. At this time, the office door was pushed open, and the sales manager pushed the door open, looking a little excited. "Can't you see we are at a meeting?" the chairman and general manager said with some displeasure. The sales manager shrank his neck. "I'm sorry, Chairman. I have something urgent to report." The chairman frowned again. "We are in a meeting, and we will talk about it later." The sales manager shrank his neck again. "Chairman, it is because this matter is related to the content of your meeting that I came in rashly." The chairman nodded. "Go ahead." The sales manager handed a document to the chairman. Someone just placed an order for 1,000 of the largest shield machines. The venue was suddenly in an uproar. 1,000 units? Just kidding. They can't sell 1,000 units a year. Are you sure this order for 1,000 units is not a prank? Is this order true? The chairman shook his head and laughed. The other party has paid a deposit of 100 million. The other party requires that we start delivering the goods in 1 year. He will also start paying us the deposit according to the schedule. He will pay 100 million regularly every week until we deliver the goods. This 1,000 units is only the delivery volume after 1 year. And in the next 6 months, we need to deliver 300 units every month. At that time, his advance deposit will be increased to 1 billion per week. The sales manager is still a little confused. This is simply a miracle. You know, the current national shield machine inventory is only 3,000 units. The annual sales volume is only a few hundred units. This guy ordered 1,000 units at once. Is he crazy? But the other party actually paid 100 million. This is real money. It can't be faked. No matter how rich the family is, they won't treat 100 million as a joke. The chairman carefully checked the order record, raised his head, and asked suspiciously, "Check the bank account to see if the deposit has been received." Why do I feel like this is a new type of financial fraud? The sales manager shook his head. "I don't believe it either. I just asked the finance department, and the finance department confirmed that the money has been received, and it is irrevocable." The chairman was stunned. In other words, is this money definitely our company's? Yes. All the participants were dumbfounded. What a magical operation. Today, everyone was still discussing whether to expand production by half or double it. Now, the orders came directly, which are more than their annual production. Doesn't their meeting today seem ridiculous? This is like selling buns, worrying about whether to prepare ingredients for 100 buns or 50 buns tomorrow. Who knew that the customer ordered 1,000 buns first? What else is there to prepare? Just go to the market to buy goods. The chairman sat down heavily. After a long time, he came back to his senses, looked at the senior managers around him. "Everyone, I'm afraid our topic today has to change. It is not a matter of discussing the expansion of production by 50% or 100%, but a matter of expanding production by 500 to 1,000%. Even higher. We may directly expand production by 10 times. This is the second seed planted by Yi Linsheng for his huge Noah's Ark plan. The first seed is to acquire Interstellar Space Company. This is the seed planted for future space programs. The second seed is to place this huge order with the TBM Group. The purpose is very simple, which is to give shield machine manufacturers 1 year to expand production, to prepare for the upcoming large-scale, underground city excavation operations. Especially the second seed, which is very critical and important, because it is not just about the manufacturing of shield machines. Downstream manufacturers of materials and consumables required by shield machines need to expand production and be activated. Technical personnel, industrial workers, and researchers in shield machine-related industries also need a lot of training, recruitment, and cultivation. Chapter 39. Using 100 million to leverage 100 billion. But Yi Linsheng couldn't do it with just this little money. So, he used the most ingenious method, which was to start with shield machine orders. He paid a deposit of 100 million every week, which gave confidence to shield machine manufacturers and upstream and downstream supporting manufacturers, so that they could increase production with confidence. They could also recruit workers and train with confidence. If we wait until the alien detection satellite appears to do these things, it will be too late. Now, he has to use the least amount of money to start planning for the biggest thing. He has to use 100 million yuan to leverage a huge market of tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions of dollars. This order will inevitably lead to a large-scale expansion of shield machine manufacturers. The expansion of shield machine manufacturers will also bring about the expansion of upstream and downstream supporting equipment. These manufacturers will borrow enough funds from banks to start preparations and expand production. If all of this is done by Yi Linsheng alone, it will be an impossible task. Yi Linsheng wants to leverage the entire market with 100 million yuan of funds and 1,000 orders. With 100 million yuan, he can achieve what can only be achieved with 100 billion yuan or 1 trillion yuan of funds. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be used. If he follows the routine, Yi Linsheng can't build a few underground cities even if he tries his best. And he can't save many people at all. Being good at using every penny is Yi Linsheng's strength. With 100 million yuan of funds in the hands of most people, they can't do much. If 100 million can do something worth 1 billion, this person is a master. If 100 million can do something worth 10 billion, this person is a business elite. If 100 million can do something worth 100 billion, this person is a cancer. Just like a well-known real estate company, it used tens of billions of funds to create a debt of 2 trillion. As a result, it was a mess. To some extent, Yi Linsheng is a cancer. However, he is a good medicine to save lives in the future. If we follow the general rules, when Yi Linsheng goes bankrupt, it will be the time when the shield machine group goes bankrupt. And it will also be the time when the upstream and downstream supporting enterprises go bankrupt. Yi Linsheng alone will cause the entire industry to collapse. Therefore, if the alien detection satellite does not come, Yi Linsheng will be a sinner for all eternity. However, if the alien detection satellite comes, Yi Linsheng will be the savior of mankind. The same thing, but two completely opposite results. This is Yi Linsheng's current situation. 100 million just went down the drain? Mauzi shook his head and sighed. Obviously, the money will never come back. Yi Linsheng rented 2 shield machines and was digging underground day after day. He also had no energy and power to buy more shield machines. These shield machines were purchased for the future country. So 100 million is destined to never come back. Yi Linsheng sighed. Money? I'm short of money. I still have to participate in the financing of Aosher New Energy. Without money, it is really difficult to move forward. The phone rang. Yi Linsheng pressed the answer button and heard the voice of the boss's wife. Xiao Yi, my best friend, said that. The room was too dark that day, and she didn't read the contract carefully. Now she has read it and found that there is a problem with the contract. She asked me to ask you if you can sign a new contract. Yi Linsheng laughed in his heart. Of course, there is a problem with the contract. If there is no problem, why would it be signed like this? This is the contract that Yi Linsheng prepared carefully. There are several contents set up in it. The first one is that it cannot be redeemed within 1 year. The second one is that if it is redeemed in advance, or the cooperation is terminated, it is necessary to pay a high penalty. The amount of the penalty has already occupied half of the capital. This is the pit that Yi Linsheng dug for the boss lady and her girlfriends. In this way, all their money will be controlled by Yi Linsheng. As for 1 year later, Yi Linsheng no longer needs to keep it secret. This money has been used to the greatest extent. But what should we do if we need money urgently? The lady boss said anxiously. Small money, you can borrow from me. Large money, sorry, you have to figure it out on your own. Yi Linsheng was very ruthless. The lady boss was a little depressed. Xiao Yi, we can't play like this. I've invested all my money in you. I can't even afford to eat. How could Yi Linsheng believe such a lie? How could these rich women not have money in their bottom drawers? Most likely they want to raise young men, and they don't have enough money on hand. No food to eat, simple, I'll support you. Yi Linsheng said teasingly, and then hung up the phone. As soon as he put down the phone, he saw Luo Qingyu's face full of resentment. It was as if Yi Linsheng had done something to let her down. Scumbag. What do you mean? Yi Linsheng looked at Mauzi innocently. Who knew that Mauzi also rolled his eyes. Scumbag. Scumbag. Even Xiao Dao, who was always quiet, said this. Get lost. Yi Linsheng grabbed Xiao Dao. I want you to make a conference pass. Have you done it? It's done. I even added your name to the list of participants of the organizer. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Linsheng. But, what are you doing attending the meeting of the Construction Bureau? You are not an official, nor a member of the Construction Bureau. Yi Linsheng chuckled. Do you think that if I just throw 100 million to the shield machine manufacturers, they will start to expand their production lines? If they are so stupid, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Of course they want to come and inspect our strength. So, I want to use this meeting to perform a show. The headquarters of the shield machine manufacturing group. After the initial excitement of the chairman passed, he began to calm down. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt about this order. Someone actually ordered 1,000 TBMs. Even the largest construction group in the country would not order more than 100 TBMs a year. Moreover, some of them must have been upgraded TBMs. No one had ever ordered 1,000 TBMs in such a large amount. Which company ordered our TBMs? Chairman, I have checked. It is a newly established company. It's called Noah Group. This company just bought a medium-sized coal mine and rented 2 shield machines for underground excavation. The chairman frowned. Using shield machines for coal mining, isn't it a waste of resources? I checked this too. A Western Business Express once reported that this Noah Group intends to use the coal mine to start a new type of tourism project and is preparing to build an underground city under the coal mine. It will become a unique underground tourism project, and it can be regarded as a new tourism direction. The assistant said. Obviously, the assistant has done enough homework. Underground tourism project? This is very novel, but this does not require ordering 1,000 shield machines. Right? There is something wrong with this order. The chairman fell into deep thought. Chapter 40 Concealing the Truth. After a while, he suddenly woke up. No, there is definitely something wrong with this order. The assistant nodded. Chairman, I think there is something wrong too. I suspect that this is a scheme by a certain consortium to bring us down. They deliberately use large orders to make us blindly take out loans to expand production. If he goes back on his word and does not fulfill the order, we will be in a difficult situation and may face bankruptcy and liquidation. The chairman was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately called the sales manager. Please contact the other party for me. I want to go to their company to inspect it. No. I want to meet with their chairman. After hanging up the phone, the chairman said to the assistant, put the expansion project aside for now. Let's delay it for a month first, to see if they will continue to pay the deposit. In addition, after I inspect their company and confirm that they have the ability to pay, I will decide whether to expand production. Soon, the sales manager's message came back. Chairman, their boss has arranged to meet next week. The meeting place is in Datong Town. Datong Town? Yes, their company seems to have a coal mine in the local area. Okay, tell them, I will be there on time. Kyoto. Jinghua Hotel Conference Hall. The Construction Bureau's annual commendation meeting is about to be held. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linsheng, who was wearing a well-dressed suit, and her heart couldn't help but jump. So handsome. In the past, Yi Linsheng wore clothes too casually. A t-shirt and a suit, so casual. Even when he went to Datong Town to buy a coal mine, he was dressed casually. This was the first time he dressed so formally. A well-dressed suit, a solemn tie, neatly combed hair, plus handsome eyebrows, and a straight nose. He really had some celebrity style. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy? Unfortunately, as soon as he opened his mouth, his gangster nature came out. TSK, I'm surprised. We come here to hold a meeting. You can convince the chairman of the shield machine? Luo Qingyu quickly changed the subject. Everything depends on human effort. Just wait and see. Yi Linsheng smiled. By the way, remember to take good photos. This will also be our capital in the future. There were many people attending the meeting. The annual commendation meeting of the Construction Bureau, representatives of the construction-related industries, will come to attend the meeting. In other words, those who can come are all well-known figures. At this time, Ning Yongsheng, chairman of the TBM manufacturing group, hurried over, left his name on the sign-in wall, and was about to enter the venue. Yi Linsheng strode over and greeted Ning Yongsheng. Hello, Mr. Ning. Ning Yongsheng looked at the young man suspiciously. He didn't remember having seen this young man before. However, out of politeness, he could only smile back. Yi Linsheng waved his hand. Mr. Ning. My name is Yi Linsheng. I guess everyone is busy today. If you come next week, I will definitely treat you to a special farm meal. Ning Yongsheng felt that the name was familiar, but he was sure that he didn't know this young man. Out of politeness, he nodded slightly, as a response, and then walked towards the gate. As soon as he reached the gate, he stopped, because an important person came. Zhong Hanliang, director of the construction bureau, walked over under the guidance of the staff, and picked up a pen to sign on the signature wall. Yi Linxing winked at Luo Qingyu, rushed over immediately, and greeted Zhong Hanliang. Old Zhong. The old man said that I must invite you back for dinner. Zhong Hanliang was stunned. Before he could react, Yi Linxing rushed over and hugged him affectionately, looking very familiar. On the opposite side, Luo Qingyu's hands were shaking, but this did not prevent her from taking pictures. Zhong Hanliang is the director of the construction bureau. A big shot. Most people can't speak to Zhong Hanliang clearly, but Yi Linxing, this guy, actually hugged him and didn't treat himself as an outsider. Seeing the staff coming up quickly to pull him away, Yi Linxing let go of his hand at the right time. I lost last time, and I am very dissatisfied. Next time, I will definitely win back. Yi Linxing took a step forward, and turned around, and made a swinging motion towards Zhong Hanliang. The staff next to him had already stood between Zhong Hanliang and Yi Linxing, separating the two people. But Yi Linxing had already turned around and left. As he walked away, he raised his hand, and waved without looking back. He looked very familiar with Director Zhong Hanliang. Ning Yongsheng saw all this. However, he didn't care. He only remembered one thing. That is, this young man named Yi Linxing seemed to be quite famous. He looked very close to Director Zhong Hanliang of the Construction Bureau. Zhong Hanliang whispered, "Who is this?" The assistant who caught up also whispered, "I don't know. I'll check his attendance card right away." Forget it. The meeting is about to start. Let's finish the meeting first. Zhong Hanliang hurried into the meeting room. Outside the meeting room, Yi Linxing smiled at Luo Qingyu. "Did you take a picture?" "Yes." Luo Qingyu pouted. "I now realize that you are really thick-skinned." Yi Linxing shrugged. "The first secret to getting rich is to be shameless. Face is the most useless thing in the world. It is also the heaviest burden. If you want to measure whether a person is successful or not, you have to see how shameless this person is. The more shameless a person is, the more successful he is." Yi Linxing made a face at Luo Qingyu. "This is the truth." Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes, and then pointed to a painting hanging on the wall. "What about them?" Yi Linxing's face turned pale. "Oh my god. I'm talking about businessmen. Scientists and people in other industries have nothing to do with this theory." Tongjin. Luo Ji, geologist Hu Baiyan, architecture expert Ma Xingkong are looking at the current data about the underground city in the conference room. "Dear scientific experts, do you think there are any adjustments to this construction drawing?" Yi Linxing was very humble. In front of scientists, especially those scientists who were called crazy, he always put himself in a very positive position. He was just an executor who promoted the project according to the opinions of scientists. Ma Xingkong looked at the data with a suspicious look on his face. "Xiao Yi, are you really digging an underground city?" Yi Linxing nodded. "Yes. The last seminar was to solicit your opinions. Now, we are improving the construction according to your opinions. We have also invited construction experts to design drawings for how to build a solid underground city. We invited you here today, hoping that you can give us a review." Ma Xingkong did not speak, but just looked at the design drawings in detail. Hu Baiyan spoke up. "Xiao Yi, I have been doing careful calculations these days since I returned. This is a table of leakage coefficients that I obtained after my calculations." Chapter 41. Yi Linxing took a look, but didn't understand. Hu Baiyan knew that Yi Linxing didn't understand, so he explained, "This is a satellite detection coefficient that I made based on the magnetic field effects, various radio waves, sound waves, vibration, radiation and other data that the underground city may produce." Yi Linxing smiled bitterly. "I still don't understand." Behind the glasses at the bottom of the wine bottle, Hu Baiyan's eyes were bright and energetic, not like an old man at all. "Let me put it another way. If alien probes come to the sky above the blue planet, they want to detect the situation on the blue planet, they will definitely use a series of methods. Then I made a reference data model for the various factors that we may leak. For example, on the surface of the Earth, the whereabouts of humans can be seen with the naked eye. So, I set the coefficient of the surface being discovered by alien satellites to 100. At a depth of 1 meter underground, if the factors such as visible light, radio waves, sound waves, vibration, radiation, etc. are taken into account, The coefficient of possible discovery is 50. It's halved. That is to say, the possibility of being discovered is directly reduced by half. At a depth of 10 meters underground, the probability of being discovered is 30. You will find that the deeper the depth, the lower the probability of being discovered. Yi Linxing suddenly realized, I understand. At 100 meters underground, the probability of being discovered is 15. Yes, that's what I mean. You will find that, in the past, the coefficient changed a lot. It was almost always above 20%. However, after 1,000 meters underground, the range of this change was greatly reduced. After reaching a depth of 2,500 meters, the change is minimal. The coefficient of discovery at a depth of 2,500 meters is 0.5, but at a depth of 3,000 meters, it is 0.499. There is almost no change. The deeper the depth, the smaller the amplitude. Do you understand? Yi Linxing nodded. I understand. According to this coefficient table, the difference in the discovery coefficient between 2,500 meters underground and 10,000 meters underground is not much, almost negligible. Yes, the difference in the discovery coefficient is not much, but the difficulty of construction is more than 10 times, 100 times smaller. When Hu Baiyan talked about his professional issues, he seemed very excited, even dancing with joy. I calculated that above 1,000 meters in Datong town, the ground temperature level is about 40 meters. And the temperature rises by 1 degree. The ground temperature level at 1,000 meters underground is 80 meters. And the temperature rises by 1 degree. In other words, the temperature at 2,500 meters underground is about 42 degrees higher than the ground. Using underground rivers, it is easy to solve the temperature problem. Moreover, at a depth of 2,500 meters underground, the increase in atmospheric pressure is also very suitable. And the human body has almost no feeling. It can adapt quickly. Of course, this ground temperature level is my guess. The real situation can only be known after excavation. However, there shouldn't be a huge difference. So, all the underground cities only need to be built at about 2,500 meters. Hu Baiyan said. Luoji said excitedly, in this way, the difficulty of our task will be greatly reduced. We can build 1,000, 10,000 underground cities. At this time, Ma Xingkeng raised his head suspiciously. Do you really think aliens will appear? Hu Baiyan touched the beard on his chin. I don't believe it anyway. However, they want to build an underground city, and also assume the premise of an alien exploration spacecraft. So of course, I have to provide some professional advice. Yi Linxing smiled faintly. You better believe it. Otherwise, I'm crazy to spend all my billions of dollars on this. Ma Xingkeng suddenly realized, for your spirit of persistence, even though I don't believe it, I am willing to cooperate with you. I'll take a good look at this design when I go back, and help you optimize it. Thank you. Everyone. I will have an important guest coming later. When the time comes, I will have to pull you all out to make me more persuasive. Yi Linxing said. Hu Baiyan didn't even raise his head. You can let me do research, but I won't let you accompany me for drinking. Scientists speak so directly. Ma Xingkeng also refused. I am not good at socializing. When talking to people, after 3 sentences, I will definitely be professional. Yi Linxing smiled mysteriously. I don't need your cooperation. It's best if you don't say a word. The cooler the better. Luo Qingyu walked over quickly, and whispered in Yi Linxing's ear. Chairman Ning Yongsheng is here. Yi Linxing stood up. The battle has begun. Let's go! Director Ning, see you again. Yi Linxing smiled at Ning Yongsheng. Ning Yongsheng was startled, and felt that this person was very familiar. Today, I will treat you to the local specialties of Datong town. Yi Linxing quietly reminded Ning Yongsheng again. This time, Ning Yongsheng completely remembered that this person was the young man he had met at the commendation meeting of the construction bureau. After Ning Yongsheng entered Datong town, he felt very uncomfortable with this place. He vaguely felt that he had been deceived. This Datong town is a genuine coal mining town. The kind that relies on coal for their livelihood. There are basically no other industries. And a lot of coal resources have been mined. In another 10 years, the coal mines will be emptied. The only difference is that this town seems to be very lively, and it seems that some major project is going on. Seeing such a mining town, his expectations for meeting Yi Linxing dropped a lot. And when he saw Yi Linxing for the first time, his expectations dropped again. Because Yi Linxing is too young. How could such a person have the strength to support the order of 1,000 shield machines? He had already decided to cancel the order. However, After recalling the situation at the meeting, he began to hesitate. It was obvious that this young man was very familiar with Zhong Hanyang, the director of the construction bureau, and was so familiar that he could joke with him. You know, as the chairman of the Shield Machine Manufacturing Company, he had only had 1 or 2 contacts with director Zhong Hanyang, and they were just shaking hands. He could only look up to an official of director Zhong Hanyang's level. But this guy actually had a close relationship with director Zhong Hanyang and talked casually, especially since the two were several dozen years apart in age. This young man was obviously not simple. He definitely had a strong background. He walked into the conference room with Chairman Ning Yongsheng and pointed at 3 scientists and introduced them. Let me introduce them. These are my 3 technical advisors. The famous geographer Hu Baiyan, my country's top architectural expert Ma Xingkong, and the famous basic physicist Luo Ji. Chairman Ning Yongsheng's pupil shrank again. Ning Yongsheng didn't know the others, but he had seen Ma Xingkong. He was an absolute veteran in the architectural world. Many large-scale buildings had invited Professor Ma Xingkong to participate, but he refused them all. There was only one reason for his refusal, and that was that he was not interested. Chapter 42: Dispelling Doubts. Professor Ma Xingkong has no interest in fame, nor in money. He has long been successful. When he was in his prime, he participated in the design of dozens of iconic buildings in China. Now, he is certainly not interested in fame. The only thing that interests him is various challenging buildings. For such buildings, he is willing to participate even if it doesn't cost money. The appearance of such a person here is very telling. At least, Yi Linsheng was not playing tricks. He winked at his assistant. The assistant understood and left immediately. After a few minutes, he came in and whispered, "Chairman, I checked. It is indeed the most famous geographer Hu Baiyan and architectural expert Ma Xingkong in our country. Even Luo Ji is the most famous basic physicist of the new generation. Although he is not well known among ordinary people, he is very famous in the scientific circle. He is a rising star among the younger generation." The chairman's mentality completely changed. After visiting the construction site of the underground city and listening to Luo Qingyu's ideas and thoughts on the development of the underground city tourism project, Ning Yongsheng was convinced that Yi Linsheng was not simple. There must be a huge force behind him. The development and planning of the underground city are real, and the prospects are promising. People are tired of ground travel, and now people are pursuing more novel tourist attractions. Space travel is one direction, and underground travel is also a direction. And this Yi Linsheng also has an interstellar space technology company. This shows that Yi Linsheng is carrying out 2 future tourism development plans: space and underground. Only people with huge financial resources and great courage can complete the development in these 2 directions. Moreover, Yi Linsheng plans to develop thousands of underground city tourism projects all over the world. So his shield machine is really useful. The most important thing is that Yi Linsheng paid the deposit on time. The deposit of 100 million yuan this week has been received on time. This is more convincing than anything else. Director Ning, I won't say anything extra. You know this? The deposit of 100 million per week is my sincerity. Yi Linsheng said this when he bid farewell to the chairman. This sentence also completely dispelled all of Ning Yongsheng's doubts. These deposits are in his company's account. This is real stuff. It can't be faked. This Yi Linsheng must be the son of a big family. The funds in his hands should be huge. Ning Yongsheng commented on Yi Linsheng on the way back. There are many invisible rich people in the world. These people, you will never see their names on the domestic and foreign rich list. But the funds they have in their hands are more than the richest private rich people. Yi Linsheng is undoubtedly such a person. But they don't know that Yi Linsheng only used 100 or 200 million yuan of funds to leverage a market of more than 100 billion yuan. Jianghai City Police Department Economic Investigation Division. Chu Zixin slammed the table hard. Damn it, I finally caught you. He put on his hat and shouted to Xiao Li and Xiao Lu, prepare the car and go to Haicheng Coffee Shop right away. The group came to Haicheng Coffee Shop at lightning speed, and Chu Zixin saw the charming proprietress at a glance. Han Siwei? The proprietress saw the other party's special identity. Officer, this is a legitimate store. Chu Zixin sat down. You opened a securities account in a securities company, right? The proprietress was a little nervous. She intuitively thought that Yi Linsheng's company had problems. Yes. Do you know Yang Dongchen? No. Be honest. You have to take responsibility for lying. Xiao Lu said seriously. The boss lady was not a pushover either. She had seen all kinds of storms. Hey, Do you want me to assist in the investigation, or do you want to arrest me? Xiao Lu was speechless. Boss Han, we just want to know some information. Chu Zixin pouted at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu had no choice but to sit down in dismay. The boss lady crossed her legs. I'm sorry, I have nothing to say. I'm busy with stock trading. After saying that, she started looking at the computer screen and ignored Chu Zixin and the other two. Chu Zixin pondered for a moment and said, Boss Han, your securities account is involved in money laundering transactions. I hope you will cooperate with the investigation. The boss lady glanced at him and said, Money laundering. Uh-huh. You can ask me to cooperate with the investigation. Bring out your relevant documents. Chu Zixin stopped talking. This thing. I really don't have it. What Han Siwei did was not even close to crime. Moreover, Xiao Lu's attitude has already annoyed Boss Han. And there is no point in investigating further. He stood up and said to the boss's wife, Boss Han, it's useless for you to not cooperate. Others will naturally tell me. Seeing Chu Zixin leave, Han Siwei, who was nervous, quickly called Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng put down the phone and frowned. Although he expected that the police would find him through Han Siwei and her bestie's account, he didn't expect it to be so fast. This shows that the police have been working hard to investigate this case. Now he has calmed Han Siwei down. But as long as Chu Zixin puts a little pressure on them, they will definitely tell everything. This will completely expose himself to the surveillance of the police. This will also affect his plan to make money. He must find a way to divert the attention of the police. He picked up the pen, wrote down the names of several people, and handed it to Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, let Maozi cooperate with you to check the details of these people, especially the property of their relatives. We must investigate it clearly. Xiao Dao rubbed his hands excitedly. I haven't come to work for a long time. No problem. It can be done in one day. Economic Investigation Department. There was a whiteboard in front of Chu Zixin, which was full of names. These names were Han Siwei and her girlfriends. And there was an arrow under their names, which pointed directly to a name in the middle. This name was Yi Linsheng. Chu Zixin also had a document in his hand, which was all the information about Yi Linsheng. The information was very simple. Just some basic personal information. This Yi Linsheng had no criminal record. No bad record. He also had no strong background. Everything was normal. Xiao Li suddenly ran in and handed the phone to Chu Zixin. Captain. It's terrible. Someone anonymously reported that several officials' families had huge amounts of property of unknown origin. And there was evidence. It's all over the internet now. Chu Zixin took the phone and took a look at it. He knew that the content of the report video was absolutely true. Chapter 43, Diverting Trouble. He felt that this matter was very strange. These officials were the family members of some cadres of monopoly enterprises with a lot of money, such as the family members of the leaders of Jianghai City Tobacco Bureau, City Fisheries Bureau, City Petrochemical Company, and the First Hospital. As for the property, it includes stocks, bonds, real estate, gold, etc. There are also some cultural relics and famous paintings. These properties are also clearly marked. If you want to verify the content here, you can directly retrieve the data to find it. The video is now spreading like wildfire. Such a serious case, the higher-ups must be very concerned. Their Economic Investigation Department will definitely be busy for several months. As expected, the phone rang. Chu Zixin picked up the phone and heard the director's voice. Captain Chu, you have seen the report video. Take action immediately, move all forces, and get to the bottom of it. We must not tolerate this phenomenon. Chu Zixin put down the phone and looked at the name on the whiteboard and the information about Yi Linsheng in his hand. After thinking for a while, he finally sighed and stuffed the information into the desk drawer. There were already many documents in this drawer. These were unimportant cases. If he wanted to restart the investigation, he would have to wait until he had time. However, he was unwilling to do so. He finally found the tale of Yi Linsheng, the fox, and gave up like this. He was really depressed. Captain, what should we do? Chu Zixin sighed, closed the drawer, and then said loudly, gather all the people and conduct investigations separately. One team will go to the securities company. One team will go to the real estate bureau. And one team will go to the bank to investigate their bank safes. Preston Hotel. Aosher New Energy Investment Briefing is in progress. Yi Linsheng folded his arms and listened to Zhen Dundong, the founder of Aosher New Energy. talking about the prospects of Aoshire New Energy. Like Boss Jia, who always returns to China next week, this Jin Dunong is also a founder who is good at drawing big pictures. However, he is not famous yet. And today's investment briefing will be the starting point of his short-lived life. Yi Linsheng remembered that. This guy rose in 2025 and fell in 2028. In 4 years, he went from being unknown to shocking the world. Then his lies were exposed. And finally he ran away, but was blocked by the people of Chaoyang, and was forced to jump off the building, ending his short-lived glory. His Aoshire New Energy, from a small company, directly built up a valuation of 200 billion, and finally collapsed. Investing in this company will bring huge returns. It must be said that Jin Dunong is really a talent. Eloquent and boastful. The 1.5-hour briefing made people feel that they were not satisfied. It was as exciting as a top talk show. Dear investment tycoons, the new energy battery technology that we are about to achieve a breakthrough in will subvert the entire market, subvert the entire industry, and even subvert the entire world. Jin Dunong raised his hand and said passionately, under my leadership, our Aoshire New Energy will surely bring about an earth-shaking change in the new energy market. These words made Yi Linsheng's heart surge. If he hadn't known the ending long ago, he would have been fooled by him. When it was time to sign the investment intention, Yi Linsheng submitted his investment plan. He planned to invest 50 million, accounting for a quarter of the total investment. Although Yi Linsheng was rich, investment was not just about who had more money. It also depended on the comprehensive strength of the investor and whether it could bring publicity to Aoshire New Energy. Now that Noah Group was not well known, Yi Linsheng did not dare to invest too much, fearing that he would affect the future development of Aoshire New Energy. He remembered that it was because of the vigorous publicity of 2 investment companies that Jin Dunong was hyped up. His popularity was almost as high as that of Jia Paopao. What Yi Linsheng feared most now was the butterfly effect. If his investment did not make the reputation of Jin Dunong, the founder of Aoshire New Energy, rise, it would be troublesome. This was a two-way selection meeting. Each investor selected the investment amount and subscribed shares. And then Aoshire New Energy finally determined the investor and accepted the investment. The amount and shares offered by Yi Linsheng were very tempting. However, he was not sure whether he could subscribe successfully. Xiao Yi, I feel a little uneasy. Can I terminate the contract? The voice of the boss lady came from the phone. Yi Linsheng said in a serious tone, Boss lady, are you still worried about the police? If I really have something wrong, why didn't the police come to you? To tell you the truth, I have invested all the funds, and I must lock them up for 1 year. But, hearing that the boss lady's tone was still a little uneasy, Yi Linsheng said, well, if you are still worried, you can call your girlfriends, and I will take them on a queen-level luxury trip. This is also a trick learned from Yang Dongchen. It is most suitable for dealing with old women. This kind of high-standard travel is the easiest to dispel customers' vigilance. After hanging up the phone, Yi Linsheng took out a business card and handed it to Luo Qingyu, saying, contact the other party and arrange a luxurious trip. Remember, the royal family must send someone to receive you. Luo Qingyu was startled. The royal family sends someone? Don't worry. As long as the royal family of the neighboring country in the south has money, it can be invited. The price is not expensive, even cheaper than the price of domestic stars. The person on the business card is responsible for this kind of tourism business. Yi Linsheng threw a grape into his mouth and muttered, as long as the money is enough, their queen can be invited. In fact, this is a complete plastic surgery industry chain. Domestic plastic surgery hospitals like Yang Dongchen occasionally bring a group of wealthy wives from China to the southern neighboring country for tourism. The local plastic surgery hospital is responsible for the reception. They will pay to invite royal family members to appear, which is considered to be an advertisement for the plastic surgery hospital. Chinese people have a sense of mystery about the royal family. They think that the royal family is all noble and classy. They would never think that, in fact. As long as you have money, and not a lot of money, you can invite royal family members to attend. Even if you add a little more money, you can invite the queen. These are all clearly marked. The price is cheaper than that of domestic celebrities. This has formed an industrial chain. Royal family members want to make money, plastic surgery institutions want to be well known, domestic plastic surgery hospitals want to develop new business, explore the potential of rich women. The three parties hit it off. After this series of packaging, foreign plastic surgery institutions immediately become high-end, and the wealthy wives will have absolute trust in such plastic surgery institutions. When they pay, they will pay a lot. What can be done in China with 10,000 yuan can be done here for hundreds of thousands of yuan. The three companies share the money, and they are very happy. This is a highly profitable industrial chain. Now, Yi Linsheng plans to use a little money to get some face for himself and win the trust of these wealthy wives. Chapter 44 Black History. As expected, Yi Linsheng's investment plan was rejected. Although the conditions of other companies were not as favorable as those of Noah Group, the investment companies had strong backgrounds and had a certain influence. For example, Ali Investment Company, which is an investment company under the largest domestic consortium. Having such an investment company invest itself proves the reliability and scarcity of their projects. The sound of the piano echoed in the hall. Yi Linsheng picked up the water cup on the table and drank it slowly, trying to look like a successful person. It is said that successful people only drink water and red wine in such places. He only drinks tea from private collections. Although the tea here is high-end, it is also common and does not show its class. Zhen Dundong hurriedly walked in, saw Yi Linsheng, and quickly put his hands together. Another Buddhist? Yi Linsheng said with contempt in his heart. The more guilty he is, the more devout he is to the Buddha. In the minds of these people, no matter how disgusting or unscrupulous their actions are, as long as they worship Buddha, everything can be offset. It's like addition and subtraction. For example, if they do something unforgivable, as long as they are pious enough and burn a few more incense sticks, their merits and demerits can be offset. Zhen Dundong is definitely such a devout believer, because all he did in his life were bad things like giving birth to a son without an asshole. When he was at the peak of his fame, no one dug up his scandals. But when his bad deeds were exposed, all his past was dug up. When he was in school, he deliberately made friends with several classmates whose families had mines. Under his instigation, the classmates who were eager to start a business and prove their abilities pooled money to start an internet company. When the money was almost burned out and the platform was about to be completed, he left with core members and core technology and set up another company. But he was unlucky and did not catch up with the internet dividend, and the company went bankrupt. However, he came into contact with an online pyramid scheme. This was tailor-made for him. He immediately used his own technology and platform to develop a trading platform, which was branded as blockchain, and used his eloquence to attract a large number of people to join. When he made enough money, he sold the platform to others and withdrew himself. He then developed virtual currency. He did this several times and earned hundreds of millions of capital. But he messed up the last time and met a tough guy. A young man with a good background took over his virtual currency trading platform and almost implicated his father, who held great power. The young man brought his men to find Zhen Dundong and robbed him of all his money. How could a businessman defeat the one in power? In addition, he was originally a black businessman. After a lot of trouble, he finally saved enough money. This time, he brought a few technicians who were engaged in new energy and began to specialize in new energy battery technology. That's how Aosher New Energy came into being. Mr. Zhen. Yi Linsheng stood up and greeted him. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Zhen Dundong looked gentle and polite, not like a bad guy at all. This is how the world is. Real bad guys always disguise themselves as gentlemen. I came here today to explain the situation to Mr. Yi. Although your offer is very favorable, there are conditions attached to our acceptance of the investment. Zhen Dundong is very good at speaking. However, we will soon conduct a round B financing. At that time, I will definitely guarantee that, as long as Mr. Yi is still interested, we will definitely accept your investment. Yi Linsheng smiled, didn't respond to his words, and said directly, I understand. I didn't come here to discuss this with you today. Zhen Dundong was startled. Oh? Then Mr. Yi today. The biggest selling point of Aosher New Energy is the super battery that is about to be successfully developed, right? Yes. This battery will exceed the capacity of current batteries by 100 times. This will be an epic-making product, an invention that can change the whole world. Zhen Dundong immediately got into the state and began his own speech. This invention will become another important invention that changes the world after the steam engine and the computer. I am confident that I can win the Nobel Prize. Zhen Dundong spoke eloquently and incessantly. But Yi Linsheng stopped him from speaking directly. If this invention is true, then everything he said is really possible. One of the most important factors restricting the development of science and technology now is the capacity of the battery. A mobile phone, if the calls are frequent, can only last for 1 or 2 days at most. A laptop, at most 1 day. A rechargeable new energy vehicle, at most 1,000 kilometers. A drone must return to charge after a few hours. If this kind of super battery is mass-produced and put on the market, a mobile phone can go without charging for a month. And a car can run tens of thousands of kilometers without shutting down. A ship can run 3 laps around the blue planet with 1 charge. What a concept. It is definitely a major technological breakthrough that will change the world. Electricity will replace almost all energy sources on the market and completely change people's lives. Gasoline, gas and other things will only be transported to power plants to generate electricity, and other than that, they are useless. Aircraft and ships will all be powered by battery power. The atmospheric environment will also undergo major changes. Carbon emissions will also meet the standards. And this AOSHR new energy will surpass Amazon, Tesla and other companies to become the world's largest company. Unfortunately, this guy is just bragging. Mr. Jin, I won't beat around the bush. Your battery technology is fake. Your promotional video is also fake. Even the battery used for testing was faked. You paid a lot of money to buy off the internationally renowned testing laboratory, and they falsified the data for you. Bang! Shin Dunong stood up all of a sudden, his body tensed, like an animal that has encountered an enemy, ready to attack at any time. Our data are all true. Shin Dunong looked so nervous that he looked like a cat with its fur standing on end. Yi Linqing smiled calmly. Yes, your data are indeed true. But you deliberately concealed a key condition, that is, if the battery wants to reach 100 times the capacity, it needs to be in a vacuum, and at an ultra-low temperature of -200 degrees. As the temperature rises, the capacity of the battery will drop drastically. And this problem, you simply cannot overcome it. Yi Linqing slowly drank a sip of water. Shin Dunong sat down slowly. And after a while, he said stiffly, this is all your conjecture. Whether it is conjecture or not, you know it best. Shin Dunong suddenly raised his head. Since you have doubts about our project, why do you want to participate in the investment? Yi Linqing grinned. This is why I asked you to come today. I am not a policeman, nor a supervisory agency, nor a scientific research evaluation agency. I am just a businessman. I will go wherever there is money. Chapter 45 Dilapidated Research Institute. Shin Dunong frowned. You want to blackmail me? No, I want to invest in you. I will invest 100 million. You just give me some shares at the same price as others. Shin Dunong didn't understand. You said my battery is a scam, and you still invested? Did I say that? I don't remember. I just remember that I came to talk to you about investment today. Technology-wise, I know nothing. However, I am very optimistic about the future prospects of AOSHI New Energy. I earnestly hope that you can open up a little more financing quota for our NOAA group. Let's make money together. Shin Dunong is also an old fox, and he immediately heard the hidden meaning in Yi Linqing's words. Yi Linqing wants to make money, and does not want to blackmail. He will not even leak the news. Therefore, NOAA Group is willing to join the pirate ship to increase the valuation of AOSHR New Energy. After all, blackmail is a crime, and the money earned is not much. And if the valuation is increased, the money earned will be 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Yi Linqing had calculated this account very clearly. Cooperation? Cooperation. Shin Dunong was finally relieved. He was also a wise man, and a shrewd businessman. He stretched out his hand. We are in urgent need of expanding the factory to prepare for mass production. And we urgently need an additional amount of financing. Thank you for the support of NOAA Group. It should be. Supporting emerging enterprises with innovative capabilities is the purpose of our NOAA Group. I am confident that you will become a unicorn enterprise in the future. Yi Linqing also stretched out his hand. The two people with ulterior motives held hands together. Both of them had smiles on their faces, seemingly close, but in fact, they were full of bad intentions, each with their own calculations. Are there any clues about drilling holes in the Yellowstone volcano? Rogi called. No. Yellowstone Park prohibits any commercial mining and exploration. How to enter, I have no idea. Professor Hubaying gave us an idea. Yellowstone Park is preparing to carry out a geological study recently. 600,000 years ago, when the Yellowstone volcano erupted, it should have buried a lot of things. They want to find some discoveries through this geological research. This may be an opportunity. Yi Linqing scratched his head. This seems to be a matter for your scientific community. Right? The scientific community can't handle it. The scientific exchanges between our two countries have been very cold in recent years. Mr. Hu proposed to join. But the other party said that unless we give them some lunar soil, they would not agree. Lunar soil? Yi Linsheng said after thinking hard. Let me think of a way. See if we can get some lunar soil. Although he had no idea, it was up to man. No matter how difficult the task was, as long as we tried hard to find a way, we would definitely find a breakthrough. This geological expedition to Yellowstone Park was a great opportunity. Hangzhou City. Yi Linsheng looked up at a dilapidated building, full of confidence. Luo Qingyu glanced at it, and asked suspiciously, "Is this the company that can make us earn 1 trillion in a year?" Yi Linsheng nodded. But Luo Qingyu couldn't tell what treasures were hidden in this building. This is a single-family building, located in the old city of Hangzhou. There is an old-fashioned plaque hanging at the door, which reads, Hangzhou 7th Biological Research Institute. From the age of the plaque, it can be seen that this institute has existed for at least 20 to 30 years. Such a biological research institute, which has not closed down yet, is really surprising. However, Yi Linsheng knows that in the next few years, this biological research institute will have an important invention. This invention caused a sensation around the world. The only regret is that it came too late. After the invention was successful, before it could be applied, alien spacecraft arrived in the solar system. All human attention was focused on resisting aliens. This invention was neglected. But Yi Linsheng knew that if this invention could be developed a few years earlier, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. No matter how I look at it, it looks like a backward state-owned research institute that will be eliminated by the market. Luo Qingyu shook her head slightly. Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. Let me tell you, 20 years ago, this biological research institute was self-financing. The state no longer invested money. The reason why this institute has been able to exist is that the legal person of the company has been paying out of his own pocket. If it weren't for his strong family background, the institute would have closed down long ago. Who is the legal person? A biologist. His family used to be a big capitalist, and he left him a lot of money. But when the institute was to be separated, he took over the institute. Then he spent all his savings on research. Yi Linsheng pointed to the items around him. Don't look at the shabby place, but here is the world's best bioengineering research team. Walking into the door, a slovenly researcher said to them, Who are you looking for? Yi Linsheng said, I'm looking for academician Zhao Liyong. The researcher pointed to the innermost part of the first floor. President Zhao's office is at the innermost part. Yi Linsheng and Luo Qingyu walked in. They couldn't believe that academician Zhao Liyong actually worked in such an environment. The building had not been repaired for at least 30 years. The whitewashed walls had long lost their color. The dark green of the bathroom wall had long been mottled and looked very dilapidated. The floor was still cement and had been trampled into many potholes. However, although it was dilapidated, it was clean. There was not a single weed in the yard, and the ground was clean. Is this really a research institute? Luo Qingyu shook her head as she walked. Real scientists, their world is very simple. Yi Linsheng had been in contact with many top scientists recently. Most scientists have one characteristic, which is that they pay little attention to their personal image. Wei Shen is a typical example. His hair is always stubbornly straight, and he never shaves unless it is an important occasion. Luo Qingyu nodded. That's right. If I hadn't been watching my brother every day, he would have made himself look like a beggar. But when they walked into Zhao Liyong's office, they stopped talking, because the situation in the room was completely the opposite. Zhao Liyong's office is not just an office, but a workroom that combines a laboratory and an office. The workroom is very tidy, and there are high-end culture containers and equipment placed on the wall. There is also a dust-free laboratory that looks very advanced. A white-haired old man is talking to several researchers in their 40s. Chapter 46 Investment Research Institute. Seeing Yi Linsheng, the old man turned around and asked, What do you want? Yi Linsheng recognized academician Zhao Liyong at a glance. His image spread all over the internet during the last year of human beings. Because of his great discovery, he became famous overnight. His iconic messy white hair has also become a synonym for scientists. Academician Zhao. We have something to ask you. What is it about? The investment cooperation of your institute. Academician Zhao Liyong sighed. Okay, wait until I finish the work at hand. After that, he continued to tell the group of researchers something, no longer paying attention to Yi Linsheng and Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng didn't say much, and moved a stool to sit at the door. This wait lasted until dark. The sun had begun to set, casting Yi Linsheng's shadow on the wall. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linsheng, who was lost in thought, and was touched. Usually, Yi Linsheng looked very strange. Sometimes he looked like a mercenary businessman, sometimes like a lawless villain, but sometimes, like now, he looked like a hero who cared about his country and his people. She didn't know what kind of character Yi Linsheng had. But she knew one thing. She seemed to be trapped. She liked to study Yi Linsheng's every move. This was not a good sign. But she couldn't control herself. This man was too mysterious. Time was obviously precious to him. But now, he was willing to wait. And he was not anxious or rushed at all. Under the setting sun, he seemed to be coated with a layer of gold, shining brightly. The gray-haired academician Zhao Liang finally stopped what he was doing. When he came out, he found Yi Linsheng, and then he remembered that someone was waiting for him. "You two, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Go ahead, what's the matter?" Without waiting for Yi Linsheng to speak, he immediately said, "If you want to invest in us, we welcome you. But if you want us to give up our current research and turn to researching what you are interested in, then forget it. Although I am very short of funds, I will not sacrifice our research." Yi Linsheng smiled. "You must be hungry too. Let's find a place to eat and chat. This way. You won't be delayed." Academician Zhao Liang looked at his watch. "It's really late. Let's go. There's a noodle shop next door, 1 bowl of noodles per person. It's not good for your health to eat only staple food. Let's go to a small roadside restaurant. The food is served quickly, and it won't delay your work." Yi Linsheng was not shy at all. This surprised academician Zhao Liang. "Haha, young man, you are the first one to treat me to a roadside fly restaurant. Other investors insist on treating me to a 5-star luxury restaurant. Isn't this a waste of time?" The small restaurant serves food quickly. Academician Zhao Liang ordered white rice directly. While eating, he said, "Let me make it clear. We welcome investment, but you can't interfere with our research. Only when we are free will we conduct the research you are interested in." "When are you free?" Luo Qingyu asked quickly. "It's impossible to be free," academician Zhao Liang said irresponsibly. "How can you have free time when doing scientific research, unless our research succeeds?" Luo Qingyu understood, "That means we can't cooperate." Yi Linsheng smiled. "Academician Zhao, I want to invest in your institute. You continue your research. And I will continue to provide you with funding. But after the research results come out, how to operate it, I will be in charge. The money earned, I will also arrange it. Of course, I will not treat you unfairly." Academician Zhao Liang raised his head from his rice bowl. "Young man, let me make it clear to you first, our research may not produce results for 10 or 20 years. We may never get results. But the funds we need are horrible. You have to think it through. You will have found the answer in 6 years. Not 10. And won the Nobel Prize that year," Yi Linsheng said. "What?" Academician Zhao Liang stopped using his chopsticks. "I said, I have the confidence to help you get results in the shortest possible time." Academician Zhao Liang put down his chopsticks. "We need a lot of money. The first batch of funds is 100 million. And 100 million will be added every month. If necessary, I have prepared 5 billion for you, so that you don't have to worry about funds anymore." Academician Zhao Liang became serious. "Are you serious? The research results are yours. And the Nobel Prize is also yours. But you must listen to me about how to sell and how to make money. That's all I ask for." Academician Zhao Liang was excited. "Deal." The young man has vision, and knows that this is the most profitable project we are researching. On the way back, Luo Qingyu kept asking, "Boss Yi, what are they researching?" "What they are researching is a money-making machine. Once it succeeds, it will shock the world. When the time comes, no matter how much money we need, someone will come to our door and give it to us," Yi Linsheng said with a smile. Everything went smoothly these days. And Yi Linsheng was relaxed. "Qingyu, help me press my head. If you don't tell me what they are studying, I won't press it." Luo Qingyu pouted and said, "I'll tell you after you're done pressing it." "Really? Really?" Luo Qingyu found that she was still deceived. When she pressed until her hands and feet were sore, Yi Linsheng actually fell asleep. Her curiosity could only be satisfied when he woke up. Yellowstone Park's Geological Exploration Project. What can you do to participate in it? Luo Qingyu handed a cup of coffee to Yi Linsheng. She couldn't understand Yi Linsheng more and more. He obviously had nothing, no background, no foundation, no strong connections. Maybe all he had was the information gap advantage after rebirth. But he could accomplish many incredible things. She asked herself, If it was her who was reborn, she would never be able to achieve what Yi Linsheng is now. I don't know. I have no idea yet. But if we don't make some quick money now, we will go bankrupt. Yi Linsheng sighed. There are 5 expenses at present, which are very expensive. The first one is the deposit for the shield machine that needs to be paid every week. This one must not be bad. Otherwise, it will cause an avalanche in the shield machine market. Sometimes, human heroes or human enemies are just a thought away. Success and failure, also just a thought away. From Napoleon's Waterloo to the collapse of a real estate company. It's all like this. If you survive, you are a hero of humanity. If you can't survive, you are an enemy of the people. Therefore, the deposit for the shield machine must not be delayed. The deposit of 100 million yuan per week must be paid on time. No matter how difficult it is. You must persist and revitalize the entire shield machine market. Otherwise, all his efforts will be in vain. Chapter 47 Money. Money. Money is needed. The second expenditure is the investment in Aosher New Energy, which is the best way to make a lot of money in the short term. We must persist. Fortunately, this expenditure is a one-time expenditure. No need to consider the follow-up. The third expenditure is the investment in the 7th Biological Research Institute in Hangzhou, which is a necessary step to make 1 trillion yuan, and is also Yi Linsheng's biggest bet. It must be invested. And a lot of it. Purchasing equipment. Paying research funds. These are all bottomless pits. The fourth one is the excavation of the underground city of Datong Town. This is almost a money-eating beast. When the machine is turned on, it means a large amount of money is spent. In order to speed up the excavation of the underground city, Yi Linsheng hired many experts to help. Although it was a trick, the salary paid by Yi Linsheng was all based on the annual salary system. Usually only a small amount of living expenses is paid, and most of the expenses will be paid after 1 year. In fact, it is a disguised way of cheating. Because, after a year, he didn't have to pay these people's wages at all. Even so, the expenses were still not small. Everything people eat and horses chew, that's all money. Thousands of people work on the construction site, and the money every day is like running water flowing. The fifth expense is Interstellar Space Company. This is also a money-burning business. To launch a rocket, it costs millions or tens of millions. And the task given to them by Yi Linsheng is to launch at least a few rockets every month. This is a complete waste of money. Among these projects, except for the one-time investment in Aosher, the others require continuous investment. And making money has become Yi Linsheng's inner demon. If he hadn't used the information gap to make big moves in the stock market and futures market, he would have collapsed long ago. Therefore, Yi Linsheng really didn't have the mind to think about exploring in Yellowstone Park. Luo Qingyu pressed his head again. You have to take care of your body. You are the pillar of the family. If you fall, there will be no hope. Feeling Luo Qingyu's tenderness, Yi Linsheng felt much more relaxed. Qingyu, you said, in order to save mankind, you had to do some evil things. Is it right? Luo Qingyu chuckled. You have done less of this kind of thing? Yi Linsheng was speechless. It's worse than what I did before. Didn't you say that as long as you have justice in your heart? It is justice. Luo Qingyu said softly. Just do it. At least, I support you. As if she felt that what she said was a little ambiguous. Her face was slightly red. However, she immediately asked, what are you going to do? You feel guilty. Yi Linsheng sighed. It's all because of the money. There are not many opportunities in the stock market. And the amount of money earned is also small. If I want to make a lot of money, I must take the initiative to do something. Take the initiative to short some companies. And let some listed companies explode in advance. Didn't you say that we should try to go long in the future and not short? Going long is too slow. It requires the cooperation of the dealer, waiting for the opportunity, and creating momentum, which takes too long. Short selling is too easy. One piece of news is enough to cause a thunderbolt and collapse the stock price. Yi Linsheng said, I don't have time to wait for the opportunity. I can only actively create opportunities. Besides, I have another idea. I plan to cooperate with some unforgivable people and let them invest. Luo Qingyu tilted her head and thought for a while. Then will you help these unforgivable people do things? Of course not. I just use their money. That's chivalry. What's there to worry about? Luo Qingyu said mischievously. Cheating the bad guy's money is to eliminate harm for the people. It can be done. Yi Linsheng's eyes widened. Oh my god. Why didn't I think of this statement? Yi Linsheng stood up fiercely. When you say that, the originally dirty collusion has now become extremely righteous and noble. Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes. Hasn't this always been how you comfort yourself? Yi Linqing stared at Luo Qingyu, making Luo Qingyu blush again. Qingyu, you become bad, but I like it. Which company are you going to short? Luo Qingyu was very curious, since it is the company that makes Yi Linqing so entangled. It is obviously not a small company, nor is it an unknown company. On the contrary, it may be a company with far-reaching influence. A company that was once praised by us as a national enterprise. But in fact it is a company that pretends to be a national enterprise. Yi Linqing said lightly. Fantasy group? Yi Linqing curled his lips contemptuously. Of course not. That kind of company has long exposed its ugly face. It has also been abandoned by investors. I'm talking about a company that has not been exposed yet. This is a company that claims to have invested tens of billions in chip research and development. But in fact, they are a blood-sucking company that relies on defrauding local and national subsidies. It's just because of its good public relations that its disguise has not been discovered yet. Luo Qingyu shrugged. Then what are you hesitating about? Go ahead. Yi Linqing sighed. Many patriots have invested heavily in this company. Once I reveal the true face of this company, I am worried that it will chill the hearts of those patriots. Some people may even go bankrupt and jump off the building. Luo Qingyu asked in a low voice. So, when did this company go bankrupt? Did it affect investors? When the alien fleet appeared, the company declared bankruptcy. But because of the appearance of the alien fleet, people are no longer in the mood to pay attention to this company. Luo Qingyu stared at Yi Linqing suspiciously. Boss Yi, you are not such a sentimental person. Exposing the true face of such a bad enterprise is a good thing that makes people happy. You are so hesitant. There must be other reasons. Right? Yi Lin sighed. Be careful before you act. This company is one of the key enterprises supported by the state. If it collapses, it will have a huge impact on other chip industries. And our country's chip industry may never recover. Yi Linqing is not a reckless man. He considers it more comprehensively. It's the end of the world. And you still care whether the industry will collapse? Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes at Yi Linqing. I think you are trapped by the words national justice. Now is the time of human peril. Without humans, where would the nation come from? This sentence awakened Yi Linqing. He slapped his head hard. Oh my god. It's really the authorities who are confused. The chip is not important now. The underground city and aerospace technology are the most important. I must protect the underground city and aerospace technology. No matter what. Xiao Dao. Mazi. Prepare for a big battle. This time, we are going to bring down a giant enterprise. Chapter 48, The Bragging Lower Class. A piece of news was quietly published in the tabloid Western Business Express. With the insignificant size of Western Business Express, no matter how explosive the news is, it can't make much waves. But now is not more than a decade ago. Now is the era of universal media. In the past, news was spread from top to bottom. You can only watch what the news media wants you to watch. But in the era of universal media dominated by self-media and video bloggers, the situation has quietly changed. Many news stories are pushed back from the bottom up. The problem of ugly illustrations in a certain primary school textbook was pushed from the bottom up, and finally alarmed the upper level, and then made corrections. This news is also the case. Many bloggers began to forward this news. In just 2 days, it quickly fermented and finally alarmed the government and the opposition. The content of this news directly points to one of the hottest chip companies at present. The article points out that the chip research of this company has always been false data, and it colluded with upstream and downstream manufacturers to engage in a subsidy fraud drama. The chips they made were actually outsourced to a foreign company. The most important thing is that they are very good at marketing. The annual marketing expenses actually exceed the R&D expenses. Their technology is still at the level of foreign technology more than a decade ago. This company is called Tongxing Company. It is a well-known company in China, and is known as a company that holds high the banner of national rejuvenation. It has great appeal in the industry. In domestic chip manufacturing and design, it ranks third, second only to the 2 top large companies in China. This news started to explode, shocking the government and the opposition. Yi Linqing also made early arrangements, using a tenfold leverage and investing all his funds to short Tongxing technology. As the news fermented day by day, more explosive materials were dug out. That's how things are in the world. When things are prosperous, the light is so bright that it covers up all the darkness. But once the prosperity is gone, the things in the dark corners will soon be exposed. Even the deeply buried rotten roots are quickly dug out. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Tanshin technology collapsed rapidly. After the stock price fell for more than a dozen consecutive limit downs, the China Securities Regulatory Commission announced an investigation and stopped trading. The securities company that lent securities to Yi Linsheng also found Yi Linsheng directly, asking for internal liquidation to reduce their losses. Yi Linsheng also stopped while he was ahead, and reached an agreement on internal liquidation. This time, Yi Linsheng made a crazy profit of 6 billion, and the problem of financial difficulties was finally alleviated. However, Yi Linsheng was still very distressed. Because, these 6 billion can only support 2 months at most. And the information gaps that Yi Linsheng had in his hands have almost been used up. All the information that was easy to make money has been used up by Yi Linsheng, and he can't find new ways to make money. It's even harder to make such big money. Quick money. Now is the time to really test Yi Linsheng. In a simple roadside restaurant, a group of people of all kinds are having a meal together. This is Yi Linsheng's team. Among this group of strange people, there was actually a beautiful woman. This made the owner of the small restaurant go in and out several times, but he still couldn't figure out what this group of people were doing. Boss Yi, we have made tens of billions, and you let us eat in this kind of fly restaurant? Boss Chang, who came back exhausted, picked up a piece of trembling fat meat with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. Every bit of savings counts. Luo Qingyu, the accountant, was very stingy. Fortunately, these people were not picky about food, nor about places. As long as the taste was good, it didn't matter where they ate. Old Chang, tell me how your rocket is going. Yi Linsheng grabbed a big bone and chewed it hard, without the aura of a billionaire. I told them, use quantitative change to achieve qualitative change. Boss Chang wiped the fat off his mouth. They don't understand this strategy at all. According to their previous practice, that is, they would make careful preparations, plan and calculate carefully, and then launch the rocket. But this doesn't meet our requirements. I didn't say anything and let them launch first. Learn from failures. And analyze data from a large amount of actual data. In the face of massive amounts of data, everything is much simpler. They have always been stingy and thrifty. At the beginning, they complained that I didn't understand the technology and gave random orders. But I was in charge of the finances, and I spent money on them. Later, they gave in. In the past, many technical difficulties had not been overcome. I went there for more than a month and launched more than a dozen rockets. I asked them to compare the data, and the problems were solved directly. Damn it, there is no data, just a bunch of people analyzing the pitiful data. How can they find the real reason? Now they are all convinced. I told them, changing their thinking, then they can take a wider path. Now our latest rocket can go straight into deep space, no longer a rocket that keeps circling at low altitude. Give me another 2 months, and we can send a rocket to the moon. But let me make it clear, just send, don't take it back. Boss Chang said confidently. He raised his thumb to Yi Linsheng and said, Xiao Yi, how did you come up with this method? Use quantity to make up for the lack of technology. I remember you told me that. Your technology was not learned from textbooks, but was learned from a lot of car repair practice with your master. Yi Linsheng wiped his mouth. I just thought, their rocket research is so slow, and they only launch a rocket once every few months. What results can they get? No matter how much calculation is done on the drawings, or how comprehensive the thinking is, it can't match the experience gained from launching more rockets. What we lack is time, and what we have is money. So I'll let you spend the money. Next month, I'll increase the number. Start by launching a rocket every 3 days, and then launch one every day. I don't believe that. Your technology won't develop by leaps and bounds within a year. Boss Chang glared at Luo Qingyu. Xiao Luo, didn't you just say you were short of money? Xiao Yi said you were not short of money. I don't have money for a big meal, but I have enough money to build rockets. Luo Qingyu said proudly. The restaurant owner intuitively felt that this group of people were bragging. A group of low-level people actually boasted about building rockets. If they drink a few more glasses, they might talk about building atomic bombs. As expected, Luo Ji said, how to make a nuclear bomb? This is an absolutely top-secret material, which ordinary people can't get at all. The restaurant owner rolled his eyes. It's okay to brag, but the key is that this group of people actually took it seriously, and each of them said it with details. In this world, there are all kinds of people. Chapter 49. A bragging person from the lower class. The The nuclear bomb is not a problem. When the alien exploration spacecraft is discovered, we can apply for nuclear bombs from the higher-ups. The problem now is making money. I only have 6 billion in my hand, which is not enough for you to burn for 2 months. Yi Linxing scratched his head. I have used up all the money-making ideas now. I am going bald. The owner of the small restaurant almost laughed out loud. A big boss with a net worth of 6 billion, eating in his own small restaurant, is really funny. He felt that he couldn't listen anymore, or he would laugh out loud. However, he also had to keep an eye on this group of people. Would this group of people at the bottom of society run away? Mazi, how is the underground city going? The underground city is progressing smoothly. People are resting and machines are not resting. They are digging downwards all the time. In another 6 months, we should be able to dig to the right place. When the passage is dug out, we will use 1,000 excavators to enter the underground area and hollow out the underground. When the alien satellite appears, our underground city should be in shape, Mazi said. Yi Linxing looked at Luo Ji. Luo Ji, this progress is not good. We must build the entire underground city when the alien exploration satellite appears in the solar system. Otherwise, there will not be enough time. You should communicate with Professor Hu Baiyan and that construction expert Ma Xingkong and come up with a way to greatly improve the progress. The current excavation method is to use 2 shield machines in a spiral downward manner to dig out an underground passage. Then mobilize a large number of excavators to dig and widen the underground space along the passage. Because the tunneling speed of the shield machine is limited, it takes a long time. Luo Ji nodded. We have also considered this. In fact, the tunneling speed of the shield machine can be increased, but it is estimated that after the excavation, the shield machine will be scrapped. Yi Linxing turned his head and said to Luo Qingyu, go by the shield machine and dig at the fastest speed. As for the shield machine, it is broken if it breaks, and it will be useless in the future anyway. The owner of the small restaurant finally couldn't hold it back. He laughed, and immediately covered his mouth and hid in the kitchen. He felt that if he had listened outside for a while longer, he would have laughed so hard that his stomach would burst. This group of people from the bottom of society provided him with laughter for the whole year. Fortunately, these people did not notice him, and were still discussing enthusiastically. What should I do? I can steal money, but I can't make money. Mazi smacked his lips and said. Xiao Dao raised his head. Don't ask me to hack into bank accounts. The bank's firewall is extremely confidential, and it is easy to follow the clues and catch our IP. Luo Ji spread his hands. I am good at technology, but I really can't make money. Boss Chong complained. If I could make money, how could I be with you? Everyone was telling the truth. For small amounts of money, everyone can find a way. For this kind of money, which easily amounts to hundreds of millions or even billions, they really have no way. Yi Linxing felt that he needed a helper. Didn't you invest in a biological research institute, saying that you can make 1 trillion without any problem? Luo Ji asked. Yi Linxing nodded. Yes. But time is not good, not so fast. Now I have to rely on Aoshire New Energy. By the way, Maozi, Xiao Dao, accompany me to go abroad, to the southern neighboring country of Pagan City and Dewezi. I'm going to a place of chaos and disorder. What are you going to do? Xiao Dao was startled. There are opportunities only in troubled times. Let's sell them space rockets and make some money. The restaurant owner couldn't hold it anymore. This group of people really dare to brag about anything. If they keep bragging, they will brag about aliens. It has to be said that the restaurant owner's prediction was quite accurate, because the topic was brought to aliens again. Luo Ji, how is the jammer that blocks human signals being developed? We can't let aliens receive any signals from us humans, otherwise, our efforts will be in vain. Yi Linxing reluctantly dropped the big bone in his hand, and Luo Qingyu handed him a tissue very obediently. Maozi reached out for one, but Luo Qingyu ignored him. I applied for special funding and formed a research team, and we are researching space fishing nets and jammers. Qingyu gave me 100 million yuan in research funding, and I have almost organized the staff now, and I am preparing to test it. Luo Ji looked at Boss Chong. Old Chong, we may need to test it. Please arrange it next month and put the things into the rocket and send it into space. The only trouble is the research of thrusters. Yi Linxing looked up at the sky. I don't think the thrusters actually need to have complicated technical content. As long as the thrust is large enough and the number is large enough, it will be fine. It's actually not easy. Luo Ji shook his head. The small celestial body we need can't be too big. Otherwise it will destroy the blue planet. But it can't be too small. Otherwise it won't be powerful enough. The mass of a small celestial body is not large. And its gravity is insufficient. So it is difficult for the thruster to land safely. This problem is difficult to achieve even with our current aerospace technology. I understand this. The moon is so big. Mars is so big. And our landings have only been achieved in recent years. It is really difficult for us laymen to successfully land on such a small celestial body. Boss Chang interrupted. Yi Linsheng frowned. No matter how difficult it is, we must overcome it. Otherwise, our efforts will be in vain. Luoji nodded. I believe you can do it. I invited Professor Wang Derong to conduct relevant research. He gave us 3 target celestial bodies. I have sent you the information. Please take a good look at it. We must hurry up to launch the thruster. The thruster must be sent to the celestial body within half a year, otherwise it will not be able to fall to the ground before the alien exploration satellite arrives. The restaurant owner could not stay any longer. He felt that if he continued to listen, he would go crazy. Fortunately, at this time, Yi Linsheng called out, Boss, another box of beer, 10 pounds of crayfish, 10 big kidneys. After returning from Pagan City and the Great Yuezhi Kingdom, Yi Linsheng was so tired that he fell down and didn't want to move. Get up, you are so dirty, go take a shower and go to sleep. Luo Qingyu pushed Yi Linsheng. But Yi Linsheng was already snoring. For safety reasons, this time Yi Linsheng did not take Luo Qingyu to Pagan City and the Great Yuezhi Kingdom. They only brought 2 sloppy guys, Xiao Dao and Mozi. You can imagine how dirty the 3 of them were. Looking at the dusty Yi Linsheng, Luo Qingyu bit her lower lip tightly, struggled for a long time, finally took off Yi Linsheng's clothes, shoes and socks, and fetched a basin of water, and helped him wipe his body simply. It was just a simple wipe. If she wiped more, she felt her heartbeat would jump out of her throat. Chapter 50 Telomerase Research. She hurriedly covered Yi Linsheng with a blanket, and then went out with the dirty clothes. The next day, Yi Linsheng woke up. He came out in shorts and slippers. Is there anything to eat? Luo Qingyu came over with breakfast. In another room, Maozi and Xiao Dao also came out of the room, dirty all over, still wearing yesterday's clothes, and even without taking off their shoes. Yi Linsheng stared at Maozi and Xiao Dao, and then looked at himself. He felt that something was wrong. I thought it was Maozi and Xiao Dao who helped me take off my clothes. But now it seems that it was not the case at all. They were too lazy to take off their own clothes. How could they help me take off my clothes? Yi Linsheng turned his head and looked at Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu's pretty face suddenly turned pink. She lowered her head to put down her breakfast, found an excuse, and slipped into the kitchen. Maozi and Xiao Dao saw the clue, and they shouted, Bossy, it's good to have an assistant who can also help me take off my clothes. Yi Linsheng twisted his neck. I took it off by myself. TSK. I saw you fall down and fall asleep. And you even snored. Don't tell me you took it off while sleepwalking. Maozi squatted down, grabbed the bun and ate it. Xiao Dao's face was full of grief and indignation, as if his goddess was desecrated, and he kneaded the bun into dough. Yi Linsheng glared at the 2 guys. Don't let your imagination run wild. It was Aunt Song who took it off. Aunt Song was the aunt hired by Maozi's daughter. At this moment, Maozi and Xiao Dao were obviously more comfortable, and they ate the buns faster. Luo Qingyu walked out, and her eyes accidentally collided with Yi Linsheng again. She quickly found a topic. What did you gain from your visit to Daweizi this time? Xiao Dao became excited. Qingyu. Did you call Qingyu? Luo Qingyu glared at him. He immediately backed off. But, boss, he calls you Qingyu. Luo Qingyu glared at Yi Linsheng. You are not allowed to call me Qingyu in the future. Okay, Qingyu. Yi Linsheng answered very obediently. Luo Qingyu stared blankly, but she could do nothing. She glared at Xiao Dao again. Tell me quickly. Xiao Dao then continued. We met a group of people who said some strange things, and then reached an agreement to let their people enter the Interstellar Crossing Company for further training and study. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linsheng with some concern. Boss Yi, if they master the rocket launch technology, would it be very dangerous? Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. Don't worry, it won't be. The most critical step. They will not learn it until next year. And by this time next year, the alien detection satellite will have appeared in the solar system. The country will understand my good intentions. How much money do they give us? The Great Yuezhi Kingdom and Pagan City give us 500 million each month. Yi Linsheng knew that he was dancing on the edge of a knife. Because, Whether it is private or state-owned, those technologies must not be passed on. Once discovered, Yi Linsheng and his gang will most likely be arrested and fall into an irretrievable situation. Yi Linsheng was going to take a gamble. His good intentions, wait for another 8 months, will be revealed. All his efforts were worth it. Now Yi Linsheng just wanted to make money in every possible way, to prepare for the creation of a doomsday illusion. Even if these methods were a bit extreme. Looking through the bill, Yi Linsheng's eyebrows jumped. The cost of a deep space rocket is about 50 million. Now the consumption of interstellar has obviously increased a lot. Previously, rockets were launched at low altitudes. Millions of dollars could be spent on a launch. Now that they have enough experience, Interstellar has begun to try to launch deep space satellites. The next step is to launch a rocket that can reach the second cosmic speed to prepare for launching thrusters. Such rockets are even more expensive. If it is official, launching a rocket that breaks through the second cosmic speed will cost at least several hundred million. But Interstellar does not need such high requirements, and does not need to strive for perfection. Moreover, after adopting a large part of the improved technology, the cost has been reduced by nearly 5 or 6 times. But the cost of launching one missile is also about 100 million yuan. These are all money. Yi Linsheng now knows how much the country spends on aerospace. Hangzhou 7th Biological Research Institute. Academician Zhao Liyong still sits opposite Yi Linsheng with a messy hair. Boss Yi, I'm very busy. If you have something to say, please speak quickly. Yi Linsheng is not in a hurry, Academician Zhao. I promise you will never feel that you are wasting your time today. What is it? Something about research. Although Yi Linsheng is now the largest shareholder of the 7th Biological Research Institute, but the research and development of the institute is still controlled by Zhao Liyong. And Zhao Liyong's attitude towards Yi Linsheng has not changed. It is still the same. He doesn't take him seriously at all. Fortunately, Yi Linsheng doesn't care. What he wants is the ability of this institute to make money, not respect for face. Luo Qingyu poured a cup of tea for the two of them. Yi Linsheng said, the project we are researching is about telomerase, right? Zhao Liyong nodded. When it comes to professional, he became interested. Recent research has found that the main cause of human aging is the continuous loss of cell telomeres. Every time a cell divides, the telomeres will be continuously lost and shortened. After reaching a certain limit, that is, after 50 to 60 divisions, they will stop dividing. The person will completely age and wait for death. The biggest function of telomerase is to repair the missing part of the telomere, rejuvenate the cells, and continue to divide. If cells do not age, people will not age either. Telomerase is the goal of our research. Once a breakthrough is made, humans will be able to live forever. Zhao Liyong's eyes were bright and full of spirit. It can be said that as long as our research succeeds, we will become the creators of changing fate against the will of heaven. Luo Qingyu suddenly realized. No wonder Yi Linsheng said, as long as Zhao Liyong can make this research successful, he can get as much money as he wants. Who among the rich doesn't want to live forever? If Qin Shi Huang were alive, he would probably be willing to exchange all his wealth for an elixir of life. Where can I get telomerase? Luo Qingyu asked. This telomerase is not something you can get casually. Only hematopoietic cells, stem cells, and reproductive cells have it. Some foreign institutions specialize in collecting living fetuses of 7 or 8 months old, and specialize in this kind of research. This is absolutely forbidden by us. It is simply unscrupulous. Zhao Liyong said angrily. Yi Linsheng knew which place Zhao Liyong was talking about. That place is called the uterus of a certain area. There are some secret laboratories that are studying this kind of thing. Chapter 51 Exposed. The police came to investigate. Boss Yi, if you also want us to conduct similar research, I would rather return your investment to you. Zhao Liyong said defiantly. For research, everything must be done my way. Yi Linsheng smiled. Professor Zhao, you worry too much. I will not interfere with your research. On the contrary, I am here to give Professor Zhao a brand new idea. Zhao Liyong stared at Yi Linsheng suspiciously. You are a businessman, talking to me about research? Why not listen? Seeing Yi Linsheng's calm face, Zhao Liyong finally nodded. That's right. Maybe your reminder will give us some inspiration. Although he said so, Zhao Liyong obviously didn't take it seriously. Yi Linsheng didn't mind. He said directly, you should have HeLa cells. Right? Zhao Liyong was a little surprised. You also know HeLa cells. Luo Qingyu asked curiously, what are HeLa cells? A cell that can divide infinitely. If human cells can be like HeLa cells, Humans will always stay at the age of 25. Yi Linqing explained simply. This kind of cell is something that every biological research institute must study. Zhao Liang replied. Yi Linqing nodded. That's good. Professor Zhao. Let me remind you that if you study HeLa cells, Hydra cells and a gene starting with OS, you may find something unexpected if you study these three together. Yi Linqing could only remind him so much. When Professor Zhao Liang's research made a breakthrough, the news once published his research in detail. Yi Linqing didn't understand any of the many professional terms, but he remembered three very important elements. One is HeLa cells, one is Hydra cells, and the other is a set of gene codes. The gene code is too long. Yi Linqing only remembered the first two letters. Yi Linqing hoped to reveal this news to Professor Zhao Liang in advance. Maybe Zhao Liang, who was inspired, could crack the secret of longevity several years in advance. In this way, it would be possible for him to earn 1 trillion yuan. Professor Zhao Liang didn't speak. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Yi Linqing nodded at Luo Qingyu, and the two of them left quietly, leaving Zhao Liang alone to think. Just as he was about to enter the office, a man walked quickly to Yi Linqing's side. Yi Linqing? Who are you? Chu Zixin. Yi Linqing's heart tightened. This Chu Zixin must have come with bad intentions. The Economic Investigation Department has been very quiet during this period, and there has been no movement. Yi Linqing thought Chu Zixin had suppressed his case, but now it seems that it is not the case. Chat? Chu Zixin stared at Yi Linqing, very unfriendly. Yi Linqing walked into the office quickly. Please come in. Chu Zixin glanced at the undecorated office, smiled contemptuously. You are really good at pretending. You have so much money in your hands, but your office looks like a workshop. His eyes were never idle, and he looked at several people in the office. Maozi was startled by Chu Zixin's eyes. He whispered to Xiao Dao, this guy must be a policeman. I can smell the smell of a policeman. Xiao Dao took a look and stuck out his tongue. Oh no! This is Captain Chu of the Economic Investigation Department. I checked his file. Unexpectedly, he looked sharper in person than in the photo. Maozi was obviously frightened. This Chu Zixin appeared here now, and it was obviously not right. Chu Zixin retracted his gaze. Your people, at first glance, are not good birds. Yi Linqing calmed down. I don't know who you are, and I don't know what you are here for. I am from the Economic Investigation Department, in charge of Yang Dongchen's case. Yang Dongchen. I know. Didn't I hear that he died in a car accident? Pa, Chu Zixin slammed the handcuffs on the table. Stop playing dumb. I know that. Yang Dongchen's money was transferred by you. Although you did it very secretly, you transferred it to dozens of accounts. If you met a police officer who was afraid of trouble, you might have been suppressed. Chu Zixin took out a cigarette and lit it. Unfortunately, I met someone who was least afraid of trouble. I used a lot of effort to check every account. Finally, I found out that all the accounts were controlled by your Noah group. Luo Qingyu walked in quickly, and Yi Linqing nodded. Pour the guests a glass of water. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linqing worriedly, and Yi Linqing remained calm. Just when I was about to conduct a detailed investigation on you, an anonymous report video suddenly appeared, reporting a bunch of economic cases involving the families of small officials. After the public opinion fermented, our Economic Investigation Department had to cheer up and put all our energy into investigating those cases. I have to postpone your case. Chu Zixin exhaled a puff of smoke. You may think, I am still trapped in those cases. Right? Unfortunately, I have been working overtime these days, and finally solved all those cases a few days ago. Then I handed the case over to others, to deal with Yang Dongchen's case. I was very careful this time. I did not investigate directly, but adopted indirect means. I started with those anonymous reporting videos. Sure enough, I found that although the anonymous reporting videos went through foreign servers to hide their whereabouts, they were not completely traceable. I soon discovered that the IP addresses of all anonymous reporting videos came from your Noah group. You deliberately spread the report video. The purpose is to divert my attention, right? Xiao Dao couldn't help shrinking his neck. Maozi whispered, why are you so careless? Xiao Dao said angrily, I thought they wouldn't investigate so detailed. Yi Linqing didn't say anything, but his face was not very good. He felt that things were in trouble. Chu Zixin was obviously targeting him, and he was a very experienced economic investigation team leader. His whereabouts may be discovered by the other party. Although Yi Linqing was not worried about his own safety, if Chu Zixin affected his plan to build the underground city, it would be a loss. You still have nothing to say? Chu Zixin looked at Yi Linsheng with contempt. Yi Linsheng slowly said, Captain Chu, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. If you think I have committed a crime, please show me the evidence. Chu Zixin sneered, evidence? Haha. I will tell you a little more information. A few months ago, a small accountant fled to a neighboring country in the south with a huge sum of money. Just a week ago, he was caught by the police in the neighboring country in the south. After negotiations, they agreed to hand him over to us. We didn't even interrogate him, but he told us everything. It turned out that he had hidden nearly 100 million in cash in a house in the Wayman community. And this huge amount of cash was stolen. Just a coincidence. On the day when the cash was stolen, Boss Yi also appeared in this community. At this moment, Yi Linsheng finally couldn't help it, and his face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 52 Passive Method of Taking a Beating. Hands were clenched tightly, knuckles were white. Obviously, he had received a severe blow. Chu Zixin was satisfied. Yi Linsheng's performance just now was impeccable, making Chu Zixin feel very uncomfortable. But now Yi Linsheng finally reacted. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot. Not only you appeared in the community, but also him, the bandit nicknamed Mousie. He pointed his finger at Mousie. If Mousie hadn't had a good psychological quality, he would have fled long ago. There is another person, who is also your subordinate, who drove a garbage truck into the community. Boss Yi, what are you three doing in the Wayman community with a garbage truck? Are you transporting money? Nearly 100 million yuan in money. It really needs a garbage truck to transport it out without anyone noticing. Is that right? Chu Zixin stared at Yi Linsheng. His eyes were sharp. He knew that now was the time for Yi Linsheng to collapse. But he underestimated Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Captain Chu, if you are here to arrest me, then please show me the arrest warrant. If not, please don't lie. Otherwise, I will sue you for defamation. Yi Linsheng knew very well that if Chu Zixin really had enough evidence, he would have been arrested long ago. Chu Zixin came here now with only one purpose, that is to make himself nervous. Once he is nervous, he will collapse, and his true colors will be exposed. He can give more clues, and even arrest people directly. Chu Zixin was a little surprised. He obviously didn't expect Yi Linsheng to have such a strong psychological quality. Haha, it seems that you are stubborn. Your methods are really clever. You actually tampered with all the surveillance of the Wayman community. But you missed a little. There are also surveillance in the small shops opposite the entrances of the community. These surveillances have captured your every move clearly. Then why don't you come to arrest me? Chu Zixin stood up. I see that you have no criminal record, and you have always abided by the law, so I give you a chance to reform. If you confess your crime now, and tell the truth, I can consider it as your surrender. Yi Linsheng understood that the evidence in Chu Zixin's hand was not enough to arrest him. He was bluffing, trying to break down his psychological defenses and make him confess his crime. If it were normal, Yi Linsheng might really give in. But not now. The safety of mankind is on Yi Linsheng's shoulders. He can't be in trouble. I'm sorry, I have nothing to explain to you. Yi Linsheng shouted to the outside. Show me out. Chu Zixin looked at Yi Linsheng with some surprise. This guy seemed easy to deal with on the surface. I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. He originally wanted to solve this matter quickly, but it seems that this plan has failed. However, he didn't care. Yi Linsheng has a lot of handles. As long as he is given time, he can dig them out bit by bit. Arresting Yi Linsheng, it's only a matter of time. Chu Zixin stood up, pressed the cigarette but hard into the ashtray. Boss Yi, do you think you can get away with it? I have a lot of evidence in my hand, each of which is enough for you to stay in jail for 10 or 8 years. He threw a business card on the table. This is my phone number. Think about it carefully. When you figure it out, call me. I promise you, as long as I arrest you before I arrest you, I will consider it as your surrender. Walking out of the office, Chu Zixin glanced at Xiao Dao with sharp eyes. You are the hacker. Right? Your tricks are good, but unfortunately you are dead. Xiao Dao was so scared that he could not stand steadily, and sat directly in the chair. Watching Chu Zixin walk out, Yi Linsheng smashed the ashtray to the ground fiercely. This time, he was careless. I underestimated this economic investigation captain. Otherwise, he would create a shocking case for this captain, so that he would have no time to investigate me. Now, everything is very passive. Even if I expose a few more big cases, it would be useless. Chu Zixin would definitely hold me hostage. Mousie, Xiao Dao and Luo Qingyu all entered the office, staring at Yi Linsheng nervously. Originally, Mousie didn't care, but now he has ties. He can't, and doesn't want to go to jail again. Xiao Dao was trembling even more, and began to regret that he should not have been so obsessed for a while, and followed Yi Linsheng to do such a big thing. Although Chu Zixin did not have enough evidence in his hands. As long as he was given time, at most 1 or 2 months, he would definitely dig them all out. Even if they were not dug out, being watched by an economic investigation team leader all the time, everyone would not be able to do anything. What should we do? Luo Qingyu asked anxiously. Yi Linsheng stood up and paced back and forth in the office. He didn't know what to do. Yi Linsheng's look caught the eyes of the 3 people, and they all became nervous. This was the first time they saw Yi Linsheng, and they were at a loss. Luo Qingyu picked up the phone and called Luo Ji. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Yi Linsheng finally made up his mind. Call Ning Saixia. Seeing Luo Qingyu calling, Mousie couldn't help asking, "Boss, reporter Ning is here. What's the use?" Ning Saixia became famous because of several sensational reports, especially the news about Tongxin Technology's fraud, which brought Ning Saixia great fame. Now Ning Saixia has joined Longtu News Agency and has become a hot reporter. We can only use the strategy of procrastination now. So, I want to make my image bigger. I want to establish myself as a bright and great new entrepreneur, create a sensation, and increase my popularity. What's the use of this? Mousie asked, puzzled. He can delay for a little longer this way, because arresting celebrities has a huge impact. Chu Zixin's boss will definitely think twice before acting, and will not let Chu Zixin arrest people easily. In this way, maybe we can delay the alien detection satellite from entering the solar system. Luo Qingyu has been with Yi Linsheng for a few months, and has a good understanding of his ideas. Mousie was a little disappointed. That's it? Isn't this just passively taking a beating? We can't take the initiative at all. Xiao Dao was also trembling. Don't count on me when the time comes. If I'm arrested, I will definitely blurt out everything. I'm not a person who can stand being scared. Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes at Xiao Dao, but soon turned her gaze to Yi Linsheng, with worry evident in her eyes. Obviously, this method may be effective, but it is indeed too passive. If Chu Zixin resists the pressure and finds the evidence, then, even if Yi Linsheng is one of the top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs in the country, it will be useless. He will be arrested anyway. No ambiguity at all. Chapter 53. Sacrifice for the sake of righteousness. Yi Linsheng waved his hand. You guys go away, I'll think about it carefully, see how to give myself a high-profile identity, so that they will be afraid to catch me easily. Brother, what do you have in mind? Seeing Luo Ji coming in a hurry, Luo Qingyu hurried over and asked. Luo Ji shook his head. He didn't have any good ideas either. Luo Ji walked into the office, and the two whispered for a long time. When he came out again, Luo Ji said to the 3 people who were full of expectations, although it is very passive, this is the only way we can think of at the moment. Of course. He suddenly waved his hand again. Forget it, I won't say it anymore. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Mousie, Luo Qingyu and Xiao Dao wanted to ask, but didn't know where to start. When Luo Ji walked out of the entrepreneurial park, Mousie walked out of the company quickly and caught up with Luo Ji. When Luo Ji saw Mousie chasing him out, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, the smile was fleeting. Mousie grabbed Luo Ji. Professor Luo, what did you mean by what you didn't finish just now? Oh, it's nothing actually. I feel that Yi Linsheng is worrying too much. What do you mean? Luo Ji scratched his head. I don't know. I just said that. I think there should be a better way. We should take the initiative, instead of sitting and waiting for death. For the sake of human justice. Sometimes doing something that seems not so just is also a necessary choice. This is our destiny and our responsibility. After saying that, Luo Ji patted Mousie's shoulder heavily, sighed and walked forward. Watching Luo Ji leave in a hurry, Mousie fell into deep thought. During the meal, the atmosphere was very dull. Yi Linsheng obviously had no appetite. He hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of rice and returned to the office again, staring blankly at the computer screen. Xiao Dao also had no appetite. He ate a bowl of rice and left. Only Mousie, Luo Qingyu, Aunt Song and the little daughter were left in front of the table. After Aunt Song left with the little daughter, Luo Qingyu also stood up and prepared to clean up the dishes. Mousie suddenly said, Miss Luo, I have something to ask of you. Luo Qingyu didn't care, and said while cleaning up, okay? I'll help if I can. Mousie put down his bowl and chopsticks, hesitated for a moment, and finally looked up at Luo Qingyu. If I have any accident, please help me take good care of my daughter. Luo Qingyu was startled. Don't think too much. Brother, you will definitely find a way. There are only a few months left. We can get through it, and everything will be fine. Maozi smiled with a serious expression. That's right. However, tell me so I can feel more at ease. Luo Qingyu looked at Maozi's back as he left, and felt that he seemed to be worried. Boss Yi, don't worry. I will spend a week to compile a sensational news to promote you. Ning Saixia smiled. But I am curious, Boss Yi, who has always been low-key and hiding behind the scenes, why is he interested in showing up? Yi Linxing smiled slightly. He didn't show up before, because the time was not right. I understand. Now the time is right. Ning Saixia stood up, turned charmingly and prepared to leave. When she stopped holding the door handle, she turned around and showed a charming smile. Mr. Yi, I am where I am today, thanks to your care. I want to treat you to a meal. I wonder if you will honor me. Yi Linxing understood what Ning Saixia meant, but he really didn't feel like flirting with girls. On the one hand, the end of the world was coming, and on the other hand, Chu Zixin was still haunting, which made Yi Linxing feel very difficult. I'd better treat you another day. When you have successfully shaped my image, I will definitely treat you to a big meal in the best hotel. Ning Saixia glanced at Yi Linxing, and said in an almost coquettish tone, Mr. Yi, it's a deal. You are not allowed to cheat. Watching Ning Saixia walk out charmingly, Luo Qingyu couldn't help rolling her eyes. She walked in angrily, wanting to be petty with Yi Linxing. But when she saw Yi Linxing sitting in front of the computer with a serious face, thinking hard, her heart softened. She knew she was done for. She was trapped. She thought she couldn't fall in love with someone easily. Now she realized that in just a few months, she had fallen in love with Yi Linxing and couldn't even extricate herself. Brother, Maozi has been acting strange in the past few days. I suspect he will do something bad. Luo Qingyu called Luo Ji. Since Chu Zixin appeared, Maozi's whereabouts have become very strange. He leaves early and comes back late every day, and sometimes doesn't come back all night. When he saw Luo Qingyu, he kept telling her to take good care of his daughter. It was like he was entrusting her with his daughter before his death. Luo Qingyu became suspicious. Luo Ji said calmly, I know. I'll talk to him alone sometime. In a coffee shop, Luo Ji watched Maozi come in, pointed at the coffee on the table and said, I ordered you a cup of coffee with double sugar. Professor Luo, is there anything you can't say in the store? Why do you have to meet here? Maozi was a little nervous. What are you planning? Luo Ji asked calmly. Maozi's body stiffened for a moment. Nothing. You can't fool me. Since Chu Zixin came, you have never stopped. Luo Ji pushed the coffee to Maozi. Maozi hesitated for a moment, took it and drank it in one gulp. Putting down the coffee cup heavily, then he said, Boss, he has done me a favor. I can't watch his ideals being destroyed. So you want to deal with Chu Zixin? Maozi remained silent. Have you ever thought about what Chu Zixin, as the captain of the economic investigation team, would mean if he got into trouble? It means a big earthquake. All the cases Chu Zixin handled will be turned over. And then a large group of experienced agents will use magnifying glasses to look for potential murderers in the files. Maozi trembled. If you are arrested, Yi Linxing will be arrested on the same day. And we will all be arrested. You want Toro Qingyu to take care of your daughter. But it is impossible. Maozi was completely dumbfounded. If you are not caught, Yi Linxing's case will also be supervised. And he will be finished in half a month at most. You are not helping him. You are pushing him into the abyss. Maozi grabbed his hair. What should I do? Do you really want to help him? Of course it's true. Luo Ji took a sip of coffee slowly. What are you doing now? Tell me in detail. Maozi sighed. I have been tracking Chu Zixin's trajectory these days, investigating their whereabouts, and studying possible methods of action. Tell me about your method. Luo Ji was still unhurried, but in his eyes, there was a hint of excitement. Chapter 54 Perfect Case. Chu Zixin's two favorite assistants are Xiao Lu and Xiao Li. The three of them often act together. Before each action, they like to bring a cup of black coffee. There is a coffee shop opposite the police station. They buy a cup of black coffee almost every day. This is a good place to start. In addition, I put a GPS locator in the car they took, so I can keep track of their whereabouts at any time. Creating a car accident on the road is my second plan. I also know where Chu Zixin's children go to school and his wife works. This is also a way to start. However, Chu Zixin is a workaholic and basically doesn't care about his children and wife. Now he seems to be getting a divorce. So this plan was arranged by me at the end. Rogi fiddled with the coffee cup in his hand and asked slowly, where do they often drive to? There was a case recently, and the location was a tool factory in the suburbs of the south. It seems that the accounting staff colluded with the company's senior management to embezzle public funds. Now they are following up on this case. They go to this tool factory 2 or 3 times a week. Luo Ji's eyes lit up, and he already had an idea. Professor Luo, what do you think we should do? I can't just watch Boss Yi being arrested. Let alone saving the whole human race. Just because he has done me a favor, I should repay him. Moreover, you also saw that, although he made a lot of money, he didn't use the money on himself. Mouzi was already anxious, and a little collapsed. He had been planning for so long. But after Luo Ji's analysis, it was worthless. Luo Ji said slowly, have you heard of a perfect crime? Mouzi was startled. The case where Boss Yi and I stole 100 million in cash. That's it. No. If the accountant hadn't been too guilty to report the case, you would have been arrested long ago. Then what is a perfect crime? Luo Ji grinned. It was clearly planned. But it's impossible to investigate. That's called a perfect crime. Mouzi understood a little. You go to Whisper and get some money. And buy that coffee shop. Note, do not change the clerk, and do not change the signboard. Luo Ji said lightly. Want to start with the drinks? Mouzi asked curiously. Of course not, it's easy to show your hand. Don't ask too many questions, just do it. Mouzi asked suspiciously. Brother Luo, is this your idea, or Boss Yi's idea? Him? He's a bit saintly. For this kind of thing, we should help him make the decision. Luo Ji stood up, picked up his backpack and put it on his back. Remember, everything is an accident, you didn't do anything. Xiao Lu carried 3 cups of coffee, walked to the car, and handed the coffee to Xiao Li and Chu Zixin. I always feel sunflower eyes recently. It's only the beginning of June. And the sun is so strong. This summer will definitely not be easy. Xiao Li looked up at the sun. And it was indeed very dazzling, yes. This summer will definitely not be easy. I hope there will be fewer cases, so that we can have a quiet summer. Stop talking nonsense. Drive. Go to the tool factory. And finish it as soon as possible, so that we can end Yang Dongchen's case as soon as possible. Chu Zixin closed his eyes and leaned back heavily. The car drove out. Not long after their car drove out, a car followed closely. The driver was Mouzi, Brother Luo. They are leaving. Have you tampered with the car? Yes. It will be out of gas by the afternoon. Okay. Follow me and report your whereabouts at any time. Luo Ji hung up the phone. Mouzi continued to follow. Chu Zixin looked at the rearview mirror vigilantly and found a sneaky car behind. We are being followed. Xiao Li looked at the rearview mirror. Who is so brave to follow us? Chu Zixin squinted his eyes and looked. It seems to be Yi Linqing's subordinate, the notorious thief Mouzi. What should we do? Ignore him and see what he can do. Chu Zixin closed his eyes again. When leaving the city, Xiao Li spoke up. Captain Chu, that guy is gone. It doesn't look like he was following us. Chu Zixin snorted. Keep going. This kind of clown. Don't bother to pay attention to him. Soon, I will personally send him in to squat. The press conference of Aosher New Energy Technology Company Limited is in progress. Yi Linsheng knew that in his previous life, Aosher New Energy created a miracle. From round A financing to round B, round C financing. The short time and the large amount of financing created history. Aosher New Energy's valuation has also increased from more than 500 million in the A round to tens of billions. When it goes public, the valuation will be as high as 100 billion. All this is thanks to their president, who can write PPT. The return on investment is more than 50 times. In the last round of a financing, Yi Linqing invested 100 million. After the investment, the president announced that he would successfully develop a high-energy battery. The storage capacity of this battery is more than 100 times that of ordinary batteries. And the price is low. Today's press conference should be about the news of this high-energy battery. This will also directly make their valuation reach 10 billion. Next, they will start several rounds of financing. And at that time, it will be the time for Yi Linqing to sell his shares and make money and leave. However, Yi Linsheng was worried that his rebirth would affect this press conference. So, he came here to see the scene in person. Fortunately, everything went well. Shen Dundong. the CEO of Aosher New Energy, is indeed a top-notch scammer who surpasses Jia Paopao, who said he would return to China next week. After a fantastic introduction, he announced that Aosher New Energy had invented a super battery. There was warm applause in the venue. The CEOs of the top domestic investment companies all clapped their hands until they were swollen. According to the content of the PPT presentation, Aosher New Energy will become the company with the largest market value in the world. As long as the investment is successful now, there will be at least 100 times return in the future. Yi Lincheng also admired what this guy said. The eyes of the investment company bosses present all began to glow green. They wanted to throw all their money in right now. Yi Lincheng smiled and walked out of the venue. This investment is secure. Now several top domestic investment companies have asked to buy his shares. And the price is very suitable. Invest 100 million. And the minimum return is 5 billion. This money came too timely. However, turning around, Yi Lincheng's face was full of gloom. His troubles were not solved yet. Chu Zixin's investigation made him feel very difficult. The southern suburbs of Jianhai City. It was already dark. Chu Zixin was very tired. And Xiao Li, who was driving, was also sleepy. He yelled for Xiao Lu to drive for him for a while. Chu Zixin suddenly saw a small car behind him, which seemed very familiar. It seems to be that cat behind. Chapter 55 Noah's Ark Expansion Plan. Xiao Li was startled. He looked carefully at the rearview mirror. Don't tell me, it's really him. How did he catch up? Chu Zixin snorted. Give me the detector. Xiao Lu took out the signal detector and handed it over. Chu Zixin scanned the car with the signal detector finally. Under the door, the detector started to alarm. This guy installed a GPS locator on our car. Xiao Li cursed. Oh my god, he is really arrogant. Captain Chu, should we stop him now and cuff him? Chu Zixin looked at the sky. It was already late. He had wasted a lot of time repairing the tire in the afternoon. Forget it, it's so late. We'll deal with him tomorrow. Let's go back first, we're all so sleepy. He yawned. Yawning is contagious. Xiao Lu was also infected, and he yawned too. Xiao Li, who was driving, was also infected, and couldn't help yawning. Just at this moment, suddenly a strong light shone over. I don't know if it was an oncoming car or some other light. Xiao Li was suddenly stimulated and temporarily blinded. There was a dazzling light in front of him, but he couldn't see anything. The strong light disappeared, but the temporary blindness had not passed. Xiao Li didn't turn the steering wheel randomly. He knew he couldn't panic at this time. He observed that there were no cars coming from the opposite direction. It should be safe. As long as he didn't deviate from the course, there should be no problem. Xiao Li didn't even slow down. At this time, his vision slowly recovered. However, he suddenly became nervous, because there was a large truck in front of him, driving at a very slow speed. The lights on the truck were blocked by dust and mud, so they were not conspicuous. He failed to find it in advance. Xiao Li stepped on the brakes hard and turned the steering wheel subconsciously. Otherwise, he would have hit the truck. The car immediately lost control and rushed out of the road and rushed to the bottom of the roadbed. Boom! After a violent collision, Xiao Li knew nothing. The truck stopped. The driver quickly called the police. Several passers-by came to the roadside, surrounded the car and prepared to open the door to save people. The scene was in chaos. Early in the morning, Yi Lincheng was shocked by a piece of news. Chu Zixin had a car accident. It takes at least half a year to recuperate before he can go back to work. Yi Lincheng's biggest crisis was magically resolved. Yi Lincheng felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this matter, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was, because the police report also claimed that it was a traffic accident. Xiao Li, who was driving, was tired and did not judge the road conditions in time. In order to avoid the large truck in front, he turned the steering wheel sharply, rushed out of the roadbed, and fell 2 or 3 meters down the road, causing this car accident. Everything seemed very normal. There was no doubt. Yi Lincheng found that the relationship between Maozi and Luo Ji seemed to have improved a lot. In the past, Maozi listened to Yi Lincheng the most, but now Maozi listens to Luo Ji the most. If Luo Ji and Yi Lincheng have a conflict of opinion, Maozi will definitely stand on Luo Ji's side. However, Yi Lincheng didn't care. Without Chu Zixin's restraint, Yi Lincheng felt that he could let go and do a great job. Time was running out, and he had to plan quickly. A new round of expert seminars was held again. This was what Yi Lincheng had been insisting on. One person's power is limited, And Yi Linsheng now deeply feels this. Now projects are blooming everywhere, and he can no longer handle it alone. Moreover, his speed of making money has slowed down, which is also an important factor restricting his underground city plan. This time, Luoji invited several experts, and the number was far more than last time. Everyone, I won't waste time, and first introduce the current situation of our Noah group. We have purchased a coal mine, purchased 2 shield machines, and are digging down day and night. Once the downward passage is opened, we will use more than 1,000 excavators and tens of thousands of earth-moving vehicles to go underground and dig out an underground city. In terms of aviation, we have acquired interstellar aerospace and have initially mastered the aircraft that can launch the second cosmic speed. At the same time, we have placed an order for more than 1,000 shield machine manufacturers in China to promote the development of the shield machine industry. As for the Yellowstone volcano, we are also actively contacting and striving to enter the Yellowstone volcano geological exploration operation. As for the research on space jammers and small celestial body thrusters, as well as the manufacture of space fishing nets, they are all in full swing. I also invested in a biotechnology company. The later funds will mainly come from this biotechnology company. This is the progress we have made so far. Yi Linsheng briefly introduced his situation. Now, if you have any questions, please ask them. Natural scientist Shui Weidong had a serious expression on his face. He raised his head and asked, Xiao Yi, you are actually promoting the doomsday plan? Astronomer Wang Durong, who was standing with a messy white hair, muttered, Isn't it true? I tried to give them 3 celestial body targets, but they have already started to study how to send thrusters to the celestial bodies. Niu Disao, a physics expert who attended the conference for the first time, said solemnly, I just realized that you have advanced to this level. Could it be that aliens are real? Luoji stood up and said, Everyone. Although I am younger than everyone here, I am also a scientific researcher with some achievements among the younger generation. I can assure you with my life that what Yi Linsheng said is true. Aliens are about to arrive on the blue planet, and humans are about to perish. Our Noah's Ark plan is the only way to save mankind. Old scientist Wang Ying raised his head. If that's the case, why don't you report to the country? Luoji shrugged. Where is the evidence? We don't have any evidence. Even you are suspicious of what we have done, and the country may be more serious than you in this regard. There is only one result after we report to the higher authorities. That is, to stop all our actions and closely monitor our every move, thus wasting time in vain and delaying the chance of our human beings being rescued. Chapter 56 Borrowing money is the way out. We will announce our actions to the country, but not now, but before the alien exploration satellite enters the solar system. Yi Linsheng added, Now, we can only exist as a non-governmental organization. I need your help now. I hope you can join us and do something to save mankind. Wang Durong took the lead and said, I didn't believe it at first, but after seeing what you did, I believed it. If you are not really worried about the human crisis, the only explanation for what you are doing now is that you are crazy. But from what I know about you, you are not crazy. He turned to look at the others. Everyone. I also guarantee on my reputation that what Xiaoya and Luoji said is true, because I really can't think of any other reason for them to give up everything to do this. Architecture expert Ma Xingkong also said, There is one thing I can assure you. I have seen the underground city, and it is indeed being constructed over time according to my design. The supporting facilities have also been ordered to various manufacturers and are being produced. I don't know if aliens will come, but the underground city is really under construction. He looked at Yi Linsheng and Luoji. Noah project. I'll join. Yi Linsheng and Luoji breathed a sigh of relief. With the participation of these two, today's seminar will not be in vain. I'll join too. Natural scientist Shui Weidong smiled slightly. As for the reason, I'm different from you. I'm also a madman. In my later years, it's good to be crazy. However, Xiaoya, you need to provide sufficient funds. I want to collect various animal and plant samples in nature. You need to leave me a large enough place in the underground city. I want to leave a seed for nature. Physicist Niu Disao raised his head. I will join too. I believe in Luoji. I believe in Professor Wang Durong and Professor Ma Xingkong. This kind of action, we physicists are absolutely indispensable. I really want to study the social structure and economic operation model of the underground city. I will join too. I will do my best to help you improve the economic and social structure. Economist Li Tsongsheng said. At once, everyone expressed their intention to join. Finally, everyone's eyes fell on the oldest Wang Yiheng. Wang Yiheng rolled his eyes. Why are you looking at me? I have joined a long time ago. Many of Xuya's ideas were inspired by me. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter rang out in the conference room. The NOAA organization was officially established. The meeting was still going on. Economist Li Tsongsheng said, Xuya, I have carefully studied your strategy, and I found a problem. You are really smart and thoughtful in making money. But have you ever thought that some money, actually you don't need to make it? Yi Linsheng was startled. If you don't make money, what can you do? Borrow. Li Tsongsheng's eyes behind the glasses shone with a gleam of light. The people who really know how to make money are the people who are the best at borrowing money. Yi Linsheng felt like he had been enlightened. Yes, why didn't I think of this? Yi Linsheng slapped his head hard. 5 years ago, on the domestic rich list, the top ones were the ones who were the best at borrowing money. Especially the real estate tycoons, they are crazy about borrowing money. Not to mention loans, corporate bonds have also been issued in waves. As a result, 3 years ago, these real estate tycoons went bankrupt one after another, and their debts also surfaced. A company that claims to be the #1 real estate company in China has a debt of 2 trillion yuan. This is twice as much as Yi Linsheng's goal of 1 trillion yuan. I can learn from this real estate company, at least, I don't have to worry about bankruptcy. In another half a year, alien exploration spacecraft will appear. And it won't matter whether the borrowed money is repaid or not. What they are doing now is a desperate matter. Borrowing money, borrowing the most money, is the best way to solve the funding problem. I am indeed too narrow-minded. I always focus on the small amount of money of the boss lady Han Siwei and others. But forget the biggest source of money, the bank. I suggest you do a good job of publicity and make your name known. Aren't we going to build 1,000 underground city tourism projects? We can use this gimmick to go to various investment promotion bureaus and invest. Borrow money from the bank. Also issue high-interest corporate bonds, absorb funds from the private sector, and become bigger and stronger. Li Tsongsheng's eyes behind his glasses sparkled. Obviously, he had an urge to try. An excitement of putting his theory into practice. Yi Linsheng immediately decided, Professor Li, I'll leave this matter to you, how about it? Li Tsongsheng quickly shook his head. Xiao Yi, I know my ability very well. I can be a staff officer, but if you want me to go to the battlefield, I really can't do it. You are the most suitable person for this matter. I will be your military advisor, and you can come whenever you call. Luo Ji also laughed and said, Yi Linsheng. The experts here can only be experts. We can talk about it on paper. But when it comes to actual operation, it has to be you. We are ashamed of what you have done. Luo Ji's words basically confirmed Yi Linsheng's leadership. Wang Durong also said admiringly, That's right. We can give advice, but we are really not good at actual action. As the old saying goes, a scholar's rebellion will fail in 3 years. Xuya, we will all follow your arrangements. Yes, only Xuya has this ability. I agree. Others also spoke up. Yi Linsheng was not hypocritical. He stood up and said, Thank you for your trust. I am young, I will do the fighting. However, you must bring out your good ideas and good methods, don't hide them. No problem. Everyone said in unison. Yi Linsheng was also full of enthusiasm. For the first time, he felt that he was not fighting alone. After a heated discussion, Yi Linsheng basically sorted out his main tasks now. First of all, it is to make money, which is the most important thing at any time. But this time, the way to make money is no longer to rely on personal strength to make money, but to raise funds in various ways. Especially borrowing. Borrowing requires a publicity offensive, which is exactly what Yi Linsheng is doing. An exclusive interview with a leading media has been sent out. And Yi Linsheng is also preparing to use various water armies to create momentum and promote his own fame. This is also a blessing in disguise. To borrow money, you must have a reputation. Moreover, the greater the fame, the easier it is to borrow money. The more you borrow, the more money you can borrow. This is a virtuous circle. Another thing is to issue corporate bonds, which also requires a lot of publicity for the company. The second is to burn money. There are several places to burn money: space rockets, space fishing nets, jammers, thrusters, etc. All of these require money. There are also several projects that also require money. That is, the supporting facilities of the underground city, and the preservation of animal and plant species. Chapter 57 Business Promotion and Investment Attraction. The latter one is better, it can be delayed. When the alien detection satellite arrives in the solar system, it will be carried out by the state, and the effect will be better. But the supporting facilities of the underground city must be built. Economist Li Tsongsheng also made a suggestion, that is, don't wait, and build 2 layers of underground city directly under the coal mine. One is an underground city specially used for tourism, which can be built at a depth of about 1,000 to 1,500 meters underground. Just use it as a model for promotion. With the current excavation progress, it can basically start construction now. This will not affect the excavation of the underground city, and the upper part can be built in advance, and built into a special tourism project. Use the method of burning money, let a certain project of the underground city start running, and then hire water army or low-price promotion method, widely publicize, create the illusion of false prosperity, so that it can better borrow money or attract investment. By using carefully fabricated data to win the trust of investors. A series of underground city tourism projects can be built across the country. In this way, other underground cities can be explored and developed in advance. In order to avoid insufficient time at that time. First, lay the foundation for building 1,000 underground cities. When the news is officially announced, it will save at least a few months for the people of the country. The last thing to do is mergers. It takes a long time to set up a company. It takes a long time to train a team. It also takes a long time for employees to get along. But what everyone lacks now is time. So, Li Tsongsheng's advice to Yi Linxing is to spend a huge amount of money to acquire mature companies, construction companies, engineering companies, large equipment factories, etc. All that can be acquired, should be acquired. Expand the business. The last point is to absorb talents. Attract talents from all walks of life to your own team. A person's energy is limited. Yi Linxing cannot build 1,000 underground cities by himself. It takes a top team to do it. The underground city tourism project is a good gimmick. We can use this gimmick and verbally promise high salaries to attract talents first. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. Now there are zhuge liangs in the room, and the solutions discussed by everyone are more comprehensive. There are many things that Yi Linxing had not considered before, which were fully analyzed and demonstrated this time. This also made Yi Linxing feel again that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. A name was quietly promoted nationwide. This name has a very legendary experience. He is Yi Linxing. Yi Linxing, who was just a freelancer a year ago, has now transformed himself and become a new and cutting-edge entrepreneur. There are countless water armies on various platforms who are flattering him. The think tank also used all kinds of power to award Yi Linxing many strange awards. For example, Outstanding Young Entrepreneur of the New Era, Top 10 Entrepreneurs in Paoma City, Top 10 Designers in China, Gold Award of New Thinking Creative Competition, International Top 100 New Entrepreneurs, Best Creative Team of Moose World Competition, etc. In order to keep up with others, physicist Niu Desao gave Yi Linxing a Physics Pioneering Award. Ning Saixia hired several gunmen to build momentum for him in various news media. The final result made Yi Linxing laugh and cry. He was not too sensational in the economic circle, after all. People in the economic circle are very smart. Although some people were a little surprised by Yi Linxing's sudden rise, they were not stupid enough to blindly trust him. What made Yi Linxing a nationally famous figure was a bunch of aunties and fans. Yi Linxing's handsome appearance, unrestrained and uninhibited personality, legendary experience, and carefully crafted stories immediately won him many fans and aunties. His natural performance on some talk shows immediately impressed this era where appearance is justice. His popularity was hyped up by these fans, making him a star-like existence. A certain satellite TV station took advantage of the opportunity and invited him to participate in a variety show. What is surprising is that his sense of variety is extremely strong. He plays dumb when he should, and humorous when he should, and he suddenly became a popular figure. Although he is not as good as those top stars, the publicity effect is enough. Golden October. The head of Jinshan County looked up, and behind him stood a long row of officials of all ranks. Such a large welcoming team was enough to show the honor of this guest. They were not welcoming the mayor, nor provincial officials, but a new businessman. This businessman was the hottest and most popular Yi Linxing. Behind the neatly dressed officials were all kinds of fangirls and aunties in fancy clothes. It was the morning square dance time. But the aunties reluctantly gave up square dance and came here to see Yi Linxing. Even the wife and daughter of the county magistrate were among them. A luxury double-R car drove out of the highway intersection and stopped at a distance from here. Hurry up. Open the door for me. Yi Linsheng looked at the scene in front and knew that he had to put on airs. Luo Qingyu rolled his eyes at him, then got out of the car from the side, trotted to the other side, and opened the door. In this world, it is usually men who open car doors for women. A beautiful girl driving a car for a man is very high class. Only in such occasions where he needs to show off, Yi Linsheng needs Luo Qingyu to help him open the door, to show his noble status. There is no other way. In front of county-level leaders, he has to show off. Originally, Yi Linsheng has always been riding in domestic Dolphin cars, which are comfortable, good-looking, fuel-efficient, and patriotic. But just to cater to the tastes of these county-level officials, he had to change to this stupid double-R car. It was clumsy, ugly, and uncomfortable to sit on. The only advantage was that it was expensive. Very expensive. The county magistrate saw Yi Linsheng at once, and immediately said to his subordinates, "Look, Mr. Yi is so approachable and polite. He parked so far away and walked over. Look, this is the style of a young entrepreneur." A bunch of people behind him hurriedly flattered him. "This is the best of the best. Our county magistrate has a keen eye for talent. The partners he chooses to cooperate with are all qualified. In this situation, no matter who you flatter, it will work." County Magistrate Jean trotted to greet him, showing his hospitality. Yi Linsheng also trotted to shake hands, showing his humility. It was like a two-way love. Both sides shook hands and exchanged greetings. Yi Linsheng had a smile on his face, but he was already exhausted. Chapter 58 Reverse Operation, Filling the Earth to Create a Mountain. Yi Linsheng's time is now calculated in seconds. However, in this county-level situation, he had to waste a lot of time to deal with it. Finally, the group arrived in front of a mine. This was once a nationally famous phosphate production area. But due to excessive mining, the mineral resources here have long been exhausted. Jinshan County has also been unable to recover and has completely collapsed. More than a decade ago, Jinshan County was really a gold mountain, relying on phosphate mines. It was rich. Now, it has become a shabby small county without any pillar industry. I am very satisfied. I am willing to build this place into the 101st underground city tourism base under our NOAA group. Coming out of the mine, Yi Linsheng looked at the county magistrate. I plan to invest 10 billion to build an underground city. At the same time, the entire urban area will be built into a new type of tourist city. Let Jinshan County have another Jinshan. However, County Magistrate Jean, this still requires your policy support. County Magistrate Jean was so happy that he couldn't close his face. The current underground city tourism project is just like the Wanda Plaza back then, and everyone is scrambling for it. No problem. We will definitely give the best and most favorable policies. County Magistrate Jean said with a rosy face. Yi Linsheng said, "Didn't you arrange a meeting with local entrepreneurs for me? Let's go. I also want to discuss it with local entrepreneurs." Yi Linsheng knew that in places like this that started with mining, there were many hidden rich people. They made enough money in their early years and used the money to invest in other places. It's not that they don't want to invest in their hometown, but there is really nothing worth investing in their hometown. These people are all invisible rich people, and there are many who are worth over 100 million. As long as you capture their hearts, you can easily raise tens of billions, not to mention 10 billion. Yi Linsheng has been relying on this method to make money all the way. Then he invested the money in those money-burning businesses. Yes, it has been arranged according to Mr. Ye's wishes. The location is in the square in front of the mine. Many entrepreneurs from Jinshan County have come back from other places just to attend this meeting. County Magistrate Jean wiped the sweat from his head. Although it is October, the weather is still very hot. Yi Linsheng walked too fast along the way, making County Magistrate Jean, who has not exercised much, feel a little tired. County Magistrate Jean, I am a decisive person. Moreover, I have to rush to the next inspection point, so I am taking big steps. Please forgive me. County Magistrate Jean. I understand. This is also an important factor in Mr. Ye's rapid rise. The two of them came to the outside of the mine after talking to each other. Geographic expert Hu Baiyan gave Yi Linsheng a new suggestion, that is, try to dig down on the basis of the original mine. This first mover advantage can be fully utilized. For some domestic minerals, the depth of the mine exceeds 1 kilometer, which will greatly save the time of later excavation. In addition, the construction experts have a new suggestion. Since digging a hole is difficult, why don't we fill the soil and build a mountain? Reverse operation. Some large mines have huge space and can be directly developed and used as underground cities. And construction can start now, which greatly saves time. It's just that it's no more than 1,000 meters from the ground. It's easy to expose human traces. Experts suggest that the reverse operation can be adopted, filling the soil on the basis of the mine to build a mountain. Pile the nearby soil on the mine to form a soil layer of more than 2,000 meters. Thus, the purpose of isolating human information can be achieved. You know, when constructing on the ground, engineering machinery, a large number of construction personnel and equipment can be used. The efficiency of construction is simpler and more effective than digging holes. Yi Linqing has already started to prepare. He will first find a suitable mine hole, transform it into an underground city, and then pile up soil on it. Make a model underground city. Architecture expert Ma Xingkong and physics expert Niu Jitsao, on this basis, proposed a new suggestion, that is, when filling the soil, artificially add raw materials that can interfere with various detection methods to the soil. For example, metal ores such as iron or radioactive fillers such as granite. It can better hide the whereabouts of humans in the underground city. Now Yi Linqing needs to make a sample first, to prepare for future excavation. This underground phosphate mine meets all of Yi Linqing's requirements. The mountain itself has a solid structure, the mine is large enough, and it is fully excavated. The most important thing is that these mines have not been backfilled due to funding issues. Later, only modifications and adjustments are needed to transform it into a qualified underground city. Outside the mine, banners have been hung. A group of potbelly participants are gathered around. These people are all wealthy people from Jinshan County, and are also Yi Linqing's main target today. Fellow villagers, you are all from Jinshan County. I know you are all concerned about the situation in your hometown. It's just that there were no good projects in the past, and you can't help with the current situation in Jinshan County. County Mayor Jin began his speech, but the audience was not enthusiastic. After all, a character like County Magistrate Jin cannot get the respect of these wealthy people. But now it's different. Mr. Yi Linqing is willing to invest here to build an underground city tourism project. Our Jinshan County is about to take off. After talking for more than 10 minutes, seeing that the audience couldn't hold back, County Magistrate Jin said with lingering feelings, "Next, please let Mr. Yi speak." The applause from the audience became warm. Yi Linqing smiled slightly. He said humorously, "County Magistrate Jin is very eloquent. He said everything I should say, so I won't say much. I'll just get to the point." A knowing laugh rang out from the audience. This kind of laughter was not because Yi Linqing was humorous, but because the entrepreneurs present knew what was going on. I have already decided to invest in this project. The total investment amount is 100 billion. And the first phase investment amount is 10 billion. As soon as the words fell, the wealthy people in the audience began to discuss. Although they were all billionaires. But they were still shocked when they heard such a huge amount of 100 billion. I know you don't believe it. And think I'm bragging. The crowd laughed again. The people here are all veterans in the business world. They all know that it is okay to listen to empty words, but they should not take them seriously. But they are wrong. Yi Linqing glanced at everyone and said, "Wait. We will sign the agreement in front of everyone and officially start this project. I, Yi Linqing, have no other skills. But I do what I say." Yi Linqing was domineering. "The agreement has been signed, and I will deposit a deposit of 100 million into the designated account in front of everyone." Chapter 59. Using one's own strength to promote the development of the underground city. After more than half a year of training, Yi Linqing has long developed a bold and free spirit. Within 3 days, my 1 billion startup funds will be in place. Within a week, the engineering team will move in. Within a year, the underground city will open for business. If I can't do it, I will pay Jinshan County 100 billion as liquidated damages. All these contents will be written into the agreement. Everyone can come to confirm. I, Yi, will also show you what it means to keep my word. After these domineering words came out, those who were still waiting and watching were moved. The underground city tourism project is definitely the hottest tourism project in the future. Of course, I can't make money by myself without considering everyone's feelings. Making money together is the right way. Right? Yes. Seeing that Yi Linqing finally talked about something that everyone was interested in, the people in the audience echoed. I am willing to make money with everyone. Everyone knows that the underground city project requires an investment of 100 billion. Although our Noah group has this money, we will not use all the money on this project. After all, we have 1,000 underground city tourism projects under construction across the country. To do business, the best way is to make money together. I asked County Magistrate Jean to invite you all here, hoping to make money with you all. The theme project will be handled by our Noah group. Peripheral supporting projects, including real estate, catering, entertainment, etc., can all be popularized by the underground city project. The investment in these projects will be led by our Noah group, and we will absorb everyone's investment and participate together. Those who are interested, come on stage now, and we will sign the agreement together. After saying this, the people in the audience were eager to move. However, due to phase, no one dared to be the first to go on stage. Finally, one person started, and the rest of the people swarmed in. The following meeting did not go according to County Magistrate Jin's plan at all. He had originally prepared a half-hour closing speech, but now it was no longer necessary. Luo Qingyu brought a group of capable employees, took out the contract, and started signing on the spot. In the blink of an eye, this place became a large-scale signing site. Especially after Yi Linsheng and County Magistrate Jin signed the investment agreement and publicized it for everyone to see, the scene became even more lively. Because it is clearly written above, if the project cannot be completed after 1 year, Noah Group will pay a huge amount of compensation. This is something that no company can do. This condition is really too tempting. In addition to the halo bonus of Yi Linsheng's many titles, Noah Group's early preparations and operations, everything went smoothly. This time, at least tens of billions of funds can be raised. The potential of Jinshan County is indeed huge. That night, Yi Linsheng hurried to the next inspection point. Not only Yi Linsheng's team is also promoting the signing of underground city projects across the country. There is only one purpose, that is to frantically absorb investment funds in the whole country. Jinshan County alone can bring at least 10 billion private investment to Noah Group. This does not include loans from various banks. In fact, the initial startup funds are all from various banks. Because of the dazzling brilliance of Noah Group and underground city tourism projects, various banks are frantically providing loans to various projects of Noah Group. This kind of business that is sure to make money is what banks are most willing to do. For this underground city project alone, Yi Linsheng used the initial capital of 1 billion yuan to get more than 10 billion yuan in investment funds. He also fully promoted the development and excavation of the underground city project. Everything is moving in a smooth direction. However, Yi Linsheng didn't know that a danger to himself was approaching. Jianhai City Hospital. Xiao Shanghai left the ward with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. After opening the door, I saw Chu Zixin flipping through a pile of documents. How is it? Xiao Shanghai sat down and handed the flowers to Chu Zixin. Don't rush to handle the case. Heal your wounds first. After taking the documents from Chu Zixin, Xiao Shanghai glanced at them. Noah Group. Yi Linsheng? Chu Zixin's eyes were firm. I suspect that Xiao Li's death is related to Yi Linsheng. How is it possible? I have checked it out, and there is no doubt. Xiao Shanghai sighed. I was under great pressure and arranged the best criminal police to handle your case. The conclusion is an accident. Xiao Li operated improperly and drove while fatigued. You said someone installed a GPS system on the car. We also checked the car and found nothing. We also checked the condition of the car and found no signs of human damage. The brakes, steering, and tires were all fine. The only problem was that the tire had just been repaired. It seemed that you had someone repair it yourself. Xiao Shanghai peeled an orange and handed it to Chu Zixin. All signs indicate that this was an accident. Don't be suspicious. Chu Zixin had nothing to say. He had reinvestigated all his suspicions, and there was no doubt. All the evidence showed that this was an accident. Even so, we must track down Yi Linsheng and his Noah Group. Chu Zixin became excited. Director Xiao, you and I are old classmates. I have only one request. To thoroughly investigate Yi Linsheng and Noah Group. Their wealth was all sinful. Xiao Shanghai remained silent. He felt that his classmate was too paranoid. Director Xiao, if you don't agree, I will check it myself. I am almost well now, and can go back to work. Chu Zixin said. Xiao Shanghai sighed. You? Do you know why I became the director? Not you? Chu Zixin didn't say anything. In terms of business, you are better than me. In terms of performance, you are better than me. In terms of attitude, You are more responsible than me. But I became the director. Not you. Seeing Chu Zixin frowned, Xiao Shanghai sighed. It's because you are too stubborn. Things should be prioritized. I will track down Yi Linsheng. I am not stubborn, I am sticking to my principles. Xiao Shanghai shook his head. Okay, I promise you, I will arrange elite troops to investigate Yi Linsheng, and you, take good care of your health. However, let me make it clear, Yi Linsheng is now a national celebrity, and both the province and the city have regarded him as a key protected person. So, before there is solid evidence, we will not touch him. You have to be patient. Chu Zixin nodded. No problem. I can be patient. Xiao Shanghai stood up, just walked out of the door, and stopped again and asked, I have a serious question for you. Do you have any personal grudges with Yi Linsheng? Chu Zixin slowly raised his head, his eyes revealed a fierceness. No before, but now I have. Chapter 60. Spending money. Making money? Because of Xiao Li? Chu Zixin did not speak. Xiao Shanghai turned back helplessly, and sat down again. I have told you countless times, all the evidence shows that. This incident was an accident, and it has nothing to do with Yi Linsheng. Chu Zixin raised his head, his eyes were fierce. My intuition tells me that. It was him who did it. It's just that we can't find evidence. Xiao Shanghai frowned slightly. He stood up and tidied his clothes. You take good care of your injuries, I'm leaving. You must catch Yi Linsheng. Xiao Shanghai nodded. I promised you, I will do it. I will thoroughly investigate Yi Linsheng's case. As long as he really committed a crime, I will personally arrest him and bring him to justice. After leaving the ward, Xiao Shanghai took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Director, Chu Zixin's mental state is not good. I do not recommend that he return to work. I suggest that he be sent away to recuperate. After a while, he dialed another number. Captain Wang, reopen Yang Dongchen's case. Focus on investigating Noah Group and Yi Linsheng. Yes, that Yi Linsheng. Don't worry about his background. As long as he really has a criminal act, arrest him immediately. By the way, pay attention to protecting your safety. No, not for this reason. Just for the sake of caution. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Shanghai sighed, turned up his collar, and hurriedly walked into the autumn rain. Another expert seminar is underway. Xiaoya, I have good news for you. We have overcome the food problem. We have successfully mass-produced the technology of converting carbon dioxide into starch. Professor Yuan Buping, an agricultural chemical scientist who recently joined the Doomsday team, said, give us another 1 billion yuan in funding. We will build a factory, order equipment, and prepare for mass production. Luo Qingyu pouted and muttered, another request for money. I think 1 trillion is not enough. 10 trillion is about right. Yi Linsheng pulled her sleeve to stop her from talking. Mr. Yuan, no problem. We have nothing else in the Doomsday religion, but we have enough money. As long as you can feed all mankind, I can pay you as much as you want. Food is a big problem. In order to solve the food problem, experts have provided many methods. For example, using geothermal and electric energy for planting, using every space to plant food crops, a large amount of food reserves, etc. But none of these proposals can solve the fundamental problem. The underground city has limited space, and food cannot be self-sufficient. The stored food will be used up sooner or later. If this problem is not solved, humans cannot move underground. Fortunately, Professor Yuan Buping joined at this time and changed the dilemma. The team led by him had already developed a way to directly convert carbon dioxide into starch. It's just that there was no need for mass production before. Because the cost of starch harvested from growing crops is extremely low, and industrialized production, the cost is much higher than natural growth. Therefore, this project has always existed in the laboratory, and has never been studied in mass production. This also made Professor Yuan Buping feel uneasy. After receiving the news, Yi Linsheng immediately went to visit Professor Yuan Buping in person, providing funds and manpower to help Professor Yuan Buping complete the mass production of artificial starch. As long as mass production is achieved, the food problem of mankind will no longer be a problem. Although the cost is high, it can solve the problem of food and clothing for mankind. The technology of artificial protein has also been developed by Professor Yuan Buping's team. These two technologies, what they lack is funds to quantify. For a technology, the road to quantification is very expensive. According to Yi Linsheng's requirements, not only should we achieve mass production, but we should also drive the simultaneous startup of upstream and downstream supporting facilities. This requires even more money. Mass production requires machines, and manufacturing machines requires a mechanical processing plant, and also requires a carbon dioxide refinery, various raw material providers, and various supporting downstream manufacturers, all of which require financial support to start. In order to make 1,000 underground cities self-sufficient, there must be a sufficient number of related industries that rise at the same time. Therefore, such a huge amount of funds is needed. Each industrial chain requires huge funds to support it. These are all money-burning beasts. Xiaoyi, the construction of the air circulation system, also requires 1 billion funds. I have placed an order, and they will start to increase production capacity with all their strength after I pay them. Xiaoyi, the sewage treatment system requires 10 billion funds. After all, the demand for sewage treatment systems is small, and with a small deposit, others dare not take it. Xiaoyi, we don't need so much money for clothing. We have developed a durable fabric that is comfortable to wear and not easy to break. It can be mass-produced with only 500 million yuan. Xiaoyi, Luo Qingyu felt a headache. She secretly glanced at Yi Linxing and found that he was still listening to the speeches of the expert team calmly and seriously. She admired Yi Linxing a little. This guy usually looks unreliable, but when it comes to the critical moment, his importance is revealed. With so many complicated things, only he can sort them out. Xiaoyi, how is Yellowstone Park going? Asked the geographer Hubayan with a messy head of hair. This old madman has always been like this. Yi Linxing said, I have taken action. There are 2 steps. The first step is that I found an agent in their country, and used this agent to get in touch with the governor. This time I took advantage of the fight between their factions, and found an opportunity to sponsor the agent with a large sum of money. This agent is not bad either. He persuaded the governor, and has established the second Yellowstone Park Geological Survey team. We have to compete with the first Geological Survey team to see who has better results. We cannot directly participate in this matter, but can only do it through agents. I have purchased the best drilling equipment in the world, and also acquired the best drilling company to assist him in drilling. I have only one requirement for them. That is to dig a hole as quickly as possible. The deeper the better. This burned about tens of billions of funds, and more investment will be required later. Fortunately, this matter is now going smoothly. But, Yi Linxing shook his head slightly. After all, it is not in my own hands, I am not sure. So, for safety reasons, my second step is to apply for drilling rights in the southern island country, purchase the world's best oil drilling company, and next month, I will start drilling the world's largest submarine volcano. Of course, I am talking about discovering an underwater oil field, and drilling in the name of drilling an oil field. If the Yellowstone volcano is useless at that time, I will detonate this submarine volcano that is larger than the Yellowstone volcano. Chapter 61. It's embarrassing. The 10,000-meter bunker is actually only 1,000 meters. The experts present all looked at Yi Linxing as if he were a monster. It sounds simple, but everyone knows the hardships and difficulties involved. Moreover, it also requires a large amount of funds. Although a lot of money has been obtained from banks and private investors, it is still not enough to support these projects. Only Shirya can succeed in this kind of thing, Hubayan said in admiration. Other scientists also nodded. Dare to think and dare to do, this is Yi Linxing's style. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out in the meeting hall. After the experts dispersed, Yi Linxing sighed heavily. They all come to ask for money, and the landlord has no surplus food. He shook his head, stood up slowly, and then lay heavily on the sofa. Qingyu, help me press. I feel that my whole body is hollowed out. The purse is empty. It's not the whole body that is empty. Luo Qingyu chuckled. I thought you were an Iron Man. The phone rang. Yi Linxing picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. The next moment, Yi Linxing jumped up. MD. Finally I have the best news. What news? Luo Qingyu asked curiously. Dean Zhao Liang has made a major breakthrough in telomerase research. He just informed me that I can start promoting it. Yi Linxing's eyes were bright, and his fatigue was swept away. Money is Yi Linxing's stimulant, and Yi Linxing's biggest source of funds is the breakthrough in telomerase technology. As long as you master the technology of rejuvenation, you will master the code of money. Hangzhou 7th Biological Research Institute. Yi Linxing looked at the information in his hand and was shocked. The information was not rich. Only 3 samples were compared. Among them, there was something that Yi Linxing had seen before. It was a stray old dog. It had been hanging around the 7th Biological Research Institute. The old dog had entered the last stage of its life. Its steps were slow, and it looked old and frail. But the old dog in the photo looked brand new. Although it was still the same old dog in his eyes and eyebrows, but his mental outlook had changed drastically. The hair is shiny, a lively little dog. Luo Qingyu was also shocked. She had always thought that it was impossible for humans to live forever. But now it seems that her cognition is about to be broken. It seems that humans have really mastered the secret of immortality. Is the dog still there? Yes. Academician Zhao Liyong called out to the outside of the yard. Xiao Yi. A lively figure rushed in. It was the old dog that was about to die. Now it is full of energy, circling around Yi Linsheng. Luo Qingyu was amused and angry. This academician Zhao Liyong really has a childlike heart. He actually named the old dog after Yi Linsheng. From this, we can see how deep the resentment academician Zhao Liyong has towards Yi Linsheng. However, it seems that Yi Linsheng didn't notice it. His attention was focused on the dog. Yi Linsheng asked excitedly, "Can this thing be used on humans?" Clinical trials require approval, volunteers, and funds. Academician Zhao Liyong's eyes were also full of excitement. He had worked all his life for research, and finally made a breakthrough. If he wasn't excited, it would be fake. How long will it take? Yi Linsheng suppressed his excitement. Zhao Liyong looked up. I don't know the approval procedures. Clinical trials will take at least 3 years. No. There's not enough time. 1 month. 1 month is okay, Yi Linsheng said. Zhao Liyong's expression became solemn. Do you take human life lightly? 1 month. 1 month can't even complete the procedures. No procedures. Let's conduct clinical trials ourselves. Of course not. Academician Zhao Liyong stood up angrily. Does this thing have side effects? Will it kill people? These all require careful experimental data. And it's impossible to just push it to the market like this. However, what surprised Yi Linsheng and Luo Qingyu was that if Zhao Liyong had lost his temper in the past, he would have slammed the door and left angrily. At the very least, he would have to give Yi Linsheng a good scolding. But today, academician Zhao Liyong quickly calmed down, and even sat down. Why are you so anxious? Zhao Liyong asked a rare rhetorical question. Yi Linsheng sighed. Academician Zhao, I want to tell you a secret, and I hope you don't think of me as a lunatic, because everything I say is true. Yi Linsheng knew that he had to tell Zhao Liyong the truth. Otherwise, it would be very painful to hold the treasure bowl in hand, but not be able to use it. Besides, Yi Linsheng really needs money. He needs a lot of money. 1 trillion is more than enough. This money can only be obtained by relying on telomerase. Zhao Liyong seemed not surprised at all. You tell me. I'm listening. I am a reborn person. I was reborn 7 years later. Don't disbelieve it. I believe it. Don't doubt. What? Zhao Liyong smiled faintly. Otherwise, I really can't figure out how you know the key secret of telomerase technology. Yi Linsheng breathed a sigh of relief. The hardest part was over, and the next thing would be easy. It's like this. Alien civilization is about to invade, and everything I'm doing now is to prepare for human survival. Do you believe all this? He believed that after his endless narration just now, Zhao Liyong should understand the urgency of the matter. I don't believe it. Ah! Yi Linsheng was stunned. You said you dug a bunker at a depth of 10,000 meters. I don't believe it. Zhao Liyong said lightly. With our human technology, it takes more than 10 years to dig a bunker 10,000 meters deep. You, a civilian, can dig a 10,000 meter deep underground bunker? Yi Linsheng was also a little confused. He had just been to the underground project in Datong town a few days ago. The deeper you go underground, the higher the temperature and the greater the air pressure. The change in air pressure makes the eardrum very painful. These are things he had never felt before. Where is your 10,000 meter underground bunker? It is in a natural cave in the suburbs of Jianghai City. It was built by hundreds of workers over 5 years. You have been deceived. I estimate that the hole you dug is no more than 1,000 meters. Yi Linsheng suddenly realized. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linsheng strangely. Boss Yi, you don't really think that the underground bunker you live in is 10,000 meters deep, right? Yi Linsheng was shocked again. He stared at Luo Qingyu as if he didn't know him. You knew it a long time ago? Chapter 62 The Crisis Strikes Again. Of course I know. Everyone knows. Yi Linsheng was shocked again. Could it be that I am the only one who doesn't know? You really don't know? Luo Qingyu was also shocked. Yi Linsheng shook his head. Of course I don't know. If I knew, would I tell others? Oh, so that's the case. We thought that this was an exaggerated embellishment. It's the bragging characteristic of a leader. Luo Qingyu suddenly laughed, laughing so hard that she fell backwards. Yi Linsheng was embarrassed and wanted to find a place to hide. Everyone knew that what he said was false, but no one exposed him, but he still thought it was all true. Isn't this a joke? It was like stripping him naked and throwing him in the crowd to embarrass himself. Why didn't those scientists tell me? You are stupid. Isn't it normal for the leader to brag? Who would be so ignorant as to correct the leader's lies? Yi Linsheng finally understood why the aliens could easily discover his whereabouts. It turned out that the workers had lied to me, saying that they had dug a 10,000-meter deep hole. In fact, it was only about 1,000 meters. Their methods were not very sophisticated. They just dug a few more bins in the hole, making me keep going around in the hole, making me mistakenly think that I had dug a very deep hole. In fact, it was only 1,000 meters. This was also the deepest that the people could dig. In the dark hole, the sense of time and space would be magnified. I thought I was really staying at a depth of 10,000 meters underground. Ignorance is terrible. At a depth of 1,000 meters, there are too many ways for aliens to detect it. But I have never realized this. I told others everywhere that I was hiding in a bunker 10,000 meters deep. Now think about it, the temperature difference at the geothermal level alone can cost me my life. At a depth of 10,000 meters, the temperature is at least several hundred degrees. I would have been roasted into jerky long ago. Academician Zhao Liang looked at Yi Linsheng and suddenly said, "Now I believe everything you said." Okay. Leave this to me. I will complete the clinical trial report in 1 month. How to complete it? Don't worry about it. You can go out and brag about your 10,000-meter cave to the investors now. Academician Zhao Liang had a rare sense of humor. Yi Linsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Academician Zhao Liang was very happy to see himself embarrassed. In the still shabby office in the industrial park, Yi Linsheng was processing a pile of documents. Although the company had grown bigger and stronger, and there was also a glamorous so-called group headquarters outside. Yi Linsheng usually worked here. The NOAA group headquarters outside is for outsiders to see. This is the real decision-making place. Although the various tasks are complicated, Yi Linsheng is not in a hurry. He has spent a lot of money to recruit many business talents. These talents, they used to be masters of direct sales, virtual currency, blockchain, and pig-killing schemes. They have no other skills, but the ability to fool people and make people invest is absolutely first class. Yi Linsheng may give them high returns. These people have always been retail investors who move from place to place, who fatten up and then run away. Now they have the endorsement of such a big sponsor as NOAA Group, and the return is higher than their own opening. Of course they are happy to serve. But they don't know that. Yi Linsheng promised them a high reward, which is impossible to give them, because he set the time in March next year. And in February next year, the alien detection satellite will appear in the solar system, and Yi Linsheng will also reveal all his plans. These talents need to work in the magnificent group headquarters. In fact, Yi Linsheng may not go to the group headquarters once a month. He spends more time here making plans. Luo Qingyu walked in quickly, with a strange look. "Mr. Yi, someone wants to see you." "Who?" "Director Xiao of the Economic Investigation Department." Yi Linsheng couldn't help but get nervous. Now is the most critical time. He can't let down. He knows very well that if something happens to him, the entire preparation will be greatly damaged. The captain of the Economic Investigation team was still recuperating in the sanatorium. Unexpectedly, another director came. "Please ask him to come in." Yi Linsheng calmed down. The whole office was open, with glass partitions in the middle. Yi Linsheng could see the whole office at a glance. Maozi and Xiaodao stopped their work and looked at the reception hall at the gate. Luo Qingyu led a person in. The person was tall and thin, and looked very capable. He was wearing a windbreaker. His eyes were not so aggressive, and his movements were steady and calm. But everyone knew at a glance that this person was not so easy to deal with. Yi Linsheng stood up to greet him. After the two shook hands politely, Xiao Shanghai scanned the entire environment and slowly sat down. "I didn't expect that Mr. Ye's real office was so simple." His eyes suddenly became sharp. This is not consistent with the image that Mr. Yi shows to others. Yi Linsheng also sat down. Who would show their true heart to others? Xiao Shanghai crossed his legs and returned to his easygoing look just now. Mr. Ye's experience of making a fortune is really shocking. Yi Linsheng did not speak. He wanted to know where Xiao Shanghai came from. With a startup capital of 200 million, he was able to grow into a giant enterprise, like an aircraft carrier in less than 8 months. Xiao Shahai shook his head as he spoke. The ruthless means and the precise vision are admirable. It seems that you know me very well. Xiao Xinghai's eyes became sharp again. Maybe I know you better than you do. He stood up and looked down at Yi Linsheng. Your startup capital is a bit dirty. And all your subsequent actions were suspicious and stained. You are the most shameless and crazy entrepreneur I have ever seen. Oh, no. You are not like an entrepreneur, but more like a lunatic. Yi Linsheng grinned, showing his white teeth. Director Xiao has a sharp eye and recognized my true nature at a glance. Yes, I am a lunatic. Obviously. He did not expect Yi Linsheng to be so straightforward and arrogant. Xiao Xinghai's face became serious. Boss Yi, I have enough evidence in my hands. Enough to send you in. Yi Linsheng also stood up and looked directly at Xiao Shanghai. Director Xiao. But you didn't send me in, did you? There was no false courtesy. No intrigue. And the two faced each other directly. You are really fearless. That's not really the case. I just don't like beating around the bush. Chapter 63 Out of Control Scientists. From the first word Xiao Shanghai said, when he entered the room, Yi Linsheng knew that Xiao Shanghai and Chu Zixin were not the same kind of people. Chu Zixin was a two-headed man who insisted on principles, while Xiao Shanghai was more knowledgeable about power and intrigue. If Chu Zixin had sufficient evidence in his hands, Yi Linsheng would panic and would try his best to find a countermeasure. But for Xiao Shanghai, he was not worried. Yi Linsheng is now a rising star in the business world, with great influence. Even if he has some evidence, for the sake of safety, Xiao Shanghai will continue to collect more evidence to reduce the impact. Only when the evidence in his hands reaches a certain level, and Yi Linsheng's harm reaches a certain level, will he take action. This will take at least several months or even years. What Yi Linsheng lacks most now is time. As long as he can survive another 4 months, he will not care about the evidence in Xiao Shanghai's hands at all. Moreover, even if Xiao Shanghai already had sufficient evidence, he would not act rashly. If Noah Group was disturbed, it would be no less than an earthquake. Back then, a real estate company collapsed and trillions of debts could not be fulfilled. The upper management did not dare to let it collapse. Instead, they kept using various methods to give it blood transfusions and prolong its life. The same is true for Noah Group now. If Noah Group collapsed, it might be followed by a financial storm. Yi Linsheng alone could really cause a small-scale financial crisis. This is Yi Linsheng's confidence. The crazy expansion these days has made Yi Linsheng's foundation extremely huge. This is also Yi Linsheng's means of self-protection. With your crazy behavior, at most half a year, you will be completely finished. Xiao Shanghai was a little furious. He saw that Yi Linsheng was challenging the bottom line. Half a year. Enough time. What surprised Xiao Shanghai was that Yi Linsheng actually smiled lightly. And smiled very relaxedly, without any nervousness. I'm sorry. I have a meeting. If you don't have anything else to do, please go back. Yi Linsheng made a gesture to see him off. Xiao Shanghai's pupils began to shrink. He really couldn't understand Yi Linsheng. Logically speaking, a crazy guy like Yi Linsheng would either continue to be crazy, arrogant, and look down on others, or he would be terrified and trembling. But Yi Linsheng obviously did not belong to either of these two. Although he was conceited, he was not arrogant. This puzzled Xiao Shanghai. From now on, everything you do, we will follow up and investigate. Xiao Shanghai turned and walked out the door. The purpose of his coming today was to give Yi Linsheng a warning, so that he would lose his composure. But his plan failed. Yi Linsheng was not only not confused, but seemed to be confident. Just when he was about to leave, a group of old people came in from outside. Xiao Shanghai had seen many of these people. All of them were famous scholars and scientists he had seen on TV and in the media. They walked in, talking and laughing, and greeted Yi Linsheng from a distance. Xiao Shanghai knew that these people were members of the expert group hired by Yi Linsheng. This expert group was one of the reasons why Xiao Shanghai did not dare to touch Yi Linsheng easily. He always suspected that Yi Linsheng must have a special identity. Otherwise, how could these famous scientists and scholars be willing to become members of Yi Linsheng's expert group? After walking out of the door, Xiao Shanghai looked back at these scholars again. They all rushed into the conference room, talking and laughing, obviously preparing to attend the meeting here. Xiao Shanghai's heart moved. He pushed away Luo Qingyu's arm that was blocking him, rushed directly into the conference room, and shouted to the group of experts, "Dear scholars, do you know that Noah Group is an illegal company? Our economic investigation department has already grasped their crimes. Don't be fooled by him. He originally thought that these experts would panic, doubt, and have negative emotions towards Yi Linsheng. But he was wrong. Hu Baiyan, with a messy head of hair, spoke first. You just found out? I already knew that Xiao Yi was not a good guy. Yes, this kid is arrogant and conceited, dared to do anything, is simply a scum. Don't mention it, he should be sentenced to at least 10 years for this trick of getting something for nothing. Life imprisonment. The amount of money he amassed was huge. Since the founding of the country, he is the first person to do so. If he is not sentenced to life imprisonment, it is unacceptable. Why do I feel that he should be sentenced to death? You tell me. Will Xiao Yi wet his pants when he is taken to the execution ground? He will definitely wet his pants. I bet you $1. You are too stingy. You should bet at least $2. Xiao Shahai was dumbfounded. He was so angry that he was out of control. Since you know he has committed a crime, why are you still willing to go along with him? No one paid any attention to him. Everyone was still discussing whether Yi Linsheng would wet his pants. Xiao Shanghai shouted angrily, "You are helping the evildoer. You are also committing a crime." In the past, Xiao Shanghai would not have lost his temper like this. But today, this group of scientists, who were highly respected in his mind, actually knew that Yi Linsheng was committing a crime. But they still colluded with Yi Linsheng for a little profit, which made him very angry. The image of this group of scientists was also greatly reduced in Xiao Shanghai's mind. Finally, someone noticed Xiao Shanghai's excitement. Economist Li Tsongsheng said to Xiao Shanghai, "Young man, stop whining. These are all crazy people. Your words are useless." Xiao Shanghai seemed to have seen a savior. Li Tsongsheng was a famous economist, and he also taught economic courses online. Xiao Shanghai also bought all the courses, and he was considered a student of Li Tsongsheng. However, this course seems to have not been updated recently. He quickly said, "Professor Li, why do you have to follow Yi Linsheng's nonsense? His methods are all disguised Ponzi schemes. He is a blood-sucking demon." Li Tsongsheng laughed. "You are right. In our demon sect, Xiao Yi is a leader and a demon." Luo Qingyu walked over quickly and said to Xiao Shanghai, "I'm sorry. Director Xiao, our group's internal meeting is about to begin. This is an internal meeting. Please step aside." Looking at this group of scientists who acted as if nothing had happened, Xiao Shanghai was really speechless. When he walked out of the door, Yi Linsheng's voice came from behind him, "All the members of the demon cult. Are you all here? Let's have a meeting." Xiao Shanghai remembered the word demon cult firmly. He felt that what Yi Linsheng did was not as simple as an economic crime. It had a deeper meaning. Chapter 64, Winning over Ning Saixia. These scientists all stand on Yi Linsheng's side, which is very abnormal. All of this is full of weirdness. He must thoroughly investigate Yi Linsheng's case and clarify all the details. This case, even if it is full of difficulties, must be pursued. "Xiao Yi, are you okay?" Li Tsongsheng looked at Yi Linsheng and asked. Yi Linsheng shook his head. "I can't say it's okay, but it doesn't matter. There are still 4 months, we must hold on, and we can't let down at the last moment." Yi Linsheng cheered up. "Everyone, the funds you need will definitely be available this month. Where did you get the money from?" "The money from the underground city project, all went in." Li Tsongsheng knew the details of Noah Group. He knew very well that although Yi Linsheng had obtained a large sum of money through banks and private lending, he had invested it all in the development of various projects. The Noah Group's capital account was actually very dangerous. As long as there was a break in the capital chain, all previous efforts would be wasted. Many giant companies were often crushed by small things. If Yi Linsheng was arrested by the police now, the entire capital chain would be broken. This is an extremely dangerous matter. "Don't worry, you will know soon." Yi Linsheng was very confident. Since academician Zhao Liong said it would take a month, there must be no problem. He has confidence in academician Zhao Liong. After all, this is a study that academician Zhao Liong has completed before. "Let's talk about our business. I really want to know, what preparations do we need to make at present?" Yi Linsheng glanced at the experts present. "Xiao Yi, no matter how detailed our plan is, there will be omissions. You should be mentally prepared for this. Li Tsongsheng is very experienced in this area. What we can do is to analyze all the details as much as possible. Then let's go through all the details again, and try to find some omissions." In a coffee shop in Jianhai City, gently closing the computer, Ning Saixia looked at the calm young man who came over. "Director Xiao?" Xiao Shanghai nodded. and then sat down opposite Ning Saixia. Thank you, reporter Ning, for coming to see me in your busy schedule. Thank you very much. Ning Saixia glanced at the somewhat introverted man. Do you have any case that you need to report to the media? Xiao Shanghai shook his head slightly. No. I'm here to ask you about someone. Who? Yi Linsheng. Ning Saixia's hand stopped. Although her expression and tone did not change, Xiao Shanghai could still feel that Ning Saixia had become alert. Sure enough, Ning Saixia should know Yi Linsheng's background. I have written an interview with him. My understanding of him is all in it. Ning Saixia built a protective wall. Xiao Shanghai waved his hand and asked the waiter to order a cup of coffee for him, which meant that he wanted to talk for a long time. Ning Saixia is also a well-informed person. She gently picked up the coffee and was no longer in a hurry. She just waited for Xiao Shanghai's questions. I have carefully studied Yi Linsheng's history of success and found that it has a lot to do with you. His recent rapid rise is also due to your exclusive interview with Yi Linsheng himself and the report on the underground city tourism project. Xiao Shanghai no longer looked at Ning Saixia and did not want to put pressure on her. Xiao Shanghai and Chu Zixin are two different people. Chu Zixin is principled, straightforward, and goes straight to the goal, and has a low emotional intelligence. But Xiao Shanghai knows how to outflank. As long as he can achieve his goal, he is very patient in dealing with his opponent. Ning Saixia is the one he wants to win over. He is eager to make a breakthrough from Ning Saixia, but he doesn't intend to force him too much. Yes, I have seen his rise step by step. Ning Saixia did not hide it. A year ago, he was just a businessman doing business everywhere. However, at that time, I knew that he was not an ordinary person. He had courage and strategy, and he would rise sooner or later. Courage! Hee. Xiao Shanghai took the coffee brought by the waiter, put a packet of sugar substitute, and stirred it gently. Is it a little too big? This time, he noticed that Ning Saixia's pupils suddenly contracted, which showed that his guess was correct. Ning Saixia must know what Yi Linsheng's business is. Ning Saixia frowned. Director Xiao. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? You should know better than me. Xiao Shanghai said slowly. In 2 years at most, or even less than 2 years, Yi Linsheng will go bankrupt. His strength cannot support his ambition. His collapse is a matter of time. Sure enough, Ning Saixia was silent. Her hands were also tightly clasped together. This woman also found this wrong place. You are studying finance, you certainly know that. Yi Linsheng is robbing Peter to pay Paul. Now he is frantically attracting investment in the underground city project, but the funds obtained are invested in other places. If this continues, it will collapse sooner or later. Xiao Shanghai felt that he had won. Women are all realistic. She must have received Yi Linsheng's favor, so she spared no effort to promote Yi Linsheng. She must have some dirty information about Yi Linsheng in her hand. Seeing her serious expression, Xiao Shanghai felt the need to add fuel to the fire. I have already mastered sufficient information, including the source of his startup capital, extraordinary borrowing and other means. And I have evidence. Once Yi Linsheng is arrested, your situation. He saw beads of sweat on Ning Saixia's forehead, and she began to get nervous. All of this verified his guess. Ning Saixia was not clean. However, if you are willing to cooperate with my investigation, you are not a criminal, but an honest reporter who insists on investigating despite the powerful power of the other party. Xiao Shanghai threw out his bait. He firmly believed that the girl could not escape. Ning Saixia's expression was solemn, and she was obviously struggling with an arduous thought. After a while, she spoke. Director Xiao, don't you find it strange that Yi Linsheng invested money in projects that obviously did not pay off? Xiao Shanghai was stunned. Although he felt that this question was strange, he had never thought about it seriously. Ning Saixia stood up and put the computer into her backpack. I have something to do and I'm leaving first. Chapter 65. The original intention of being a reporter. Seeing Ning Saixia preparing to leave, Xiao Shanghai shouted at her back. What is your original intention of being a reporter? Ning Saixia stopped. Is it to cover up these profiteers who are harming the country and the people? Has the sense of justice you had when you first became a reporter really been annihilated by society? Xiao Shanghai came prepared. This is also his usual style. Ning Saixia was a daring and hard-working young reporter, and also a reporter full of ideals and ambitions. Xiao Shanghai was going to disintegrate Ning Saixia from this aspect. Ning Saixia did not look back, but paused for a moment, and took another step. When you have made up your mind, I will be waiting for you at any time. Xiao Shanghai said again. Ning Saixia then raised her hand, as a farewell, and also as an answer. Although Ning Saixia did not give him any answer, he was confident. Ning Saixia's various signs just now showed that. She had already noticed He Linqing's problem. She might be stuck in the mud and unable to extricate herself. But he could give her a chance, let her become his informant. In this way, she could completely clear herself. He believed that Ning Saixia would definitely take the bait. However, why did He Linsheng make those unprofitable investments? Xiao Shanghai had roughly figured out where He Linqing's funds went. Part of it was used to pay for orders for shield machines. 100 million per week. Part of it was used to build rockets. It almost reached the crazy point of launching a rocket every day. He spent 100 million every day. Part of the money was invested overseas, and a drilling platform was built. More funds were turned into orders, and entered various manufacturing companies. And these companies have no direct relationship with He Linsheng. It is purely a deposit for orders. It can be said that He Linsheng used these funds to leverage at least 20 to 30 previously unpopular industries. For example, air purification, water reuse, thermal energy resource utilization, etc. These industries, driven by He Linsheng's funds, began to show vitality. All of these seem to be inconsistent with He Linsheng's trading methods. Although it can be explained that He Linsheng really wants to develop the underground city tourism project. But if it continues like this, the underground city tourism project will definitely collapse completely within a year due to severe blood withdrawal. When it collapses, at least 90% of the underground city projects will be stillborn and become unfinished projects. By then, He Linsheng will have nothing. This is playing with fire. Xiao Shanghai shook his head. He really didn't understand what He Linsheng was doing. In the office of the industrial park, He Linsheng was so busy that he was exhausted. He felt like he was going to collapse. Too many things to deal with. The business he had set up was too big, and the management team he hired didn't understand his approach. Because this was obviously not the normal way to do business. It was only because of the huge bonus, and He Linqing's strong influence, that these management teams would work seriously. However, He Linqing was not worried. 4 months. Just 4 months. And everything would be relieved. Ning Saixia walked in. This time, she did not walk with the charming and seductive steps, but walked over anxiously and hurriedly, and put her bag on He Linqing's desk. He Linqing glanced at Ning Saixia, whose charming face was not made up for the first time. He understood what was going on. Xiao Shanghai looked for you. Ning Saixia looked at He Linsheng as if she was looking at a monster. How did you know? When has Ning Da's reporter ever been so flustered? You are so flustered today. You must have encountered a problem. He Linqing handed the document in his hand to Luo Qingyu. He wants you to tell him about me, and give you a chance to clean up your name. Right? Ning Saixia bit her lower lip. She really couldn't understand He Linqing's approach. Luo Qingyu brought a bowl of lunch. He Linqing took it, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Ning Saixia snorted, you are being targeted by the director of the Economic Investigation Department. And you can still eat? Have you eaten? No. Ning Saixia said angrily. I can't eat. He Linqing pouted at Luo Qingyu. Prepare one for her. Ning Saixia rolled her eyes at He Linqing. How can I have the heart to eat? I can't refuse Xiao Shanghai's offer. Then, you'll be in trouble. He Linqing chuckled, at least. You're honest. He took the lunch box from Luo Qingyu and placed it in front of Ning Saixia. When I finish talking, you can eat it. Ning Saixia didn't move. You should know that all my money has been invested in industries related to the underground city. Moreover, next month, the first underground city project, the Journey to the Center of the Earth project in the Datong Town underground city, will be open for trial operation. You know all this. Ning Saixia couldn't help it. I know very well that the underground city tourism project can't make much money. This money is not enough for you to pay the interest. He Linqing waved his hand. Don't worry. I will let you know my purpose today. He finished the meal in a few mouthfuls, swallowing it voraciously. Don't you think it's strange? I also know that the underground city tourism project can't really make money. The so-called money-making is all created by me hiring ghostwriters. When Journey to the Center of the Earth is officially launched, I will hire a lot of agents to create the illusion of booming business. But I still spend a lot of money on the investment of supporting facilities in the underground city. Ning Saixia became serious. I have been thinking about this for a long time. And I don't understand what you are up to. That's because the end of the world is coming. An alien exploration satellite will enter the solar system in 4 months. In another 5 or 6 years, humans will be completely wiped out by aliens. Humanity will cease to exist. Ning Saixia wanted to laugh. But seeing Yi Linqing's serious expression, she couldn't laugh. Especially Luo Qingyu, Xiao Dao and others. They all looked serious. And she began to feel that this matter was not that simple. You don't have to doubt it. You know, my expert group includes the most famous scientists in the country. If I say that I am talking nonsense, it should be no problem to fool a little girl like you. But do you think it is possible to fool these experts? Ning Saixia stopped talking. Yi Linqing pointed to the sky. The only possibility for us humans to survive is to create a disaster. Destroy the blue planet. Destroy all living things. And turn the blue planet into an environment unsuitable for human habitation. What should we do then? Ning Saixia still had some doubts. This is the purpose of my building the underground city. Yi Linqing handed a pile of drawings to Ning Saixia. Everything I am doing now is to prepare for digging the underground city and moving all humans underground. Now, do you understand? Chapter 66 Buffett's Lunch. Ning Saixia still has some doubts. But, why don't you report to the country? Yi Linqing spread his hands. Where is the evidence? I don't have any evidence. If I want the country to believe what I say, I can't just rely on empty words, right? Why would those scientists believe you? Yi Linqing took out a pile of drawings. That's because I am really doing this. I am doing my best to do this, and I am doing this at all costs, regardless of the cost. Scientists believe in my attitude, not my statement. He pointed at Luo Qingyu and said, Qingyu, you come and explain to reporter Ning. Luo Qingyu came over. She actually didn't want to explain. She didn't like Ning Saixia very much, since the first time she met him. But she knew the difference between the important and the unimportant, and knew that at this time, Ning Saixia couldn't change sides. I have nothing to say, I just want to tell you, if Yi Linqing is a liar, how could I be his assistant? Seeing Luo Qingyu say this, Ning Saixia was silent. After a while, she picked up the chopsticks and started to eat the lunch box. Luo Qingyu walked out quickly. She didn't want to see Ning Saixia. She also knew that Ning Saixia didn't want to see her. Women's intuition is very accurate. They knew each other. And each other was their enemy. After finishing the lunch box, Ning Saixia put on her backpack and walked out, saying as she walked, Yi Linqing, I don't believe you. And I don't believe Luo Qingyu. But I believe you won't be stupid enough to spend money on those unprofitable projects without reason. Although you are a lunatic, you are not a fool. Yi Linqing grabbed her arm. What are you going to do? I won't pay attention to Xiao Shanghai. Yi Linqing shook his head slightly. I need 4 months. After 4 months, it doesn't matter what Xiao Shanghai wants to do. I need you. Ning Saixia smiled, and then said with a charming look, if you really need me, then I won't leave. Ahem. I need your help. Ning Saixia rolled her eyes. You are a guy with a thief's heart but no courage. Am I not helping you? No. I want you to help me hold Xiao Shanghai back. Looking at Yi Linqing's eager eyes, Ning Saixia understood. You want me to deliberately deceive Xiao Shanghai into cooperating, but actually secretly find out his bottom line and delay his progress. Yes. Okay. I promise you. Ning Saixia looked at Yi Linqing charmingly again. Remember, you owe me a favor. Seeing Ning Saixia regain her radiance, walking out seductively, Luo Qingyu said angrily, she was wrong. You have the heart and the courage to steal, but you just don't have the time. Yi Linqing was startled, and immediately knew that Luo Qingyu was jealous. However, he has no time for romance. He is so busy every day. You are wrong. I have no intention, no courage, and no time. Yi Linqing packed up his things. Let's go to Tongjian. The journey to the center of the Earth project must be a success. The publicity must keep up, the discounts must be big, and the momentum must be created. The journey to the center of the Earth is the first completed project in Yi Linqing's underground city tourism project. It uses the famous novel Journey to the Center of the Earth as its theme, and is a model project built in an original mine cave 1,000 meters deep. There are all kinds of thrilling geocentric tourism projects. Yi Linqing knows very well that he must make the geocentric travel project a hit, so he can be said to be promoting it at all costs. This is the image project of the underground city tourism project. Beautiful reports and data will all be generated from this project. As for other tourism projects, it is impossible for them to be released. Therefore, Yi Linqing is very concerned about the progress of this project. This project is about to be officially launched, and he must go there in person to check it out to feel at ease. The annual auction of Buffett's luncheon. Not many people attended the auction. Mr. Buffett is already 95 years old. At this age, it is already very impressive to be able to speak clearly. Therefore, His luncheon auction has been quiet for 3 years. It is no longer a hot topic. However, this auction is obviously beyond people's expectations. Yi Linsheng, a newly rising Oriental tycoon, bid for Buffett's luncheon for 350 million yuan, and got the opportunity to have lunch with this legendary tycoon. Yi Linsheng requested that the lunch time be moved forward to the second day after the auction. It seemed that he was afraid that Mr. Buffett would not live to see the third day. Yi Linsheng is a rising star in the Eastern country, and Buffett is a witness of an era. The meeting between the old and the young immediately ignited the topic of people around the world. But it is regrettable that the content of this lunch was not broadcast live to the outside world, and reporters were not allowed to enter. This was more like a secret talk. At the entrance of the luxurious restaurant of a 5-star hotel, Yi Linsheng adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. His slightly flushed face revealed a hint of excitement in his heart. Mr. Ba is a legendary figure. Yi Linsheng never thought that he would face him head-on one day. However, he soon calmed down, because he had a purpose. This time he came to see Bai fight, not to see an idol, but to make money from him. The aging and deformed Mr. Ba stood up tremblingly, and shook hands with Yi Linsheng. "Young man, what do you want to talk about?" Yi Linsheng sat down, took out a document, and put it in front of Buffett. "Talk about a business." Business? Although Mr. Ba was old, his brain was not demented. He took the document suspiciously. "It's not that easy to do business with me." "You will definitely talk about this business," Yi Linsheng said confidently. "How big is the business?" "I'm not interested in small businesses." "Half of your assets." Mr. Ba stopped his hand. "You are very arrogant. It's mainly because you have a lot of money. I know you. A person who started with a not-so-clever Ponzi scheme. I have seen several people like this in your country. No one can get any benefit from me," said Mr. Ba with disdain. Yi Linsheng knew who he was talking about. Just a few years ago, several Chinese people paid high prices for lunch with Buffett, for no other reason than to gild themselves and advertise. But without exception, these people all failed. After having lunch with the old man, their industries not only did not grow, but were almost ruined. People who do not do business well, and only want to rely on gimmicks, are destined not to last long. Although Buffett also had meals with these people, he looked down on these nouveau riches from the bottom of his heart. And Yi Linsheng was obviously another such nouveau riche. Chapter 67, willing to trade half of his kingdom for immortality. He actually spent 350 million yuan to have a meal with me. "This time, I will take half of your assets from you," Yi Linsheng said with a smile. "And I won't bargain." Mr. Ba's originally dim eyes suddenly became sharp. He stared at Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng looked at him calmly. Finally, Mr. Ba picked up the information. Yi Linsheng picked up the coffee leisurely and began to taste it. Mr. Ba flipped through the information, glanced at it briefly, and threw it on the table. "Do you think that you can cheat money from me with a few Photoshop pictures? Of course not. So I invite you to visit our Hangzhou laboratory for a real look." "When?" "It depends on you. I'm not in a hurry anyway." "You're the one who's in a hurry," Yi Linsheng said cunningly. "After all, you're 95 years old, and death is very close to you." Mr. Ba closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them. "As far as I know, there are 3 top scientific research institutions in the world that are studying telomerase technology, but none of them have made any breakthrough progress." "Yes, you have also invested heavily in these 3 companies." Yi Linsheng raised his eyebrows. "By the way, not only you, but 3 of the top 10 on the world's rich list have invested in these 3 companies. Especially one of them, which was founded by Bezos, who ranks first on the rich list. Fear of aging seems to be a common problem among the rich. There was an emperor in our country. After unifying the country, his greatest ideal was to find the medicine for immortality, so as to continue his rule for thousands of years. You rich people are the same. You all hope to have the medicine for immortality to make yourself rich forever. Especially you, after all. You are the oldest." Yi Linsheng stood up. "I'll wait for you at the 7th Biological Research Institute in Hangzhou. Friendly reminder, move your wealth out now. I don't accept fixed assets, only securities, stocks and cash transactions. By the way, inform your old friend Charlie, he is welcome to come too." Walking out of the hotel, Luo Qingyu couldn't help asking, will he agree? After all, his assets are 1 trillion, if you want half, that's 500 billion, which is a huge sum of money. Yi Linsheng smiled confidently. The first emperor was willing to give up half of his country in exchange for the elixir of immortality, not to mention this mere 500 billion. If it weren't for his huge influence, I would definitely take 90% of his assets. Burning money to this extent, Yi Linxing is already stretched to the limit. He can no longer find a way to make money. Academician Zhao Liang's breakthrough in telomerase research is Yi Linxing's last hope. And these world's richest people, especially the elderly rich people, are the source of Yi Linxing's funds. Hangzhou, the 7th Biological Research Institute, is bustling with activity. The buildings here still look dilapidated. Neither Yi Linxing nor academician Zhao Liang have any interest in making the exterior look magnificent. Several extended luxury cars are parked in the yard. Inside the yard, a group of burly men are staring at the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Outside the yard, armed police have set up a cordon around the entire place. There is only one reason. 2 rich people ranked at the top of the world's richest list have arrived in Hangzhou. Especially since both of them are well-known financial giants. Yi Linxing came out with a smile and led the 2 octogenarians into the research institute. Several world-class biologists also came with him. They were all experts in the field of telomerase research. They were hired by Beifei and his partner at a high price. The purpose was to verify whether the laboratory that Yi Linxing mentioned had really developed telomerase-related technologies. After touring the conference room, the group finally sat down in the conference room. It was obvious that Mr. Ba and his companions were very excited. For people of their age, money is not important. Life is important. Without life, what is the use of having a lot of money? In the past, they could only accept their fate. No one can live forever. Even if they are the richest people in the world, they can only accept their fate and wait for themselves to age day by day and death to approach day by day. When they die, their money can only be left to their descendants. It will no longer have anything to do with them. Yi Linxing gave them a hope to return to youth, a hope to live, and their hearts were moved. Money is not so important anymore. After visiting the entire Biological Research Institute, several experts in the same field told them clearly that the laboratory here is not fake, and everything is formal. The research they conducted is of a very high level, even surpassing those famous biological laboratories abroad. There are many laboratories in the world that study telomerase. Almost all of them also participated in the investment. Only this laboratory, for various reasons, they did not succeed in the investment. Where is academician Zhao? Grandpa Ba asked in a low voice. Yi Linxing smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. He will show you the latest results soon. Grandpa Ba had met Zhao Liang. If Zhao Liang had not insisted on taking me as the main person, Grandpa Ba would have invested. He still remembered Zhao Liang's appearance. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man came out and smiled at Mr. Ba. Old Ba. Long time no see. Mr. Ba's pupils suddenly contracted. Even his close friend Charlie widened his eyes. They felt very familiar with this middle-aged man. Finally, Mr. Ba blurted out, "Are you academician Zhao Liang?" The middle-aged man nodded. Fortunately, your brain is still normal. And there is still hope. Mr. Ba rushed over and touched Zhao Liang up and down, like a hungry woman seeing a handsome man. Is this true? Yi Linxing stood by, and was not surprised at all by Mr. Ba's impulsiveness. A few days ago, when he met academician Zhao Liang, it was the same. In order to verify that their research was effective, academician Zhao Liang went through the normal approval process and applied for clinical trials. On the other hand, he directly used his own body as a test subject. You know, this is a very dangerous thing. If a new drug wants to be launched on the market, the process required is very complicated. First is drug development, which academician Zhao Liang has been doing for 10 to 20 years. Next is preclinical experiments. This includes animal experiments and production process research. This also takes several years. Then comes human experiments. Human clinical trials are divided into 3 phases. And after phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3, it takes another 5 or 6 years. If any link goes wrong, this research will fail. It needs to start all over again. Now they have only reached the second step. So there is still a lot of uncertainty. Chapter 68, Using Money to Exchange for Life. Especially after using it on the human body, there will be side effects, abnormal conditions, etc. I know nothing about them. However, in order to achieve results as soon as possible, so that Yi Linxing can promote it, Zhao Liang resolutely decided to use his own body for experiments. Strictly speaking, this practice is against the rules. Moreover, it is extremely dangerous. However, in order to complete Yi Linxing's commission, Academician Zhao Liang conducted experiments on himself without hesitation. Of course it's true. Zhao Liang smiled slightly. You have all seen what I looked like before. My condition is much better now than before. However, our drug has not yet entered the clinical trial stage. If you want to use the drug, you still need to wait at least 3 to 5 years. Mr. Ba grabbed Yi Linsheng and said, I can't wait for 5 years. I agree to your conditions. I will exchange half of my assets for it. Don't worry. You'd better listen to my own experimental results first. Academician Zhao Liang coughed, took out a handkerchief, wiped the corner of his mouth, and showed it to Mr. Ba and Charlie. There were traces of blood on it. Since using the telomerase promoter, my body has experienced many side effects and abnormal reactions. I cough up blood every day, have muscle aches, black stools, and ulcers all over my skin. Are these side effects? I don't know. I have been experimenting on myself for less than a month, and I can't draw a detailed conclusion. If you want to use this drug, you should wait a few more years, until our Phase 3 clinical trial is completed. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linsheng anxiously, because Zhao Liang obviously did not do what Yi Linsheng thought. Yi Linsheng smiled. Don't think about interfering with Academician Zhao. This is his bottom line. However, I believe that Mr. Ba will make the right choice. After all, he actually has no choice. Sure enough, with almost no thought, Mr. Ba made his own choice. We can't wait. Mr. Ba knows his body very well. After a few years, maybe the person is not dead yet, but the brain cells may be seriously damaged, and it is irreversible damage. At that time, even if he took the right medicine and regained his youth, it would be too late. So, he was very anxious. If you want to start using the medicine in advance, we need to sign an agreement. Everything is voluntary. Zhao Liang pointed to his nose. Just like me. Charlie asked the last question. You are not as old as us. Why don't you wait until the clinical trial is over before taking the medicine? Zhao Liang turned his head and looked at Yi Linsheng, and said, because there are 3 people who can't wait. Which 3? You, Lao Ba, and Zhao Liang pointed at Yi Linsheng. He is in a hurry for money, and you are the most suitable target. As Yi Linsheng expected, Buffett and Charlie reached an agreement very quickly. When signing the agreement, Mr. Buffett asked, such a huge transfer of funds will definitely be restricted by our official authorities, and will also cause fluctuations in the international financial market. Our transaction may take several years to complete. Buffett was telling the truth. Such a huge transfer of funds will definitely have a huge impact. It will certainly be restricted by the country where Buffett is located. It is not that easy for Yi Linsheng to get the money quickly. Yi Linsheng smiled. I have already planned it. Our transaction does not need to be carried out directly. You can use your funds to inject capital into these companies. This is a private commercial behavior, and will not be controlled by your country. Yi Linsheng took out a list of companies that he had prepared long ago. It was dozens of pages thick. It clearly stated that Buffett needed to announce the injection of capital into those companies. Interstellar is the first to be affected. Next is the Underground City project, and its supporting related enterprises. There are also oil drilling platforms, and Yellowstone Park geological exploration activities, etc. Air purification industry chain, renewable energy utilization industry chain, artificial food industry chain led by Professor Yuan Buping, etc. For all industries that burn money, Yi Linsheng asked them to invest. After reading all the lists, Mr. Ba looked at Yi Linsheng suspiciously. You should know very well that these industries of yours are not profitable at all. Moreover, after my funds are put in, maybe they will only last for 1 or 2 months. It is very likely that in the end, you will not only not make a penny, but also be burdened with a lot of debt. Yi Linsheng had to admire this guy. Although he was old, he was not stupid. He might even have been investigating these industries for a long time. Mr. Ba was able to invest heavily in BYD before it took off. It was definitely not just a matter of luck. This is what I must do, Yi Linsheng said simply. You seem to be playing a big game? Yes. Don't lie in front of real people. Facing Mr. Ba's sharp eyes, Yi Linsheng has no need to lie. Although I don't know what you are planning, I have a feeling that it must be very important. Right? Looking at Mr. Ba's serious eyes, Yi Linsheng nodded again. It's very important. It's related to life and death. All your projects are actually related to the dungeon. Yes. Then you should give me some extra assurance. Otherwise, although I didn't die of old age, I might die of other accidents. Old Man Ba said. His cunning and keen sense of smell made Yi Linxing admire him. Although he was old, he was still ruthless. Yi Linxing smiled calmly. Okay. I'll give you a place to survive. One is too few. I still have family. Then include all your family members. Deal? Charlie came over. Although I'm not as rich as old Ba, I also want such conditions. Yi Linxing said readily. Okay, I'll also give you a place to guarantee the survival of you and your family. Jianghai City Police Department. Xiao Shanghai looked at the newspaper in his hand. His eyes became solemn. Yi Linxing's methods were not concealed. As long as we are determined to investigate and carefully sort out, we can basically grasp the shocking evidence of his crimes. Xiao Shanghai has collected enough information and is ready to submit it to the director in the near future. Now all that is missing is the detailed internal data about the underground city that Ning Saixia promised to provide. As soon as Ning Saixia's important data arrives, he will report directly to his superiors, and then apply for approval to arrest Yi Linxing. But after today's news, everything became troublesome. Mr. Ba invested heavily in Yi Linxing's underground city project, which made things complicated. He is not Chu Zixin, who will continue to investigate at all costs for the sake of handling the case, and for the sake of principle. He is concerned about the overall situation. He picked up the phone. Reporter Ning? Have you read the latest news? How did Yi Linxing get in touch with Bayfight? Ning Saixia's voice came from the phone. Didn't you read the news? Yi Linxing spent a huge sum of 350 million to buy Bayfight's lunch. They met through this lunch. Yi Linxing must have persuaded Buffett to invest in this way. How is the information you prepared? It's ready. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Give it to me now. While this matter has not yet fermented and the impact is not great, we should act quickly. Xiao Shanghai was a little anxious. To arrest Yi Linxing, it must be done before Buffett invests. Otherwise, when Buffett officially invests, Yi Linxing's case will definitely be hindered. Such important information, I can only deliver it to you in person, otherwise I will be worried. Ning Saixia said. But, it's just one day. Ning Saixia said angrily. Don't you believe me? Xiao Shanghai had to say. Of course not, but I have been waiting for this information for several days. Wait one more day, I will fly back tomorrow morning. Ning Saixia said. Well, okay. Xiao Shanghai hung up the phone helplessly. Chapter 69 Secret Fight. Fortunately, such a huge investment generally proceeds slowly. Maybe it will take 10 days, or half a month for the investment to really start. As long as he catches Yi Linxing before Mr. Ba officially invests, the impact will be much smaller. What he didn't know was that Ning Saixia had already turned around and called Yi Linxing. Boss Yi, Xiao Shanghai already knows that Bayfight wants to invest in your project, and he wants to catch you before Mr. Ba invests. I'm trying to keep him steady now. Very good, you just need to keep him steady for 3 days. In 3 days, the funds will be in the account, and the cooperation will be officially launched. If he wants to arrest me again, he'll have to see if the higher-ups will agree. 3 days? What, is there a problem? No problem. I'm still sure I can control Xiao Shanghai. Ning Saixia said confidently. Xiao Shanghai suppressed his anger, and said to Ning Saixia, you said 1 day, but it turned out to be 3 days. Ning Saixia looked innocent. How did I know the plane would return temporarily due to weather reasons? I was also very anxious. As soon as the flights were resumed, I rushed here as fast as I could, but you gave me a cold face as soon as you came. I now doubt whether you will treat me as an informant. When facing a girl's grievance, a man will be more or less tolerant. Especially Ning Saixia is a beauty. Xiao Shanghai tried to calm himself down. No, I don't mean to blame you. It's just that this Bayfight acted too fast. It was beyond my expectation. Within 3 days, they actually started investing. The first batch of investment funds has been in place, and now Yi Linxing's related industries are being enthusiastically sought after by the capital market. Arresting Yi Linxing now is suspected of sabotaging the economy. What should we do then? Ning Saixia's face was full of anxiety, but she felt very comfortable in her heart. Women are born good actors. Of course, except for idol-type female stars. You go back, I'll report to the director first. Xiao Shanghai was a little speechless. In the director's office, the atmosphere was very solemn. On the wide chair, the director was wearing reading glasses and flipping through various materials page by page, with a serious expression. Xiao Shanghai had been standing aside, unmoving. The director looked up, and found that Xiao Shanghai was still standing, and then pointed to the seat opposite. Sit, I need to take a good look at this document. Xiao Shanghai sat down slowly, and continued to wait. After waiting for a full half an hour, the director finally put down the file in his hand. He looked up and stared at Xiao Shanghai with some anger. Just today, Buffett announced that his first personal investment funds have been in place, covering dozens of industries in our country and hundreds of companies. This has attracted the attention of the top management. If nothing unexpected happens, the director of the economic department may personally meet with Buffett. He put the file heavily on the table. You want me to tell the top management that Buffett is blind, and the companies he invested in are all problematic companies? Xiao Shanghai remained silent. If you had brought it in half a day earlier, the impact would not have been so huge. The director sighed. You had to wait until his investment was in place, and it was a foregone conclusion before you handed it in. Are you trying to deliberately favor Yi Linsheng? Xiao Shanghai quickly straightened his back. No, director. 3 days ago, I was ready to hand it in. But my informant had a detailed document for me. I waited for her for 3 days, which led to the current situation. Which document? The flow of funds in the underground city of Datong Town. The director flipped through it. This document is not conclusive evidence. Why wait? Xiao Shanghai, originally, we agreed to wait for 1 day, but the flight was delayed, so we waited for 3 days. In addition, I thought that this kind of investment involving hundreds of billions of yuan would take at least 10 days, or half a month to officially start. But I didn't expect it to start in just 3 days. This was a misjudgment on my part. I'm sorry. The director sighed. You don't need to apologize. Instead, you should think carefully about whether your informant is reliable. Xiao Shanghai was stunned. The situation is different now. Yi Linsheng and Buffett, the two giants at home and abroad, have joined forces. If we don't have sufficient confidence, we can't act rashly. Otherwise, we cannot afford to be accused of disrupting economic operations. The director took out a few pages of paper and handed them to Xiao Shanghai, regarding the case of Yi Linsheng stealing 90 million cash and transferring Yang Dongchen's huge amount of funds. There is not enough evidence. Xiao Shanghai took it and looked at it. Director, there are surveillance, the confession of the owner, and the fact that Yi Linsheng's huge amount of funds came from unknown sources, especially part of the funds for purchasing Datong Town, which is very likely to come from this theft. As for Yang Dongchen's case, all related transactions were controlled by Yi Linsheng. Is this evidence enough? The director shook his head. If it was yesterday, it would have been enough. But today, it is not enough. For such an influential entrepreneur, we must be very careful in arresting him. Once there is a mistake, the impact on us will be huge. If it goes wrong, our entire industry will be implicated. Seeing that Xiao Shanghai was a little unconvinced, the director said in a deep voice, First, in the theft case, although you have surveillance video, you have no direct evidence. There may be other reasons for Yi Linsheng and others to appear at the scene. Moreover, the time of the theft was only stated by the owner. Is his memory biased? These can be seized by the other party's lawyers to fight back. Maybe he will be acquitted. How can you confirm that the time when Yi Linsheng appeared in the community was the time when the money was stolen? After all, so much time has passed, and the owner has not reported the case. Who can tell the exact time of the theft? I suggest you start by modifying the surveillance video. Catch the person who modified the surveillance screen behind the scenes, and then dig out his confession. It is best to repair the surveillance screen, so that a complete chain of evidence can be formed. Chapter 70. Maozi and Xiao Dao were arrested. Moreover, it would be best if you go to the scene again to see if there are any clues that you missed, such as bloodstains, skin scraps, sputum hair, etc. If you can find evidence that Yi Linsheng had entered the theft scene, that would be conclusive evidence. Xiao Shanghai couldn't help but secretly admire him. The old ones are the best. The director is not a useless person who just sits there and does nothing. As for Yang Dongchen's case, you missed an important point. After Yang Dongchen had a car accident, his office was burned down. This was obviously arson. We should be able to find the corresponding surveillance. Catch the arsonist, that is, the cat, and start with him. And you can find more evidence. This kind of habitual criminal, you want to catch him. There should be no problem. No problem. To deal with him, you can use some high-tech means, as long as you have a confession, and then analyze and reason based on the confession. You can easily get the evidence of Yi Linsheng's crime. Xiao Shanghai nodded. However, Director, this may take more than a month. Don't rush to make merit. The director said slowly. Such a serious and major case must be handled with great caution. Even if it takes a year or two. It doesn't matter. He can't escape anyway. After all, his businesses are all in the country. Yes, I understand. The first snow of the year fell from the sky. Yi Linsheng looked up at the sky. The fluttering snowflakes fell from the deep sky, slowly dyeing the whole world white. This should be the last clean winter we see. Yi Linsheng shrank his neck and put his hands in his pockets. When will the alien detection satellite appear? Luo Qingyu walked next to Yi Linsheng in the snow. She wanted to hold Yi Linsheng's arm, but Yi Linsheng didn't show any reaction. As a girl, she couldn't be so proactive. She had no choice but to follow Yi Linsheng's example, put her hands in her pockets, and followed him. Early March. Our doomsday operation must also be implemented before the next winter. Luo Qingyu sighed. There are still more than 2 months. By the way, Lao Chong and Professor Wang Durong have decided to choose the celestial body with a high nickel iron content, but a small size. The rocket filled with thrusters will be ready for launch the day after tomorrow. Do you have any instructions? Yi Linsheng exhaled. Let them do this kind of thing. If I give instructions for everything, that would be a problem. I think your instructions are very important and correct. Luo Qingyu walked next to Yi Linsheng. As she walked, she rubbed her hands and breathed, trying to attract Yi Linsheng's attention. I just need to grasp the general direction. The specific choices are up to them to implement. When an amateur guides an expert, problems will arise sooner or later. Besides, I have too many things to do. If I have to check everything, I won't have any sleep, Yi Linsheng said. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linsheng and saw that he still didn't move. She felt a little depressed. After thinking about it, she didn't care about much. My hands are so cold, are your hands warm? Without saying anything, she put her hand into Yi Linsheng's pocket. Yi Linsheng naturally held her hand. I'll warm it up for you. Holding Yi Linsheng's warm hand, her heart suddenly warmed up. Your hands are too cold. It's so cold. Wear more. Once you enter the underground city, the temperature will be 26 or 27 degrees Celsius all year round. It will be difficult for you to reminisce the feeling of wearing a coat. Yi Linsheng didn't think much about it. Luo Qingyu glanced at him with a reproachful look, and wanted to say something ambiguous. But before she opened her mouth, the phone rang. Yi Linsheng picked up the phone, and when she hung up, he had already let go of her hand. We must make the final layout. What's the matter? Luo Qingyu became inexplicably nervous. Maozi and Xiao Dao have both been arrested. Yi Linsheng looked solemn. What should we do? Luo Qingyu was really panicking. There were still more than 2 months before the truth came out. If Yi Linsheng was arrested now, all the previous efforts would be wasted. No matter what the project was, it was difficult to gather them together, but it was easy to disperse. Although the upstream and downstream production lines of the shield machine were booming with the continuous funding provided by Yi Linsheng, they would collapse immediately as long as the news of Yi Linsheng's arrest was leaked. Once it collapses, the entire industry chain will collapse. It is easy to destroy an industry chain, and one piece of news is enough. But it is extremely difficult to recover. It is like porcelain, which can be broken by a small collision. But to repair it, it will cost hundreds or thousands of times more energy and money. Even if it is repaired, it will leave many regrets. It takes several months to build a production line. To destroy it, it only takes a group of creditors, with shovels and hammers, to tear it apart in 3 or 5 days. We will go back immediately. You notify all the experts. Come back for an emergency meeting. Yi Linsheng did not panic. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer he was. This is also his specialty. He picked up the phone and dialed, Kaixia. Maozi and Xiao Dao were arrested. Didn't you hear anything? Ning Kaixia's nervous voice came over. Really? I didn't know. Yi Linsheng understood. It seems that Xiao Shanghai is suspicious of you. Then, you can provide some key information to Xiao Shanghai and regain his trust. Is this really okay? The voice was a little hesitant. You are my only hope, Yi Linsheng said seriously. Tell Xiao Shanghai about the rocket technology transfer agreement I reached with our southern neighbor, so that you can regain his trust. But, you are my last trump card, and nothing must happen to you, Yi Linsheng warned. If this is the case, wouldn't it be very disadvantageous to you? Ning Saixia's tone was hurried on the phone. Because, this news is not just about the economic level, but about national security. This will definitely lead to a higher level of investigation. It is disadvantageous, but it can be delayed for at least 1 month. Yi Linsheng smiled. This matter involves the National High-Tech Security, and the Security Bureau will intervene. The Economic Investigation Department's investigation of me will have to be temporarily suspended. Ning Saixia understood a little. Then when should I give him the information? Mao-Zi and Xiao Dao can't hold on for long. Especially Xiao Dao, I estimate that within 3 days at most, he will confess everything. According to the speed of the Economic Investigation Department, they will submit the evidence layer by layer, and by the time they approve my arrest, it should be a week later. You just hand it in before the 5th day, so that the Security Bureau can intervene in advance, and I can delay it for another month. You are drinking poison to quench thirst. Ning Saixia was a little anxious. Yi Linxing smiled. It's okay, as long as you follow my plan, I should be able to survive until the moment when the alien detection satellite appears. The underground city plan will not be affected too much. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. And then Ning Saixia sighed. Then take care of yourself. Remember? You are the only hope of mankind. After that, Yi Linxing hung up the phone. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linxing nervously. Is the situation really so tense? The information you want her to provide is a serious crime. Because it is a serious crime, the Economic Investigation Department has to let it go and hand it over to the Security Bureau. Yi Linxing shrugged. Once the Security Bureau takes action, it will be difficult for the Economic Investigation Department to take action against me. I can have another month. Yi Linxing said casually, time is my biggest enemy. It is also my biggest friend. Chapter 71 Breakthrough. Economic Investigation Department. In the interrogation room, Mao-Zi sat on the chair, drowsy. It had been 3 or 4 days, and he had not been able to get a good night's sleep. The daily interrogation made him extremely tired. Outside the one-way mirror, Xiao Shanghai stared at Mao-Zi in the interrogation room, and said with some surprise, this guy looks like an old farmer, but he is a tough guy. Captain Hu next to him shook his head and said, he is a habitual offender. He has long been familiar with our interrogation routine. He won't say anything. What about the hacker? The hacker did reveal some things, but it's useless. Why? Xiao Shanghai was a little surprised. Xiao Dao looked like a guy with no backbone, and no sense of loyalty. How could he not provide some information? He kept saying that aliens were coming, and they were preparing to hide from them. He also said that everything they did was for all mankind. All for the protection of mankind. He also said that the Underground City Project is the Underground Noah's Arkansas captain who shook his head. Anyway, that's all. I even wonder if he has gone mad. Xiao Shanghai walked out of the observation room silently, and came to the door. He was also a little surprised. He originally thought that he could make a breakthrough from Mao-Zi and Xiao Dao, and dig out more hard evidence of Yi Linxing's crime. Mao-Zi and Xiao Dao could only hold on for 2 or 3 days at most. But now 4 days have passed, and there is still no progress. Chu Zixin walked in, saluted to Xiao Shanghai, Director. I want to participate in Yi Linxing's case. Xiao Shanghai frowned. Your body. It's completely healed. Let me interrogate that cat. I can break through his defense. Chu Zixin said confidently. Before Xiao Shanghai could speak, Captain Hu took over. Okay. I'm worried about not being able to make a breakthrough. Chu Zixin nodded to Xiao Shanghai and pushed open the door of the interrogation room. Xiao Shanghai entered the observation room next door and watched the interrogation in the room. Mao-Zi, did you set fire to Yang Dongchen's office? Yes. Why? I went to open his safe, but found that there was not a penny. Such a big boss. He didn't even have a penny. And he made me spend so much effort to open the safe. I was so angry that I burned his office. Mao-Zi added smartly. It has nothing to do with others? Who has nothing to do with others? Mao-Zi felt that he had let the cat out of the bag. So he simply stopped talking. Tell me. Your crime? Who is not related to it? Yi Linxing? Chu Zizhong seized his flaw and asked persistently. Mao-Zi stopped talking. Okay. You don't want to tell me. Right. Then let's talk about the murder. Chu Zixin's eyes were like lightning. Mao-Zi was shocked. In the observation room, Xiao Shanghai felt puzzled. Yi Linxing was involved in economic cases. So how could there be a murder case? Don't think I don't know. You bought the coffee shop opposite the police station under the name of your friend. Right? Mao-Zi's eyes widened. At your request. Special seasoning was added to every cup of coffee. Am I right? The only function of this seasoning is to dilate the pupil of the eye, making people extra sensitive to light. Right? I checked the surveillance. On the day of my accident, you tampered with the tire of our car, causing us to waste several hours repairing the tire in the suburbs. As a result, We had to rush back at night. You and your accomplices installed a positioning system on the car, locked our location, and then waited for an opportunity to shine a strong light on the driver's eyes on the roadside, causing temporary blindness, which in turn caused the car to crash. Right? Mousy was a little frightened. He was not afraid of the charge of theft, but he could not bear the charge of murder. Bang! Chu Zixin stood up, pointed at Mousy and shouted, Yi Linxing instructed you to do all this, right? Yi Linsheng, and you conspired to kill my brother, right? Xiao Shanghai suddenly realized Chu Zixin had not rested all the time, and had been investigating this accident. Unexpectedly, it was such a meticulous plan. From this, it seems that Yi Linxing is not only an economic criminal, but also a murder suspect. Mousy was sweating profusely. He said loudly, No, it's not Yi Linsheng. I did this alone. It has nothing to do with Yi Linxing or anyone else. Xiao Shanghai breathed a sigh of relief. Mousy finally spoke. Next, it will be easy. With Mausy's confession, he can formally apply to the director to arrest Yi Linxing and his accomplices. In the office of Noah Group, the atmosphere was very serious. The room was full of experts, which was almost all of Yi Linxing's team. He stood up and said, Everyone, the Economic Investigation Department has already caught Mousy and Xiao Dao, and they won't last long. So, the matter is urgent, and we must do everything we need to do before I am arrested. He turned to look at economist Li Tsongsheng. Professor Li, you have always been doing theory, and now it's your turn to get down to business. From now on, I will gradually hand over all matters to you. Li Tsongsheng said with some embarrassment, Xiao Yi. You know, those who do theory may not be able to do industry. I can never think of your ideas. Yi Linxing smiled. I understand. I am unique. However, what you need to do is to maintain the overall situation. Prevent Noah Group from collapsing. And do not let related industries shut down. Although this task is arduous, I believe you can do it. Of course, I have also arranged someone to assist you. And this person is also my last trump card. She is the famous reporter Ning Saixia. She will find a way to get in touch with me and pass on the news after I go in. Hu Baiyan asked with a messy hair, Xiao Yi. What should we do next? You should help us sort it out. Chapter 72 Unfathomable Motives. Yi Linxing nodded, one by one. First, the Underground City project, the funding issue. I have found the third buyer, that is the famous rich man Lu Jiaqing, although his character is questionable, but he is indeed rich. Moreover, he is older than Mr. Buffett. I have reached an agreement with him, and I want 60% of his wealth. 60%? Everyone was a little surprised. Who made him 2 years older than Mr. Buffett? His needs are more urgent. So, even if he is asked for 60% of his property, he can only hold his nose and bear it. Yi Linxing turned to look at Li Tsongsheng. Next, you will be responsible for following up his contract, and ensure that his investment is in place quickly. He is too cunning, not as honest as Mr. Ba. We must keep a close eye on him. Yi Linxing turned to look at Lao Chong and Wang Durong. The key for us now is that we must launch the celestial thruster now. Don't be afraid of failure. Prepare a few more rockets and thrusters. Boss Chong patted his chest and said, It has been confirmed. We will launch a super large carrier rocket in the next few days, and launch 20 ion thrusters into the sky. 3 months later, we will reach the small celestial body. Professor Wang Durong added, These thrusters have strong magnetism. They will be attached to the small celestial body, and the ion thrusters will slowly change its orbit. 1 year later, the celestial body will fall into the blue planet. Yi Linxing said, By the way, these thrusters must be set with an automatic program. The kind that cannot be controlled by humans. The thrusters cannot be controlled by humans, and they can only run according to the established program. This has been done long ago. It has been repeatedly verified by us. Make sure it is foolproof. Wang Durong said. Okay, the next is the jammer. Boss Chong said, Don't worry, the jammer has been launched and is now flying to Mars. We also set a record, launching the largest rocket in the world. This matter has become one of Yi Linxing's great achievements. This rocket burned nearly 2 billion yuan of Yi Linxing's funds. However, technically, this rocket is unremarkable, because it is purely the volume of the rocket and the stacking of fuel. The real jammer is not heavy. More than 99% of the weight of the entire rocket comes from the fuel and the rocket body. The jammer accounts for less than 1% of this weight. In the eyes of insiders, this is what stupid people with a lot of money do. In addition to being big, there are no other advantages. The reason why it is so big is mainly to give the jammer a huge propulsion speed. Let the jammer get away from the blue planet as soon as possible. This rocket entered the sky at a speed never seen by humans, and is flying towards Mars. In order to save fuel and reduce weight, ordinary probes of humans fly to Mars by secondary acceleration. The so-called secondary acceleration is to first send the probe to the orbit of the blue planet, and then accelerate and fly to the orbit of Mars. When it reaches the orbit of Mars, it accelerates again and begins to fly around Mars. This will take at least 7 or 8 months. This method has the lowest cost and the highest efficiency. But what Yilin lacks is time. Therefore, scientists developed this super-large rocket. It only takes about a month to transport the jammer into the orbit of Mars. It is also called the world's largest rocket. What excites the world most is that a total of 8 such rockets will be launched, flying to 8 different directions of the orbit of Mars. However, although the people are very excited, they think that the civilian rocket technology has made a breakthrough, and can even be compared with Elon's Starlink project. But the official did not publicize this launch at all. Because, in the eyes of the official, this kind of rocket is like a rich man showing off his wealth. Apart from having a lot of money, there is nothing to brag about. As long as a country has mastered the technology of rocket launch, it can complete this kind of launch by spending money desperately. Even the neighboring eastern country has failed to launch rockets in succession, but as long as they are willing to spend money, they can do it. Simply launching a rocket into the sky and mastering aerospace technology are two different concepts. This is like a landlord harvesting wheat. Using 10,000 people to harvest 1 acre of land, it seems to be extremely fast, but it is meaningless. It is not as technically advanced as harvesting wheat with a harvester modified from a tractor. This is why the country basically does not mention this matter. But the common people do not care about these things. They only know that the famous person Yilin launched the heaviest rocket in the world. It is heavier than any developed country in the world. We also occupy a world record in aerospace. That is enough. This is one of the reasons why Xiao Shanghai dared not touch Yilin easily. Because in the eyes of the ignorant people, Yilin has become a national patriot. After arranging all the things, Yilin turned to Li Tsongsheng and said, "From now on, you have to pay more attention. Take over the stall. And don't let our Noah plan be abandoned halfway. Don't worry. I will do my best." Li Tsongsheng looked serious. "I have gathered my students. And let's do this real internship together." Kai Xia, have you submitted the information to Xiao Shanghai? Yes. Otherwise, Xiao Shanghai will come to arrest you in the next 2 days. Ning Caixia said. However, although they will not arrest you now, they will send people to keep a close eye on you. It's okay. I'm not going anywhere anyway. Yilin smiled. I'll wait for them here. But, the smile was a little awkward. It also had the flavor of a warrior bravely rushing to the execution ground. He was clearly doing something to save all mankind, but he couldn't explain it, and he had to bear the infamy of a crime. This, perhaps, is the price of being a hero. It is also the price Yilin must pay. Police Chief's office. Xiao Shanghai handed a thick file to the chief. Chief, we have found a loophole in Xiaodao and Maozi. Especially Maozi. We used a polygraph and the latest technology to obtain a lot of intelligence. We have sufficient evidence for the theft case and Yang Dongchen's fund transfer case. Thanks to the intelligence of the informant. The case of Yilin's unauthorized use of investors' funds has also been basically cleared up. The chief took the file, opened it patiently, and then read it page by page. The more he looked, the heavier his face became. This Yilin is really lawless and reckless. I wonder why a smart man like him would commit such a crime that will be exposed sooner or later. The director said as he looked. It's all due to the fluke mentality and huge returns. Those criminals who engage in Ponzi schemes, virtual currencies, and new scams such as blockchain, are all holding this fluke mentality. Xiao Shanghai said. The director shook his head slightly. It's not that simple. If it was for money, Yilin should have absconded with the money long ago. Now he doesn't have much money, and he has invested all the money in the underground city project. Everything he does seems to be to ensure the smooth implementation of the underground city project. Chapter 73 From a major case to a major case. This is what Xiao Dao said in his confession. He said that everything they did was for the underground city project. Xiao Shanghai added. The director turned over Xiao Dao's confession, took a look and laughed. Aliens? It seems that this group of people are really crazy. And they really think the end of the world is coming. In 2012, they did something like this. As a result, it turned out that the end of the world is a joke. Unexpectedly, more than a decade later, there is another wave of this. Conspiracy theories. Doomsday theories are always a kind of evil cult. The director continued to flip through the pages. Yes, they call themselves the evil cult. Xiao Shahai added. Yi Lynch also deceived a large group of scientists. And now these scientists have also joined this evil cult. The director did not say much. He turned to the last page. This page of paper is not of the same specifications as the other papers. And it seems a bit abrupt. He picked up the paper and took a look. Director, we can arrest him now, Xiao Shahai said. The director raised his head, staring at Xiao Shahai sharply. Arrest? If you can arrest him, why did you add this piece of paper at the end? The director pulled out the paper, shaking it in his hand. What are you thinking? It's obviously related to a major secret leak case, but you want me to approve the arrest. Xiao Shahai sighed. He knew he couldn't hide it from the director, so he simply spread it out and said, yes, I really want to arrest him now. But because of this information, I have to ask the director for help. Where did you get this information? My informant? The director raised his head. Oh, the informant who delayed the fighter plane last time? Yes. Doesn't this mean that this informant is very reliable? She should be reliable. After all, if her butt is crooked, she can't provide us with such important information, Xiao Shahai said. Until this information appeared, all the cases involving Yi Linsheng were economic cases. The sentence is not too heavy. But once it involves a major case, like leaking secrets, the nature is completely different. The sentence may be death penalty. Therefore, Ning Caixia's credibility has become 100% in Xiao Shanghai's mind. This case is sealed and handed over to the Security Bureau. The director closed the file. In addition, let your informant work harder and get more useful clues. This has changed from a major case to a major case. If you can provide more clues, it will be more helpful to solve this case. Xiao Shahai stood up. Yes. Economic Investigation Department. Chu Zixin stood up and walked towards the interrogation room. He bumped into Xiao Shanghai. Director, how about it? Can we arrest Yi Linsheng? I must arrest him and interrogate him in person. Xiao Shanghai did not answer, but asked, what are you going to do? Continue to dig out more information from the cat's mouth. Xiao Shanghai grabbed his arm. Don't worry about this case. Chu Zixin was furious. Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? Are you afraid that I will take the credit? Don't worry, I don't want the credit. I just want to vent my anger for my brother. It won't hinder your climb up. Chu Zixin's voice was so loud that everyone in the office couldn't help but look over. Xiao Shanghai was a little angry. Chu Zixin, don't talk nonsense. Okay, I won't talk nonsense. I will personally arrest Yi Linsheng. You don't let me take care of it, but I must. If you have the guts, fire me. Chu Zixin was about to walk out angrily. Xiao Shanghai sighed. Chu Zixin, there are new circumstances in Yi Linsheng's case. He has been involved in the leakage of confidential information, and the case has been transferred to the Security Bureau. Chu Zixin was stunned for a moment, and his steps also stopped. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. You mean, he may be sentenced to life imprisonment, or even death penalty? Xiao Shanghai shook his head slightly. I don't know, this should be tried by the Security Bureau, and the court should make the judgment. Chu Zixin laughed out loud. Damn, I finally heard the best news. Tongjin. Now it has become the most popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. After continuous marketing efforts, the Journey to the Center of the Earth tourism project has been hyped up by the entire internet. It has just opened, and internet celebrities from all over the country have started live broadcasting or shooting videos here. Tourists are also coming in an endless stream. Tourists who come to Journey to the Center of the Earth can spend the least money and enjoy super 5-star treatment here. No matter who it is, they will praise it. All of this requires money to support it. Yi Linsheng also spent a lot of money on this project every day. Wearing a pair of big sunglasses, surrounded by several burly bodyguards, Yi Linsheng came to the entrance of Journey to the Center of the Earth in a mighty manner. Seeing their idol appear, the internet celebrities rushed up like crazy, taking photos and videos of Yi Linsheng crazily. Yi Linsheng didn't care at all, and took photos with everyone cordially. His main task now was to hand over the matter to Li Tsongsheng, and the remaining task was to create an illusion that the underground city project was thriving. At the same time, it also gives confidence to all investors. This is a psychological battle. As long as there is confidence, you can buy enough time. After a show of strength, Yi Linsheng finally entered the underground city. After disappearing from everyone's sight, Yi Linsheng turned around and went 2,500 meters underground. The underground city here has entered a critical moment. Entering the underground construction site, Yi Linsheng was shocked by the scene in front of him. The circular channel excavated by 2 shield machines has been completed, dozens of tunnel boring machines, 1,000 excavators and thousands of earth-moving vehicles are operating day and night, and tens of thousands of workers are reinforcing the channel and building a giant dome. The earth-moving trucks entered from one passage, stopped for a while, and then drove out from another passage loaded with stones and soil. The whole convoy was like an assembly line, flowing continuously. The huge dome of the underground city has begun to take shape. The height of the entire space is about 200 meters. Every time a certain space is excavated, there is a huge pillar supporting the dome. The temperature here is not high, because there are huge ventilators for air exchange. Outside the huge dome, there are many small deep holes. The cave entrance here is not that high, only tens of meters to 100 meters high. These areas are all functional areas. The layout of the Datong town underground city adopts a moderate design that is stable. The dome in the middle is the city center, and various functional areas are scattered around. As for the underground cities in other places, a variety of personalized designs can be adopted. Yi Linsheng has prepared hundreds of underground city design drawings in total, with various styles. Each design drawing is carefully designed, and the supporting facilities and construction drawings are designed in detail. This is in preparation for underground cities across the country. Chapter 74 Current Status of the Underground City. Mr. Yi, in 2 months, the basic supporting facilities of the underground city here will be basically completed. Our goal is to get the living infrastructure up and running first, so that even if an alien exploration satellite comes, people can first enter the underground city to settle down temporarily. As for living conditions, we can continue to expand and improve them, said Zhu Tianming, the person in charge of the underground city project. You need to compile your experience into a book, and you need to prepare well, and give lectures to the leaders from all over the country. Yi Linsheng patted him on the shoulder. You need to spread your successful experience, and also tell others about the pitfalls you have stepped on, so that others will not repeat the same mistakes. If this scene looks funny to outsiders, the young Yi Linsheng actually taught Zhu Tianming, who was in his 40s. But no one present felt awkward. Yi Linsheng conquered all the members of the demon cult with his courage and strength. Even the veteran scientists in their 70s and 80s praised Yi Linsheng. A small stone fell from the sky and landed on Yi Linsheng's helmet. Yi Linsheng looked up and asked, "Is this dangerous? Will it collapse?" "No. For every hole we dig, we will build a strong enough pillar to support it. These are all the most advanced reinforcement systems. It can't be said to be 100%, but at least 99% safe." Architecture expert Ma Xingkong said, "What is the biggest problem now?" "Money. There are so many people to eat, and equipment, fuel, etc. all need to continue to burn money," Zhu Tianming said. Yi Linsheng smiled bitterly. "Without the state machinery, it is indeed difficult." Luo Ji said at the beginning that 1 trillion yuan of funds would be enough to complete the Noah's Ark plan. There is nothing wrong with this budget itself. If only this underground city is built, it is indeed enough. But the problem is that Yi Linsheng's scale has been expanding, and his ambition has been expanding. The original plan was to save only a part of the people. Now it has become the one who saves the entire country. This level of money burning, 1 trillion is not enough. It must be supported by the state machinery. Yi Linsheng has been desperately borrowing money, and the amount of money he has borrowed has exceeded that of the giant real estate company at the beginning. Even so, it was still not enough. Time became Yi Linsheng's biggest enemy. Every day was like a year for Yi Linsheng. He really hoped that the alien exploration satellite would appear soon, so that he could get rid of the burden on his shoulders and leave it all to the country. But he was still too naive. Even if the alien exploration satellite really came, could he get rid of it? Yi Linsheng picked up his mobile phone and took a look. Is there still a signal here? Yes. The 3 major domestic operators have set up base stations here. Luo Qingyu also looked at her phone. Her face became solemn. She walked quickly to Yi Linsheng's side, stood on tiptoe, put her mouth close to Yi Linsheng's ear and whispered. The Security Bureau went to Interstellar to investigate. So fast. Yi Linsheng was slightly surprised. What should we do? Just sit back and wait for death. Yi Linsheng sighed. I just hope their investigation speed can be slower. Behind a large desk is a row of bookshelves. There were all kinds of books in it. Xiao Shahai carefully identified them. There were many kinds of books. There were legal books, there were knowledge books, there were also philosophical books, and literary books. At the bottom was a long row of various professional books. Xiao Shahai was sure that these books had been read, because they all had some signs of depreciation. This showed that these books were not for show, but rather practical books. A man walked in from outside the door. He was about 35 or 36 years old, had a light beard, and his eyes revealed a hint of laziness, and only occasionally would he feel a hint of sharpness. "You're here. Sit down. Sit anywhere." The man sat down first. "I won't introduce myself. Xu Weiman, captain of the first team of the Security Bureau." Xiao Shahai held out his hand. "Xiao Shahai, director of the Economic Investigation Department of Jianhai City." "Chu Zixin, captain of the Economic Investigation Department." Chu Zixin's attitude was not very friendly. After all, although the escalation of the case might lead to Yi Linsheng being sentenced to a heavier sentence, it would still be more satisfying than arresting him personally. "Captain Chu, I heard about it. I heard that you almost lost your life for this case." Xu Weiman was very talkative, and he was very good at dealing with things, and he immediately won Chu Zixin's favor. "Captain Xu, excuse me for being blunt. I think we should arrest Yi Linsheng now, rather than letting him live happily outside," Chu Zixin said. Xu Weiman did not comment. "I can understand Captain Chu's idea. But if we arrest Yi Linsheng now, the evidence we have can only start from economic crimes. Moreover, the evidence is still insufficient. For example, in the case of theft, the existing evidence cannot guarantee that the case will be proven. After all, the evidence you found at the scene is only Mauzi's, not Yi Linsheng's. And in Yang Dongchen's case, it was Luo Qingyu who manipulated it, not Yi Linsheng. There is no direct evidence pointing to Yi Linsheng. The illegal borrowing and illegal operations that followed, if you insist on calling it a crime, it's still a little short of the mark. And this will leave Yi Linsheng a way out. If he works his way up and down, he might succeed in getting ashore." Xiao Shahai didn't say anything. He still couldn't figure out Xu Weiman's tricks. But Chu Zixin couldn't help but say, "Captain Xu, you're not an expert on this. These evidences are enough to arrest him. Even if he's playing tricks, it's useless in the face of ironclad evidence." Xu Weiman laughed, poured a cup of tea for Chu Zixin, and handed it to him. "Don't get excited, I'll tell you slowly." Chu Zixin took the tea and calmed down a little. He came here today just to arrest Yi Linsheng as soon as possible. This is his duty, for both public and private reasons. He wants Yi Linsheng to be arrested as soon as possible. You have enough evidence. However, let me ask you a question. How big is Yi Linsheng's debt? Chu Zixin was stunned. He knew that Yi Linsheng had cheated a lot of money, but he didn't know the specific amount. He believed that as long as Yi Linsheng was caught, he would know the amount of money involved in the case after the follow-up investigation. About hundreds of billions. Xu Weiman glanced at Chu Zixin, and a vague smile appeared on his lips. Chu Zixin knew that his answer must be wrong, but he didn't know the exact amount. Xiao Shanghai came to the rescue. Preliminary estimates show that it should be more than 2 trillion. It may be more. Xu Weiman glanced at Xiao Shanghai. Director Xiao really knows more about the case. Chu Zixin wanted to refute, but in this situation, he couldn't speak. Chapter 75: The Consequences of Arresting Yi Linsheng. Xu Weiman, don't look at the problem simply. The debt scale of Noah Group under Yi Linsheng is far more than 2 trillion. Preliminary statistics show that the debt scale, both overt and covert, has reached 5 trillion. In 1 year, the total debt scale of manufacturers and merchants related to Noah Group in all walks of life has reached more than 10 trillion. If you want to arrest Yi Linsheng, what will be the consequences? Chu Zixin frowned and said, "It will cause the economy to fall into a short-term recession." Xiao Shanghai shook his head. "Not only will it fall into recession, it may cause social unrest." Xu Weiman raised a thumbs up. "You are worthy of being an economic investigation." As expected, he saw it clearly. So what we have to do is not only to arrest Yi Linsheng, but also to ensure the normal operation of the economy. Chu Zixin was a little excited. It's impossible. A year ago, Yi Linsheng was just an ordinary person. He couldn't have such a strong foundation. Xu Weiman smiled faintly. Yi Linsheng can collapse, but Noah Group can't. The underground city project can't die so suddenly. Many people don't want the underground city project to have a hard landing. If we start with the economic case to arrest him, he may escape. Chu Zixin finally understood, but he said unconvinced, The evidence is as strong as a mountain, he can't run away. Xu Weiman walked to Chu Zixin's side, patted his shoulder. There has never been real iron evidence in this world, everything can be reversed. The evidence you have now, I have at least 3 ways to make it invalid. For example, the DNA of Maozi that you found at the scene. This can only prove that Maozi entered the room where the cash was hidden, but it cannot prove that Maozi stole the money. It cannot be linked to Yi Linsheng. Not only this evidence, I have ways to whitewash all the evidence. Even if it cannot be whitewashed directly, I can also use the power outside the field to let him get away with it. I know you really want to arrest him and bring him to justice. But arresting him like this is too easy for him. How do we start? Of course we have to start with leaking secrets. Leaking high-tech. Especially leaking it to our southern neighbor, Began City, is a serious crime. However, we don't have enough evidence now. And we still need a detailed investigation. Xu Weiman raised the file in his hand. We have to start from this aspect, get evidence of his leaking secrets, and arrest him for the crime of leaking secrets. Xu Weiman continued. So, we have to collect evidence, and wait until the time is right. This is the best way. Chu Zixin wanted to say something, Xiao Shanghai stopped him. Captain Xu, we will fully cooperate. Xu Weiman stood up to see him off. Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. I still think we should arrest Yi Linsheng first. If we don't start with the economy, we should start with his premeditated murder. Chu Zixin sat in the co-pilot, and said angrily. Xiao Shanghai sighed, Old Chu, you should calm down. If we start with economic crimes, we have more evidence. If you want to talk about murder, it's all inference, there is no direct evidence. We don't even have the possibility of arresting him. Chu Zixin acquiesced. Although Muzzy tampered with the coffee, it was not the main cause of the car accident. The strong light stimulation encountered on the road was not the main cause, but an indirect cause. No matter from which aspect, the real cause of the car accident was caused by the driver's improper driving operation. If, after the temporary blindness, Shaoli had slowed down and pulled over, then nothing would have happened. So, whether it was coffee or strong light, they were just a trigger, not the main cause. It is impossible to conclude that Maozi committed murder from this aspect. It is even more impossible to conclude that Yi Linsheng committed a crime. Chu Zixin was also very clear about this. But he just felt uncomfortable, thinking that Yi Linsheng would have another month of carefree life. He felt uncomfortable. You should change your mindset. If Yi Linsheng is arrested for economic crimes, he will at most be fined and jailed for more than 10 years. Or even a few years. But if he is charged with leaking secrets, he will not be released so easily. He will be sentenced to life imprisonment at least. Or even death penalty. Xiao Shanghai said earnestly. You should know which is more important. Chu Zixin finally waved his hand in annoyance. Forget it. Let the Security Bureau investigate. Chapter 76 Meeting Zhong Han Liang again. The new year of 2026 was spent in a hurry. Yi Linsheng also spent the new year in a busy manner. Yi Linsheng's recent job is to search the world for the top rich people, to plunder half of their wealth, to fill the huge hole in the underground city project. Who is not afraid of death? Who doesn't want to be young again? The rules that Yi Linsheng set for these rich people are very simple. Take out half of all the wealth in exchange for medicine. He was not afraid of someone playing tricks. The reason was simple. Those who played tricks would simply not sell him to telomerase promoters. The effect of telomerase promoters has not been proven. And no clinical trials have been conducted. Some people who are not particularly old still want to wait and see. The condition given by Yi Linsheng was that he could make a reservation first. But the deposit was not cheap. This again helped Yi Linsheng to collect a large amount of funds. Mr. Lin, the appointment is made. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, the director will receive you in the office. Unconsciously, Luo Qingyu had changed her address. No longer calling him Boss Yi, but directly calling him Linsheng. It seems that everything changed when he held her hand. Luo Qingyu had already taken the relationship between herself and Yi Linsheng a step further in her heart. However, she didn't know whether Yi Linsheng thought so. Let's go now. Yi Linsheng put down the information in his hand and hurried out. Time was tight. And there were too many things to do. Every aspect had to be involved. Yi Linsheng obviously felt that he was not capable enough and did not have enough energy. Most importantly, he had no talent to use. The arrest of Maozi and Xiao Dao left him without 2 trusted people. He could not find a caring person to do many things. Scientists had no problem in theory, but they were far behind in practice. The only one who could be used was Luo Qingyu, but Yi Linsheng was reluctant to let her go, because Luo Qingyu was too suitable as an assistant. Without Luo Qingyu's help, his efficiency would be much lower. As for the talents who have recently joined the Yin sect, Yi Linsheng still doesn't trust them. Whether these talents who have not experienced difficult times are reliable or not, it remains to be verified by time. But what Yi Linsheng lacks is time. Luo Qingyu quickly followed. If we go there now, won't it be too early? We must correct our attitude. Director Zhong Hanyang is too important to the Noah project. We must give him a good impression. Luo Qingyu finally understood a little. Director of the Construction Bureau, Zhong Hanyang, is a practical man, and is also a very important figure for Noah Group. In order to prevent all previous efforts from being wasted, Yi Linsheng must give Zhong Hanyang a good impression. In the spacious director's office, Director Zhong Hanyang picked up the lunch box and was chewing slowly. The assistant knocked on the door and came in. Director, Yi Linsheng is here. Zhong Hanyang raised his eyebrows slightly. Didn't we meet at 2 o'clock? Yes. They arrived early. If they haven't eaten, take them to the cafeteria. They have eaten. Zhong Hanyang put down his bowl and chopsticks, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, let them hang out for half an hour first. Yes. After eating, Zhong Hanyang closed his eyes and took a nap. 10 minutes of rest time is his secret to staying energetic. The office door knocked again. Director, it's half an hour. Would you like to meet? Zhong Hanyang took a sip of strong tea. How are they? Very calm. Then let's meet. Hearing the news of the early meeting, Yi Linsheng was not surprised at all. He had been collecting information about Director Zhong Hanyang for a long time, and knew that he was a practical man, and not a person who followed the rules. Unlike some people, if the appointment is at 2 o'clock, even if it is just a chat, they will wait until the time to meet. This is why Yi Linsheng wants to meet him. If it is a person who is just sitting there doing nothing, Yi Linsheng will not meet him at all. Only those who really want to do something can help Yi Linsheng. Director Zhong, we meet again, Yi Linsheng said as soon as they met. Zhong Hanyang was startled. Have we met? In his impression, the two of them seemed to have never met before. This Yi Linsheng never took the upper-level route, so I only heard of his name, but never saw him. Yi Linsheng laughed. Last time, I borrowed the tiger skin of Director Zhong, and reached a cooperation agreement with Ning Yousheng, the chairman of the Shield Machine Group. After listening to Yi Linsheng's detailed introduction, Zhong Hanyang suddenly realized he was also more curious about Yi Linsheng. After all, people who can talk about their own ugly things so naturally are rare. You came here today. What do you want to do with my reputation? Zhong Hanyang's face became not so good. What Yi Linsheng did at the beginning was undoubtedly a bully. It was a means of deception. If it weren't for Yi Linsheng's current fame, he would have wanted to kick Yi Linsheng out of the office. Yi Linsheng didn't waste any words. He stared straight into Director Zhong Hanyang's eyes. I hope to use the director's hand to keep hope for mankind. Zhong Hanyang frowned slightly. He felt that Yi Linsheng's words were too big. Although the Noah Group is huge, it is too far-fetched to say that it is related to the hope of mankind. Yi Linsheng was not in a hurry. He continued, Director, do you think that what I did was crazy and strange? Zhong Hanyang did not comment. Everything I did was for the benefit of all mankind. Zhong Hanyang finally spoke. You should think about how to clean up your mess. Yi Linsheng smiled slightly. It seems that the Construction Bureau has also noticed the situation of our Noah Group. I won't hide it from you. I just attended an economic work meeting. One of the important topics at the meeting was to prevent overinvestment. Your Noah Group's underground city tourism project is the key point. Zhong Hanyang observed Yi Linsheng carefully, and found that Yi Linsheng did not react at all. He was a little too calm. This is very abnormal. If an ordinary entrepreneur heard that his company was being targeted, he would definitely be in a mess. But Yi Linsheng was fine. You will find that from now on, all loans of Noah Group and its affiliated companies will be strictly approved. In principle, no loans can be issued, and loans due will be actively recovered. Yi Linsheng smiled faintly, still did not speak, and did not express anything. I know something about your Noah Group. You have very limited funds, which are obtained through various leverage and financial means. Once you cannot get new loans, your underground city project will collapse and go bankrupt. I believe you are very clear about this. Yi Linsheng nodded. Very clear. Zhong Hanyang was a little surprised. But I see that you don't look like you are worried at all. Could it be that you think the country will cover you? Chapter 77 Arrested and Imprisoned. Before Yi Linsheng could speak, Zhong Hanliang said directly. Don't have any crooked ideas. The country will not cover you. Your disorderly expansion is strictly prohibited by the country. Yi Linqing smiled faintly. Believe me, the country will cover you. But this is not the reason why I came to see the director today. Zhong Hanliang felt uncomfortable, because he found that the initiative of the conversation was in the hands of Yi Linqing, who had always been taciturn. This young man was very difficult to deal with. However, due to his position, he did not particularly care. Then why did you come to see me today? Yi Linqing sat up straight. Director Zhong, I have been observing you, and I found that you are a trustworthy manager. The purpose of my coming today is to entrust the future of the underground city to you. Zhong Hanliang was stunned. Yi Linqing continued. I said when I came here that what I did was crazy and seemed unreasonable. I made money crazily, but I did not embezzle it. Nor did I abscond with the money. Instead, I invested all of it in the underground city project. Not only that, I also attracted huge investments from the world's top rich people. These wealthy people are now investing in underground city projects. Zhong Hanliang interrupted Yi Linqing. I do feel strange about this. If it weren't for the investment of these wealthy people, I guess the country would have taken action against your underground city project long ago. Yi Linqing shrugged. Don't you think it's strange? Why should I do this? What's the benefit for me to do this? It can make you the world's #1 liar. Just like Ponzi in the Ponzi scheme. It will be infamous forever. Zhong Hanliang said sarcastically. Yi Linqing smiled, a very pure smile, without any worldliness, which made Zhong Hanliang even more confused. I don't have such bad taste. Yi Linqing put away his smile. Everything I do is to save all mankind. I will tell you a secret, although you won't believe it for the time being, but in 2 months, you will believe it. Because at that time, the aliens detection satellites. After listening to Yi Linqing's story, Zhong Hanliang thought seriously for a while before saying, it seems that you really believe that aliens are coming. Otherwise, your behavior is really inexplicable. Yi Linqing gave a thumbs up. Director Zhong is indeed wise. I know very well that I will be imprisoned soon. What follows is the cleanup and rectification of the underground city project. And the person in charge may be you. Director Zhong. Unfortunately, I don't believe in your doomsday theory. If it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. Yi Linqing didn't care. But I still hope you agree to my request. My request is not much. Just before March 9, please don't make destructive rectifications to the underground city project. Zhong Hanliang was silent. Obviously, he was a little hesitant. Yi Linqing continued to strike while the iron was hot. Director Zhong. This request is not excessive. A project with such deep involvement, even if it is a comprehensive rectification, will take time to prepare. My request, in fact, is just a piece of cake for you. Zhong Hanliang spoke again. Is this your only request? Just this one. Zhong Hanliang looked at Yi Linqing strangely. Why do I start to believe you a little bit? Because I am very sincere. I came here today because I am worried that someone will deliberately show off in this matter in order to gain recognition, and will actively promote the intensity and speed of rectification, which will cause a devastating blow to the underground city project. Whether it is the underground city project, the shield machine industry chain, or a series of industries such as offshore drilling platforms. These things are difficult to build, but it is very easy to destroy them. For example, the production line of the shield machine. It only takes 1 or 2 days to demolish it, but it will take at least several months to rebuild it. But we don't have several months to waste. If you can do a little bit in this regard, you can keep these achievements. Zhong Hanliang stood up and paced in the office. Yi Linqing stopped talking. He knew that Zhong Hanliang was thinking. Finally, Zhong Hanliang stopped. March 9th? March 9th. This is not a favor to you. This is just the procedure. Some things cannot be too radical. Director Zhong Hanliang said. Once I am arrested, there will definitely be many radical elements. I may not be able to play a role. You can definitely. Although what I said is not easy to accept. What if it is true? This is a matter of life and death for all mankind. Zhong Hanliang finally made up his mind. Okay. I understand. Can Director Zhong be trusted? In the car, Luo Qingyu asked hesitantly. I believe in my judgment. Last time, I deliberately found an opportunity to take a photo with him. He did not ask the security guards to track me down like some officials did. This shows that this person is responsible. Yi Linqing changed the subject. Of course, we can't hang ourselves on a tree. Director Zhong Hanyang is just one of my backup options. Let's go! I need to make more preparations. The car drove out not far. And Yi Linqing suddenly laughed. Why do I feel like I'm arranging my funeral? Luo Qingyu rolled his eyes at him. If the aliens don't come, then it really is arranging my funeral. In early February, a heavy news came out. Yi Linqing, chairman of Noah Group, was arrested for suspected confidentiality leakage. Also arrested were Yi Linqing's assistant Luo Qingyu, Yi Linqing's right-hand man, Interstellar Technology Director Chang Jinshin, and the entire management team of Interstellar. On the same day, the Noah Group's board of directors announced that Yi Linqing had resigned as chairman yesterday, and was succeeded by the famous economist Li Tsongsheng. A financial earthquake is about to hit. This news came so suddenly that it made the upcoming holiday extremely painful. Special Detention Center. Luo Qingyu followed the guard into the visiting room in a prison uniform. Brother, you're here. Luo Qingyu saw Luo Ji, who was dressed neatly. Don't call me brother, I'm a lawyer now. Don't forget, I took the time to take the lawyer's license last year, and it's just in use now. Now I'm your hired lawyer. Luo Ji sat down. How are you? Luo Qingyu smiled bitterly. I hope aliens are coming now, but I'm afraid of aliens coming. Because? If aliens come, everyone will be freed. If aliens come, everyone will suffer. Remember, whatever they ask you answer, no need to hide. I have only one task, that is to delay. Luo Ji's face was grim. Chapter 78. The first domino that destroyed the Noah Group fell. How is Yi Linqing? I don't know. He is still in the stage of supplementary investigation. I can't see him. However, he has been prepared for a long time. You need to do your own thing now. Eat and sleep peacefully. Wait for your judgment day to come. Luo Ji said. Luo Qingyu nodded. Don't worry. I know. There are still many things to come. We are just at the beginning. Shield Machine Equipment Company. The office was filled with gloom. Chairman Ning Yongsheng looked at the entire company's management with a heavy heart. The latest news is that Yi Linqing, the financier behind the Shield Machine order, was arrested. Although he was arrested for leaking confidential information, everyone knows that Noah Group was built by Yi Linqing. With Yi Linqing arrested, it is only a matter of time for Noah Group to collapse. Noah Group has ordered thousands of Shield machines. The first batch of orders has been delivered, and the products are still piled up in the warehouse and have not been shipped away. Moreover, there are still a large number of unfinished orders on the production line. Whether these orders are completed or not is the biggest test for their company. The head of the sales department said, Chairman, no matter from which aspect, Noah Group has not breached the contract. Their deposits are still being delivered, and the Shield machines that have been traded have been paid for and delivered. We have no reason to stop production. Someone retorted, it's already this time. And you still haven't stopped production. Not only should we stop production, but we should also sell and dismantle the excess production lines. Noah Group collapsed, the underground city tourism project failed, and the largest buyer of Shield machines no longer exists. The Shield machines on our production line now are enough to meet the demand for Shield machines in the domestic and foreign markets within 10 years. If we don't stop production, we will lose more. We may even go bankrupt. The sales director retorted, at least Noah Group is still paying the deposit, so we can't stop. The deputy general manager said, Chairman, according to the current situation, Noah Group's bankruptcy is a matter of time. I got the news that their investment in rocket projects, air purification projects and other projects has stopped, especially Interstellar, which has closed down. Our investment in this project will also stop sooner or later. Ning Yongsheng said after a moment of silence, just a few days ago, I received a call from Yi Linqing. He told me repeatedly on the phone that he hoped we would act in accordance with the contract. Otherwise, they would sue us and ask us to pay a huge amount of compensation. He sighed so. Although Noah Group may go bankrupt tomorrow, our production cannot stop for a day. Unless they fail to pay the deposit first, causing a breach of contract, otherwise, we will not stop the work. But, no buts. I would rather go bankrupt than keep my word. Ning Yongsheng replied solemnly. Datong Town. The underground city project is still under construction. The construction site seems to be still busy, but the atmosphere in the air is very strange. The smiles on the workers' faces in the past are not seen at all now. Everyone is worried. In the morning, the Noah Group headquarters sent a specialist to announce that the underground city project would not stop and would continue. However, such a notice had a counter effect. The workers who had been working here for nearly a year were a little nervous when the contract was signed. Although the salary was high, most of the salary and bonus had to be paid in one lump sum in March. Whether the money could be obtained, no one was sure. Now that Yi Linsheng had been arrested, the workers' wallets looked very dangerous. Everyone was very nervous. If the financial staff hadn't said that, the company had money in its accounts, and it was a lot. This money came from the investment of the world's richest people. Otherwise, the workers would definitely ask for bonuses and wages in advance. For now, the workers have not made any changes. However, the current atmosphere is too tense, and as long as there is a little disturbance, the workers' emotions will be triggered. Li Songshan looked at this group of workers and was secretly anxious. He could sense that a storm was coming. He was under great pressure as he shouldered a heavy responsibility. He only realized now how heavy the burden on Yi Linsheng's shoulders was. Not only in Datong Town, but also in all aspects. Interstellar Crossing Company was completely shut down. The entire company's senior management was invited to have tea by the Security Bureau. Without the management, Interstellar Crossing Company became the first company to go bankrupt under Yi Linsheng's system. Because of the continuous burning of money, Interstellar Crossing Company was very eye-catching in the private aviation market. It has long surpassed Deep Blue Aviation among private aerospace technology companies and has become the most dazzling star enterprise. It is even known as the Domestic Space Exploration Company. It has attracted the favor of a large number of investment companies, especially after the successful launch of the world's largest rocket. Domestic investment companies rush to invest. They all believe that Interstellar can grab a large share of the private aerospace market. Just a week ago, Interstellar also carried out a new round of financing. These newly invested companies are now secretly complaining. Just after the funds were invested, Interstellar Crossing Company collapsed. Now the entire company management has been swept away by the Security Bureau, making all their investments go down the drain. This became the first domino to topple Noah Group. As the incident develops, more and more dominoes will be toppled, and more companies will collapse. The collapse of Noah Group is also a matter of time. Li Songshan is completely unable to stop the collapse of the dominoes. The only thing he can do now is to try his best to delay the collapse of the dominoes. Especially the underground city project in Datong Town, it must not collapse. However, in the afternoon, the weird atmosphere was finally broken. The workers began to get agitated, and elected representatives to negotiate with the management. Let's go, the workers' representatives are waiting for us in the meeting room. Luo Ji looked calm. In the entire Mojiao, the calmest person on the outside, but the craziest person on the inside, is Luo Ji. Now, he has no expression on his face, as if he had expected such a thing to happen. It's a good thing you helped me, Li Songshan said. You have to be a little bit harsher later. You have to use strong measures to deal with these workers. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. Luo Ji had no expression on his face. Just treat them as your useless students. Oh, then I understand. In the spacious office, Li Songshan sat at the center of the conference table. Behind him, the company's top executives stood. Behind the top executives, a group of security guards stood. This was Luo Ji's idea. When meeting with the workers, you must suppress the momentum in order to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, if the workers make trouble, it will not end well, and it may even lead to a strike. Chapter 79 New Underground City Project. All the problems have been solved. This is the worst situation. 3 workers came in, they were the elected representatives. Sure enough, Luo Ji's strategy was successful. After the 3 workers came in, they were suppressed by the momentum. You don't work properly, what do you want to talk about? Luo Ji looked serious. A brave worker said loudly, such a big thing has happened, we want to withdraw our salary and bonus in advance. Luo Ji knew very well that the reason they spoke so loudly was to build up their courage. This just shows that they are guilty now. He slammed the table hard, suppressing the workers' courage at once. What's the big deal? Isn't it just that Yi Linsheng was arrested? The company is not owned by Yi Linsheng alone. There are dozens of nationally renowned scientists and experts behind the Noah Group, and the world's top tycoons as backers. Yi Linsheng committed a crime. What does it have to do with the Noah Group? But we are worried about our money, the worker said timidly. Luo Ji sneered. When you entered the company, did you sign an agreement with the company? The agreement clearly states that bonuses and part of the salary will be paid at the end of March this year. If you withdraw in advance, it will be a breach of contract. If you breach the contract, You can only pay the basic salary. This kind of agreement is a trap that Yi Linsheng had laid long ago. It is designed to prevent these workers from terminating their contracts in advance. Once the workers terminate the contract, they will lose a lot of money. This forces them to keep working. A worker stood up and said, "Don't scare us. We have asked. This kind of agreement violates the labor law. We can go to arbitration." Luo Ji glanced at the worker, and it was obvious that the other party came prepared, which was a bit tricky. He thought he could suppress the workers with his momentum, but now it seems that he can't suppress them. Arbitration? By the time the arbitration is carried out, it will be the end of March. By that time, it will be time for us to pay the money. Is it meaningful? The human resources manager said. The workers looked at each other, all dumbfounded. This sentence is correct. If the dispute continues, it will be the end of March when the arbitration is over. If the company can survive until the end of March, they will get the money naturally. If the company cannot survive until the end of March, they will not get the money even after the arbitration. This is really a dilemma. The chairman Li Songsheng said, "Everyone, I understand your feelings very well. But I am very dissatisfied with you. Because you have no confidence in the company. This is a typical case of putting the blame on someone else." But it was very effective. The three representatives were speechless for a moment. To be honest, they were very happy working at Noah Group. The salary was high, the benefits were good, and the chairman Yi Linsheng was very amiable and generous. They felt a little guilty. Seeing that his question had worked, Li Songxi immediately said, "The company also understands your feelings. So, I will give you a plan. For those who have no confidence in the company and want to take the money and leave now, we will calculate according to your breach of contract and give you basic salary, and both parties will terminate the contract. Don't even think about taking a penny of the bonus or reward. If you still have confidence in the company, then continue to work. I promise that for workers who are willing to stay, an additional month's salary will be given as a bonus, and it will be paid out together with the rewards at the end of March." He and Luo Ji are typical examples of one playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop. When Li Songsheng was studying, he spent a long time studying employee management. In the past, he thought that he could help workers advocate for their rights after learning. Unexpectedly, the first practical application was to suppress the rights of workers. However, this was also a helpless move. Once you are in the arena, you cannot help yourself. Li Songsheng really understood this sentence. He also understood why some capitalists are not bad by nature, but do things so disgustingly. Several workers left unwillingly with this result. "Professor Luo, what do you think the workers will choose to do?" Li Songsheng asked. Luo Ji pointed at the HR manager and said, "I'm just a scholar. Our HR manager knows this kind of thing best." This HR manager was recruited from a famous large factory. He has a lot of experience. He said calmly, "The workers in our country are always honest. I'm sure that most of the workers will stay and continue to work. A few timid and well-funded ones will take the money and leave. And a very small number of knowledgeable workers will apply for arbitration. But the number will not exceed 1%. Will this small number of people not affect others? Don't worry. It won't. Unless it is a matter of life and death. It is natural for everyone to be timid and fearful. Major issues are minor ones. And minor issues are nothing. People in our country are most afraid of lawsuits, which are too troublesome," the HR manager said confidently. "And this is also the reason why 996 has been so popular." Everyone was silent. Capitalists will come up with various ways to squeeze the value of workers. And workers dare not resist. This is most obvious in some internet companies. 996. Even 997 has become the norm. So, the HR manager is so tough. This is beyond my expectation. I thought that the people in our country are all brave," Li Songsheng said. "No, of course they are brave, but they are more patient. Only when they can no longer bear it will their bravery burst out," Luo Ji said confidently. Li Songsheng understood. When the aliens appear, their bravery will be aroused, right? The HR manager added, "If we can't even pay the basic salary, their bloodiness will be aroused, and even excessive. It might cause damage to the underground city project." Li Songsheng nodded. "I understand. I will do whatever it takes to get them the basic salary." Li Songsheng found that he was too optimistic. The situation deteriorated very quickly. After the news of Yi Linsheng's arrest was reported, more explosive materials began to be dug out. The process of Yi Linsheng's rise to wealth was magnified, and then displayed in front of people. The first to bear the brunt were the boss lady Han Siwei and her girlfriends. The money they invested in Noah Group. Although they got their capital back long ago, they didn't get a penny of the huge profits. Now that Yi Linxing is in trouble, they can't get any more profits. These funds are not small numbers. On average, each person's assets are close to 100 million yuan. These women have accused Yi Linxing of shamelessness and cunning in various media. Then, the loans issued by various local banks to local underground city projects have collapsed. Not only can they not earn interest, but they can't even get back the principal. The heads of banks in various places, who are responsible for loans, have been dismissed. The wealthy businessmen who followed the trend and invested in underground cities in various places are also facing bankruptcy. Chapter 80. Yi Linxing was interrogated. Many of them borrowed huge sums of money from the bank and immediately invested in the local underground city project. As a result, the local underground city project had to stop construction due to a shortage of funds and became an unfinished project. All their investments went down the drain. Many people were chased by banks for debts and had to hide everywhere. The next to go bankrupt were the industrial chains and raw material suppliers related to the underground city. Manufacturers of cement, steel, stone, bricks, construction equipment, etc. could not collect a large amount of money for goods, and they all went into emergency and faced bankruptcy. The offshore drilling platform has stopped working due to lack of funds. The Interstellar Crossing Company has closed its doors. In the entire company, only 2 old men who are guarding the door are still working. Some small village banks, because of the huge amount of loans that could not be collected, and the depositors' concentrated runs, have directly declared bankruptcy and liquidation. For a time, there was a panic, and everything seemed to be an enemy. This incident had a huge impact, and the upper management urgently formed an emergency team to deal with the problems of Noah Group. The leader of the emergency team is none other than Zhong Hanliang, the director of the construction bureau. In a conference room somewhere, a meeting is going on. This is the meeting of the emergency team, and they are discussing how to deal with the problems of the Noah Group. According to the information we have so far, except for the Datong Town Underground City project, which is still under construction, all the projects of the Noah Group have been suspended, waiting for rectification. It is estimated that the debt amount of Noah Group's direct projects exceeds 5 trillion yuan, and the indirect and related unit debts are also close to 5 trillion yuan, and the total debt amount is as high as 10 trillion yuan. This number is shocking. If it is not handled properly, our economy will be affected, and more than 1 million people will be unemployed. Some local economies will even regress by 10 years, said Nan Dongyang, director of the economic department. This emergency response team brings together elites from 7 or 8 domestic deployments and dozens of departments. This also shows the importance that the upper echelons attach to the work of this team. I think that a short pain is worse than a long pain. For such a viciously expanding enterprise, it should be dealt with severely, strictly and quickly. And the underground city should be ordered to stop construction immediately. And the underground passage that has been excavated should be blown up to eliminate safety hazards. Yes, I agree. We should learn from the lesson. Act decisively. Reduce losses. Stop all production lines including shield machines. Dismantle redundant production lines. And quickly transform redundant production capacity. We must act quickly and try to reduce losses. Zhong Hanliang frowned slightly. Sure enough, Yi Linxing's speculation was correct. Many people used to praise Yi Linxing's rise, and praised him as a new generation of entrepreneurs in my country. But once Yi Linxing fell, they immediately turned their guns around and opened fire. Their statements were all so righteous and stern. All of this was predicted by Yi Linxing. Therefore, he begged himself to keep the underground city project, at least to carry out rectification according to the normal process. Rather than a severe and destructive rectification, give the underground city project a chance to breathe. After the discussion was a little quieter, Zhong Hanliang finally spoke. Everyone fell silent. After all, Director Zhong Hanliang is the leader of the emergency team, and the leader's words carry the most weight. Zhong Hanliang said, "The higher-ups have been teaching us that economic work is definitely not something that can be accomplished overnight. Governing a big country is like cooking a small fish. You have to fry it slowly. Never use a big stick and red dates. The same is true for the cleanup of Noah Group this time. We must fully consider all things before we can formulate the next plan." The meeting hall fell silent. Zhong Hanliang's words extinguished the enthusiasm and impulse of many people. Nan Dongyang, director of the economic department, agreed and said, "I agree with this point. Economic work cannot be rushed. And we must follow the trend. Nan Dongyang is the deputy leader of the emergency team. The leader and deputy leader spoke at the same time, which is of great significance. The originally tense atmosphere changed instantly. Everyone began to focus on stability and began to discuss how to deal with the aftermath. Zhong Hanliang said secretly in his heart, Yi Linsheng, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Next, it depends on you. What he didn't know was that his decision saved the entire human race. Special Detention Center. Ning Saixia followed Xu Weiman into the interrogation room. The interrogation room was very simple, with only a table and a desk lamp in the room. Other than that, there was nothing. There wasn't even a one-way mirror. Don't be nervous. Don't be afraid. Although Yi Linsheng is very powerful outside, he has no ability here. Xu Weiman sat down and arranged the pen and paper in front of him. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't be afraid of him. Ning Saixia nodded, okay. She was indeed very nervous. But not because she was afraid of Yi Linsheng, but because she was going to see Yi Linsheng. In the past, there were often times when she didn't see Yi Linsheng for a month or two. It has only been 10 days since she last saw Yi Linsheng. But she feels like she hasn't seen him for a long time. The desire to see him made her nervous. We have no choice but to ask you to participate in the interrogation. This Yi Linsheng is very cunning, and he hasn't revealed any useful information yet. Your presence may overwhelm his psychological defenses. Xu Weiman motioned Ning Saixia to sit down. Hearing the sound of the iron chain being dragged outside, Ning Saixia became nervous. She quickly sat down, avoiding the strong light of the desk lamp, and looked at the door. The door slowly opened, revealing a face that was haggard, but calm, because he hadn't groomed himself. His face was covered with stubble. This made Yi Linsheng look tougher, even more attractive than before. In his prison uniform, Yi Linsheng looked like a TV drama hero. Ning Saixia's heart couldn't help but pound. She realized that her love for Yi Linsheng had penetrated deep into her bones. Now, she didn't look like a mature, independent woman, but more like a little girl meeting her lover. She even raised her hand, wanting to say hello to Yi Linsheng. It was just because of the light from the desk lamp that Yi Linsheng couldn't see the situation in the room clearly. Nor could he see her waving. So she tidied her hair to resolve the embarrassment. Yi Linsheng, you are so stubborn. What's the point? Wouldn't it be better to explain the problem earlier and get rid of it earlier? Yi Linsheng grinned and wanted to laugh but couldn't. He sat down heavily and shook his head. No. It's not time yet. I have to insist on it. Insist on what? Do you think you can still get away with it? Xu Weiman really couldn't understand Yi Linsheng's thoughts. No matter how strong your background is, no one can save you. You'd better give up as soon as possible. Besides, you don't seem to have any backing. Xu Weiman picked up a document and shook it. I have investigated your entire background. In the business world, you have some connections. In the scientific world, you have more connections. But in the officialdom, you have no connections at all. Your persistence is meaningless. Moreover, with the evidence we have now, even if you don't say a word, it is enough to determine your guilt. Xu Weiman said. Let's not waste time, okay? Yi Linsheng forced a smile. I will not admit to any of the crimes. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. The testimony of others is enough for you to spend the rest of your life in prison. Economic crimes, I will be sentenced to 10 years at most. Xu Weiman's face became serious. You leaked rocket technology. What about this crime? You are framing me. There is no evidence, and no witnesses. Xu Weiman moved the desk lamp away, letting the light shine slightly on Ning Saixia. Do you think she is a witness? Xu Weiman stared at Yi Linsheng expectantly, hoping to see shock on his face, and then despair. Because the person who knew best that Yi Linsheng had leaked the secret was Ning Saixia. Chapter 81. The night before the announcement of the breaking news, the investment in the city of Pagan, a neighboring country in the south, was arranged by Ning Saixia. So, Xu Weiman asked Ning Saixia to participate in the interrogation. Ning Saixia's participation should make Yi Linsheng completely desperate. But what surprised Xu Weiman was that Yi Linsheng was indeed surprised, but not shocked, but pleasantly surprised. His expression was not desperate at all, but seemed to have rekindled hope. Yi Linsheng, just tell the truth. Now, your NOAA group has stopped all projects except the Datong Town project. The state has set up an emergency team, headed by Zhong Hanliang, director of the Construction Bureau, and is taking inventory of the NOAA group and rectifying it. You can't hide away. Ning Saixia didn't give Xu Weiman a chance to stop her. and told him all the outside situation in one breath. Yi Linxing was obviously relieved, and his original haggardness and worry were gone. For him, Zhong Hanliang was the team leader, and everything was the best result. The last stone in his heart finally fell. This made Xu Weiman suspicious. He began to wonder if it was a mistake to let Ning Saixia participate in the interrogation today. But the next moment, he was relieved again, because Yi Linxing's expression became very strange, and seemed to be loosened. "So you reported me?" Yi Linxing said in a low voice. "Yes. I can't watch you do something that goes against the interests of the country." Yi Linxing, in addition to you, Luo Qingyu and Boss Chang were arrested. The only project in the company that is still operating poorly is the underground city project in Datong Town. You are finished. You should stop holding on. It is time to confess. Xu Weiman frowned. He found that Ning Saixia said too much. Yi Linxing, tell the truth. What else can you deny? Yi Linxing finally spoke. Yes, I did sign a rocket technology transfer agreement with the people in Bagan City. But this agreement has not been actually implemented. Until now, the technicians in Bagan City have only learned basic knowledge, not technology that needs to be kept confidential. I didn't leak the secrets. I was just committing fraud. The target of the fraud was the neighboring city of Pagan, and the purpose was to attract their investment. Xu Weiman perked up. This was the first time Yi Linxing admitted his crime. This is your one-sided statement. If it was just to attract investment, why didn't you tear up the contract when you had sufficient funds? Yi Linxing smiled bitterly. Do I dare? They are an organization with armed forces. If I break the contract, they will definitely send someone to kill me. So, I had to delay the transfer of the core technology until March. That only means that you failed to leak the secret. Haha, you don't understand. It is impossible to leak the secret. It is not only the city of Pagan, but also the great Yuezhi kingdom. They will never get the core technology of the rocket. Why? Because, by March, I will either be arrested, or there is no need to leak the secret. Xu Weiman felt that he didn't understand. But Yi Linxing didn't explain it either. He turned to look at Ning Saixia. I look forward to seeing your masterpiece on March 1st. This sentence made Xu Weiman puzzled. He secretly turned his head to look at Ning Saixia, but found that Ning Saixia was excited. Her eyes were shining, and she kept staring at Yi Linxing without blinking. He felt that there must be many secrets between Ning Saixia and Yi Linxing. This time, it seemed to be a mistake to let Ning Saixia participate in the interrogation. In the following interrogation, Yi Linxing became very cooperative and explained everything clearly. These evidences were enough to allow the case to enter the next process, which was to file a public prosecution and enter the court trial stage. When sending Ning Saixia away, Xu Weiman looked at her and found that she was completely different from when she first came in. Her face was glowing, and her mood was also clear to the gloom just now, becoming sunny and cheerful. He intuitively felt that there was something fishy between Ning Saixia and Yi Linxing, but as to what it was, he could not judge. At the end of February, news kept coming out every day, and every piece of news was extremely unfavorable to Noah Group. All these news were related to Yi Linxing. The first thing to be dug out was Yi Linxing's history of making a fortune. His first pot of gold actually came from 2 stolen money. The first came from a powerful accountant in a medium-sized enterprise. He used his position to embezzle nearly 100 million yuan of public funds, which was intercepted by Yi Linxing and became Yi Linxing's startup capital. Yi Linxing has admitted this, and his accomplices Maozi and Boss Chang have also admitted it. The second came from a black-hearted boss of a plastic surgery hospital. This boss used deception and malicious marketing to earn a lot of money from the vast number of beauty-loving women. As a result, Yi Linxing used high-return investment as bait, and transferred the funds to Yi Linxing through futures trading. And this boss also died in a car accident on the highway for unknown reasons. This news caused great controversy among the people. After all, these 2 sums of money were black money, which made Yi Linxing look like a thief. Yi Linxing's diehard fans seized on this incident and widely promoted Yi Linxing as a modern version of a thief, not a notorious villain. Of course, mainstream public opinion still believes that Yi Linxing's first pot of gold came from an illegal source. More explosive news about Yi Linxing continued to be released. He set up a private fund account and privately collected funds for investment. This also escalated the controversy about Yi Linxing again. Die-hard fans believe that Yi Linxing did not make investors lose money. On the contrary, he also made every investor get their principal back. Even if Yi Linxing had not been arrested, These investors would have earned at least 20 times the principal. If this money is deposited in a bank, the interest rate will be pitifully low, and it may disappear without a trace and become an insurance product or a financial product. Compared with banks, Yi Linqing's private equity fund is very conscientious. However, Yi Linqing's haters counterattacked, saying that investors will never get these profits. Yi Linqing is just running a new type of Ponzi scheme. These news were all leaked earlier, and there are constant disputes in society. However, as the case was heard, more and more shocking news came out. After these news came out, no matter whether they were die-hard fans or haters, they stopped expressing their opinions, because they could not express their opinions, and could only express their shock with a national curse. Yi Linqing used the underground city project to swindle loans and investments crazily. Hundreds of banks were defrauded of huge loans by Yi Linqing. In particular, some small banks in villages and towns lent all their assets to Yi Linqing, causing these small banks to face bankruptcy. The emergency teams appointed by the state have now urgently entered various banks to count and investigate. It is said that a large number of these small banks will definitely go bankrupt, and no one will cover the bottom. These news have caused a sensation. It has also made life even more difficult for Noah Group. The companies related to Noah Group have also closed down one after another. It seems that Noah Group and Yi Linqing himself will fall into an irretrievable situation. But no one knows that on March 1st, there will be another important news to be announced. The person who announced it is the well-known reporter Ning Saixia. Once this news is announced, it will inevitably cause a huge shock in the country. It will also cause a huge shock in the world. Chapter 82: A Decision, Saving Countless Lives. Yi Linqing's news also had a huge impact on the Shield Machine Manufacturing Company. In the newest factory of the Shield Machine Manufacturing Company, it was surrounded by a crowd. This is where the expanded Shield Machine production line is located. Now it has been surrounded by upstream raw material manufacturers. Although Ning Yongsheng announced that production would continue, the atmosphere of the entire production workshop has completely changed. The technical workers on the assembly line were moved. The smarter ones started looking for the next buyer. They all thought that if Noah Group collapsed, the Shield Machine Manufacturing Company that had taken a large number of orders would definitely collapse. Especially since Ning Yongsheng continued to produce Shield machines according to the contract, which cost a large amount of money. The company might also be dragged down if they didn't find the next buyer now. When the company went bankrupt, a large number of workers would be unemployed at the same time, and they would not be able to find any good jobs. In this uneasy atmosphere, the efficiency of the factory dropped sharply. The worst news came yesterday. The deposit that was supposed to be received did not arrive. The company's finance department called Noah Group to inquire about the payment, but the head of Noah Group hesitated for a long time and did not give any clear answer. This ignited the irritability of the employees of the Shield Machine Manufacturing Company. The entire workshop stopped working immediately, and the workers began to clamor for salary settlement. The most troublesome thing was that the upstream companies that provided raw materials rushed over to collect the final payment after receiving the news. These people gathered in the workshop, and some people started to move their raw materials away. The scene was very chaotic. Ning Yongsheng sighed, and he knew that the most worrying thing had happened. As long as Noah Group started to default, it would mean that their capital chain was broken. The subsequent deposit and balance payment would not be paid. The pressure was all on the Shield Machine Manufacturing Company. Now they not only had to pay the balance of the raw materials and the workers' wages, but also the huge principal and high interest borrowed from the bank for expansion. The ability of banks to change their attitudes according to the situation is the most disgusting. Since Yi Linqing was arrested, the banks with a keen sense of smell have taken action. They have been urging the company to repay the loan in advance and put pressure on the company from all sides. They will not hesitate to use any means. This is the face of the bank. When you make money, the bank will rush to give the money to you. Once you have a problem, the first one to kill you is the bank. In the past, it was supported by the deposit paid by Noah Group. Now that Noah Group has defaulted, the situation is out of control. With so many creditors attacking together, the Shield Machine Manufacturing Company may be on the verge of bankruptcy. This is the most dangerous time Ning Yongsheng has faced. Chairman, we cannot settle the raw material payment from the upstream manufacturers, the financial staff warned. If we settle, there will really be no money in the account. The assistant said, if we don't settle the bill, they can do anything. An upstream manufacturer said that if we don't settle the bill, they will dismantle our production line and take it away to pay off the debt. The deputy general manager said disdainfully. Tow it away if you want to. I was against blind expansion at the beginning. Now it's all right. What I predicted has happened. Let them take it away now, just as if we had never expanded production. Ning Yongsheng frowned and said, that won't do. It's easy to dismantle the production line. It will take a day or two. But to rebuild the production line, it will take 3 to 5 months, or even longer. We must keep the production line. What's the point of keeping the production line? The deputy general manager was very uncomfortable. Ning Yongsheng was very persistent. I have a feeling that this time it's not that simple. Dismantling the production line is the most unwise approach. The deputy general manager felt that his opinion was not taken seriously. From the very beginning, he opposed the expansion of the production line. It was only because Ning Yongsheng insisted that he had to agree. He said coldly, Chairman, if we dismantle the production line, we can actively transform production, remove excess production capacity, and reduce the burden on the company. Chairman Ning Yongsheng insisted, it cannot be dismantled. The production line is our foundation. We are a shield machine manufacturing company, and we do not need to transform. The deputy general manager wanted to say something, but the chairman Ning Yongsheng said sternly, this matter, it is settled. The deputy general manager swallowed back the words that were about to come out. He looked at the chairman Ning Yongsheng gloomily, sneered, and no longer objected. He also figured it out. If the chairman Ning Yongsheng made the wrong decision this time, he would lose his position as the chairman. It's his turn to be the boss of this company. Ning Yongsheng turned to the finance department and said, notify them to pay the balance of the raw materials first. What about the workers' wages and bank loans? Don't worry about the banks. It's not due yet. We just need to pay the interest on time. As for the wages, try to appease them and pay them in half. Let's get through the current difficulties first. Ning Yongsheng didn't know that his decision saved countless lives. Chapter 83 Yi Linqing's Trump Card. Just when these news were flying all over the sky, on March 1 st, a heavy news shocked the whole country again, even the whole world. And the source of this news came from the well-known reporter Ning Saixia. This news was even more explosive, making Yi Linqing's image more confusing. The debate between die-hard fans and black fans escalated again. Before the news broke on March 1 st, people had many puzzles about Yi Linqing's behavior. Whether it was black fans or die-hard fans, they all felt confused about Yi Linqing's motives. According to economists, Yi Linqing's underground city tourism project is simply an exaggerated project. Yi Linqing's actions also indirectly confirm this. First of all, Yi Linqing himself is not optimistic about the underground city tourism project, which can be seen from his large number of water army promotions of the journey to the center of the earth tourism project. He also sells tickets for the journey to the center of the earth at a very low price. Buy a ticket. Not only can you participate in the geocentric tourism project, but also have a big meal, stay in a 5-star hotel, and receive exquisite souvenirs. Buying is earning. These are obviously burning money. The purpose is to create a false impression of prosperity. Yi Linqing also fabricated false sales data and financial statements to create a false impression of prosperity for the underground city tourism project. This also shows that Yi Linqing himself is not optimistic about this project. The most strange thing is that, despite being so pessimistic about this project, he invested all the money he cheated into underground city projects across the country. This is very puzzling. If an ordinary liar got so much money, he would definitely abscond with the money. But he didn't. He didn't take a penny. He invested all in the underground city project. The current audit results are the same. All the nearly 5 trillion yuan of investment all went into the underground city project, rocket project and drilling projects. Yi Linqing and his management team didn't put a penny into their own pockets. There is another strange thing. Yi Linqing's actions obviously can't be concealed for too long. At most 1 or 2 years will definitely be exposed. He has so many elite talents. It is said that there are a large number of scientists under his command. They must know that Yi Linqing's approach is not advisable. But no one stopped him. This is simply the behavior of a madman. Only a madman would do such a useless thing. But Yi Linqing did it. But his subordinates and the team of scientists he hired also supported him in doing it. There is no other more reasonable explanation for all this except madness. It was not until Ning Saixia's revelation came out that everything could be explained. Because Ning Saixia told everyone that there was only one reason for Yi Linqing's actions. On March 9, an alien exploration spacecraft would enter the solar system and begin to search for planets with life in the solar system. Blue Planet will be discovered by aliens. And once Blue Planet is discovered by aliens, humanity will face the end of the world. All humans on Blue Planet will be wiped out by aliens. Human civilization will end. Yi Linqing predicted all this in advance, so everything he did was to prepare for saving humanity. And the way to save humanity is to artificially create a false illusion of the end of the world, cover up the traces of human civilization, and deceive the aliens. Let the aliens think that there is no civilization on the Blue Planet, and it is not suitable for immigration. Prevent humans from falling into the situation of extinction. This message is actually a video, recorded a week before Yi Linqing was arrested. The appearance of this video once again caused national public opinion to explode. Yi Linqing's black fans and iron fans fought more fiercely online. In a conference center meeting room, the emergency teamwork meeting was held here. However, now everyone is not in a meeting, but watching the video that Ning Saixie posted online. On the big screen, Yi Linqing stood by the river, talking to the camera. The dark circles under his eyes reminded people that he must be very tired. But his tone was still passionate. Everyone, I will be in prison soon. News about me will soon ferment on the internet. Everyone must be very confused about what I did. Perhaps only madness can explain what I did. But what I want to tell you is that I am not crazy. On the contrary, I am very rational. Here, I will tell people around the world a piece of important news that concerns the safety of all mankind. After you hear this news, you will know that what I did was not crazy, but rather insufficient. I can responsibly predict the future for everyone. At 2:30 a.m. on March 9th, outside the ecliptic plane of the solar system, in the direction of the Ursa Major constellation, there will be a detection satellite launched by aliens. It will cut into the ecliptic plane of the solar system at a very high speed, and then detect the planets and satellites of the solar system from the outside to the inside. If we do not make any preparations, it will arrive above the Blue Planet in a year. Observe the Blue Planet for 10 days, and take it all human behavior. 10 days later, it will leave quickly. 3 years later, an alien fleet will appear in the starry sky outside the ecliptic. They will reach Blue Star in less than a year. Humanity will be wiped out by aliens, and Blue Star will become their colony. Don't ask me how I know. I can only tell you that I can predict the future. In order to save mankind, I invited dozens of scientists with great achievements in various fields across the country to conduct systematic research and discussion, and came to a conclusion that there is only one way to save mankind, and that is to turn Blue Star into an uninhabitable planet. In this way, aliens will no longer be interested in our planet, and we humans can have a chance to survive. As for humans, they will all move into underground cities 2,500 meters deep underground to live for decades, or even hundreds of years. According to scientists' calculations, the probability of detection satellites discovering the trajectory of human activities below 2,500 meters from space is extremely low. If all humans move underground, they can effectively avoid the observation of alien detection satellites. Moving to live in an underground city is the only choice for us humans. However, this matter is too absurd and will not be recognized by mainstream society. Therefore, I have made the above crazy actions, hoping to use my own strength to strive for a glimmer of survival for the entire human race. It also lays a good foundation for the construction of the underground city. Now the aliens are arriving in the solar system. It is not long before I am arrested. I beg you here, before the aliens arrive, that is, before 2 a.m. on March 9, please turn off all communication equipment. Keep radio silence. Although I have placed 8 signal jammers in space, their lifespan is also limited. They can only last for a week at most. Chapter 80 for the pro-Yi faction and the anti-Yi faction. Moreover, I am very worried whether all signals can be completely blocked. I sincerely hope that everyone can stop all wireless communication methods at that time. Of course, you may doubt my statement. To be honest, I also hope that my prediction is wrong, but unfortunately, the reason why I have been able to develop to this point this year is because of my prediction. Every prediction I make is very accurate. So, I ask everyone, especially the bigwigs who are in charge of the life and death of the Underground City project, before the 9th, please show mercy, and don't destroy all my efforts in the past year. Underground cities are difficult to build, but easy to destroy. This is the only hope left for mankind. As for my personal trial, I have no regrets, and I accept whatever the result is. The video ended, and there was silence in the venue. Although everyone has seen this video, after watching it now, everyone's hearts are still full of emotion and doubts. If what Yi Linqing said was true, then all his actions can be understood. He made money crazily, and crazily raised money, and then madly invested in the construction of the underground city. In order to speed up the construction, he also vigorously stimulated the expansion of shield machines and their upstream and downstream industries. In order to produce related supporting facilities, he invested heavily, stimulating the development of various industries related to hiding underground, such as air purifiers, artificial food synthesis mass production, water recycling equipment, and temperature control equipment. Regardless of whether his predictions are true or not, at least he and his followers in the end sect believe in it completely, and are working hard to develop in this direction. He is indeed crazy, but it is a purposeful madness. Sometimes, there is no difference between a madman and a genius. However, Yi Linqing's prediction was too incredible. Humans have never obtained any information about aliens for so many years. Suddenly, aliens came. This is really unacceptable. Everyone, what do you think after watching this video? Zhong Hanyang asked. Someone said, this is simply nonsense. If aliens really come, what are our astronomers doing? Have they discovered nothing? After all, we have not yet discovered any planets with life in the universe except the blue planet. It's hard to say. The universe is so big, and it has existed for so many years. It is inevitable that there are other lives. I think, if there are aliens, we would have discovered them long ago. Ahem. Everyone. I want everyone to discuss what to do next. Not whether there are aliens. Zhong Hanyang stopped everyone's argument. I think Yi Linqing is talking nonsense. Even if he is not considering his own selfish interests. He is just a lunatic. A fanatic. We must not stop the cleanup of Noah Group. Yes. Not only can we not stop, but we must speed up. Yi Linqing's purpose is to drag it out with such a lame excuse. This will cause a huge negative impact, and the country will have to step in to cover the bottom, and his purpose will be achieved. Deputy Team Leader Nan Dongyang, Director of the Economic Department, retorted, what good will this do him? He is now in custody, and the charge is the crime of leaking secrets. He will never be able to get out in his lifetime. What does the life and death of Noah Group have to do with him? Whether the state provides a guarantee or not, his sentence will not be reduced at all. People stopped talking. Nan Dongyang said, Team Leader, Deputies, today is March 1st. There are only 9 short days left until the time Yi Linqing mentioned. In these 9 days, we will continue to clean up and rectify step by step. My suggestion is that destructive rectification must not be carried out. For example, equipment cannot be dismantled, the underground city cannot be destroyed, and the personnel cannot be dismissed on the spot. This is in line with our practice and is not against the rules. Let's wait and see if anything will happen on March 9th. Some people began to agree. I agree with Deputy Group Leader Nan's opinion. Our work is already in progress. This is not a violation of the law for personal gain. We are just slightly changing the focus of our work, putting destructive work at the end and auditing and cleaning work at the front. What if what Yi Linqing said is true? This opinion was gradually accepted by most people. Zhong Hanyang then said, okay, let's do it. We will clean up the accounts first. As for the destructive work, leave it for later. You should also notify everyone that it is strictly forbidden to destroy the construction of the underground city. It is strictly forbidden to demolish various production workshops and equipment. And it is strictly forbidden to damage production tools. Of course, don't say that it is because of the influence of Yi Linqing's video. This is our normal cleanup process. I hope everyone understands this. In contrast to the rational discussion of the emergency team, the folk saying is very different. The internet is divided into 2 groups. One is the pro-Yi group, and the other is the anti-Yi group. Originally, most people thought that Yi Linqing's statement was too absurd. Humans have never seen aliens since ancient times. The so-called UFOs were finally proven to have nothing to do with aliens. Yi Linqing's so-called speculation was too unrealistic. However, when dozens of well-known scientists came out to support Yi Linqing, the number of pro-Yi people began to increase slowly. Especially after Ning Saixia released many empirical evidences of Yi Linqing's successful predictions, the number of pro-Yi people gradually became not much less than that of the anti-Yi people. Among these empirical evidences, Yi Linqing successfully predicted the collapse of Laji Pharmaceuticals, Yang Dongchen's car accident, the cash hidden by the accountant, the achievements of the 7th Biological Research Institute of Hangzhou, the scam of the new energy, and the trend of international commodities. However, the reliability of these empirical evidences is also full of controversy. Various experts from a certain audiovisual field have come out to analyze these empirical evidences. Some people say that Yi Linxing is just a financial trader, not a god who can predict the future. Some people think that Yi Linxing has traveled back from the future and knows everything. Some people think that Yi Linxing is a big liar, but his methods are just a little more sophisticated than others. These experts are very sure about what they say. It is unknown whether others believe it or not, but they believe it first. People's arguments about Yi Linxing are everywhere in the streets and alleys. This has also become the most popular topic of discussion among the people. Jianhai City. Haicheng Coffee Shop. The proprietress Han Siwei looked at the stock market listlessly. The recent market is very strange. Although few people believe in Yi Linxing's predictions in the stock market, the market sentiment is very unstable. Chapter 85: The Anxious Lady Boss. The market was in chaos, which caused Han Siwei to lose a lot of money. However, her mind was not on the stock market, but on Yi Linxing. When she heard that Yi Linxing was arrested, she cried secretly. Although Yi Linxing cheated her, he did not let her lose money. Han Siwei did not hate Yi Linxing. On the contrary, she was very worried about Yi Linxing's safety. Rumor has it that Yi Linxing was not only guilty of economic crimes, but more importantly, of leaking secrets. This crime is a serious crime. If the crime is proven, Yi Linxing will never get out of jail. This made her very worried. So, she has been in low spirits these days. The phone rang. It was her best friend, Xiao Han. We are going to the city hall to petition tomorrow and ask Noah Group to compensate us. You must come. I won't go, Han Siwei said impatiently. Shaolin didn't cheat you of your money. How could he not cheat? My profit is more than 10 times. And he still owes me more than 100 million. Your capital is only 10 million. And Shaolin has already paid it back to you. Xiao Han, I think you have a problem too. You must have colluded with Yi Linxing to cheat us. Tell me, did Yi Linxing secretly give you the money and bribe you? The best friend on the phone was getting more and more outrageous. Han Siwei was angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Tell me honestly, did Xiao Yi give you the principal? I was given the principal, but where is my interest? Where is my profit? Yi Linxing is a liar. The tone of the person on the phone became more and more harsh. I think you are in cahoots with Yi Linxing. You divorced because of him. Right. Han Siwei hung up the phone directly. Because of this investment, she has offended all her best friends. These best friends obviously did not suffer any losses. Yi Linxing had already returned their principal to them. This shows that Yi Linxing is not a liar at all, and he did not want to cheat them of their money. Yi Linxing just borrowed their money to make his first pot of gold. But they all agreed that Yi Linxing cheated them, cheated their profits. Some even thought that Han Siwei and Yi Linxing were in the same group. This left Han Siwei speechless. Xiao Yi, you really need money, tell your sister, I will support you. Why do you want to commit a crime? Han Siwei's eyes turned red, and a line of tears slowly flowed down. Suddenly, the conversation next to her came into her ears. What do you think? Is what Yi Linxing said true or false? Several young men and women were discussing while watching the video. Hearing the 3 words Yi Linxing, Han Siwei suddenly became alert, and she quickly listened attentively. It must be fake. No aliens have been found in so many years. Some scientists have said that the universe is so big, although there may be alien civilizations, because the distance is too far, there will never be communication between civilizations. The human beings on the blue planet are destined to be lonely. A boy wearing glasses said. The beautiful girl who was traveling with him shook her head. I don't think you are right. Yi Linxing is not a fool. He invested all his money in the underground city. If there are no aliens, is he crazy? This is also a microcosm of the current pro-Yi faction and anti-Yi faction. The pro-Yi faction is mostly girls, and the anti-Yi faction is mostly men. Girls are emotional and are attracted by Yi Linxing's appearance and desperate character, while men are more rational, and they infer from various past experiences that aliens cannot exist. Don't argue, wait until the 9th, everything will be clear, someone said. Han Siwei leaned over. What were you talking about just now? The girl handed the phone to Han Siwei. Boss lady, we are talking about this video. Han Siwei took the phone, clicked it, and watched it once. Unconsciously, tears flowed again. Boss lady, have you ever been cheated by Yi Linxing? The boy with glasses asked tactlessly. Get out. Yi Linxing is a good man. He won't cheat. Get out. Han Siwei suddenly exploded. She put her hands on her hips and pointed at these people and shouted. The young man and woman saw that something was wrong. and quickly scanned the code to pay, and slipped away. Han Siwei sat down, and slowly calmed down. The next moment, she cried again. She cried because she felt sorry for Yi Linsheng. She absolutely believed in Yi Linsheng. She believed every word Yi Linsheng said. She only then knew what kind of stigma Yi Linsheng was carrying. He chose to take on such a big thing alone. He shouldered the fate of all mankind alone. Now she understood why Yi Linsheng wanted to make money so crazily, even at the cost of breaking the law, because he cared about the world and the safety of all mankind. She felt sorry for Yi Linsheng. The next moment, she picked up her phone and wanted to send the video to her girlfriends. However, she failed, because she blocked them all. And they blocked her too. Han Siwei did not give up. She continued to forward the video in her circle of friends, personal signature, message board, space, and chat. She wanted to tell people all over the world that Yi Linsheng was not a liar. Not only was he not a liar, he was also a hero. A great hero who endured humiliation and bore heavy burdens. Ning Saixia's home. There was a knock on the door. Ning Saixia, who was not wearing any makeup, opened the door in a neatly dressed state. "I am here, a little slower than I thought." She walked to the table lightly and poured 3 cups of tea. There were 3 people who came: Xu Weiman, Xiao Shanghai and Chu Zixin. The 3 people had different expressions. Xu Weiman was very calm, Xiao Shanghai was very depressed, and Chu Zixin was very angry. But facing the calm Ning Saixia, the 3 people also chose to control their emotions. Sitting down at the table, Xu Weiman looked around the room. This is a very comfortable 1-bedroom apartment. About 40 to 50 square meters, the bedroom is connected to the living room, with a curtain in the middle. The bedroom can be seen from the living room. The bedroom is clean and tidy, the bedding is folded up and covered with a layer of cloth. Not only the bed, but other places that are easy to get dusty are covered with cloth. It looks like you are preparing for a long journey. Are you going on a long journey? Ning Saixia smiled. Aren't you going with you? Xu Weiman and Xiao Shanghai exchanged glances. It seems that you are really Yi Linsheng's person. Not physically, but mentally. Ning Saixia sat down. Ask whatever you want to ask. Once you go in, the environment will be depressing. I'm afraid I won't want to say anything. Chu Zixin whispered. It seems that you have been ready to go in. Ning Saixia did not answer. Xu Weiman sat down, took out a pen and paper, and unscrewed the pen cap. Okay. Let's take notes here. The first question is, you and Yi Linsheng colluded, right? Yes. Then why did you expose Yi Linsheng for leaking secrets? You know, the crime of leaking secrets is much more serious than economic crimes. Ning Saixia smiled, but it can be delayed for a month. Chapter 86. Ning Saixia, who plays infernal affairs. Xu Weiman understood, Xiao Shanghai also understood, Chu Zixin understood, but refused to believe it. Yi Linsheng asked Ning Saixia to report him, which was just a temporary solution. If Yi Linsheng did not take action, Xiao Shanghai would arrest him. This might ruin Yi Linsheng's plan. But because of Ning Saixia's report, the Security Bureau intervened in full. Xiao Shanghai's work had to be stopped. This gave Yi Linsheng a month. But this is too crazy. The maximum penalty for leaking secrets is death. As for economic crimes, you can get out after a few years in prison. This is not just a temporary solution. Do you believe what Yi Linsheng said? No. Then why do you want to cooperate with Yi Linsheng? I believe him. Ning Saixia's answer surprised Xiao Shanghai and Xu Weiman. Xiao Shanghai thought, do you like him? I like him. But it has nothing to do with believing in him. Ning Saixia poured herself a cup of tea and drank it slowly. I believe in him, regardless of whether I like him or not. Seeing the puzzled look on Xiao Shanghai and Xu Weiman's faces, she added, just like those scientists believe in him. You know, academician Zhao Liyong does not believe that aliens will come, but he still chooses to stand on Yi Linsheng's side, because he believes in Yi Linsheng. Just like me. Xu Weiman and Xiao Shanghai were silent. Academician Zhao Liyong is a hot candidate for this year's Nobel Prize. He has made a major breakthrough in the study of telomerase. Human lifespan may be extended, and the extension time will exceed human cognition. This research has been rated as one of the greatest discoveries of this century. Such a person is also a member of the last religion. This shows that Yi Linsheng is indeed capable. He is a murderer, Chu Zixin said coldly. Ning Saixia was stunned for a moment, and found Chu Zixin's cold eyes, and said, according to my understanding, he would not kill anyone. Without waiting for Chu Zixin to speak, she continued, even if he killed someone, there must be a reason for doing so. Chu Zixin wanted to say something, but Xiao Shanghai stopped him. Did Yi Linqing instruct you to spread the video online? Yes, Ning Saixia said frankly. Yi Linqing had made all preparations before going to prison. Xu Weimin interrupted. He has always denied all the charges and refused to explain the problems. Just to make you a witness and get a chance to meet him. Right? Yes, Ning Saixia said frankly. The timing of the video release is critical. If the situation is not good, the video must be released early. But this will affect the influence of the video. Only if it is released in the last few days, it will have the greatest influence. But Yi Linqing is worried that if the video is released too late, many of our achievements will be destroyed. Therefore, he needs to decide when to release the video according to the situation. Xu Weimin smiled bitterly. As a result, I was tricked. I took you into the interrogation room so that you could pass the latest news to Yi Linqing. Yi Linqing also passed the information to you, asking you to release the video on March 1st? Yes. You are the infernal affairs. Finally, you did not disappoint his expectations. Looking at Ning Saixia's calm face, Xu Weimin lost interest in asking further questions. Since you are ready, let's go. Chu Zixin suddenly interrupted. How much do you know about Yi Linqing's murder of me? Ning Saixia's expression became serious. I have never heard of it. He instructed his subordinate Maozi to put drugs in our coffee, and then shined a strong light on the road, causing the driver to be temporarily blinded, causing a car accident. Stop talking. Xiao Shanghai stopped him. But Chu Zixin ignored him, and said excitedly, Yi Linqing murdered my subordinate Xiaoli? Did you know that? His hands are stained with blood. You actually regard him as a hero. Ning Saixia looked at Chu Zixin strangely. Whether he is a hero or not, everything will be clear when we reach number 9. As for you saying that his hands are stained with blood, I believe that if he had to be stained with blood, he would have used the blood of one person to save the lives of billions of people. He would rather choose to bear the crime of murder than to complete his great cause. This is Yi Linqing. Chu Zixin wanted to say something, but couldn't. Xiao Shanghai and Xu Weimin exchanged glances. They all had a feeling that if Yi Linqing's prediction was false, then he was a very terrible brainwashing demon. He brainwashed an independent reporter into a diehard fan. Emergency team office. Team leader Zhong Hanliang looked at the video and was full of doubts. He couldn't tell whether Yi Linqing's prediction was true, but he was shocked by Yi Linqing's actions. Yi Linqing actually announced the news of aliens to the whole world. This pushed himself into a dead end. But it was obvious that Yi Linqing was sure that aliens would come. Otherwise, not only would his life be in danger, but his reputation would also become infamous. This also showed that Yi Linqing was really sure that aliens would come. This made Zhong Hanliang a little uncertain. Before the news was announced, Zhong Hanliang only believed 1/10 that aliens would come. After the news was announced, he now believed Yi Linqing's words 1/3 of the time. The phone rang. This was an internal hotline. Only urgent matters, or the upper management, would call this number. Zhong Hanliang calmed down and picked up the phone. Hello, Zhong Hanliang. It's being processed. Yes, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Hanliang was full of nervousness. It was indeed a call from the upper management. They asked him to rush to the designated location before this afternoon. Although the reason was not explained, any fool could guess that it was definitely because of the video released by Yi Linqing. Zhong Hanliang pressed the call button, prepare a helicopter, and notify the deputy team leader to put down all the work in his hands and come to the office. Half an hour later, a helicopter landed on the rooftop helipad. Zhong Hanliang and the 2 deputy team leaders hurriedly boarded the helicopter and flew to the north in the sunset. Shield Machine Manufacturing Company. Ning Yongxing put down the video in his hand. He exhaled slowly. Although Yi Linqing's words were too mysterious, he felt vaguely that his decision was correct. Saving the production line might really save the people's lifeline. The door opened, and a group of company executives rushed in. Seeing Ning Yongxing had been waiting in the office for a long time, they were a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, Ning Yongxing, the chairman and general manager, would be the last to enter the meeting room. But today, it was unusual. Ning Yongxing actually entered the meeting room earlier than anyone else, which also showed that this meeting was very strange. After everyone arrived, Ning Yongxing spoke. I declare that all production lines will resume production, and employees will start working overtime. We must return to the previous progress. Chapter 87 Internal Conflict. Deputy General Manager Wu Dafu said gloomily, Chairman, it seems that you have watched Yi Linsheng's video. Yes. You have been brainwashed by Yi Linsheng. Ning Yongsheng said indifferently, no one can brainwash me. Deputy General Manager Wu Dafu stood up. Chairman, you are pushing our company into the fire. Yi Linsheng's words are lies, full of nonsense. The shield machines we produce now cannot be digested by the market in 10 years. We have to rush the work now. Isn't this going to kill the company? The financial director also stood up and said, Chairman, think twice. Noah Group has collapsed. The door of their company is blocked by creditors. It is impossible for them to pay us the deposit and the final payment. If we continue to produce, and large-scale production, it will seriously consume our funds. If this goes on, within half a year, our company will definitely go bankrupt. The sales director who agreed with Ning Yongsheng the most also said, Chairman, or, let's wait and see, and resume production after the 9th. Ning Yongsheng shook his head slightly. It's too late. It has been delayed for a long time now. And production must be resumed immediately. There was silence in the meeting room. Did you hear that? Inform everyone that full production will be resumed starting tonight. Chairman, the employees will not agree without wages. Is the money in the account enough to pay the wages? If all is paid, it is not enough. The management salary will not be paid for the time being, only the worker's salary. Is it enough? Enough. Then pay the workers' wages first. But we still have a lot of places where we need money. Use my shares as collateral and borrow money. Ning Yongsheng's attitude was surprising. This was simply a desperate gamble. It was very puzzling. Why don't you take action? Hearing that Ning Yongsheng was determined to do this, Deputy General Manager Wu Dafu dared not speak. He stood up suddenly, pushed the chair hard, turned around and walked out. He had already made up his mind to take this opportunity to get Ning Yongsheng out of office. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thinking of this, he immediately walked towards several executives and whispered, Everyone, come to my office. I have something to discuss with you guys. Seeing the company executives walk out in silence, Ning Yongsheng was also filled with anxiety. But he had to give it a try. And he had reasons to give it a try. Wu Dafu walked into the office angrily, and several executives, who had a good relationship with him, followed him in. Boss Wu, if this goes on, our company is really doomed. The financial director knew Wu Dafu's thoughts best, and immediately spoke up. Wu Dafu snorted coldly. He asked for his own death, so it's not our fault. Brothers, Ning Yongsheng was famous before, and we couldn't do anything to him. But now it's different. Since he is determined to commit suicide, my idea is to hold a shareholders' meeting and abolish his position as chairman. But the chairman is deeply rooted, and has a strong backing, so it's hard for us to move him. The HR manager said. Before, it was indeed impossible to move him. Wu Dafu slammed the table hard. Isn't this just his own fault? Our company is now at the most dangerous time. Layoffs, dismantle production lines, and actively switch production are what we should do most. But he insisted on continuing production at full capacity, which was obviously caused by Yi Linsheng's lies. Also, it was because the chairman went to Yi Linsheng's company and decided on the spot to expand the production line that this hidden danger was buried. I have always opposed it. But he just wouldn't listen. He is courting death. Moreover, the company stipulates that the chairman cannot concurrently serve as the general manager. The chairman is in charge of power, and the general manager is in charge of production. Even if we cannot remove him from the position of chairman, we can remove him from the position of general manager. When I become the general manager, I will immediately dismantle the production line, lay off 90% of the employees, and let the company survive first. Wu Dafu turned his head and glanced at the executives present. Do you support me? The financial director was the first to speak. I definitely support it. I am in charge of finance. I know the financial situation of our company very well. If all the money is really given to the workers, we executives will be left with nothing. Moreover, Noah Group can't be relied on at all. I have an insider who told me that Noah Group is now blocked by creditors. Li Songsheng, the current chairman of Noah Group, is overwhelmed every day and can't cope with it at all. Noah Group will close in the next few days. The HR manager slammed the table and said, Our company, it's time to change the boss. I listen to you. Mr. Wu, I will hold a shareholders meeting immediately. Other managers also raised their hands in agreement. Wu Dafu looked at the sales manager. The sales manager quickly raised his hand and said, I also agree to hold a shareholders meeting. Okay, it's settled. This matter needs to be handled quickly. Notify all shareholders immediately. It is best to hold a shareholders meeting within 3 days. Wu Dafu said viciously. The shield machine manufacturing company has a national background. A certain department holds 30% of the shares of the shield machine manufacturing company. Wu Dafu is from this department. He is 100% sure of this 30% of shares. The entire management team also holds shares, and each position has a certain amount of shares. Wu Dafu calculated, and added the shares owned by the supervisors, who have a good relationship with him. This time, he is 70% sure of getting Ning Yongsheng to step down. If we can get the support of the employees, then we will be 100% sure. In the secret detention center of the Security Bureau. In a quiet room, Yi Linsheng was lying on the bed, staring at the opposite wall boredly. There was an insect whose name he could not tell, climbing up with difficulty. If it were in the past, Yi Linsheng would have stepped on the insect to death. But now, he had no intention of doing so. This insect was one of the few living things he had seen in the past 2 days. Except for the time when he delivered food, Yi Linsheng did not see any living things. The interrogation has come to an end, and the next step is to organize the evidence and transfer it to the court. But for some reason, the transfer to the court is slow, so he seemed to be forgotten and thrown into this small dark room. These days, Yi Linsheng has not been idle. Although he was detained, he knew that he would be released as soon as March 9th passed. But he had no idea what he should do after he got out. Given his bad deeds, he would definitely not be involved in the underground city project. However, it didn't matter. Yi Linsheng had told the scientists and experts of the last religion everything he should say. The country would not pay attention to him, but it would not ignore those scientists and experts. Chapter 88. Poor Yi Linsheng will definitely let the members of the last sect continue to build the underground city. This will ensure the smooth progress of the underground city project. Yi Linsheng has made up his mind. After he goes out, he will actively participate in the construction of the underground city project. He can drive a truck, and can drive an earth-moving truck in the underground city project, pulling soil and rocks out of the underground city every day. If Luo Qingyu is willing, he can have a relationship with Luo Qingyu and have a baby. Of course, this cannot be done voluntarily, but it also depends on Luo Qingyu's intention. However, according to Miss Luo Qingyu's temper, she probably won't agree. If Luo Qingyu doesn't agree, then she'll just be single. I hope that mankind can avoid this crisis of destruction. He spent his days thinking hard. However, there is a limit to thinking. Otherwise, my head will hurt. And the time without thinking is really uncomfortable. Little bug, as long as you don't die. When I go out, I'll make a cage for you and raise you. Yi Linsheng approached the bug and whispered. Snap. The insect fell from the wall, its legs twitched a few times, and then it stopped moving, obviously dead. I don't know if it died of natural causes, or was frightened to death by Yi Linsheng's vision. Yi Linsheng raised the insect speechlessly, thinking about how to give it a funeral and remember its life. There was a clanging sound in the distance. Yi Linsheng looked up and looked out the window. Has another person been sent in? Someone was delivering food outside the door. Yi Linsheng rushed to the window and asked, Brother, has another person come in? Male or female? Old or young? Speak up. It must be a female. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. It's really interesting to chat with you. Don't go, let's keep chatting. You're so arrogant, you're leaving now. Brother, the bug is dead, how about we hold a funeral for it together? If you don't answer, I'll take it as your consent. Are you going to send flowers, or grass? Burial or cremation? Cremation, then bring a match. I'll wait for you. After a bunch of nonsense, there was no movement outside. Yi Linsheng lay on the bed again. I'm so fucking idle. Who said being an idler is the most comfortable? It's obviously the most fucking uncomfortable. Okay? Forget it. Let's start the feast. Chongzi, your funeral feast is pretty good. There are dumplings, Chinese cabbage, and tomatoes. Oh my god, what the hell am I doing? Is it interesting to talk to myself? I won't talk from now on. If I keep talking, I'll go crazy. 1 minute later. Chongzi, what do you want? Tell me about it. What? Find a female worm. I can't do that. The helicopter began to land in the night, in a place with tight security. Just after getting off the helicopter, a colonel came over and saluted. Everyone, please follow me. Zhong Hanliang looked at the 2 deputy team leaders beside him, exchanged glances, and then hurriedly followed. Although there were few guards along the way, Zhong Hanliang knew very well that everything here was under close surveillance. After entering the conference room, Zhong Hanliang and the two deputy team leaders sat down and waited quietly. The meeting has begun. Someone, please report your name and position. Zhong Hanliang, Director of the Construction Bureau. Head of the Emergency Response Team. Director of the Economic Bureau. Deputy Head of the Emergency Response Team Nan Dongyang. Director of the Industrial Bureau. Deputy Head of the Emergency Response Team Zhang Andy. A majestic voice sounded. How much do you know about Yi Linxing? Sure enough, it was about Yi Linxing's case. The two deputy team leaders did not speak. Zhong Hanliang thought for a moment and said, just before Yi Linxing was arrested, I met him. Tell me in detail. At that time, Yi Linxing told me about the predictions he made in the video, saying that everything he did was to save humanity. I didn't believe it at all at the time. However, it seems that only this can explain his actions. When he left, he made a request to me, asking me not to rush to destroy the results of the underground city. Of course, the work of our emergency team will not be affected by him. The measures we are taking now are strictly in accordance with the process. The meeting was quiet for a while, and then a voice sounded, tell me what you think of Yi Linxing. Zhong Hanliang organized his words. I don't know much about Yi Linxing, but I can see that he is a very smart person. He is also very thoughtful, and has many means. I can't judge whether what he said is true or false. But there is one thing I can be sure of. That is, Yi Linxing must think that his efforts and persistence are correct. He is not a paranoid. Nor is he stubborn. He is a very smart businessman. Therefore, his actions can only prove one point. He absolutely believes in his prediction. There was a discussion in the meeting hall. The participants should analyze and discuss their previous evaluation. Zhang Andy, Director of the Industrial Bureau, spoke. Let me add one sentence. Although I don't know Yi Linxing very well, but I found a detail in this cleanup. Many people say that details are the devil. It was from this detail that I found that Yi Linxing was indeed just as team leader Zhong said. He believed in his prediction. Yi Linxing invested heavily in a project, and this project is an extremely unpopular project. A project that specializes in converting wireless terminal devices such as mobile phones to wired devices. This company has been unknown before, and its sales are extremely poor. Their main product is a wired network access device for mobile phones, which is a wired network card for mobile phones. Through this network card, you can plug your mobile phone into the network cable and surf the internet through the network cable. The design of this product is jokingly called anti-human design, because the function of a smartphone is to surf the internet at will without the constraints of a line. The mobile phone itself has 5G, 6G internet access, plus Wi-Fi, Bluetooth and other wireless communication methods, which are enough to meet the internet demand. This product is inherently impossible to sell. But Yi Linxing invested nearly $500 million and required the company to produce hundreds of millions of such devices. This is obviously Yi Linxing's preparation for achieving radio silence. He hopes that people can convert mobile terminal devices into wired devices. This is just one aspect, and there are many other specific details. Therefore, I very much agree with team leader Zhong's view of Yi Linxing. And Yi Linxing himself believes in his prediction. Zhang Andy ended his speech. The venue fell silent again. Chapter 89 Noah Group, officially closed. When the meeting was about to end, the majestic voice said again, Team leader Zhong, I will give you another task. You will go to see Yi Linxing again. You will be accompanied by psychologists, psychopathologists and health experts. They will conduct a systematic evaluation of Yi Linxing. And your task is to have another detailed talk with Yi Linxing after the evaluation. You should draft the content of the conversation first. And after it is approved, you can execute it. Yes. Especially about the radio silence, you must ask clearly. Yes. Noah Group. The door of the luxurious office area was closed, and the security guards were guarding the door tightly. The entire door was blocked by the crowd. It was very difficult for the group's people to enter and exit, and they had to squeeze through the crowd. There were three types of people blocking the door. One was the creditors. This included investors, private lending capital, raw material suppliers, and order customers from various departments. Their purpose was to collect debts. The second type was reporters, who were armed with long guns and short guns, and had been looking for news materials here. Among them, there are also internet celebrities, who are trying to take advantage of the traffic. Every time someone comes in or out, they will chase after him. The third type is the idle people who just want to watch the fun. The negative evaluation of Yi Linxing in society now far outweighs the positive. After all, People in the mainstream society do not believe what Yi Linsheng said. Especially some big V celebrities. They make very clear analysis. Under the digging of reporters and these people, many of Yi Linsheng's past have been dug up. Based on Yi Linsheng's experience and their own analysis, these people came to the conclusion that Yi Linsheng was a liar. This conclusion was also recognized by most people. In this atmosphere, Yi Linsheng's fans could not stand it. After all, the pro-Yi faction was mainly girls, who relied on feelings and emotions, not reason. The anti-Yi faction was mainly folk scientists, public intellectuals, and knowledge bloggers. They refuted Yi Linsheng's ideas one by one. A very famous astronomy leader refuted, if aliens can really suddenly appear in the solar system, the technology they master is far superior to that of the blue planet. No matter how the people of Blue Star hide, they are doomed. Another big V on a certain audio platform said, if aliens have mastered the ability to travel across the stars, we should have been discovered long ago. It is impossible that they have been invaded only now. There is another view that has also dominated the mainstream. The people who hold this view are basically the fanatical fans of the three-body problem. They believe that the dark forest theory is the only correct law of survival in the universe. If aliens discover Blue Star, and they are so far ahead in technology, they will not think of colonizing Blue Star, nor will they expose their whereabouts. They will launch a weapon, like a two-dimensional foil at Blue Star, directly using the means of dimensionality reduction to destroy the entire Blue Star, and even the solar system. Colonizing the blue planet should have no appeal to them. These opinions converged and formed a mainstream opinion. That is, Yi Linsheng is a madman. A madman immersed in his own world. A smart madman is more terrifying than 100 million real madmen. Yi Linsheng's actions just prove this point. Someone calculated that Yi Linsheng's actions reduce GDP by 5 points, and may even cause the economy to fall into a short-term recession. Even though it is usually girls who make the most noise, the mainstream of public opinion is controlled by women. Especially the popularity of stars, topics, etc., are all determined by girls. But once something really big happens, the voices of girls seem particularly weak. The same is true for the Yi Linsheng incident. When the video was first broadcast, the voices of girls were particularly loud, and the power of the Yi faction was very strong. Just like a certain traffic star, it became extremely popular. But once the men started fighting, the fans of this star were beaten horribly. The same was true for Yi Linsheng's reputation. Once the men started to exert their strength, the firepower of the pro-Yi faction was not enough. The public opinion of the black Yi faction completely prevailed. Yi Linsheng's reputation plummeted. The longer the time, the stronger the power of the black Yi faction. Today is March 3rd. And it has only been 3 days since the news was announced. And the public opinion has begun to reverse. The voices that are unfavorable to Yi Linsheng and the underground city are getting louder and louder. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Everyone rush in. They must pay compensation today." As if encouraged by this person, the crowd began to attack the door. The security guards could not stop them. The crowd rushed into the office area. The crowd began to frantically snatch items from Noah Group. Computers, tables and chairs, coffee machines, office supplies, etc. were all snatched away by the surging crowd. When the police arrived, the entire Noah Group was in ruins. Li Zongsheng saw this scene and shook his head. He tried his best, but he still failed to protect the business left by Yi Linsheng. Close the store, and everyone go back and wait for news. After all, it's only a few days away from the 9th. Li Zongsheng waved his hand and dismissed the last batch of employees of Noah Group. Noah Group officially closed. But the angry crowd did not calm down. More and more inside stories were exposed. First of all, Maozi's identity. Maozi is a thief, who was used by Yi Linsheng to steal. Yi Linsheng's first fund came from Maozi's stolen money. Then the identities of Xiao Dao and Boss Chong were also revealed. Xiao Dao is a hacker, who assisted Yi Linsheng in doing many bad things. Boss Chong is the owner of a repair shop that specializes in illegally modifying cars. Many of the modified sports cars that disturb the people in Jiang'ai City were made by him. With such a bad team, the things they do are definitely not good. Yi Linsheng's image plummeted again. Rumor has it that Yi Linsheng has been blacklisted. And this time, he will either be sentenced to life imprisonment or death. As for Yi Linsheng's so-called prediction, it is nonsense. Shield Machine Manufacturing Company. Chairman Ning Yongsheng looked at the notice in his hand and remained silent. Deputy General Manager Wu Dafu together with several senior executives in important positions, colluded with a certain department and requested a shareholders meeting. The shares they held have reached the requirements for holding a shareholders meeting. Ning Yongsheng knew very well that Wu Dafu had wanted to take the position for a long time. But because he had been suppressing him, he could only be a vice president. Now he finally saw the opportunity to overthrow him. So he joined forces with these people to take the opportunity to overthrow him at the shareholders meeting. This problem is very tricky. If it cannot be properly resolved, Wu Dafu may overthrow him and become the chairman. And he may ask for a shutdown and dismantle the production line. This is something Ning Yongsheng absolutely cannot see. But he has no way. Chapter 90: The Feeling of Being Affirmed. The door opened, and the sales manager quickly flashed in. He walked quickly to Ning Yongsheng and said, "Chairman, you can't be careless. This time they are well prepared. If you don't come up with a way to deal with it, your position will be in jeopardy." Ning Yongsheng frowned. "It seems that I must find reinforcements." Security Bureau Secret Detention Center. Yi Linqing stretched and smiled at the guard. "Finally I see your true face. So ugly." The guard rolled his eyes. Following the guards into a car, Yi Linqing saw Xu Weiman. "Where are we going?" "You'll know when you get there." "Is there an important person who wants to see me?" Xu Weiman was silent. "It seems so." Yi Linqing leaned back in the chair comfortably. "It's nice to get some fresh air." The car stopped at the bottom of a building, which seemed to be a restaurant. Xu Weiman took off Yi Linqing's handcuffs, pointed to the door. "Go in. Someone is asking you a question." Yi Linqing smiled, moved his wrist. "You feel very uncomfortable, right?" Xu Weiman did not speak. "After the 9th, you will feel even more uncomfortable." Yi Linqing turned and left. "Because, at that time, you will find that everything you have done is meaningless." Xu Weiman finally couldn't help it. "I don't believe a word you said in the video." "You will believe it." Yi Linqing pushed open the door and walked in along the corridor. It was indeed a restaurant. But there was only one table of guests in the restaurant. The person sitting at the head was an acquaintance. Zhong Hanyang, director of the construction bureau. "Hello, Director Zhong." Yi Linqing sat down with a smile, looking very calm, not like a prisoner at all. "This is Nan Dongyang, director of the economic department, and Zhang Andy, director of the industrial department. The others are experts in psychology, psychiatry, and health. What do you think? Should we eat first and then have the examination? Or should we have the examination first and then eat?" Zhong Hanyang didn't waste any words and asked directly. Yi Linqing shook his head. "Although it's lonely to death in the cell, the food is really good. Let's check first. I'm not that hungry." Zhong Hanyang nodded and nodded to several experts. Soon, Yi Linqing realized that he had made a mistake. He should have eaten first and then checked, because these checks lasted for 4 or 5 hours. When all the items were checked, Yi Linqing was so hungry that his stomach was sticking to his back. "Let's eat and talk?" "Okay." Yi Linqing was a casual person. The food was served, 4 dishes and 1 soup, a standard working meal. Watching Yi Linqing wolfing down his food, Zhong Hanyang spoke. "The expert's examination results on you will come out in half an hour. Before the results come out, let's talk first." Yi Linqing's mouth was full of food. He didn't say anything, but nodded. Zhang Andy asked first, "Do you know that the crimes you committed are all serious crimes?" "Yes," Yi Linqing said vaguely. "So you are gambling that aliens will come." "Not gambling." Yi Linqing swallowed the food in his mouth. "It's waiting." Zhong Hanyang was stunned for a moment. He found that he didn't know this guy. "Before we met you today, we communicated with several astronomers. The astronomer said with certainty that in the direction you specified, they used both ground-based and space telescopes to conduct careful observations, but did not find any UFOs." The speaker was Nan Dongyang, deputy team leader and director of the economic department. "It's not time yet. It hasn't come yet. Today is the 4th. There are only 5 days left until the time you predicted. If there are flying objects in that area, they will definitely be observed now." Nan Dongyang asked. Yi Linqing wiped the corner of his mouth. "Before you consult astronomers, I have consulted the most famous astronomer Professor Wang Durong and the emerging physicist Professor Luo Ji. Their conclusion is that there is only one possibility. That is, aliens have mastered the means of interstellar flight that we have not mastered yet. The reason why this detection satellite chose to appear in this place outside the solar ecliptic plane is because it is very empty. Whether it is flying at the speed of light or flying across dimensions, or passing through wormholes. It is necessary to choose such an empty place. Otherwise there may be accidents. The alien detection spacecraft chose to appear here for this reason. This kind of flight mode cannot be observed by the naked eye in advance. In the subsequent journey, the exploration satellite will adopt the conventional high-speed flight mode to explore all the planets and satellites in the solar system. At that time, you can see it at will. Nan Dongyang and Zhang Andy looked at each other. They were not scholars, scientists, or astronomers. They could not make a judgment on Yi Lingqing's words. At this time, the test report was handed over. Zhong Hanyan looked up at Yi Lingqing. Do you want to know your results? My spirit is fine. And my body is fine. Zhong Hanyan put down the results. Do you know why we are here? You were sent here by the superiors. Yi Lingqing, you are so desperate. Is it really worth it? To save all mankind. Do you think it is worth it? Looking at Yi Lingqing's calm and quiet eyes, Zhong Hanliang finally spoke. Do you have anything else to say? Before the 9th. You must keep my hard work. Zhong Hanliang was silent for a while, then said, we will try our best to keep what we can. If it is really impossible to protect it, we have no way to do it. Yi Lingqing sighed. You still don't believe it. Without waiting for Zhong Hanliang to answer, he nodded again. Yes. You must have a reason for doing things. Unlike us ordinary people, as long as we approve of something, we can let it go. Zhong Hanliang nodded. Now, I believe 70% of what you said. Yi Lingqing stood up. Can I leave? Yes. However, I will tell you one last thing. We received a verbal message requiring all departments to suspend all communication equipment starting at 1 a.m. on March 9th. This includes the 3 major telecom operators, aerospace companies, shipping companies, satellite companies, and all radio-related industries. The reason is not because of aliens, but equipment maintenance. There is no relevant document, just verbal news. Zhong Hanliang's tone was slightly excited. I heard that the top leaders also communicated with foreign telecom giants, and most of the world's communication-related companies will power off equipment for maintenance at this time. Yi Lingqing's nose was sore, and tears covered his eyes. From the outside, Yi Lingqing has always been optimistic, relaxed, and even a little cynical. But he is actually holding back a lot of anger in his heart, because what he did was not recognized by the country. But now Zhong Hanliang told him that the higher-ups took his statement very seriously. He felt that even if the aliens did not come, it would be worth it if he was laughed at by people all over the world. At least, someone in the higher-ups believed in him. And that was enough. Chapter 91. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Thank you. Yi Lingqing raised his hand and waved. I don't know who chose to believe Yi Lingqing, but he deserves Yi Lingqing's thanks. Nan Dongyang asked from behind. Yi Lingqing, why didn't you report directly to the country? Yi Lingqing slowly turned around. The mist in his eyes had dissipated. Even now, not everyone believes me. So, I can only use verbal notification. Why? Of course, more people don't believe me. Only by using verbal notification, I can attack or defend. If my prediction is true, then this verbal notification is a forward-looking measure. If my prediction is false, it is just a normal maintenance process. No one can say anything. Everyone is so cautious now. I believe that if I really tell the whole world, the final result will be that I will become a madman and a mental patient who is ridiculed by everyone. I will accomplish nothing. And finally, I can only watch the destruction of mankind. Xu Weiman, who walked into the door, couldn't help but said, so? You are desperate? You use a lot of criminal means to realize your plan. And you are even willing to take risks? Yes, Yi Lingqing said frankly. No matter what the reason is. Crime is crime. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Zhong Hanliang, Nan Dongyang and Zhang Andy exchanged complicated looks. They originally wanted to stop Xu Weiman from speaking, but they wanted to hear Yi Lingqing's answer. If I don't go to hell, who will? This sentence was said with great dominance, which moved Zhong Hanliang, Nan Dongyang and Zhang Andy. This sentence also expressed Yi Lingqing's true thoughts. Even if he had to bear the infamy and the responsibility for the crime, Yi Lingqing would not hesitate. Zhong Hanliang's trust in Yi Lingqing increased by another 10%. He felt that Yi Lingqing's words had been 80% trusted. Xu Weiman frowned slightly. He did not believe Yi Lingqing's words at all. But Yi Lingqing's attitude made him hesitate. However, thinking of Chu Zixin's persistence, he spoke again. So, you are willing to sell out core secrets and murder people to achieve your goal. Right? Taking advantage of Yi Linxing's excitement. It is the best opportunity to break through his mental defense. Therefore, Xu Weiman took the opportunity to raise the two biggest questions in his mind. Yi Linxing in this state is the easiest to be broken through by him, and is also the easiest to tell the truth. I didn't sell out the core secrets. Yi Linxing blurted out. The people of Pagan City and Dewezi will never learn the most core technology. The next moment, Yi Linxing was shocked. Murder. Who did I murder? Ahem. Captain Xu. Take the person back. This place is not suitable for interrogation. Zhong Hanliang waved his hand. Xu Weiman was a little surprised by Yi Linxing's answer. If Yi Linxing was really the murderer behind Chu Zixin's murder, he would have made some excuses just now. But looking at Yi Linxing's appearance, he obviously didn't know about the murder. This case seems to have a hidden story. The car slid out smoothly, but Yi Linxing became silent. He was even more serious than when he came. When the car was about to arrive at the detention center, Yi Linxing finally spoke. You mean? Chu Zixin's car accident was a man-made accident. Xu Weiman had been observing Yi Linxing's actions through the rearview mirror. Based on experience, Yi Linxing must have been thinking all along the way. If Yi Linxing was acting, he would be a movie star. Man-made disaster. Yi Linxing understood. No wonder Maozi's attitude towards Luo Ji changed drastically after Chu Zixin's car accident. In the past, the two of them could only say hello when they met. But since Chu Zixin's car accident, Maozi treated Luo Ji with more respect than himself. He really listened to Luo Ji's words. Yi Linxing felt very strange at that time. Now everything makes sense. Luo Ji planned the car accident, and Maozi was the executor. Because, a case that Xu Weiman, Xiao Shahai and Chu Zixin are helpless, Maozi can't do it with his ability. Only Luo Ji has this ability, and this courage and determination. Among all Yi Linxing's helpers, including those scientists and scholars, there is only one person who is truly strategic, stoic, and ruthless. And that is Luo Ji. No one can see through what Luo Ji is thinking. But as long as he can achieve his goal, Luo Ji will definitely do whatever it takes, regardless of the price. Before his rebirth, he carefully prepared cyanide for himself, which is the best proof. A person who is ruthless to himself will not be soft on others. Put it on me, it's my fault. Yi Linxing sighed. I know, you will definitely not be able to convict me. Otherwise, you would have done it long ago. Murder and leaking secrets are both serious crimes. There is no need to wait until the investigation of the crime of leaking secrets is completed before arresting me. This responsibility is on me. Xu Weiman was a little surprised. Do you think it's just a child playing house or a gang's loyalty? If you say it's yours, it's yours. Yi Linxing stopped talking. It seems that this matter really has nothing to do with you. But I don't believe a word of your prediction. You're going to spend the rest of your life in jail. Xu Weiman didn't want to appear weak, so he spoke harshly and in a harsh tone. But Yi Linxing was no longer interested in communicating with him, and instead closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Luo Ji is a person who must be guarded against. Yi Linxing is not a saint. If Chu Zixin did not stop the investigation at that time, Yi Linxing would also use some means to make Chu Zixin stop the investigation. But it would never endanger his life. This is the bottom line. Luo Ji has no bottom line. His actions are often the most effective and direct means, and he does not care about the consequences at all. It seems that Yi Linxing and Luo Ji are like-minded and sympathetic to each other. But in fact, there are still some differences between the two. When he entered the detention center, Yi Linxing returned to normal. Now he had too many things to do, and he no longer thought about Luo Ji's matter. Someone in the upper echelons believed what he said, and that was enough. He had to think about what to do next. When he was about to return to his cell, Xu Weiman stopped him and said, according to the request of the emergency team, we will change your residence. Walking into the new residence, Yi Linxing smiled. So, there are VIP rooms in the detention center. That's normal. We don't just detain people like you. Xu Weiman pushed open the door. You can do whatever you want in the room. Even watch TV. But I have only one request for you. You can't go out. Yes. Xu Weiman left the last sentence. At least before the 9th. You can't go out. Yi Linxing looked up at the time. It was already midnight. There are only 4 days left. Xu Weiman said in a cold tone. After 4 days, whether you are a god or a ghost, it will be revealed. Chapter 92 Scientific Criticism of Yi Linxing. At this moment, many people were also looking at the time. Ning Yongsheng was one of them. The phone rang. Ning Yongsheng received the news he had finally waited for. After hanging up the phone, he immediately called his assistant. Notify them, we have received an urgent notice from the emergency team. The emergency team will send someone to attend our company's shareholders meeting. The shareholders meeting originally scheduled for tomorrow will be postponed to March 8th. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yongsheng breathed a sigh of relief. His request for help finally got a response. Director Zhong Han Liang finally intervened. The phone rang again. And this time it was the sales manager who called. Chairman, why March 8th? Yi Linxing predicted March 9th. The shareholders meeting will be held on the 8th. If you are squeezed out, it will be too late for everything. Ning Yongsheng smiled faintly. You are still too young. This shows that Yi Linxing's video has attracted the attention of the higher-ups. But the higher-ups will not directly interfere with our decision-making. So, they decided to hold the shareholders meeting on March 8th. I still don't understand. The sales manager really didn't understand. If the shareholders meeting is held on the 8th, you won't be able to keep your position. If the shareholders meeting is held on the 8th, Chairman Ning Yongsheng will most likely be squeezed out by Wu Dafu. Even if aliens came on the 9th, it would be useless. It is impossible to hold another shareholders meeting. This is the wonderful thing about the emergency team, Ning Yongsheng said calmly. After all, it is not convenient for them to interfere with the company's own decision-making. Moreover, the emergency team cannot judge whether Yi Linxing's prediction is correct. Therefore, they chose the 8th. A wonderful day to hold the shareholders meeting. It can be used for both offense and defense. It is really a great move. If aliens appeared, although Wu Dafu became the chairman, he did not get the position properly, and he would not have the face to continue. Most importantly, even if Wu Dafu became the chairman, he would not have had time to dismantle the production line. The emergency team could have taken over the company directly. If the aliens had not appeared, Wu Dafu would have followed public opinion and become the chairman. And the emergency team would not have interfered with the company's operations. And they would have been able to explain to the superiors and subordinates. The sales manager was a little anxious, but you suffered a loss. When you reach my position and age, you will know that suffering a loss is a blessing, Ning Yongsheng said shrewdly. Especially if the superiors know that you suffered a loss. It would be a great blessing. Although the sales manager did not fully understand, he was shocked. Ginger is still spicy with age. This saying is not wrong. These things only happened in a very small circle. Ordinary people would not know about it. The online crusade against Yi Linxing has just begun. Because Yi Linxing has harmed too many people. Especially those local officials and bank heads. They like Yi Linxing as much as they did for their political achievements and for attracting investment, but now they hate him as much as they do now. These people represent many levels of public opinion. Various revelations against Yi Linxing began to be exposed. Moreover, many details of Yi Linxing's crime were revealed from nowhere. Yi Linxing himself did commit a crime. The evidence is clear and irrefutable. This affected Yi Linxing's prediction about aliens. The mainstream opinion believed that Yi Linxing's prediction was nonsense. However, at first, only amateur scientists, knowledge big versus video bloggers hyped Yi Linxing's prediction. The real big guys did not get involved. Because in the scientific community, scientists are cautious and don't want to wade into this muddy water. However, there are always people who want to become famous. On the 6th, finally a cosmic research expert jumped out. However, it did not appear in China, but started from abroad. A famous foreign astronaut took the lead and said that Yi Linxing's prediction had no scientific basis. The mainstream opinion is that aliens may exist, but the universe is too big, and it is impossible for them to have any intersection with humans. The civilization of Blue Star is destined to be lonely, and will be lonely forever. The life of the universe is too long. There may have been civilizations on other planets, but most of them have withered long ago. By the time a new civilization emerges, human civilization may have already declined. Moreover, human technology will never reach the level of interstellar travel, because it is impossible to achieve from the bottom of science. The so-called wormhole, speed of light flight, curvature flight, travel across dimensions, will never be realized. This is like the fish in the fish tank in the pet store, which can never break through the constraints of the fish tank in water, and can only live in the fish tank. Even if there are fish in the fish tank next to it, the two fish can only watch from a distance, and can never communicate. If the barrier of the fish tank cannot be broken, even if aliens are discovered, it is meaningless. After this argument came out, it received support from many people, especially Western experts. Many people hold this view. A famous Western astronomer said that aliens have always existed. But for humans on the blue planet, it is equivalent to not having them. The universe is too big, and human power is too small. The vastness of the universe makes it impossible for tiny humans to communicate and establish connections even if they can observe the existence of other civilizations. Aliens invading the blue planet and colonizing the blue planet can only exist in online novels and science fiction movies. It is impossible to exist in reality. A scientist who won the Nobel Prize also began to participate in this nationwide criticism. Although he won the Nobel Prize in biology, he also has some say in the field of science. He said, although humans have been boasting about the technological explosion, the development of human science is actually very slow. There is no fundamental breakthrough. Especially in the past 100 years, human scientific contributions are pitifully few. The major breakthroughs in scientific theories were made before the last century. Newton's 3 laws of motion, the theory of relativity, and quantum theory were all born 100 years ago. The scientific progress in the last 100 years is even more pitifully few. The reason is that human science has reached its limit. This is like chip technology. From the initial diode to the development of the 7-nanometer chip, that is a leap forward. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to describe it as changing with each passing day. A computer will definitely lag behind after 2 years. I wish the system could not be opened. But after 7 nanometers, and then further development to 5 nanometers, 3 nanometers, and 1 nanometer, the speed is incredibly slow. A computer from 15 years ago can still be used normally now. This was unimaginable 20 years ago. The reason is that the development of chips has reached its limit. If you want to make further progress, there is no room. The same is true for human understanding of science. Science has reached its limit. This is even more true in space exploration. In the 1960s, humans landed on the moon. Now it has been almost 60 years, and humans are still working hard to land on the moon. The only breakthrough is that humans are preparing to land on Mars. However, the technical content of landing on Mars is the same as that of landing on the moon. This shows that science has reached its limit. The future scientific progress of mankind will only be a little bit of progress. At this rate, when mankind is extinct, mankind will not be able to establish contact with aliens. Because the speaker was a famous scientist, this argument was recognized by the vast majority of people. As for Yi Linqing's prediction, it is destined to be a joke, a daydream. People are criticizing Yi Linqing more and more. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore. And the first member of the last religion was killed. This is the famous old generation scientist Wang Yiheng. Chapter 93. The whole world is waiting. Wang Yiheng did not refute these arguments from a professional perspective, but vowed that Yi Linqing's prediction was scientifically verified. He personally believed in Yi Linqing, and responded to Yi Linqing's call, and would definitely turn off all electronic devices on the 9th. There was no evidence for Wang Yiheng's statement, but Wang Yiheng himself was a celebrity, and a leading figure among the older generation of scientists. His weight was not insignificant. In particular, he has many disciples and students, and his influence is huge. An article written by the famous journalist Ning Saixia some time ago was also dug up and posted online. This is Ning Saixia's record of Yi Linqing's experience. It starts with a series of amazing predictions made by Yi Linqing. He predicted that the accountant's family had nearly 100 million yuan in assets, and predicted Yang Dongchen's car accident, and then predicted the fall of Aosher New Energy, and the collapse of Logi Pharmaceuticals, and finally revealed that the latest research results of academician Zhao Liang, the research on telomerase, was developed after Yi Linqing's reminder. This is a piece of explosive news that has never been revealed before. Once this result came out, it triggered the frenzy of the pro-Yi faction again. Female fans have been suffocated by the anti-Yi faction these days. Now with the support of scientific giants, they are active one by one. There is even a strange phenomenon in China. Girls, who used to only watch romance, now actually follow the accounts of those scientific giants, and then leave crazy messages, demanding the scientific giants to comment on Yi Linqing's approach. There are also fanatical fans who have started to advocate an activity. The name of the activity is, Let's Be Silent, calling on people around the world to turn off all communication equipment at dawn on March 9th, and maintain radio silence. The efforts of these pro-Yi factions have not been in vain. Scientific experts have come out one after another to comment on Yi Linqing's incident. Especially on the 7th, members of the Yin sect appeared one after another, expressing their support for Yi Linqing. Among them, there is the famous astronomer Wang Durong. He is known as the Einstein of astronomy. Wang Durong refuted the reasons for those who think that aliens will not come. He wrote, "Human beings are always exploring the mysteries of the universe. Correspondingly, the actions of aliens to explore the blue planet are also ongoing. There is only one reason why aliens have not appeared so far. The universe is too big. It takes time for aliens to explore. Especially the solar system, which is in a remote corner and is very desolate around. Aliens have not yet come to explore. Once aliens discover the blue planet, it will bring a devastating blow to the blue planet." On March 9th, the appearance of aliens means that the blue planet is exposed to the universe. Finally, Professor Wang Durong called on people around the world to turn off all electronic devices on March 9th. Because, if a mobile phone is turned on, it is possible that aliens will receive signals. We cannot take this risk. Then, naturalist Shui Weidong, physicist Niu Jitsao, geographer Hu Baiyan, chemical engineer Yuan Buping, and others came forward to support Yilin Sheng. These people are all well-known figures. They are all leaders in their respective fields. Moreover, they all revealed their identities. All of them were members of the Yin sect. At this time, public opinion finally turned around. The pro-Yi faction gained the upper hand for the first time. Economist Li Tsongsheng also stood up. He did not say whether he was a pro-Yi faction or a pro-Yi faction. He just wrote a sentence on his Weibo. At the early morning of March 9, turn off your mobile phone. At most you will receive fewer calls. Turning on the phone may be the end of mankind. So why not turn it off? This sentence deeply touched people's hearts. Although people think Yi Linqing's words are too mysterious, but what if what he said is true? What if it's just turning off the communication equipment? It won't hurt a piece of flesh. Related experts have also given the most appropriate shutdown schedule. If the alien probe spacecraft appears at the designated location at 2:30, because it takes half an hour for light to reach the blue planet, this means that the actual time when the alien probe spacecraft arrives at the designated location is around 2 o'clock. It takes about half an hour for the radio signal to reach this location, plus a 30-minute error. So the phone needs to be turned off 1.5 hours in advance. Turning off the phone at 1 a.m. on the 9th is a good choice. After so many experts spoke, someone revealed a piece of news that all domestic telecom operators will be shut down for maintenance at 1 a.m. on the 9th. This is not just a coincidence. Public opinion has finally turned. However, people no longer continue to discuss whether Yi Linqing's prediction is correct or incorrect. Because mainstream people have reached a consensus, whether it is right or not, turning off the phone for 2.5 hours, what does it matter? What if there are really aliens? On one hand, it is a 2.5 hour shutdown without any impact, and on the other hand, it is the lives of all mankind. Does right and wrong still matter? Time entered the ATH. A piece of news was flooded on the screen again. Some people suggested that the shutdown has nothing to do with Yi Linqing's prediction. Why not advocate an activity, advocating people around the world to turn off their phones for 2.5 hours in the early morning of March 9, and regard this day as the Shutdown Environmental Protection Day, and continue it every year? This initiative has been supported by countless people. Because there is no need to take sides. Whether you are a pro-Yi or pro-Yi person, you can accept it. Because this is an environmental protection theme. On this night, people can turn off their mobile phones, embrace their loved ones, embrace their families, embrace life. People's lives are kidnapped by various wireless terminal devices. Modern people, you can go out without money, without ID cards, without bank cards, without food and drinks, and even without paper, but you can't go out without a mobile phone. Some people say that going out without a cell phone is like running naked. Why don't you take this opportunity to put down your cell phone, tablet, computer, and take a good rest? Enthusiastic people named this initiative, drew a logo, made a slogan, and even formed an association. Whether it was the anti-Yi faction or the pro-Yi faction, they all calmed down temporarily and accepted the suggestion to turn off their cell phones at dawn tomorrow. Everyone was waiting quietly, waiting for the arrival of the 9th. Not only the locals, people all over the world are waiting. March 8th. Today is World Women's Day. A holiday that seems to be no different from any other. Girls go shopping and spend money justifiably, and men pay the bills. Merchants have a variety of promotional activities, which are dazzling and fancy. Queen's Day, Empress Day, Goddess Day. A holiday has so many names, which is unique. However, when the hustle and bustle of the day ends, when night falls, the whole world begins to fall into a strange atmosphere. Even the air is full of throbbing. It seems that everyone is looking forward to it. Looking forward to the arrival of March 9th. In the early morning, it finally arrives late. Chapter 90 for the only person who can sleep in the world. Somewhere in a military camp. Although it was early morning, the soldiers did not fall asleep, and they all stood neatly dressed on the training ground. The company commander Zhuang Xiongjie stood straight, and his eyes were very bright in the night. The deputy company commander shouted, "Stand at attention, and stand at ease." The company commander will assign tasks. It was pitch black all around, and only a glimmer of light could be seen in the soldiers' eyes. Tonight, we will conduct a simulated exercise, and the exercise environment is to complete the designated tasks while maintaining radio silence. Zhuang Xiongjie looked at the time. It was past 12 o'clock, and now it was the 9th hour. Everyone, turn off all electronic devices with communication functions in your hands. In 1 hour, Beidou and GPS will be shut down, and all wireless communication methods will be cut off. We will use the means of rapid march to rush to the target location and complete the designated task. Although the soldiers were full of doubts, they were determined to carry out the order. In modern warfare, wireless communication is very important. However, once our communication methods are cut off, we must also quickly adapt to the battle. This is the purpose of tonight's exercise. I hope everyone can grasp it well. Okay, now stand by. Each group will arrange personnel on duty, 20 minutes a shift, until the action begins. Voila! The soldiers quickly meditated on the spot. Except for the guards, other soldiers began to sit cross-legged and rest. This scene is being played out in military camps across the country. Outside the emergency team office. Although it is already March, the evening wind is still a little chilly. Zhong Hanyang stood outside the door and looked up at the sky. The sky was full of stars. It was a rare good day. 2 deputy team leaders and other team members stood beside him. Although it was past midnight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The emergency team was even more restless. This night was particularly quiet. The square dance annies also went home early. The bars where music could be heard at this time in the past were also very quiet today. The people drinking at the roadside stalls were also quiet for a while. There was no sound of finger guessing, and people were drinking in silence. People all over the world were waiting quietly that night. A military jeep drove on the road, braked suddenly, and stopped at the door. The door opened, and a gray-haired man in military uniform got out of the car. Zhong Hanliang's pupils suddenly contracted. "Mr. Zheng? It's Mr. Zheng." Deputy team leader Nan Dongyang couldn't help but exclaimed. Zhong Hanliang was also excited. Mr. Zheng, a figure of military master level. Zhong Hanliang never thought that the guest to be welcomed by the emergency team was Mr. Zheng. Mr. Zheng came over, raised his hand, and saluted in a standard military salute. "Mr. Zheng has been ordered to assist you in the operation." Zhong Hanliang quickly reached out and held Mr. Zheng's hand. "Mr. Zheng, I didn't expect you to come in person." Although Lianpa is old, his ambition is still there. "I am an old man who can't do anything else, but it's no problem for me to help you take charge." Mr. Zheng walked into the office. In the most conspicuous place in the office, there is a huge TV. On the coffee table in the middle, there is a striking red telephone. Looks like everything is ready. It's ready. The telephone is always available, and the TV is all connected to the cable. You can watch the latest news at any time. Zhong Hanyang said. Zheng Lao looked at the watch on his wrist. There is still a little time. I will close my eyes and rest. Everyone, I won't disturb you anymore. After saying that, Zheng Lao closed his eyes. Zhong Hanyang and the others looked at each other. They quickly sat down on the sofa, imitating Zheng Lao's behavior, closing their eyes to rest. A helicopter flight brigade. Captain Lu Yingdong raised his wrist to check his watch. What's going on with the civil aviation? It has been grounded. From 1 to 3 o'clock, the entire airspace is open, and neither civil aviation nor cargo flights will take off. There are no obstacles to our flight, the deputy captain said. Lu Yingdong turned around and looked behind him. The huge apron was full of helicopters. There are all kinds of models. Hundreds of them, filling the entire apron. Captain, except for the inspection, I have never seen so many planes waiting to fly. I am excited just thinking about it, the deputy captain said excitedly. Lu Yingdong's eyes were like lightning. Don't sigh, while there is still a little time. Quickly check the situation again. Today, no one can make any mistakes. Yes. The deputy captain turned around and passed the order down, and couldn't help asking, Captain, what is the mission today, so grand? Lu Yingdong raised the two envelopes in his hand. One was red, the other was brown. I don't know, the order is in the envelope, until the last minute, cannot be opened. The deputy captain said excitedly, anyway. It's a big operation. Security Bureau Detention Center. Yi Linsheng looked at the time. The hour hand had passed 12 o'clock. He said to Xu Weiman at the door, Captain Xu, I'm going to sleep first. Xu Weiman was a little curious. Can you sleep? Why can't you sleep? Yi Linsheng took off his coat, kicked off his slippers, and lay on the bed. Don't you want to know the result of tonight? Yi Linsheng did not answer, but closed his eyes. Don't you want to know whether the aliens will appear tonight? Xu Weiman was a little confused. All of this was done by Yi Linsheng. Now it was time to reveal the mystery. But Yi Linsheng didn't care at all, and was going to sleep, which made him incomprehensible. Can you really sleep? Yi Linsheng's voice came. If you keep talking like this, I certainly can't sleep. Don't you have any worries? Yi Linsheng opened his eyes helplessly. For you. You certainly hope that my prediction is wrong. It's better that the aliens don't come. Everyone goes home. Everyone finds their own mother. But for me, of course you hope aliens come. Xu Weiman rushed to say. I'm stupid. For me, whether aliens come or not, I will not be happy. Xu Weiman. If aliens come, mankind will be destroyed. This is not what I want. If aliens don't come, I will be sentenced to life imprisonment or even death penalty, which is not what I want. So, whether they come or not, I don't care. I just want to have a good sleep. Well, please be kind, go out and close the door. After 2:30, I can't sleep even if I want to. Yi Linsheng said depressedly. Xu Weiman was stunned for a moment. He found that he couldn't refute it. Whether the aliens came or not, Yi Linsheng would be in trouble. He had no choice but to go out and close the door. Yi Linsheng didn't lie, in fact, he really didn't care. This time, he really slept until 2:30. Until he was woken up by Xu Weiman. But in this world, it seems that except him, no one can sleep. Chapter 95 Alien Detection Satellite arrived as expected. In another room, Luo Qingyu looked up at the sky. She was not like Yi Linsheng, who could sleep. She was really nervous now. Just like looking forward to her lover, she hoped that aliens would come, but was afraid that aliens would really come. Women are always contradictory creatures. Tonight is destined to be restless. The lights that had been extinguished long ago are still brightly lit now. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Most people turned off their communication devices, but some did not. This is a conversation in one of the households. Wife, turn off your phone. Husband, no, I turned off the mobile data and only use Wi-Fi. Wife, Wi-Fi is also radio. Husband, Wi-Fi can hardly penetrate a wall, let alone transmit signals to space. Wife, let's turn it off. It doesn't matter if I don't read. Husband, it's okay, I can't fall asleep without reading. You don't know, that book I built an underground Noah's Ark is really good. Wife. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd, and the power was cut off in cities across the country. This was the first time in the past 50 years. The whole city fell into darkness. People who had turned off their phones turned them on again, only to find that the phone was just a brick, and could not receive any signal. They had to turn it off again. The people who were waiting also lost interest in waiting, and went to bed. After all, there is no electricity now. Even if aliens really appear, they can't receive any news. The world seems to have fallen into darkness. However, there are still some places with electricity. Public institutions are all powered. At the door of these institutions, there is a TV. The TV is broadcasting the news. The citizens who can't sleep after seeing the light slowly wander out and gradually gather in the places where the lights gather. They are all waiting quietly, waiting for time to pass. Time finally came to the most critical moment. The time on the TV slowly changed, finally approaching 2:30. In the Jianhai City Research Institute, Luo Ji didn't sleep either. Although there was no electricity, he couldn't receive any news, but he still didn't feel sleepy. He looked up at the sky. Without the lights of the city, the night sky was particularly clear, and the stars were particularly bright. He was the opposite of Luo Qingyu. Because, he knew, the aliens would definitely come. The reason why he did not sleep, but waited here, was because he received a verbal notice, asking him not to go out tonight and wait here. The police station was not far downstairs, and there was a TV at the door, surrounded by a group of people. Luo Ji did not join in the fun, but was making preparations. He believed that tonight would be the starting point for his fame. Not only Luo Ji received the notice, but other members of the expert group of the Moju also received the notice. It was the same verbal notice, asking them not to leave home tonight. It was just a notice without a beginning or an end, but it was enough for the members of the expert group. They also had a premonition that as long as the aliens appeared, what awaited them was a difficult responsibility. In a certain military camp, the company commander Zhuang Xiongjie shouted, "Assemble! Get ready!" With a swish, more than 100 people quickly stood up from the ground, and in a few seconds, they were arranged in a neat square. Zhuang Xiongjie solemnly took the file box from the deputy company commander and opened it steadily. In the box, there were 2 envelopes, one red and one brown. The soldiers of the communication class had already set up the emergency telephone line, and the telephone was also installed. Zhuang Xiongjie glanced at the telephone. The next instruction will be conveyed from here. On the helicopter brigade's helipad, Captain Lu Yingdong put down his watch and waved to the crowd. Start. The blades of hundreds of helicopters began to turn, stirring up the entire helipad. He held 2 flags in his hands, one red, one brown. Each helicopter pilot also held 2 envelopes in his hands, one red, one brown. Whichever flag he held, the pilot would open the corresponding envelope and start the corresponding mission. The exercise is about to begin. Security Bureau Detention Center. Xu Weimin raised his wrist to look at his watch. The hour hand pointed between 2 and 3, and the minute hand pointed to 6. It's time. It's really time. He looked into the house through the window. Yi Linsheng was still sleeping, and he really fell asleep. Xu Weimin had to admire this guy. He really kept his composure. Emergency team office. Zheng Lao suddenly opened his eyes. It's time. Zhong Hanliang had woken up a long time ago, he said. It's time, but there's no news yet. No news is the best news, Zheng Lao said calmly. At various TV broadcasting points, people also exclaimed, it's time. On the TV screen, the time clearly showed 2:30. This is the time when Yi Linsheng predicted the aliens would appear. But the TV program did not show any abnormality. The air seemed to be stagnant. Finally someone spoke up. There is no news yet, so it is fake. Yi Linsheng is a liar. You are so nervous for nothing. I have said it long ago, it is not happening. You are all so nervous. You are not nervous, if you are not nervous. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Go away, this is a scam. Emergency team office. Mr. Zheng looked at the red telephone on the table, and then at the TV. The phone didn't ring, and the TV didn't move. Zhong Hanliang put his hand on the phone. How about we call? Mr. Zheng hesitated for a while, and shook his head. Wait. National Astronomical Observatory. A tall figure looked up at the starry sky. Time's up. Someone around reminded him. Result? The director of the observatory exhaled hastily. A UFO was found. However, it cannot be determined whether it is an alien exploration satellite. We still need to verify. Verify what? It's a serious matter, we must confirm. The director's explanation was interrupted. Pass the order, red signal. The communicator immediately notified. Red signal, red signal, red signal. The phone rang. Zhong Hanliang took the phone. After listening to the content, the expression on his face was very rich, as if he was relieved, and as if he was burdened. Nan Dongyang, Zhang Andy, and a group of members of the emergency team had their hearts jumping to their throats, and they stared at Zhong Hanliang eagerly. Even the battle-hardened Zheng Lao lost his composure, and looked at Zhong Hanliang with concern. Red signal. Zhong Hanliang stuttered. Swish! Zheng Lao was like a sword out of its sheath, and his sharpness shone instantly. Everyone, get in the car! He took the lead and walked out. Behind him, the members of the emergency team followed closely. They knew in their hearts that the sky was about to fall. Red signal, which meant that Yi Linsheng's prediction had come true. The aliens arrived as expected. Chapter 96. The big operation began. In a certain military camp. The phone rang. The company commander Zhuang Xiongjie picked up the phone, and the command came from the phone. Red signal. The company commander opened the red envelope, glanced at it, and quickly issued an order. Quickly divide into groups of 3, each group receives the red command, and must complete the task. Swear to complete the mission. The soldiers' voices in response shook the world. Let's go! With one order, the entire company quickly broke up into small groups, and began to disperse in groups of 3. The target is directly aimed at various communities, settlements and villages. On the helicopter brigade landing pad, Lu Yingdong raised the red flag in his hand. Helicopters began to take off one after another, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The co-pilot and the contact personnel opened the red envelope and began to lock in the analysis task. The people gathered in front of the TV finally saw the news they cared about. The news only had a few words. All personnel are requested to return to their residence immediately, turn off all communication equipment, and wait for the latest notification. Although it was not said whether the alien detection satellite had arrived, people understood that the alien detection satellite should have arrived. Otherwise, electricity would have been delivered long ago. They would not have asked everyone to stay at home and wait. The crowd that was still talking about it just now shut up instantly. They began to feel fear in their hearts. Although they gathered in front of the TV in the middle of the night waiting for news, they still believed in their hearts that Yi Linsheng was a liar. His predictions were not accurate at all. Aliens can't appear. They come here to see the joke. They haven't thought carefully about what the arrival of aliens means. But now it's different. Aliens really come. So, what does this mean for the Blue Planet people? It's terrifying to think about it. Humans will have to move to underground life, otherwise they will be destroyed by aliens. This means that the peaceful and quiet life of human beings will no longer exist. This means a lot of changes. A lot of things will be lost. And a lot of things will come. What is lost? Mostly good things, such as peace, tranquility, property, money, hope, etc. What comes? Mostly bad things, such as hunger, hardship, suffering, despair, etc. The world will undergo a drastic change at this moment. Security Bureau Detention Center. Xu Weimin pushed open the door, although the movement was very light, but it still startled Yi Linsheng. Don't you want to know the result? Yi Linsheng stood up, went into the bathroom, and said only one sentence, no. Soon, the sound of bathing came from inside. Xu Weimin shouted at the bathroom door, there is no news on TV. People are just asked to stay at home and wait for news. Yi Linsheng's voice came from the bathroom. Tell Luo Qingyu and the others to take a good bath, and don't stink when you let them out. Before Xu Weimin could speak, there was a roar outside. A helicopter descended from the sky and landed in the yard. The propeller never stopped, but kept running at high speed. Several soldiers came down from the helicopter. The first one was tall and strong, with a fierce look. It was obvious that he had been on the battlefield. The man took out his ID and handed it to Xu Weimin, Zheng Jiqing, Inspector of the Special Operations Department of the National Security Bureau. Xu Weimin recognized the man, who was the leader of the special department responsible for the safety of important people. Pa Xu Weimin saluted. Xu Weimin, captain of the first team of the Security Bureau. I took the people away. How many? 1. Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng's voice came from the room. 2. Luo Qingyu must go with me. Xu Weimin was about to say something, but the burly man Zheng Jiqing spoke first. My order is to only accept you. She must go with me. Yi Linsheng walked out slowly, although it was only a few minutes. He had taken a shower and changed into clean clothes. Otherwise, I won't leave. You have to go even if you don't want to. Then you try. Yi Linsheng sat down with a big horse and a golden knife, looking at Zheng Jiqing leisurely. Zheng Jiqing's eyes shone, and he gritted his teeth. Xu Weimin wanted to persuade Yi Linsheng to ease the atmosphere, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw Zheng Jiqing turn around and shouted at him, "Didn't you hear me? Bring Luo Qingyu out." Xu Weimin was embarrassed. He really didn't expect that Zheng Jiqing, who had a special status, would actually give in. He had to swallow what he wanted to say, walked through the corridor, and went to open the door of the room where Luo Qingyu was imprisoned. Seeing Yi Linsheng, Luo Qingyu rushed over. Yi Linsheng sniffed his nose. Oh my god, you don't even know how to take a shower? Luo Qingyu also sniffed her nose. Oh my god, you actually took a shower? Jianghai City Police Station. Chu Zixin stared at the news on TV and spit fiercely. Seeing this news tip that seemed to say nothing, but said everything, Chu Zixin knew that Yi Linsheng was acquitted. No one would pursue Xiao Li's revenge. He stomped on a can and turned away, watching his back disappear into the darkness. Xiao Shahai sighed. Chu Zixin. He was a little obsessed. Some things should be let go. The quiet night was broken by a heavy sound of footsteps. Someone opened the window and looked down from the upstairs, and saw teams of armed personnel marching into each community in neat steps. Each team had 3 people. Although these people were wearing military uniforms, they were not carrying any weight, and they moved very quickly. Soon, Footsteps and knocks were heard in every building. Who is it? Soldiers from a certain company of a certain unit. Ordered to carry out a mission. What's the matter? According to the National Order Number 030901, all residents are requested to turn off all communication equipment and maintain radio silence. Otherwise, it will be considered a violation of the ban and will be severely punished. Please cooperate with our work. Oh, turn off your cell phone. We turned it off a long time ago. You can check it at will. By the way, are aliens coming? I don't know. The power will be supplied after 5 o'clock. You can watch the relevant news through cable TV. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, and you are still here to perform the task so late. It's not hard. I emphasize again, after the power is supplied, please remember not to turn on any communication equipment or any equipment with communication function, such as mobile phones, tablets, laptops, wireless network cars, walkie-talkies, satellite phones, radios, ultrasonic detectors, etc. I will. Thank you for your cooperation. Goodbye. This scene is being played out in all cities, big and small, across the country. The army across the country is working all night at this moment. The content of the work is to conduct door-to-door inspections. Jianhai City. Luoji's residence. A helicopter landed on an open space outdoors. Luoji saw the scene on the balcony. He knew this was the special plane to pick him up. Pick up the backpack. Luoji walked out of the door and walked towards the soldiers who got off the plane. Chapter 97. This is the foundation of a great country. Li Tsongsheng turned to his wife and family and said, "Someone is here to pick me up. Don't call me if you don't have anything to do. I will be very busy recently." Seeing Li Tsongsheng open the door with his bag on his back, his wife couldn't help asking, "Are the aliens really here?" "Yes, otherwise, the country wouldn't come to pick me up." "Dad, don't you want to say something?" The son couldn't help asking. Li Tsongsheng turned around and looked at his elderly wife and his fat son. It is very important to actively respond to the call of the country. Opened the door, took a step out, he turned his head and said, "Take good care of your mother." Watching the helicopter carrying Li Tsongsheng take off, Li Tsongsheng's family vaguely felt that the sky had fallen. Ning Yongqing's home. The sales manager kept chattering. "Chairman, the country didn't give an explanation. Is Yi Linqing's prediction true or false?" "Don't call me chairman," Ning Yongqing said with his eyes closed. "Since the shareholders' meeting ended yesterday, I am no longer the chairman." "But are you going to let it go?" Ning Yongqing vaguely heard a roar of machinery, which was particularly clear in the silent night. The power was out everywhere. The factory stopped production. The bar closed, and the surroundings were quiet, making the roar particularly conspicuous. He walked to the balcony and took a look, then turned to the sales manager and said, "It seems that calling me the chairman is not wrong. If I guess correctly, I will be reinstated immediately." Ning Yongshun looked very strange, and seemed very excited. This made the sales manager a little confused. Ning Yongsheng suddenly smiled. "No. Maybe I will go further. It is also possible to enter the industrial bureau to work." The sales manager was shocked. He was about to say something, but his eyes were attracted by the outside. Against the backdrop of the brilliant starry sky, a helicopter like a silhouette flew towards this side, and then began to land in front of the single-family house in front of the Ning family. Kyoto. The sleepless citizens were awakened by a burst of mechanical sounds. Curious people came to the balcony. In the dark night, under the brilliant starry sky, hundreds of helicopters flew from all directions, flying to the National Convention Center. People who saw this scene were filled with shock. This indicated that something big was happening. As for what the big event was, most people could guess that Yi Linqing's prediction had come true. Aliens were coming. At this moment, the lights came on. The world returned to its former glory and brightness. But everyone knew that although electricity had come, some things had changed. Yi Linqing looked down at the lights on the ground with mixed feelings. Although he had known for a long time that the alien detection satellite would come, and had been making preparations. But when the alien detection satellite really came, he still felt nervous and uneasy. If humans make a slight mistake, they will be doomed. Although he has made a lot of efforts, he has no idea whether he can successfully hide from the alien detection satellite. After all, humans have too many flaws. "Where are we going?" Luo Qingyu asked softly. Zheng Jiqing, who was as tall as an iron tower, turned his head and glanced at Luo Qingyu. "It's not you. It's Yi Linqing. I was ordered to take him to the National Convention Center." Yi Linqing raised his head, She is not with me. I won't go anywhere. Luo Qingyu stretched out her hand and pressed it on Yi Linxing's hand. I know you are worried about my safety. Now that I'm out, there will be no problem. You can go to the meeting without worry. I can wait. When you are by my side, I will be braver. Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes at him. Forget it. I don't know your situation yet. Who are you afraid of? Luo Qingyu knew that the reason why Yi Linxing insisted on taking her with him was that he didn't want her to be detained any longer. Now that she is out, it means that she will not be detained again. There is no need for Yi Linxing to bear it. Zheng Jiqing added, she can wait outside. But she can't attend the meeting. Yi Linxing stopped talking. He turned his head and looked at the sky around him. Countless flight lights were flashing, which meant that there were many helicopters around, just like him, flying to the National Conference Center. This is the power of the country. This is the mobilization ability of the country. In the past, Yi Linxing was always a little complacent in secret, and proud of himself for being able to support such a huge scene. But now I know that, just the scale of this meeting alone, it is not on the same level as the country. This is the real appeal. This is the real big action. The helicopters in front began to land. One after another landed on the ground apron. Yi Linxing looked from the air. The ground was densely packed with helicopters. And the models were uniform. It looked like the dragonflies flying in the sky when I was a child. There have been rumors that the number of helicopters in our country is limited. There are only a few thousand helicopters in the whole country. Now it seems that this is obviously not the case. In this place alone, there are hundreds of helicopters landing. This does not include those that are not involved in the mission. The foundation of the country should never be underestimated. The helicopter landed quickly and landed steadily on the tarmac. Zheng Jiqing got off the helicopter first, and he led Yi Linxing and Luo Qingyu to walk quickly towards the conference center. A person also got off from a plane next to him, and Yi Linxing did not know this person. The man looked at Yi Linxing with a cold gaze and hurried away. This gave Yi Linxing a bad feeling. Who is this? Song Xiuwen, director of the Security Bureau. Your boss? No. The Special Brigade is not under the jurisdiction of anyone, not even the director of the Security Bureau. I see, you are directly under him. Yi Linxing found that this iron tower-like man was not as hard to mess with as he looked. This man, under his rough appearance, was actually very delicate and kind. Walking into the conference room, Yi Linxing was shocked. National Convention Center, this is a building that he had only seen on TV since he was a child. Now he actually entered the interior of the conference center. The grand conference room gives people a strong visual impact. After some inspection, Zheng Jiqing stopped. You can go in, there are signs on the seats, take your seat. He turned to Luo Qingyu and said, Miss Luo, please follow me. Watching Luo Qingyu follow Zheng Jiqing into a side hall next to him, Yi Linxing took a deep breath and walked into the conference hall. After checking the seat number plate in his hand, Yi Linxing couldn't help but frown. Damn. His seat was actually at the guest of honor table, and it was in the middle. He calculated that even if it was not in the middle, it should be close. This was right next to the C position, definitely the C position. This made Yi Linxing feel a little uneasy. Chapter 98 I am the protagonist. Yi Linxing? Yi Linxing turned around and saw an extremely familiar face, a leading figure in the military, Mr. Zheng. Before Yi Linxing could react, Mr. Zheng patted Yi Linxing on the shoulder and said, Your seat is next to me, follow me. Although he was already an octogenarian, his steps were still bold and steady. Yi Linxing was stunned for a moment. Follow me, Zhong Hanyang said with a smile. Yi Linxing woke up from his dream and hurriedly followed. Sitting on the guest of honor seat, Yi Linxing looked at the dense crowd below the stage, and then looked at the people around him, feeling a little confused. Mr. Zheng, a well-known figure, was now sitting next to him. All this was like a dream. Moreover, the entire guest of honor stage was filled with such well-known figures. Although Yi Linxing was used to big scenes, could a big scene at the national level be compared to an ordinary big scene? Don't be nervous. Tonight, you are the protagonist, Mr. Zheng said calmly, as if he saw Yi Linxing's uneasiness. This sentence instantly ignited Yi Linxing's fighting spirit. That's right, tonight, I am the protagonist. The arrival of aliens was predicted by Yi Linxing. The excavation of the underground city was presided over by Yi Linxing. The launch of the jammer was also handled by Yi Linxing. The elites from all walks of life, who attended the meeting tonight, are all gathered because of me. What am I afraid of? Mr. Zheng, I'm not nervous. Yi Linsheng showed his signature smile. At this moment, the powerful Yi Linsheng appeared again in the arena. Yi Linsheng looked at the audience. And many people were also looking at him curiously. Most of these people were strangers. But there were also some familiar faces. Professor Li Tsongsheng, Professor Hu Baiyan, Professor Ma Xingkong, Academician Zhao Liang, and others were all here. And even Chairman Ning Yongsheng of the TBM group was there. But among this group of people, the one that caught Yi Linsheng's attention the most was Luo Ji. The others were still somewhat excited and throbbing. But Luo Ji was the only one who remained calm. No wonder in his previous life, Luo Ji used his own research funds to dig a hole for himself. This guy is too rational. So rational that it is scary. Luo Ji also felt Yi Linsheng's gaze. And he nodded slightly. Yi Linsheng also nodded. He had complicated feelings about Luo Ji. This guy personally took action to get Chu Zixin into the ward, allowing Yi Linsheng's plan to proceed smoothly. His motive was fine. But his method was a bit cruel. However, it seems that his approach is indeed the most concise and efficient. The meeting will start now. Chan Guangxiong, who was on the other side of the main guest platform, was the host of the meeting. I believe that everyone knows why today's meeting was held. Now, I will briefly introduce the participants. This one is Yi Linsheng, the chairman of Noah Group. The participants who were originally sitting upright in the meeting turned their eyes to Yi Linsheng in surprise. He leaned forward slightly, obviously a little surprised by such an introduction, because this does not conform to the general meeting process and rules. Chang Guangxiong and Zheng Lao, one is a military representative, the other is a political representative. According to common sense, these two should be introduced first when introducing the participants. But Chang Guangxiong neither introduced himself, nor did he introduce Zheng Lao, but he directly introduced Yi Linsheng. This is too unusual. But the more surprising thing is yet to come. Chang Guangxiong's voice sounded again. Others, you should all know, so I won't introduce them. Now, the meeting officially begins. No one else was introduced. Not even Mr. Zheng. And the meeting went straight to the point. All this was too unusual. Obviously, this meeting was very urgent. They skipped the introduction and started directly. This seemed very informal. But it was urgent enough. Everyone straightened their backs again and listened carefully. In the past, there would be some lengthy links at the beginning. Some links that were not related to the meeting, such as character introductions, meeting introductions, situation analysis, etc. But this time is different. I will definitely show you the real stuff right from the start. The first part, the situation introduction. According to the latest news, at 2:30 this morning, an unidentified flying object suddenly appeared outside the solar ecliptic plane, about 60 million kilometers away from the blue planet. Then, the unidentified flying object began to accelerate, heading towards Saturn. The venue was in a commotion. Although everyone had guessed this result, when it was really confirmed, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. Aliens are really here. Human civilization is facing a dangerous situation. People's eyes involuntarily turned to Yi Linsheng again. It can be confirmed that this UFO is indeed a product of alien civilization. Next, enter the second link. Chang Guangxiong did not drag his feet at all, and did not care whether everyone could accept such a fierce news, and directly pushed the process down. Obviously, he knew that time was tight and there was no time to waste. The participants then focused their attention again. In the second part, Yi Linsheng will introduce his predictions, suggestions, and then answer questions from experts. Chang Guangxiong turned his head and nodded to Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng was a little surprised. Shouldn't he be notified in advance for such things, so that he could prepare in advance? He was just asked to do it. If he was timid, wouldn't he dare to speak? Fortunately, Yi Linsheng was also a person who had seen big scenes. He smiled and said calmly, "Everyone, I won't waste words and get straight to the point. My first prediction has been confirmed, which is why I am here, and why I can sit in this position." Yi Linsheng's ease made everyone look at him sideways. Even Zheng Lao turned his head and looked at Yi Linsheng with approval. Obviously, Yi Linsheng was more capable than he expected. Not notifying Yi Linsheng in advance was Zheng Lao's idea, and he wanted to test Yi Linsheng's ability. At present, he is very satisfied, even unusually satisfied. Yi Linsheng changed the subject, and his tone became serious. "What I am going to say next may be difficult for you to accept, but this is the fact. If we do not respond actively, humanity will be destroyed." The whole audience was agitated again. The people at the main guest desk also looked at Yi Linsheng. Although Yi Linsheng had said in the video that humanity was facing a doomsday crisis, the specific content was unknown. Now, all the mysteries will be revealed. This unidentified flying object is an alien exploration satellite. Its mission is to investigate all the planets in the solar system that may have civilizations. This satellite will start from Saturn's asteroid belt, and will carefully detect and observe the planets or satellites that may have life and civilizations. Then it will gradually fly towards our blue planet. Chapter 99 Plan to destroy Blue Planet. We will arrive at Blue Planet in 15 months. After arriving, we will observe Blue Planet for 10 days. If we humans do not make any preparations, aliens will observe the secrets of our civilization, collect all our information, and then fly directly out of the solar ecliptic plane and into the open area. Finally, they will use technology that we humans do not have to fly out of our sight. I speculate that this satellite will leave with enough information to fully understand humans and return to their home planet. Aliens will formulate corresponding invasion plans based on our human characteristics. And then 3 years later, the alien space fleet will arrive in the solar system again. They will arrive directly at the blue planet and stay above its orbit. At the same time, a very threatening alien creature will appear on the ground. These alien creatures will devour all humans. Human civilization will perish. Yi Linsheng has briefly described the alien invasion in the video. But this is the first time that he has described it in such detail. The crowd fell silent. It was obvious that although everyone believed that what Yi Linsheng said was true, it was hard to accept. Thinking that the end of mankind was approaching, no one could relax. Chang Guangxiong's voice broke the silence. Who has questions? Please raise your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng raised his hand first. I have a question. Yi Linsheng. How should humans deal with it? Yi Linsheng knew that Zheng's question was a free point. Use simple questions to stabilize the situation first. And the questions from experts from other industries will definitely be much more difficult. This is what I have been doing for the past year. Yi Linsheng talked freely. I have met many experts and had many heated discussions on this issue. Among them are basic physicist Dr. Luo Ji, geographer Professor Hu Baiyan, astronomer Professor Ma Xingkong, etc. We have come to a conclusion that we must destroy the blue planet into an uninhabitable planet before the arrival of the detection satellite. The detection satellite should be operated according to a fixed program. It still has 1 year and 3 months to reach the blue star. Moreover, after it explores the blue star, it will directly leave the solar system and no longer explore Venus and Mercury. This shows that as long as they find a habitable planet, they will leave quickly. This shows that they don't know the existence of us humans. Therefore, as long as we turn the blue star into an uninhabitable planet during this period of time and prevent them from discovering our traces, we can escape the disaster. In order to continue human civilization, we have come up with a way to move humans to live underground. We can build enough underground cities around the world, transfer all human life underground, and avoid detection by satellites. This should be our only hope. In the past year, I have been working towards this goal. Building underground cities, expanding the shield machine production line, quantifying the research on artificial protein and starch, etc., all serve this goal. The crowd in the audience nodded. They only now truly understood what Yi Linsheng had done. It is now 6:30 in the morning. The city, which should have been bustling, remained strangely quiet. However, many people have woken up. Many people who usually sleep soundly at this time are now awake. Almost every family has turned on the TV. Many people have temporarily connected their TVs to the internet, and the news is playing on TV. However, the news that people are most concerned about has not yet been broadcast. People are not in a hurry. Everyone knows that the highlight will be broadcast on the morning news. Yi Linsheng, do you really think that everyone will turn off their electronic devices? Especially in some chaotic areas in foreign countries. Satellite phones should never stop. A communications expert stood up and asked. Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. Yes. It is impossible for everyone to turn off their electronic devices. In fact, it is not ruled out that someone deliberately sent signals to alien detection satellites. The Advent sect is definitely not fictional, but will definitely appear in the crowd. The reason why I suggest everyone turn off their communication devices is not to expect that radio silence can really be achieved. This is just a means to make the whole nation feel involved. To make the whole nation participate in my plan. Only a plan with the participation of the whole nation can be truly successful. At the same time, in order to prevent wireless signals from being received by alien detection satellites, I launched wireless signal jammers into space a few months ago. They were automatically activated in the early morning. These devices will interfere with any signals sent by the blue planet, turning these signals into chaotic natural signals. However, we cannot be careless. In order to prevent alien detection satellites from discovering our interference, these jammers can only work for 3 months at most. After 3 months, the jammers will automatically disintegrate and become space junk. Therefore, our task is very heavy. We must shut down all human signals within 3 months. Only in this way can we avoid being discovered by aliens. The communication expert suddenly realized. Yi Linsheng, how do you plan to make the blue planet uninhabitable? Another person asked. Yi Linsheng replied, this planet is divided into 2 parts. One part is that humans use all means to destroy the traces of humans on the surface. The second part is to detonate volcanoes. We are drilling in the 2 largest craters in the world. A geological exploration team is working on the Yellowstone volcano. On the sea, the world's largest volcano in the southern sea area. We are also taking action. And an offshore drilling team is working. According to the time calculation, if these 2 volcanoes speed up, they can be detonated 3 months before the detection satellite arrives at the blue planet. Under the guidance of various factors, 3 months is enough to reduce the surface temperature of the blue planet by about 50 degrees. And the surface will be covered with a thick layer of ice and dust. And the blue planet will become a cold and uninhabitable planet. If these means are not enough, I will suggest using the ultimate weapon to carry out a destructive explosion. If Blue Star doesn't die, we will die. When Yi Linsheng said the last sentence, his murderous intent was exposed. Most people present couldn't help but shudder. Everyone also understood that this was not a good plan, but the behavior of a madman. Yi Linsheng wanted to destroy Blue Star, using this extreme method, in exchange for the survival of mankind. The venue suddenly fell into silence. In fact, Yi Linsheng did not tell all his plans. Because Yi Linsheng did not announce the biggest killer. The biggest damage to Blue Star is not the volcanic eruption, but the asteroid hitting Blue Star. A planet with a size of more than 10 kilometers is now quietly turning and flying towards Blue Star. This is the most fatal blow, and also the craziest blow of Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng knows that this news cannot be announced for the time being. We must wait until everyone adapts to the doomsday crisis caused by the volcanic explosion before announcing it. In this way, it is possible for everyone to accept this reality. Chapter 100 Fierce Debate. Someone broke the silence in the meeting room and asked a question. When Yi Linsheng saw this person, he felt something was wrong. This person, mostly malicious. Sure enough, as soon as the question was raised, it attracted the attention of the whole audience. Yi Linsheng, in order to achieve your goal, can you take human life at will? Who gave you the power? How could nearly 10 billion people be moved underground? Especially in countries and regions with underdeveloped industries, they simply don't have the ability and strength to build underground cities. Will you let them die in this man-made disaster? The questioner was Song Xiuwen, the director of the Security Bureau, who was very unfriendly to Yi Linsheng on the tarmac. This question is actually of concern to everyone, because Yi Linsheng's plan is too crazy. Destroying the blue planet means cutting off the survival of all creatures on the blue planet. Humans can move into the underground city, but what about those who cannot enter the underground city? And what about the various creatures in nature? The experts, who were still immersed in shock just now, looked up at Yi Linsheng. Even many experts at the main guest desk turned their heads to look at Yi Linsheng. Mr. Zhang, who was sitting next to him, straightened his back. Although he did not look at Yi Linsheng directly, his movements showed that he was also paying close attention to Yi Linsheng's answer. From now on, the test for Yi Linsheng officially began. Chan Guangxiong, who was beside Mr. Zhang, turned his head and took a look. The consideration in his eyes was also very obvious. Yi Linsheng was not panicked. He had already had his own answer to such a question. I will do my best to save more people. But for those who cannot be saved, I can do nothing to help them. This answer shocked most people, because the people here are leaders in various industries and bigwigs in the scientific community, especially the heads of various deployments and politicians. Each of them is a master of human relations. Every word they say, especially in public and important occasions, is carefully thought out. They will never speak without thinking. Like Yi Linsheng, who stood at the main guest podium and spoke to so many elites, every word must be carefully considered and thought about. It must be watertight, and there must not be any mistakes. Therefore, their speeches all have one characteristic. That is, slowness. They must confirm again and again. And there must be no mistakes. However, Yi Linqing's words just now were very careless. Everyone thought that this young man was indeed too young. Such words with obvious loopholes, such words that are easy to be attacked, could actually be said in such an occasion. He was in danger. Sure enough, Song Xiuwen seized his loophole and began to fight back. Then I understand. In order to conceal your illegal crime, you resorted to trickery and murdered one of my subordinates. Is that right? Wow! The crowd in the audience was agitated. If Yi Linsheng had committed economic crimes, out of consideration for Yi Linqing's environment, everyone thought it was unimportant and could be ignored. Even if it was a crime of leaking secrets, after all, it did not result in any facts, it was understandable. But when it came to a serious criminal offense like murder, the problem was serious. A whisper sounded in the meeting hall. Everyone basically knows Yi Linqing's information. But in Yi Linqing's file, he was charged with economic crimes and leaking secrets. But not murder. But Song Xiuwen, the director of the police station, couldn't say anything. After a brief confusion, people looked at Yi Linsheng. But when he heard this, Yi Linqing's first reaction was not to look at Luo Ji. Luo Ji was slightly surprised, and he hesitated for a moment, preparing to stand up. His eyes met Yi Linqing's. Yi Linqing shook his head slightly, signaling him not to act rashly. Only then did Luo Ji sit back down, and his face regained its usual calmness. If it is to protect the safety of all mankind, I will choose to do something you think is a serious sin. This is my answer, Yi Linqing said firmly. Boom! The venue erupted in a commotion again. Obviously, Yi Linqing's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. This was equivalent to admitting his crime of murder in disguise. Yi Linqing's image suddenly became a little blurry. Is he a hero or a devil? In fact, the difference between heroes and devils is not as clear as people think. In the eyes of the warring parties, the hero of one side is an unforgivable devil. The same war behavior is a hero admired by thousands of people on one side, but a hideous murderous devil on the other side. Yi Linqing is like this now. Is he a devil or a hero? No one can come to their own conclusion. Song Xiuwen stood up suddenly, pointed at Yi Linsheng and said, "It was you who murdered one of my subordinates. Although we don't have enough evidence yet, I am sure that you are the real murderer. Now, can you admit your crime to me, to the people of the world, and to the family of the deceased?" Ahem. Director Song Xiuwen, please calm down. Your request has nothing to do with this meeting, Chan Guangxiong reminded him. Song Xiuwen is an old hand, and he immediately nodded and said, I know. I take back this question. After saying that, he sat down, but his face was full of a triumphant smile and contempt for Yi Linsheng. He didn't even bother to look at Yi Linsheng. In his eyes, Yi Linsheng was just a criminal now. Moreover, his influence was very huge, and the way the participants looked at Yi Linsheng began to change. The original admiration now had some complicated content. At this time, Luo Ji stood up, he raised the microphone and said, Everyone, I declare that this matter was done by me, and it has nothing to do with Yi Linsheng. Yi Linqing sighed, and Luo Ji stood up now, it was meaningless. Everyone knows that Luo Ji is Yi Linqing's important advisor. How could Yi Linqing not know that Luo Ji was going to handle such a major case? Luo Ji's current explanation not only cannot clear Yi Linqing's innocence, but will also leave Yi Linsheng with the reputation of blaming his subordinates when things come to a critical moment. People who do scientific research really don't understand these social customs. At this time, even Mr. Zeng began to look at Yi Linsheng with a sidelong glance. Not to mention other people. Yi Linsheng must turn the situation around immediately. Otherwise, my efforts will be wasted. He stopped Luo Ji from explaining, Dr. Luo, please take a seat. This is not your time to speak. He turned his head and glanced at Song Xiuwen. Luo Ji is my most important advisor, and also my subordinate. I will not let my subordinates take the blame. I can tell you very frankly that, because of Chu Zixin's obstruction, our plan has been greatly damaged. I must take all possible measures to ensure that my plan goes smoothly.